Chapter 1. Your Majesty, this is your tomb. This story is entirely fictional. Any resemblance to historical events is purely coincidental. The mind is a wonderful thing, yet I choose not to utilize it, alas. It is merely for amusement. Madam, you wouldn't want your husband to know. Father Ami, within the grand halls of the Xianying Palace, a formidable figure was engrossed in a cinematic experience, captivated by an object completely foreign to his era. However, he sensed something amiss. Filthy contraption. Is this what you deem to be the greatest invention of future generations? Emperor Qin Shi Huang set the mobile device aside, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon He Qi, who stood below, curiously glancing around with trepidation. Upon hearing the voice, He Qi looked up at the imposing man, his heart swelling with awe. Is this truly my captivating ancestor, Zheng? Indeed, seeing is believing. Zheng, allow me to explain. Impudent. How dare you address His Majesty in such a manner? A voice, sharp and demanding, interrupted from beside Qin Shi Huang. The emperor raised a hand to halt Zhao Gao's reprimand. Zheng, how amusing. Is this how you future folk referred me? He Qi, observing the slight curve of the emperor's lips and the faint smile gracing his countenance, felt a tremor of excitement. Indeed. Is this device as wondrous as you claim? Yet all I perceive are these sordid images, Qin Shi Huang remarked, lifting the mobile device once more. Who knew you could access that directly? I distinctly remember securing that file with multiple locks and concealing it. Could it be the result of that lightning strike? In He Qi's recollection, he had been merely capturing photographs of the Terracotta Army with a mobile device, a feat earned after a 2-hour wait. Little did he anticipate that, just as he began to snap pictures, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, culminating in a bolt striking his phone. During his brief unconsciousness, he seemed to hear someone shouting nearby. Look, someone is about to travel through time. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself within the Xianying Palace, 2 bronze swords poised threateningly at his neck. Who could have imagined that He Qi had indeed traversed time, landing in the very dynasty connected to the Terracotta Army, the Qin Dynasty? Accompanying him was the phone, which had been struck by lightning. To preserve his life, He Qi revealed his origins to Qin Shi Huang, presenting the mobile device that had accompanied him, a device capable of connecting to the internet. However, after the lightning strike, it appeared that only He Qi could operate it, as only his fingerprint could unlock the phone. Zhao Gao and others had attempted the passcode, but to no avail. Upon He Qi's instruction, Qin Shi Huang activated the phone and, driven by curiosity, opened a file labeled Study Materials. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded. Zheng, Your Majesty, the phone possesses myriad functionalities. What you witnessed merely scratches the surface. Did I ask that so? Then come closer and allow me to behold the entirety of this iceberg. Your Majesty, please refrain. This individual is clad in peculiar attire and exhibits frivolous behavior. He claims to have come from a future era, yet no one can attest to his words. What if he is an assassin? Before Zhao Gao could finish his sentence, a single glance from Qin Shi Huang silenced him. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Forgive me. Observing Zhao Gao prostrating himself on the ground, frantically knocking his head, He Qi contemplated, keep bowing, for once my rapport with Zheng is fortified, I shall unveil your misdeeds to him. This infamy-ridden wretch is destined for demise. Your opportunities for bowing are dwindling. Step forward. Heeding the imperious tone, He Qi ascended the steps and approached Qin Shi Huang, Zheng. In close proximity to Zheng, He Qi was overwhelmed by the urge to touch him. He was alive, and he had indeed encountered the living Qin Shi Huang. Though he had never laid eyes on the deceased, the reality of standing before a living figure was astonishing. Moreover, one must not overlook that the black dragon robe he wore was undeniably magnificent. As Zheng extended the phone towards him, He Qi accepted it, albeit still perplexed as to why this device could connect to the internet. Yet the term golden finger immediately materialized in his mind. However, he was now pondering what he should show Zheng. Perhaps a glimpse into the wonders of the future? With this thought, He Qi opened the browser, intending to search for information concerning the future era. Alas, as soon as he opened it, a message appeared. No access rights available. Damn it! It seemed that connecting to the internet required certain conditions, though he was unaware of what those conditions might be. Closing the browser, He Qi began to explore other applications, only to discover that all those requiring internet access bore the same message of denied permissions. The only applications that could be accessed were those already downloaded or cached on the phone. Regrettably, aside from a few cached study documents, he was left with only some photographs to display. With no alternatives, He Qi reluctantly opened the photo gallery, allowing Ing Zheng to peruse the images of the future. Following He Qi's instructions, Ing Zheng began to scrutinize the photographs, and one could not deny that He Qi had traveled to numerous places over the years. From the Leshan giant Buddha to the deceptive Cape of Tianya, the picturesque landscapes of Guilin, the ice sculptures of the Northern Realm, and the soul-cleansing vistas of Tibet, Ing Zheng flipped through the photos, observing the scenery and the unaware individuals captured within. Seeing the robust and radiant faces of these people, Ing Zheng felt an unexpected surge of joy within him. In He Qi's recounting, these individuals referred to him as their ancestor. They had not forgotten him, which was quite pleasing. Gradually, Ing Zheng came upon photographs taken by He Qi in Xi'an, along with several aerial views downloaded from the internet, resembling a small hillock. No, upon closer inspection, it appeared more akin to a tomb. Why do these terracotta figures resemble my valiant soldiers of the Qin Dynasty so closely? This chariot bears resemblance as well, and these pottery vessels and weapons truly seem familiar. Initially engrossed in admiring the architecture of the Xianyang Palace, He Qi turned to the photographs in response to Ing Zheng's exclamation. "Oh no, this is bad. These appear to be burial artifacts," Ing Zheng remarked as he perused the photographs on He Qi's mobile device, a sense of disquiet gradually enveloping him. At last, when he reached the final image, a few striking characters leapt out at him, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. The Museum of the Terracotta Army. Upon encountering these words, Ing Zheng realized that this was indeed a tomb. Whose sepulchre is this? Ing Zheng persisted, undeterred in his inquiry towards He Qi. He Qi's lips parted slightly, his expression betraying a struggle between the desire to speak and the restraint of silence. Observing He Qi's demeanor, Ing Zheng fixed him with a penetrating gaze, his countenance radiating authority. "Speak to me." In that moment, he was the formidable Qin Shi Huang, the sovereign who unified the realm and vanquished the 6 states. "Your Majesty, you have not erred. This is indeed your burial site." "Preposterous!" Zhao Gao's voice escalated in indignation, his finger jabbing towards He Qi, his face a mask of fury. Upon hearing He Qi's revelation, Ing Zheng closed his eyes, his expression serene, yet within him a tempest of emotions raged tumultuously. Chapter 2. The Fallacy of Immortality. No one can remain composed upon receiving the news of their own demise, not even the formidable Qin Shi Huang. This monarch, whose words bewitched the masses, proclaimed that immortality was within reach. He assured his subjects that he would live forever and that the immortals were diligently crafting elixirs for his eternal life. Master Su Fu even asserted that there existed celestial mountains beyond the seas, where he would procure the fabled potion of immortality for the emperor. Zhao Gao incessantly chattered away, yet it was evident that Ing Zheng was not listening. His grip on his phone was so tight that the veins on his hands were distinctly visible, a testament to his inner turmoil. At that moment, Ing Zheng opened his eyes and cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Gao. The latter, stricken with fear, lowered his head and prostrated himself, trembling in silence. Turning to He Qi, Ing Zheng inquired, "When did I pass away?" After posing this question, he rose and strode to the steps, gazing quietly at the exterior of the Xianyang Palace. He Qi, observing the emperor's solitary silhouette, sensed a profound melancholy emanating from it. Historical records state that the emperor met his end during his 5th Eastern tour, specifically in the 37th year of his reign, in the sands of Shakyu. As He Qi's words echoed in the now hushed palace, the atmosphere grew unbearably tense. His candid disclosure was a gamble, one that relied on the hope that his ancestor possessed a magnanimous heart. He wagered that this individual, later jestingly referred to as Zheng Ge by posterity, could come to terms with the inevitability of his own mortality. Though history branded Ing Zheng as a tyrant, such judgments stemmed from historical texts. A teacher once remarked that to grasp the true essence of history, one must delve deeper, savoring its complexities. Through years of study, He Qi developed his own insights into history, and in his heart, Ing Zheng seemed far removed from the tyrannical portrayal found in the annals. After a lengthy silence, Ing Zheng finally turned to face He Qi, his expression serene. "So, I have approximately 10 more years, he mused. 10 years may seem brief, yet it is sufficient. Upon hearing the emperor's seemingly nonchalant words, Qin breathed a sigh of relief, admiring the emperor's composure. Your Majesty, I was referring to your recorded time of death in the annals. However, I am here now. Seeing the confidence radiating from Qin, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Zheng's eyes. Are you suggesting that you possess a means to grant me immortality? Yet, the notion of eternal life seemed a distant fantasy. Your Majesty, there exists no elixir of immortality in this world. Do not harbor hope in such fallacies. Historically, your untimely demise was significantly influenced by the consumption of those so-called potions of immortality. This revelation not only astonished Zheng, but also prompted Zhao Gao, who had been kneeling, to lift his gaze. Qin's implication was clear. Those elixirs had not only failed to bestow eternal life upon the emperor, but had likely hastened his end. Are you implying that those potions were the very cause of my death? Zheng pressed. Indeed, they were laden with heavy metals, Your Majesty. The fact that you survived a decade after consuming them speaks volumes of your remarkable constitution. Impudence. How audacious for one to speak with such bravado. It must be said that Zhao Gao is truly loyal to Zheng. Mere words are insufficient as evidence. It is quite simple, Your Majesty. In other novels I have encountered, it is suggested that to ascertain the integrity of that elixir, one should administer it to various creatures such as chickens, ducks, rabbits, sheep, and horses. The smaller the animal, the quicker it succumbs after ingesting the elixir. For instance, a chicken may perish within a day or two. Of course, these notions stem from other literary works I have read, yet I am inclined to believe they hold some truth. Novels. Zheng was perplexed by Qin's reference to novels, yet he grasped the method Qin proposed. He resolved to act accordingly. As soon as Zheng finished speaking, Qin observed several individuals retreating from the shadows at their command. The Black Ice Platform? Qin gazed at those departing with astonishment. What is this Black Ice Platform you speak of? Are those individuals not members of your clandestine organization, the Black Ice Platform? Is this also recorded in your later histories? Faced with Zheng's somewhat mocking tone, Qin felt a wave of confusion. Did the Qin Dynasty lack an organization akin to the Jinyue? Where then did the notion of the Black Ice Platform originate? Could it, perchance, have emerged from a television drama? Nonetheless, I find the name Black Ice Platform quite appealing. Let it henceforth be known as such. Qin's mouth fell agape at Zheng's words. He had not anticipated that a mere offhand comment would lead to the establishment of the Black Ice Platform. Zheng returned to his seat and regarded Qin, inquiring. Tell me, what transpired in the Qin Empire after my demise? Qin stammered, unable to utter a single word despite his prolonged hesitation. He feared that revealing the events surrounding the Qin would jeopardize his very existence, as too many individuals were implicated. Surely, the Qin Empire, though it may not have endured for eternity, must have been passed down through several generations. Qin remained silent, grappling with how to respond. Zheng observed Qin in contemplation, while Qin averted his gaze, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Why? I fear for my life, Qin confessed candidly. Ha! A valid reason indeed. Then I shall refrain from further inquiries. I am fatigued today. You may retire to the side hall for rest. Qin glanced at the phone in Zheng's hand, contemplating several times whether to ask for it back, but ultimately refrained. Once Qin and the guards had departed, Zheng stood alone, gazing quietly at the empty palace. He then picked up the phone to scrutinize the photograph once more. The Terracotta Army Museum. Ultimately, Zheng was indeed preoccupied with thoughts of his mortality, which is a natural human concern. Who among us does not ponder their own existence? Your Majesty, Zhao Gao softly addressed him from the side. Zheng turned to glance at him, responding, I am weary. You may depart as well. Let no one speak of today's events. As you command. Once all had exited, Zheng stood solitary, contemplating the desolate palace. He picked up the phone again to review the photograph, scrolling back to examine images of the terracotta warriors, lost in thought. When he finally turned to view the modern landscapes and the smiling faces captured in the photographs, he pondered deeply. A gentle softness graced his visage, and the existence of these photographs attested to the fact that, although his empire had succumbed to failure, his ideals ought to endure. From Qin's narrative, it was apparent that he remained quite revered in later generations. Regrettably, I neglected to inquire about how Qin's contemporaries perceived him. Nevertheless, it is reasonable to assume that the evaluations would not be particularly favorable. After all, He was the one who brought an end to the tumultuous era of the Seven States, a fact that likely invited considerable criticism. As Zheng perused his phone, it suddenly displayed a warning that the battery was nearly depleted. However, he remained oblivious to its significance, continuing to browse through his photo album. Fortunately, the device was not connected to the internet, sparing us from the potential of Zheng developing an addiction to online distractions. Abruptly, the screen went black, leaving Zheng in a state of shock as he stared at the unresponsive device, uncertain of how to proceed. After futile attempts to restart it, he set the phone aside, planning to consult Qi the following day. Meanwhile, Qi, lying in the side chamber, was also tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Chapter 3. Want to surf the internet? Bring money. Qi lay restless in bed, unsure whether his excitement or some other reason kept him awake. In any case, he found little peace that night. In truth, he was not alone in his sleeplessness. Zheng, too, experienced a restless night, or rather, he did not sleep at all. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of his forthcoming plans. With the 6 states recently vanquished, many of their nobles wandered in exile, and now he was acutely aware of his so-called impending demise. He yearned to eradicate the remnants of the 6 states during this time frame, ensuring a seamless transition for the Qin Dynasty. 10 years felt rather brief, given another decade. He was confident he could completely eliminate the legacies of the 6 states. Alas, only 10 years remained. 10 years. This span was neither excessively long nor too short. It had taken him a decade to conquer the 6 states in the first place. As dawn illuminated the hall, a ray of sunlight cast its glow upon the dragon head adorning the column. The dragon, rearing its head towards the heavens, appeared almost lifelike, and at that moment, Qi slowly opened his eyes. Groggily rubbing his eyes, he gazed toward the center of the hall. My goodness, Zheng! Upon seeing the black dragon robe, he became instantly alert, his heart racing. Your Majesty, good morning, Qi greeted as he approached Zheng. At that moment, Qi found it difficult to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. He had caused a legendary emperor to stand there awaiting him, a surreal comfort. What seems to be the problem with this device? Zheng inquired, handing his phone to Qi. Upon inspecting it, Qi discerned that it had simply run out of battery. Unfortunately, he had arrived in this era with only one phone, devoid of any other belongings. And where could he possibly find a means to charge it in the Qin Dynasty? As despair washed over him, a glance at the shadow on the ground sparked an idea. With no alternatives left, he decided to take a chance and place the phone in the sunlight. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the device, followed by the appearance of a charging icon on the screen. Qi exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile breaking across his face. Indeed, his intuition had proven correct. Upon observing Qi's peculiar movements, Zheng refrained from comment, patiently waiting for Qi to rise before speaking. Is this phone malfunctioning? Or is it merely out of battery? It should be functional again in a few hours. With this realization, Zheng felt a sense of relief. Truth be told, apart from the photographs, the only other content he had encountered on the device was rather unsavory. Nevertheless, he was eager to discover what other features the phone might possess beyond these 2 aspects. As Qi approached his side, Zheng inquired about a question that had been lingering in his mind since the previous night. How is my legacy regarded in later generations? Observing the serious yet expectant expression on Zheng's face, Qi opened his mouth to respond. Through Qi's gestures and demeanor, Zheng formed a rough assumption, allowing a relieved smile to grace his lips. Is the reputation not favorable? Not quite. It is your evaluation that confounds me, Qi replied. In textbooks, you are undoubtedly classified as a tyrant, yet outside of those pages, your renown is quite high. Regardless of the context, you bear an unquestionable title. What title is that? The Eternal Emperor. Upon hearing these words, Zheng's earlier ire at being labeled a tyrant dissipated in an instant. The Eternal Emperor, he silently echoed to himself. Indeed, while historical records may depict him as a tyrant, his achievements were indisputable, and this title was one he rightfully deserved. Even though a few emperors in later generations may have risen to be compared with him, the title of Eternal Emperor would eternally belong to him. Standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, Zheng gazed quietly out of the hall, feeling no exaggeration in Qi's words. He truly was the Eternal Emperor. At that moment, a ray of sunlight streamed into the hall, illuminating Zheng. Qi, observing him in his black dragon robe, felt the aura of one who had swept across the land and conquered 6 states. After a brief pause, Ing Zheng turned to face He Qi. This morning, a hen that ingested the elixir perished, and the remaining animals exhibit various symptoms. Although He Qi had anticipated this, he was surprised by the swiftness of the effects. A hen had succumbed overnight, and the others were now showing signs of distress. He glanced at Ing Zheng's physique and couldn't help but marvel at its resilience. Having endured for over a decade, noticing the peculiar look in He Qi's eyes, Ing Zheng paid it no mind. I have already ordered the capture of all those practitioners. They will face execution on a chosen day. I wish to inquire if there are any methods in later generations that could assist me. There are, He Qi affirmed with a nod. Most of the elixirs you consumed contained heavy metals, which are difficult for the body to eliminate. Fortunately, you are now aware that these so-called elixirs are, in fact, poisons. With time, if you gradually expel the heavy metals from your system and engage in adequate exercise, you may not achieve immortality, but given your physical constitution, it is unlikely you will perish at the age of 49. Is that so? Then enlighten me. He Qi detected a hint of urgency in Ing Zheng's tone. He pointed to the phone charging on the ground. I can look up the methods through this device, but what? However, I find myself at a loss regarding how to operate this phone. Cursed be the absence of a user manual. And there is not even a novice starter pack. I am truly the most unfortunate of time travelers. He Qi internally vented his frustrations. Nevertheless, he crouched down and powered on the device, which had already charged to half its capacity in such a brief span. It even boasts fast charging. Upon opening the phone and accessing the browser, it displayed a message indicating a lack of usage permissions. What on earth is required to activate this permission? Surely, you do not expect me to top up your balance? With no other options, He Qi hesitantly turned to Ing Zheng. Your Majesty, could you procure some gold for me? Perhaps 50 taels would suffice. Shortly thereafter, a servant entered bearing a tray laden with a dozen gold ingots, slightly impure. Holding an ingot, He Qi glanced at Ing Zheng, appearing somewhat troubled. Ing Zheng, however, merely regarded He Qi in silence before gracefully striding out, his demeanor serene. Zhao Gao and the others followed closely behind, ultimately closing the palace doors. Once He Qi was alone in the hall, he gradually moved the gold ingot closer to the phone, his eyes filled with hope. As the ingot approached the device, a miraculous scene unfolded. The ingot began to transform into golden powder. The phone in He Qi's hand slowly ascended, enveloped by the shimmering dust. He Qi gaped in astonishment at this spectacle. Indeed, it was a golden finger. Was the riddle concealed in plain sight? As the phone absorbed the last of the golden powder, it descended back into He Qi's grasp. He promptly reopened the browser, which began to load. He noticed a countdown in the upper right corner of the screen. 5 minutes? He Qi exclaimed in disbelief. He realized that this quantity of gold would only activate the browser for 5 minutes. Truly, it was a voracious beast. Cursed be the service provider. Even in the Qin Dynasty, the internet speed remains abysmally slow. He Qi glared at the still-spinning browser, frustration boiling within him. Finally, after 2 minutes of loading, the browser opened. He Qi's face brightened as he began searching for effective treatments for heavy metal toxicity resulting from excessive consumption of elixirs. Yet, the browser resumed its spinning. He gritted his teeth in irritation. Just as the countdown reached its final minute, the browser provided an answer. However, He Qi was not foolish enough to read it word for word. He simply took a screenshot. Remarkably, he managed to capture all the answers just as the browser closed. Once it displayed the message indicating a lack of usage permissions again, He Qi shut it down and opened his photo gallery to review the information. The more he read, the graver his expression became. Alas, all the solutions involved medical interventions. He was still taking penicillamine, and He Qi was aware of penicillin. Finally, he discovered a method that could be utilized during the Qin Dynasty. After reading it, He Qi let out a sigh of relief and proceeded to the palace doors with his phone in hand. As the palace door creaked open, Ing Zheng's gaze immediately fell upon him. He Qi handed the phone to Ing Zheng, who began to peruse the images He Qi had captured, initially struggling to comprehend the first few pages. However, when Ing Zheng learned that drinking water, exercising, consuming grains, goat milk, and vegetables could effectively assist in eliminating heavy metals from the body, a sense of ease spread across his features. After returning the phone to He Qi, Ing Zheng looked at him and remarked, "You are the first to have me wait twice in a single day." "It is my honor," replied He Qi. Locking eyes with Ing Zheng, their previous reservations now dissipated. "Ha ha ha, truly a worthy descendant of mine." Ing Zheng laughed heartily, tossing his dragon robe and striding away. Once Zheng had distanced himself, a servant approached with a tray bearing a dozen exquisite gold ingots, which he presented to He. He took the gold ingots and returned to the palace, intent on thoroughly examining his newfound treasure. Meanwhile, Zheng did not return to the Xianyang palace, but instead made his way directly to another side hall, the residence of the alchemists led by Su Fu. However, this place was now under the strict surveillance of the Qin Iron Eagles. No one was permitted to enter or exit. Just yesterday, Su Fu and his companions had been joyfully concocting elixirs, particularly Su Fu, who was eagerly discussing his plans to petition Emperor Qin Shi Huang to seek the immortal mountains overseas in pursuit of the elixir of life. He envisioned departing with 3,000 youthful companions, the entire Qin nation gathering to bid them farewell, envisioning a grand spectacle. Yet, while Su Fu reveled in this grand vision, early this morning, a cadre of Iron Eagles stormed into their quarters. Without a word, they assembled all the alchemists and informed them that no one was to leave. Those who defied the order would be executed. Faced with the fierce presence of the Iron Eagles, Su Fu and the others dared not speak out. These warriors were the elite of the Qin army, each having risen through the ranks by merit, and they would show no mercy in carrying out their threats. Some alchemists stood together, glancing at Su Fu, their leader, who was among the few capable of conversing with the emperor. At this moment, Su Fu bore an expression of indifference. He believed this was merely another instance of a minister reporting him to the emperor. Such claims that the immortal mountains were a fabrication and urging the emperor not to heed the alchemists had become commonplace in recent years, particularly from Wang Jian, who repeatedly advised the emperor to execute them. Su Fu had witnessed such scenes before, yet each time, as long as he presented a few elixirs to the emperor, matters would resolve themselves. He observed the newcomers among the alchemists, each lacking depth. The quest for the immortal mountains could not be entrusted to such inept individuals. Even now, Su Fu continues to dream of embarking on a maritime quest to seek the fabled immortal mountains. It remains uncertain whether his aspirations stem from a genuine desire to discover the elixir of life or from other motivations. At this moment, Zheng, accompanied by Zhao Gao and others, arrived at the side hall where Su Fu and his companions were situated. "Pay your respects to His Majesty," he commanded, as he bypassed Su Fu and his group, striding deeper into the chamber. Su Fu lifted his gaze to Zheng and was suddenly beset by a foreboding feeling. Though Zheng had never shown them warmth, his demeanor today was particularly frigid, colder than even in the direst of circumstances. With a sense of trepidation, Su Fu and his companions cautiously entered the side hall. At the heart of the room stood a large bronze alchemical furnace, flames flickering beneath it. Vapors seeped through the crevices of the furnace. Zheng regarded the furnace with a stern expression, remaining silent. Su Fu cautiously glanced at Zhao Gao, acutely aware of the favors he had bestowed upon him over the years, gold and lesser quality elixirs, among other tributes. However, Zhao Gao's gaze seemed unsettling, akin to that of an adversary. What could be amiss today? Su Fu wiped the sweat from his brow, unsure if it was due to the heat or the oppressive aura emanating from Zheng. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Su Fu finally inquired, unable to endure the atmosphere any longer. Zheng turned, his sharp eyes fixating on Su Fu, a gaze so piercing that Su Fu dared not meet it. Lowering his head instead, "How goes the preparation of the latest elixirs?" Su Fu's heart lifted at the inquiry. "Your Majesty, the latest elixirs will soon be ready. We shall open the furnace in half an hour." He discreetly patted his chest, exhaling in relief, hoping that the circumstances remained unchanged and that someone had not urged Zheng to execute them. It seemed that, as before, the formidable guards were merely for show. Zheng still held trust in them. However, Su Fu pondered whether it would be wise to depart from Xianyang in search of the immortal mountains. For living under such constant anxiety was far from ideal. "Half an hour, then? Very well, I shall wait here for that duration. Zhao Gao, summon the bamboo slips to this place." "As you command," Zhao Gao replied. Su Fu found himself perplexed. Zheng was behaving unusually today, even choosing to conduct affairs in his presence. Was he intending to consume the elixirs immediately upon their completion? Yet, each time he had presented elixirs, they had been freshly prepared. Why was this instance different? Though confused, Su Fu chose to respect Zheng's authority. As the latter began to work, Su Fu signaled to the other alchemists to commence the final preparations. As half an hour slowly elapsed, Su Fu and his companions readied themselves to open the furnace. At that moment, Zheng set aside the bamboo slips and exited the hall. "Zhao Gao, Summon He Qi, he ordered. Understood. Zhao Gao cast a glance at Su Fu and the others, who were still animatedly preparing to open the furnace, a flicker of something inscrutable flashing in his eyes. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Gao returned with He Qi in tow. Upon arriving, He Qi glanced at Ing Zheng and then surveyed the hall. Noticing a group of individuals clad in attire reminiscent of Taoist priests busily attending to a solitary furnace. As Su Fu's voice echoed, the lid of the elixir furnace was lifted, releasing a substantial plume of steam that enveloped the air. Had He Qi not recognized it as mere vapor, the scene might have indeed evoked the essence of alchemical practices, such ethereal vapors. The practitioners eagerly inhaled the steam, an astonishing sight that left He Qi at a loss for words. The ignorance of culture is truly daunting. Once the steam dissipated, Su Fu extracted several golden pills from the furnace and placed them within a brocade box. With a beaming smile, he approached Ing Zheng, saying, "Your Majesty, the elixirs are ready for your consumption. Pray, do examine their quality." However, Ing Zheng paid no heed to Su Fu and instead turned his attention to He Qi. At that moment, Su Fu also noticed He Qi beside the sovereign, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. What peculiar attire was this? And had he forsaken the tradition of binding his hair with his arms bared? Was this truly a person of Qin? As He Qi reached for the pill offered by Ing Zheng, Su Fu interjected sharply, "How dare you touch such a divine elixir? Return it immediately." He Qi examined the pill, and despite the unknown ingredients, he found its craftsmanship intriguing. Its rich hue and smooth surface indicated its quality. Lo and behold, in sunlight, it even reflects a metallic sheen. He couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of ancient physiques. If such a pill were to be introduced in modern times, it would surely be a lethal dose. That Ing Zheng could consume such a thing and thrive for a decade spoke volumes of his vitality. He Qi returned the pill to the brocade box and remarked to Ing Zheng, "It is indeed a fine elixir." Su Fu's face then blossomed with pride, an expression that suggested He Qi had an eye for quality. "A lethal elixir, you say? How dare you, a mere child, insult my creation?" Su Fu's anger flared. While insults might be brushed aside, to label his elixir as poisonous was intolerable, especially with Ing Zheng present. "If it is indeed a fine elixir, why do you not partake of it yourself? It was crafted for His Majesty. How can we, as subjects, presume to overstep? Who do you think you are, speaking so boldly? Look at your attire and your disheveled hair. Do you not know that your body and appearance are gifts from your parents?" He Qi cast a sidelong glance at Ing Zheng, who appeared thoroughly engrossed in the bamboo slips in his hands, seemingly oblivious to their exchange. "May I inquire who you are?" "I am Su Fu, the chief alchemist of the Xianying Palace." "Ah, you are the incompetent Su Fu, the most useless individual of the past several millennia?" He Qi suddenly recalled the derogatory remarks circulating online about Su Fu. "What did you just say? You insolent child. Do you wish for a lesson?" Su Fu coughed, his ire palpable. At this moment, Ing Zheng cleared his throat, causing Su Fu to halt in his tracks. Turning to regard the sovereign, Ing Zheng then pivoted to face Su Fu and He Qi. In Chapter 5, titled Online for the Purpose of Shopping, Ing Zheng retrieved a brocade box containing elixirs from He Qi's grasp and extracted one. "This pill is a reward I bestow upon you, Your Majesty. What merit do I possess to deserve this?" He Qi protested. Ing Zheng merely observed Su Fu in silence. Eventually, Su Fu, having nothing more to say, seized the elixir and consumed it. The moment the pill touched his tongue, an expression of transcendent ecstasy washed over his face, eliciting envious glances from the sorcerers behind him. Ing Zheng then turned his attention to He Qi, who shrugged, signaling his confusion. "We shall confine these sorcerers here, allowing them to ingest the elixirs daily. I am curious to see if they can attain immortality." As Ing Zheng prepared to depart, He Qi followed closely behind. "Your Majesty, I propose that we allow only one individual to consume the elixir in a matter of days. This will validate my assertions." He Qi understood that Ing Zheng's presence was partly fueled by skepticism regarding his claims. Thus, a comparative experiment seemed prudent. "Agreed," Ing Zheng replied with a single word, casting a glance at He Qi. Once Ing Zheng had departed, Su Fu and the others remained in a haze of confusion, pondering the implications of daily elixir consumption. Were these elixirs not crafted for Ing Zheng? The onlookers turned to Su Fu, who appeared pale, his fists clenched, drenched in sweat, and trembling slightly. "Why do I not see you with your phone?" Ing Zheng queried, glancing back at He Qi, who had already stepped outside. "Your Majesty, that is a secret. However, in a few days, I shall present you with a surprise. Ing Zheng regarded He Qi's beaming countenance and flicked his dragon robe as he strode away, stating, I await your surprise. You may rest in the side palace for the next few days. Upon hearing this, He Qi's smile abruptly vanished. Ing Zheng's words implied a form of house arrest. Ing Zheng wished to observe the sorcerer's progress, while also gauging what surprise He Qi might offer. Prior to this, he had no intention of allowing He Qi to appear before others. Nevertheless, He Qi remained unfazed. Once Ing Zheng and his entourage had distanced themselves, He Qi concentrated, and his phone materialized in his hand. While Ing Zheng awaited the elixirs, He Qi conducted further experiments with the gold provided by the sovereign. The results of these experiments left He Qi exclaiming in astonishment. After the phone absorbed the gold, He Qi discovered he could retract the device. But not in the conventional sense. Rather, he could store it within his mind. Moreover, He Qi uncovered a crucial revelation. The time displayed in the upper right corner of the phone was not merely the time of a single application, but rather the time connected to the internet. If the network speed were sufficiently swift, one could seamlessly access multiple applications. This discovery filled He Qi with exhilaration, prompting him to eagerly open the shopping application on his phone. He yearned to ascertain whether he could procure items here. If successful, it would indeed be nothing short of perfection. Upon opening one of the shopping applications, He Qi found himself waiting for 2 minutes until the purchasing interface finally materialized before his eyes. Damn, he muttered. For the interface was far from the plethora of options one would expect in later times. It showcased merely a single item. That item, He Qi recognized, was a potato, a universally known entity. Despite the limited selection, he proceeded to click on the purchase button. To his surprise, the countdown timer in the upper right corner, initially displaying 20 minutes, dwindled to merely 10 minutes. So this is how the payment works, he thought, but with time running short, he became curious about where to input his address. After 2 fruitless minutes of searching, he abandoned the effort. With only 8 minutes remaining, he opened another shopping app, only to find it also featured the same potato. Acknowledging this redundancy, He Qi closed the application and turned to his browser. Eager to delve into all matters pertaining to the Qin Dynasty, particularly its significant events, diligently capturing screenshots of each. These images would serve as his capital for future foresight. Once he had documented all the crucial occurrences, the time for his mobile data expired. Watching the incessant loading circle, He Qi felt a twinge of exasperation. Such a meager amount of time seemed a trivial exchange for the vast wealth of gold. If he wished to utilize this service daily, even the entirety of Qin's gold might prove insufficient. Nonetheless, the ability to shop online in this era was indeed beyond He Qi's expectations. Though the available goods were not as he had envisioned, today marked a promising beginning, hinting at the potential for future discoveries, perhaps even the appearance of firearms. As He Qi perused the grand events of the Qin Dynasty in a state of boredom, Zhao Gao approached him, indicating that Ing Zheng wished to see him. He Qi then accompanied Zhao Gao to a side hall. Returning to his quarters with his small phone, he was shadowed by 2 Iron Eagle guards. He was acutely aware that even more individuals were following him from the shadows. He Qi perceived this entourage as a protective force, perhaps even larger than that which surrounded Fu Su, second only to Ing Zheng himself. However, He Qi remained unconcerned. Their presence was advantageous, as he was, after all, a man of no physical prowess. What would he do if faced with a nefarious character? Although situated in the palace of Xianyang, one must always be on guard, particularly against Zhao Gao, whom he regarded with suspicion. Once back in his side hall, He Qi felt a pang of boredom. His phone lacked even a solitary offline game. Seeking distraction, he ventured outside, where the vigilant gazes of the Iron Eagle guards remained fixed upon him. Unfazed, He Qi addressed the guards. Would you be so kind as to fetch me some bamboo and a carving knife? The 2 guards did not respond. Yet He Qi was confident that someone had already been dispatched to procure those items. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in a tight black robe arrived, bearing several blank bamboo slips and a carving knife. Black Kuei, assuming He Qi had something to inscribe, personally delivered the bamboo slips as the captain of Ing Zheng's secret guards. However, when He Qi took over the bamboo slip, instead of inscribing upon it, he borrowed a sword and cleaved the slip into several equal-sized pieces. He then lifted those small squares and began to engrave characters upon them. After approximately half an hour, He Qi finally completed the inscriptions. Subsequently, he requested red dye from He Kuai, using it to color some of the squares. While waiting for the dye to dry, He Qi sketched a chessboard on the ground, inscribing Chu River, Han boundary in the center. Observing his creation, He Qi felt a sense of satisfaction. He had introduced chess in the very first year of Qin Shi Huang's unification of the 6 states. One must admit that He Qi possessed considerable audacity. Yet as long as he remained silent, who would ever know? Would the general care for a game? He Qi inquired, casting a glance at He Kuai. He Kuai, seated cross-legged across from him, replied, I am He Kuai, and I am not a general. Commander He? He Qi tentatively probed. He Kuai did not respond, instead directing his gaze towards the chess pieces on the ground. Noticing He Kuai's interest in the game, He Qi explained the rules of chess before gesturing invitingly. The two then commenced their fierce duel on the chessboard. In the initial matches, as He Kuai was still familiarizing himself with the rules, He Qi quickly checkmated him. However, after a few rounds, He Qi sensed something amiss. He Kuai appeared to adapt with astonishing speed. Staring intently at the chessboard, He Qi realized that he seemed to have no viable moves left and all avenues of retreat were blocked. What the devil is going on with this person? He Qi, undeterred, challenged He Kuai to another match, only to lose even more swiftly. In the subsequent games, without exception, He Qi found himself defeated. He had not even managed to reach his own starting position. As dusk fell, He Qi rose and addressed He Kuai. Let us cease for now. I am hungry, and you ought to return to the emperor. He Kuai stood, casting a curious glance at He Qi before making his way outside. Commander He Qi called out, prompting He Kuai to turn back. You forgot to take your things. He Qi pointed at the makeshift chess set on the ground. He Kuai regarded him momentarily, then returned to gather the chess pieces before exiting. Chapter 6. The veteran General Wang Jin. Not long after He Kuai departed, a meal was brought to He Qi. He took a few bites, only to find that although it was imperial cuisine, it was quite unpalatable, lacking any discernible flavor. It was far inferior to some of the modest eateries in modern times. Yet, abstaining was not an option. He Qi forced himself to consume the tasteless fare, a true exercise in chewing wax. While He Qi dined, Zheng in the palace observed the bamboo chess set that He Kuai had returned with. Is this what He Qi refers to as chess? Yes, Your Majesty, He Kuai affirmed. In addition to this chess set, there is also a board. Draw it for me. I wish to see what this is. He Kuai complied, sketching a chessboard on the ground, complete with the inscription Chu River, Han boundary in the center. Remarkably, He Kuai followed He Qi's sequence of strokes precisely, without a single error. When He Kuai meticulously arranged the chessboard in pieces, Zheng gazed at the setup on the ground. I recognize the Chu River, which must pertain to the state of Chu, but what does the Han boundary signify? He Kuai remained silent, as he too was unaware. Pray tell me how this game of chess is played. Zheng inquired of He Kuai, who then elucidated the rules. Intrigued, Zheng proclaimed, let me give it a try. Seated upon the ground, he commenced a match against He Kuai. In the initial few games, He Kuai endeavored to lose, beads of sweat forming on his brow from the effort. However, after 3 rounds, He Kuai ceased his struggle, realizing he could not prevail. At that moment, he began to comprehend the earlier match against He Qi. They played a total of 5 games, and upon the conclusion of the 5th, Zheng cast the pieces onto the board, exclaiming, Humph, I see you lack sincerity. He Kuai immediately knelt, resting his forehead on the floor, silent. Never mind. I understand your thoughts. Instruct the creation of 2 sets of chess pieces, Zheng commanded. As you wish. Once He Kuai departed, Zheng regarded the chess pieces before him with indifference. Yet, the phrase Chu River Han boundary unsettled him, while his discomfort with the character for Chu was understandable. The character for Han evoked an indescribable feeling within him, a deep-seated aversion. The following day, as He Qi awoke, He Kuai returned with a set of wooden chess pieces. Presenting them to He Qi, He Kuai asked, shall we play a few rounds? Noting the provocative demeanor of He Kuai, He Qi seated himself at the stone table, declaring, very well, today I shall demonstrate what true dominance entails. While He Qi and He Kuai engaged in chess, Zheng was likewise engrossed in a match with an elderly gentleman well past 60. Behind this elder stood a robust middle-aged man. Despite his age, the elder's complexion was rosy and his physique robust, appearing unremarkable as he faced Zheng. What does the esteemed general think of this game of chess? Zheng began to move his pieces. It is indeed remarkable. I never expected to experience the exhilaration of the past campaigns against Chu within these miniature pieces. The elder replied, Especially the characters for Chu River evoke memories of when your majesty entrusted me to lead 600,000 troops against Chu. Yet, did not the esteemed general provide me with a satisfactory response? Ingzheng chuckled. As they conversed, their hands continued to maneuver pieces across the board. During their dialogue, both engaged in strategic assaults, ultimately leaving just one elephant and one general for each side on the board. Haha, it appears to be a draw, your majesty. Ingzheng glanced down at the board, shaking his head slightly. I have lost. Your prowess has not diminished with the years. I am curious as to the origin of this chess game. It is quite intriguing. I invited you here to meet the creator of this invention. Oh, then please accompany me, esteemed general. Ingzheng instructed Zhao Gao to lead the way, recounting the tale of He Qi along the path. As Ingzheng recounted his tale, the two listeners were swept up in a whirlwind of emotions, particularly when they heard of his encounter with his own tomb. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Although Ingzheng spoke with nonchalance, the father and son were profoundly shaken. Shortly thereafter, Ingzheng and his entourage arrived at the side chamber where He Qi resided. I couldn't quite grasp that last move. Could you clarify it for me? He Qi inquired. You've already expressed regret for this move 5 times, came the reply. Really? Has it been that many? I hadn't noticed. Alas, you truly lack a sense of humor. Coughing in a rather comical manner, He Qi and He Kuo turned to see what had caused the disturbance. At that moment, He Qi observed Ingzheng approaching with 2 individuals. Upon reaching He Qi, Ingzheng glanced at the chessboard on the stone table and remarked, even if you retract that move, you would still face defeat. He Qi opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Ever since He Kuo had grasped the rules of chess, he had not managed to secure a victory. However, at this moment, He Qi's gaze was more focused on the 2 men who accompanied Ingzheng. Judging by their appearance, they were likely father and son, both of whom seemed to be of military stature. The fact that they accompanied Ingzheng to meet him indicated their trusted position in his court. In the Qin Dynasty, it appeared that only one pair could meet such criteria. Noticing He Qi's attention on the duo, Ingzheng spoke up. Are you not from the future? How about guessing the identities of these 2? He Qi cast a glance at Ingzheng and then at the curious father and son who had been observing him since their entrance, smiling as he said, I have the honor of meeting General Wang Jian and General Wang Ben. Wang Jian and Wang Ben exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Could this individual truly be from a millennium hence? You recognize us, old man? Wang Jian inquired, stroking his beard as he regarded the oddly attired young man before him. Of course, you are one of the 4 great generals of the warring states. Who in later generations does not know of you? The 4 great generals? Pray tell, who are the other 3? Bai Qi, Li Mu, and Lian Pe. Wang Jian nodded, accepting this identification. But how did you discern our identities so swiftly? Aside from the Meng brothers, who else could be brought to meet His Majesty besides you, General Wang and Li Si? Given your ages and appearances, it was evident that you were father and son. I truly could not think of anyone else. Upon hearing He Qi's explanation, a glimmer of understanding passed between Wang Jian and Wang Ben. Ingzheng, however, regarded He Qi with a look of intrigue. The mention of the Meng brothers and Li Si indicated that they were also among his confidants. For He Qi to articulate this so effortlessly suggested that their legacies had endured through time. Young man, since you hail from the future, I have another question. Wang Jian began. Chapter 7. Zhenggu, calm your anger. It is not Fu Su's fault. Upon hearing Wang Jian's words, both He Qi and Ingzheng turned their attention to him. Please, old general, go on. Wang Jian first glanced at Ingzheng, then spoke in a solemn tone. Is it true that the future has discovered an elixir for immortality? I could sense that He Qi was internally rolling his eyes. He glanced at Ingzheng and replied, no. And furthermore, research from later generations concludes that there are no immortal beings in this world. The maximum lifespan for a human is a century. Then, what about those elixirs? He Qi inquired, casting a curious look towards Ingzheng, indicating his puzzlement regarding the absence of information about the sorcerers. However, since Ingzheng remained silent, he too chose to withhold his thoughts. Clearly, the elixirs were mere fabrications. Just as Wang Jian was about to pose another question, Ingzheng interjected, General, those sorcerers have been ordered into confinement by me. Do not worry. I shall no longer partake in those so-called celestial potions. Upon hearing Ingzheng's words, Wang Jian's expression brightened. He had previously advised Ingzheng against believing the sorcerer's claims before his withdrawal from the court. Unfortunately, at that time, Ingzheng had been impervious to counsel. Now, however, This youth from the future had directly unveiled the deception of the sorcerers, a significant relief for the Qin dynasty. Yet, in his moment of joy, Wang Jian failed to notice the exchanged glances between Ying Zheng and He Qi. From Ying Zheng's expression, He Qi discerned a warning. Ying Zheng cautioned He Qi to keep his own poisoning a secret from others. He Qi understood Ying Zheng's concern. Should others learn that Ying Zheng had but 10 years left to live, the hidden nobles of the six states might act upon their ambitions. Nevertheless, since Ying Zheng had ceased consuming the elixirs, his lifespan would no longer be limited to a mere decade. Your Majesty, rest assured, your affairs will be resolved, He Qi asserted. Ying Zheng nodded, having reviewed the information He Qi had gathered. Though he was unfamiliar with the earlier details, he had commanded that grains and milk be provided at every meal since yesterday. Although Wang Jian was oblivious to the silent exchange between He Qi and Ying Zheng, he was astute enough not to inquire further. Even his earlier question regarding the elixir had taken considerable resolve. Otherwise, given his nature, he would not have engaged in any matters concerning the court. Could you enlighten me about the developments in later generations? Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng cast a glance at He Qi, eager to know the fate of his Qin after his demise. He Qi contemplated briefly before nodding. Once Ying Zheng and Wang Jian had taken their seats, He Qi began to organize the subsequent history of the Qin dynasty in his mind, pondering what could be disclosed and what must remain unsaid. Following the Qin dynasty was the Han dynasty, which endured for 3 centuries. After the Han came. Upon hearing He Qi's words, Ying Zheng and Wang Jian furrowed their brows, for their primary concern lay in the downfall of the Qin and the events that followed. He Qi had glossed over their most pressing concern with a mere sentence. Nevertheless, he then vividly recounted the era following the Han, detailing the exploits of Emperor Wu of Han, the youthful General Hua Zubing, who was bestowed honors at a mere 20, and the great General Wei Qing, who achieved 7 victories against the Xiongnu. He narrated the chaos of the Eastern Han, the strife of the 3 kingdoms, the shamelessness of the Sima clan, and the lamentations of the Central Plains during the turmoil of the 5 barbarians. The Tang dynasty, a flourishing era where nations from afar paid homage. The Song dynasty, characterized by its emphasis on scholarship over martial prowess. The Yuan dynasty, known for its grand expeditions across the Eurasian continent. The Ming dynasty's resolute nature. And the Qing dynasty's corruption and ineptitude. This narrative continued until He Qi spoke of a century of shame, the struggles of the Huaxia people, the triumph in the war to resist America and aid Korea, leading up to the modern nation's prosperity. He Qi's discourse spanned an entire afternoon, extending into the evening as he recounted the history of Huaxia to Ying Zheng and others. Ultimately, he mentioned his graduation and subsequent travels across China, culminating at the Terracotta Army, where a flash of lightning brought him back to the very beginning. As He Qi concluded his tale, a profound silence enveloped the room. Within Ying Zheng's eyes, images of the Tang dynasty's grandeur flickered, alongside visions of future generations enjoying abundant sustenance and comfort. Wang Jian envisioned the might of 3,000 armored warriors decimating vast armies, and the spectacle of 1,000,000 cavalry sweeping across the world. The world was indeed vast. Ying Zheng, filled with excitement, uttered this thought aloud. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with a light that had long since faded after the subjugation of the 6 kingdoms. That light could be aptly described as ambition. Through He Qi's earlier descriptions, it became evident that over 2 millennia of evolution had transformed Huaxia entirely. At this juncture, fate had providentially placed He Qi before him, as if 2,000 years of experience were laid bare. Or perhaps, 2,000 years of knowledge and development resided within He Qi's mind, and that mobile device. Contemplating this, Ying Zheng gazed at He Qi with fervent intensity. However, He Qi refrained from revealing what transpired after the Qin dynasty. I am aware of your concerns. Do share with me how many generations the great Qin has endured, and for how many years? Ying Zheng inquired. At the very least, it should be a century. In truth, he intended to mention 300 years, but upon observing He Qi's reticent demeanor, he refrained from stating the full duration. He Qi's expression darkened as he took a deep breath and slowly extended 3 fingers. The Qin dynasty has lasted 3 generations since your reign. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's expression soured considerably. However, what followed next from He Qi ignited a firestorm of fury within Ying Zheng. A total of 14 years. 14 years? Not only was Ying Zheng taken aback, but even Wang Jian and his son turned to He Qi in astonishment. Based on the timeline of the Qin's establishment, this It appeared that Zheng had concealed matters from them. Wang Jin and Wang Bin exchanged glances, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. The mention of 14 years, coupled with He Qi's assertion of 3 generations, implied that Zheng had but a short time remaining. As this thought took root, both Wang Jin and Wang Bin dared not ponder further. The father and son duo, having withdrawn from court affairs, had learned far too much today. Meanwhile, Zheng was engulfed in rage. According to He Qi, he had only 10 more years. Did this not mean that the great Qin would perish 3 years after his demise? And during that span, 2 more generations had passed? How had Fusu managed the great Qin? Contemplating this, Zheng spoke in a low, commanding voice. Zhao Gao, summon Fusu back at once. Understood. Hearing the wrathful command from Zheng, Zhao Gao quickly dispatched someone to find Prince Fusu, who was studying abroad. Surely, His Majesty does not suspect that Prince Fusu was the cause of the Qin's downfall? Zheng turned to He Qi, his voice low and resonant. What do you mean by that? In truth, the downfall of the Qin Dynasty bore little relation to Prince Fusu. Oh, then who is to blame? He Qi remained silent, his gaze directed towards Zhao Gao, who had already exited. Zheng observed He Qi and followed his line of sight, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Chapter 8. The deception unraveled. Little did Zhao Gao know that while he was jubilantly seeking out Fusu, his own fate had already been sealed. At this moment, he pondered whether, should the first emperor lose interest in Prince Fusu, Hu Hai might seize his chance. Zheng gazed after the departing Zhao Gao, his voice heavy with disdain. How could such a mere eunuch wield such immense power? Your Majesty, have you not heard of the 7 ranks of officials before the Prime Minister? Moreover, he is an eunuch in your service, He Qi replied. As an attendant to your Majesty, he wields considerable influence, including the ability to alter imperial edicts. With a resounding thud, Zheng slammed his palm onto the stone table. He dares. He Qi remained silent, fully aware that Zhao Gao was audacious, and not just him. Even your Chancellor would not shy away from confrontation. Yet He Qi refrained from mentioning Li Si, for he had yet to encounter him. Historically, Li Si was implicated in the alteration of edicts alongside Zhao Gao. Yet records suggest that he too was manipulated by Zhao Gao. Presently, Zheng had just unified the 6 kingdoms. Dealing with Zhao Gao might pose no issue. But Li Si was a different matter altogether. Li Si, the Chancellor of the Qin, had proven his unwavering loyalty to Zheng. As long as Zheng remained alive, Li Si would not act recklessly. Exchanging glances, the father and son duo, Wang Jin and Wang Bin, perceived satisfaction in one another's eyes. Your Majesty, your health. Wang Jin began, expressing concern for Zheng's well-being, especially given the recent revelation that the Qin Dynasty had lasted merely 14 years. Gradually, Zheng suppressed his inner fury and cast a glance at Wang Jin, who had previously signaled to He Qi to refrain from disclosing his condition. Little did he know that while He Qi had not divulged his personal health status, he had nonetheless stated that the Qin had endured for only 14 years, spanning 3 generations, hardly distinguishable from a direct assertion of impending mortality. He Qi wore an expression of innocence. He had intentionally omitted any mention of the transition from Qin to Han, as it was Zheng's own insistence to be informed. Who could he blame? Fear not. Old General, Zheng reassured, I have ceased consuming elixirs. Besides, is there not a person from the future among us? After 2 millennia of development, I refuse to believe there is no remedy for my condition. What? So it is indeed the fault of those sorcerers. I shall deal with them at once. Wang Jin's eyes flared with intensity, his hair seemingly bristling with indignation. His disdain for those sorcerers had always been palpable, and now, with the knowledge that Zheng's demise was intertwined with their machinations, his patience was thoroughly tested. Calm yourself, old general. The Emperor's health is not as dire as imagined. As long as your Majesty refrains from ingesting those elixirs and follows my guidance, I cannot promise immortality, but living to 100 seems quite feasible. Upon hearing He Qi's words, Wang Jin resumed his seat, contemplating that reaching a century of life was a mere aspiration. Could one truly live to such an age? He Qi nodded in affirmation. According to his estimations, given Zheng's robust constitution, even if he did not attain a full 100 years, living into his 70s or 80s was certainly plausible. 30 years, in Zheng's case, would suffice to reorganize the internal affairs of the Qin state. Moreover, with He Qi's assistance, it was likely that even 30 years would not be necessary. He Qi possessed a perspective akin to that of a divine observer. Additionally, He Qi had an advantage. albeit one that demanded substantial financial resources, yet it was undoubtedly worth every penny. That is reassuring, Wang Jin remarked, his gaze softening as he observed He Qi's demeanor. As long as Zheng remained alive, this vast empire would not crumble into chaos. Hearing that he might live to be a century old, Zheng's expression softened as well. From the disheartening news of having only a decade left to the hopeful prospect of reaching 100, his emotions oscillated dramatically. Suddenly, Zheng felt that even though immortality was unattainable, living for several more decades seemed quite favorable. As night fell, noticing He Qi's evident fatigue, both Zheng and Wang Jin found themselves at a loss for further inquiries. Young man, your health appears to be lacking. Is it the case that the physiques of your contemporaries are so feeble? He Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. How could Wang Jin speak so disparagingly? What do you mean by my health being poor? Just look at the hour. I haven't eaten since this afternoon, having only sipped a few drops of water. Even a robust individual would reach their limit. He had not practiced any fasting techniques, and feeling weary was entirely natural. Make time for the court physician to examine you. Zheng instructed as he and Wang Jin moved towards the exit. I am perfectly fine, no need for that. He Qi called out from behind. A hearty laugh echoed from afar as Wang Jin found amusement in the exchange. Once Zheng and Wang Jin departed from He Qi's chamber, they halted midway, and Zheng turned to Wang Jin. What is your assessment of He Qi, old general? Quite commendable, Wang Jin replied succinctly. Yet those two words were enough to elicit a nod of approval from Zheng, while Wang Bin, standing nearby, appeared somewhat taken aback. Take care, old general. After bidding farewell, Wang Jin and his son proceeded towards the gates of the Xianying Palace. After a period of silence, Wang Bin finally spoke up. Father, your appraisal of He Qi seems rather lofty. Wang Jin stopped and regarded his son. Have you not perceived the secret shared between His Majesty and He Qi? Secret? Indeed. At that moment, He Qi mentioned that his methods would improve the emperor's health. But from whence did these methods originate? Surely you do not believe he possesses medical expertise? Is that not the case? Certainly not. When departing, I deliberately remarked on his poor health, and His Majesty suggested summoning the court physician to tend to him. This indicates that He Qi may possess some medical knowledge, yet he is by no means proficient. He likely cannot even perform a pulse diagnosis. Hence, it is evident that there exists a secret between him and His Majesty. Then, does the Qin truly? Wang Jin raised a hand, signaling Wang Bin to refrain from discussing such matters further in that place. Rest assured, Your Majesty has already contemplated this matter. Moreover, is there not still He Qi? Wang Bin nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case. Were it not for the overwhelming news received today, he would not have displayed such discomposure. The crux of the matter is that anyone who learns that Zheng has but 10 years of life remaining, and that the Qin Dynasty has merely 14 years before its demise, would surely be unsettled. Not only Wang Bin, but even Wang Jin's demeanor wavered at this moment. Although Wang Jin is a man seasoned by tempestuous events, the news he received today was far more alarming than during his campaign against Chu. Had it not been for He Qi's arrival, Wang Jin shook his head, deciding it was best not to dwell on it further. Turning his gaze towards the direction of the Xianying Palace, Wang Jin recalled that there was another significant question Zheng had yet to pose to He Qi today. If the Qin state was not destroyed under Fu Su's command, then who was responsible? Perhaps Zheng yearned to know the answer, yet simultaneously feared it. Or perhaps he understood that He Qi would withhold such information, hence he refrained from asking. Regardless of the reason, it was evident that the arrival of He Qi would surely bring a stir to the future of the Qin Dynasty. As Wang Jin and his son departed from the Xianying Palace, they had scarcely left when a carriage rolled into the palace grounds. Young Master Fu Su. The night has deepened. Surely, His Majesty has retired for the evening. Do you still wish to pay your respects? No, I shall not disturb Father tonight. I will visit him tomorrow. As you command. A glimmer of delight flickered in Zhao Gao's eyes. He sensed that his fortunate days were about to begin. Chapter 9. The disfavored Zhao Gao and the cultured Fu Su. Your Majesty, young Master Fu Su has returned. He deemed it too late to disturb you and plans to visit you tomorrow. Understood. Zheng regarded Zhao Gao with an expression of indifference. Observing Zheng's countenance, Zhao Gao felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, at that moment, Zheng set aside the bamboo slips in his hand. Zhao Gao, starting tomorrow, you shall oversee those practitioners of the arts. Zhao Gao could hardly believe his ears. Had those practitioners not already been sentenced to death? Although none had yet perished. It was clear from Ing Zhang's demeanor that he had come to trust He Qi's words. Thus far, there was no concrete evidence to prove that those elixirs could be lethal, yet the demise of the animals suggested that the truth would soon reveal itself. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Zhao Gao fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head until blood oozed from his forehead. Ing Zheng coldly regarded Zhao Gao, who was prostrated before him. Forgiveness? Your transgressions lie not in this moment, but in what is to come. A chill ran through Zhao Gao. Ing Zheng's words brought to mind He Qi, and he surmised that He Qi must have spoken to the emperor about him. Your Majesty, take him away, and let him share the fate of those practitioners. Without granting Zhao Gao the chance to explain, Ing Zheng ordered him to be taken away. In that instant, Zhao Gao's complexion turned ashen, and he felt utterly powerless. He realized that his fate was sealed. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating Fu Su's loss of favor and Hu Hai's potential rise to power, hoping for an elevation in his own status. In less than half an hour, his hopes had been completely dashed, and he understood that this time, he was truly finished. Cursed He Qi, cursed time traveler. Now, Zhao Gao remains oblivious to the reasons behind Ing Zheng's abandonment, pondering whether his future transgressions could be elucidated, allowing him to meet his demise with clarity. As he is dragged away, Ing Zheng, casting aside his dragon robe, turns his back, dismissing the notion of the fall of Great Qin as mere folly. At this moment, He Qi is unaware that the individual he has long sought to eliminate is on the brink of oblivion. He is engrossed in the study of the mobile phone he brought, contemplating whether he could procure items for self-defense, perhaps a couple of weapons. If he possesses such means, his fears would dissipate. Even in the absence of weaponry, acquiring commonplace goods or seasonings would suffice. To be candid, the meals he has consumed in recent days have been far from delectable, if the fare within the palace is of such poor quality. One can only imagine the plight of the commoners in Great Qin. He now finds himself longing for those purely synthetic, wholly unnatural foods. Furthermore, it seems somewhat remiss not to assist his brother Zheng in some capacity. Zheng is indeed a remarkable figure, were he dealing with other emperors. He Qi would have relished the opportunity to engage, with the exception of Lier. As for Zhu Yuanzhang, he is best left unmentioned, thus excluding those three. However, this vexing mobile device currently accepts only gold, and after some fiddling, He Qi realizes that, devoid of a network, it is nearly useless. He manages to access some educational materials, and gradually, his restless spirit finds tranquility. Entering a state of contemplation, he stows the phone away and closes his eyes, drifting into slumber. The following morning, He Qi rises, performs a brief ablution, and steps outside to relax. At this juncture, he finds himself devoid of any obligations, as Ing Zheng has yet to determine how to allocate He Qi's role. Both He Qi and Ing Zheng find themselves in a state of anticipation. Fortunately, as a newcomer, He Qi has ample time at his disposal. While He Qi engages in his morning routine, Ing Zheng has already embarked on the day's affairs. Indeed, Ing Zheng is diligent, attending to state matters before dawn and not pausing until nightfall. Had it not been for He Qi's arrival, which alerted Ing Zheng to his health issues, necessitating increased physical activity, the emperor may never have carved out time for exercise. Today, Ing Zheng is tasked with addressing the petitions from Li Si and others regarding the Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai. He has already given his approval. Only the final arrangements remain. Moreover, Ing Zheng has resolved to bring He Qi along for this journey, recognizing that He Qi could assist him in overcoming numerous challenges. Your son pays his respects to the emperor. Just as Ing Zheng is engrossed in his approvals, Fu Su arrives. Ing Zheng lifts his gaze to his eldest son, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. Upon learning from He Qi of the impending downfall of the Qin Dynasty, Ing Zheng felt an overwhelming urge to chastise Fu Su. Yet, upon discovering that Fu Su bore no responsibility for this calamity, his astonishment rivaled the moment he learned of his mother giving birth to two brothers. Had the Qin not been entrusted to Fu Su, his fate would have been all too apparent. Ing Zheng understands that while his eldest son possesses a resilient character, he is also profoundly fearful of his father, and if He Qi's assertions hold any truth, Zhao Gao dared to forge an edict. Thus, he would certainly take advantage of his authority to bestow death upon Fu Su. However, considering Fu Su's temperament, it was likely that he would not mount any resistance. Contemplating this, Ing Zheng cast a glance at Fu Su, filled with a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor lamenting a wayward pupil. His eldest son bore little resemblance to him, and he attributed this to the influence of Confucian scholars. Although the Qin Dynasty required a ruler who could foster restoration after his reign, Fusu's character still appeared somewhat flawed. How might one alter Fusu's disposition? Ing Zheng pondered in silence, contemplating what sort of mentor would befit his son. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a faint smile graced his lips. This unexpected expression left Fusu, who had been observing Ing Zheng, utterly perplexed. He realized that he had seldom, if ever, witnessed a smile on his father's face. Ing Zheng had always maintained a stern demeanor in Fusu's presence, displaying dissatisfaction with every aspect of his life. Particularly, his father expressed great ire towards Fusu's study of Confucianism, deeming it utterly ineffectual. The gentler expression on Ing Zheng's face today was a sight Fusu had never encountered before. "Father, Fusu began, but Ing Zheng raised a hand to halt him. "Fusu, I have found you a new mentor. From now on, you shall study with Gao, and you alongside this new instructor." Fusu looked up in surprise. While he could comprehend the need for a new mentor, as it was a long-held desire of his father, he questioned the inclusion of Prince Gao, and Yu, who already had their own tutors. Especially whose mentor was Zhao Gao. Why, he wondered, was Zhao Gao absent from his father's side today, having summoned him back only yesterday? Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken in Fusu's mind. He dared not voice them to Ing Zheng. Understood. The immediate acquiescence from Fusu, devoid of any opposition, elicited a flicker of disappointment in Ing Zheng's eyes. He truly saw none of his own reflection in his eldest son. Fusu's character was undeniably somewhat timid. While such a demeanor might suffice for a prince, it was wholly inadequate for one who aspired to lead a nation. Ing Zheng gazed at Fusu and then turned his gaze towards the palace entrance, hoping that he could indeed transform Fusu's character. "Follow me. I shall introduce you to your new mentor." Chapter 10. Crown Prince Fusu. Fusu trailed behind Ing Zheng towards a side hall. Meanwhile, Qi was still engaged in a game of chess with He Kuei. The chessboard, depicting the Chuhan boundary, remained as it was. And although Ing Zheng now understood its significance, he was unperturbed. As he often remarked, the Qin had no rivals worth worrying about. Should the Chu state rise again and the Han dynasty be established, they could simply unify once more. The Qin soldiers were in dire need of merit. "Blast it. I lost again. No, this chess is something I taught you. How is it that I can scarcely win against any of you now? Even those two Iron Eagle warriors outplay me. This is utterly absurd." As Ing Zheng and Fusu entered, they heard Qi lamenting his misfortunes to He Kuei. After spending several days together, Qi and He Kuei have become familiar with one another. Although He Kuei generally remains taciturn, Qi engages in conversation. This is a necessary measure. He is currently under a form of soft confinement imposed by Ing Zheng, unable to meet others. With his phone rendered useless, he finds solace in conversing with He Kuei to alleviate his boredom. When Ing Zheng and Fusu enter, He Kuei rises to pay his respects, addressing them, "Your Majesty, young master." Qi turns to regard Ing Zheng and Fusu, having previously encountered the former, while his gaze lingers curiously upon Fusu, who appears equally intrigued. This is the historically inept crown prince, or rather, he is not yet a crown prince. Fusu's attention is immediately drawn to Qi's closely cropped hair. Pondering how someone could wear such a style, seemingly oblivious to the adage that one's hair and skin are gifts from one's parents. As the two assess one another, Ing Zheng speaks. "Fusu, from now on, you shall accompany Gao, and you err in learning under Qi." "What?" Both Qi and Fusu exclaim in astonishment. Fusu contemplates how someone so youthful can assume the role of a teacher, and his attire and demeanor do not align with the image of a traditional scholar. Meanwhile, Qi simplifies his thoughts, listening to these names, Fusu, and Gao. Though he is unfamiliar with Yu'er, he surmises she must be Ing Zheng's daughter. Setting aside others, Fusu and are not exactly exemplary students. Fusu's mind is consumed with Confucian ideals, to the point of foolishness. Otherwise, how could he contemplate suicide over a mere piece of paper? As for he embodies the essence of a spoiled heir, akin to a mischievous child in modern parlance, making it clear he would be a challenge to discipline. "Your Majesty, may I refuse?" Qi inquires. Ing Zheng remains silent, fixing his gaze upon Qi. "Very well, I understand. However, I must establish 3 conditions, if your Majesty consents." "I will agree, if not." Qi trails off, not from fear, but because he knows Ing Zheng comprehends his intent. State your conditions. First, I require remuneration. I can teach them, but payment is essential. The amount shall be determined by your Majesty. Ing Zheng is taken aback by He Qi's initial demand, but acknowledges the cleverness behind it. Noticing Ing Zheng's lack of opposition, He Qi continues. Second, if I am to instruct them, they must be entirely entrusted to me. I dislike interference from others. As for the third condition, should my teachings become excessive, I ask that your Majesty refrain from placing blame upon me. Ing Zheng remains unaware that this very agreement will yield several rascals under He Qi's tutelage, albeit rascals aligned with his own ambitions. Very well, your terms are accepted. Henceforth, their affairs shall be free from external scrutiny. However, should those old scholars trouble you, it is your responsibility to address it. He Qi nods in agreement. That is acceptable. Additionally, your Majesty, I require 50 Iron Eagle warriors. I shall grant you 200. Hey Kuei, you shall handle this matter. Understood. This exemplifies the decisiveness of the first emperor of Qin. While He Qi requested 50, he was granted 200. Thank you, your Majesty. Ing Zheng was uncertain of He Qi's intentions, yet he deemed the mere 200 individuals insignificant. You have been here for a few days. Today, let us meet those you have only encountered in books. He Qi lifted his gaze towards Ing Zheng, realizing that he was about to be formally introduced to the outside world, which thrilled him, as he felt his presence within the palace was becoming increasingly tedious. Ing Zheng led He Qi and Fu Su towards the Xianying Palace, having summoned several ministers for a meeting that day. In the future, Fu Su would be expected to offer his unwavering support. Fu Su glanced at He Qi, who was dressed oddly. Henceforth, you shall be Fu Su's mentor, and it is Fu Su who must heed your teachings. Observing Fu Su's genteel demeanor, He Qi could only think of one word: tedious. He decided to refrain from conversing with this insipid individual for now. There would be ample time to guide him later. Transforming someone for the better is no easy feat. Yet leading a person astray is a far simpler task. He Qi's intention was to encourage Fu Su to retain his core principles while shedding his excessive politeness. Although Fu Su had yet to be crowned as the crown prince, Ing Zheng's intentions were evidently to cultivate him as a potential heir to the throne. It is beneficial for him to possess a certain edge. Fu Su's timid nature was a flaw that needed addressing. Accompanying Ing Zheng, the two entered the Xianying Palace. This marked He Qi's second visit. During his previous experience, he had been preoccupied with survival, neglecting to observe his surroundings properly. Now, as he gazed upon the grand hall, he lamented his lack of prior study, only able to exclaim in awe, "Behold, the dragon carvings are so lifelike, its head raised as if striving to pierce the heavens. Truly, this is a result of meticulous craftsmanship, befitting the imperial lineage." While He Qi curiously surveyed his surroundings, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had become an object of intrigue among others. His peculiar attire and distinct crew cut immediately drew attention. Who is that? How curious. He has not been seen before, but he follows the emperor. Could he be some sorcerer summoned by his Majesty? Look, the attendant behind the emperor is Na Zhao Gao. A change has occurred. Amidst the murmurs, Ing Zheng and He Qi advanced into the hall. Upon entering, Fu Su positioned himself at the forefront, while He Qi stood beside him. Everyone regarded He Qi with expressions of curiosity, particularly Li Si, Meng Yi, and Meng Tian. Among them, Meng Yi appeared most astonished. He had only been away from the Xianying Palace for 3 days, yet the emperor had already acquired a new companion. As Ing Zheng ascended the dragon throne, his gaze swept across the assembly, exuding an undeniable authority. It is known that in the Qin Dynasty, court assemblies were rare. Thus, the gathering of so many ministers signified the importance of the matter at hand. Notably, they observed that the renowned Wang Jian, who had not attended court since the unification of the 6 states, was present. The sight of the gray-haired Wang Jian standing at the forefront surprised the court. However, they understood that significant announcements were imminent. Otherwise, Wang Jian would not have been summoned. The last time Ing Zheng had sought Wang Jian's counsel was due to the protracted siege of the Chu state, prompting his return to action. What pressing issue could arise this time? Ing Zheng stood silently upon the dragon throne for a moment, before addressing the assembly below. I have summoned you all today, primarily to discuss 2 matters. The first is the sacrificial ceremony at Mount Tai. I intend to perform this right next year. What are your thoughts on this? What thoughts could there be? Had this not already been agreed upon? Naturally, the consensus was in favor. Agreed, came the unified response from all present. Yet, only He Qi's countenance displayed a hint of distress. not for any other reason than the foreboding sense that he would be required to accompany Qin Shi Huang to Mount Tai. In this era, such a journey could be perilous. It is worth noting that even in modern times, He Qi had never ventured to Mount Tai, youth without a price. Yet the mountain lay beneath his feet, and he felt inadequate, exhausted. However, it seemed there would be no declining this summons, which was indeed a source of great vexation. After addressing this matter, Yingzheng paused briefly before broaching the second issue, one that left all present utterly astounded. The second matter is that I intend to establish Fusu as the crown prince. The moment those words left his lips, astonishment washed over the assembly, including He Qi. Was this truly so sudden? Fusu was to be declared crown prince directly? Did that not position him as the crown prince's tutor? The thought stirred a small thrill within him. Your Majesty, might this not be a tad hasty? The appointment of a crown prince is a matter of great import, and should not be approached lightly. Indeed, it was worth considering. The emperor was still in the prime of his life, and the 6 states had only just been unified. It seemed premature to designate a crown prince at this juncture. He Qi glanced at those opposing voices, realizing he was unfamiliar with any of them. Yet, those who opposed at this moment were likely not the wisest of men. Did they not observe Wang Jian and the formidable Wang Bin behind him? That must be Meng Tian. Had they uttered a single word of dissent? Father, Fusu began, but He Qi swiftly intervened, knowing instinctively what Fusu was about to say. At this moment, refusal was not an option. Fusu looked at He Qi in confusion, who merely shook his head, signaling for him to remain silent. This exchange did not go unnoticed by Yingzheng and the others. The emperor nodded in satisfaction, recognizing He Qi's discernment. I support the establishment of Fusu as crown prince. Agreed. Indeed. He Qi restrained Fusu from speaking further, as Wang Jian, Li Si, and others stepped forward to express their assent. Those who had initially opposed fell silent, their resolve wavering in the face of Wang Jian and Li Si's agreement. By the way, this is the new tutor I have chosen for Fusu, He Qi. All gazes turned once again toward He Qi. Chapter 11. A battle of wits among scholars. From this point forward, matters concerning Fusu shall be entrusted entirely to He Qi. Others need not concern themselves. This proclamation ignited a fervor within the halls of Xianying Palace. For it was common knowledge that Fusu was currently studying under the esteemed scholar Qin Yu. Now, with a single decree, Yingzheng had replaced Fusu's tutor. Had this been stated from the outset, it might not have held such weight. The crux of the matter was that they had just resolved to establish Fusu as crown prince, which meant that this previously unrecognized He Qi had suddenly ascended to the role of the crown prince's tutor, effectively becoming a doctor, an official title of the Qin Dynasty. All eyes were fixed on He Qi, each gaze reflecting a sense of anticipation akin to that of an audience watching a performance. Although the origins of He Qi remained shrouded in mystery, one could easily speculate about the nature of the challenges he was destined to face. However, not everyone was eager to witness He Qi's misfortune. On the contrary, loyal confidants of Yingzheng, such as Li Si, Meng Tian, and Meng Yi, were more intrigued by the enigma surrounding He Qi's background. Particularly for Li Si, the absence of Zhao Gao that day had already piqued his curiosity, and the subsequent actions of Yingzheng only deepened his confusion. Now, in search of answers, he found himself among a dwindling group, with only Meng Tian, Meng Yi, Li Si, and the old general remaining, while the rest were free to depart. Understood, He Qi mused, glancing around. Was he not part of those remaining? Just as he was about to take his leave, he heard the command, "You too shall remain." Realizing the directive was aimed at him, He Qi paused and turned to face Yingzheng. Once the others had exited, all eyes in the hall turned toward He Qi. Although Wang Jian and his son were aware of He Qi's true identity, they too were taken aback by Yingzheng's decision to appoint He Qi as the tutor to Fusu, especially considering the absence of prior consultation regarding the proclamation of Fusu as the crown prince. This turn of events was indeed unexpected for all present. He Qi, please introduce yourself, Yingzheng requested. He Qi looked toward Li Si, while the Ming brothers exchanged smiles and offered a respectful bow. I am but a humble descendant, honored to meet such esteemed figures. This singular statement left the 3 men momentarily speechless. He Qi then recounted the conversation he had shared with Yingzheng and Wang Jian, omitting the details regarding the tomb of the first emperor, as he deemed it prudent to keep such matters undisclosed. As He Qi concluded his brief introduction, Li Si and the others wore expressions of astonishment. They had speculated on He Qi's origins, but had never anticipated such a remarkable tale. The revelation that He Qi hailed from a time, 2 millennia, hence was nothing short of miraculous. It implied that his mind was enriched with knowledge of events spanning over 2,000 years of development. No wonder he was deemed fit to serve as Fu Su's mentor. He indeed possessed the requisite capabilities. Upon absorbing the astonishing account of He Qi's background, Li Si's gaze transformed as he considered the implications. As a representative of the legalist school, the potential to glean insights into 2 millennia of legal evolution from He Qi could greatly benefit him, and, by extension, the legalist philosophy itself. However, Li Si recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions. He Qi had other pressing matters to attend to, which was one of the reasons Ying Zheng had chosen to retain him. Calculating the time, it seemed those individuals should be arriving soon. He pondered how this man from the future would confront that formidable group, knowing well that they were not easily dealt with. At that moment, Meng Yi and Wang Jian exchanged glances filled with eager anticipation as they observed He Qi. "Your Majesty, outside, Qin Yu and several scholars request an audience. Let them enter," Ying Zheng replied. As the news of their arrival reached them, the expressions of Li Si and the others grew increasingly nuanced. Ying Zheng, too, cast a curious glance at He Qi, eager to see how he would address the impending challenge posed by the corrupt Confucian scholars. In the eyes of Ying Zheng, although Confucianism indeed holds some merit, it is often excessively pedantic. Some even dared to suggest that he reinstate the feudal system. In the view of Qin Yu, the feudal system was superior to the commandery system. However, Ying Zheng feared that the reimplementation of feudalism would inevitably lead to the resurgence of the chaotic spring and autumn and warring states periods. What then would become of the grand unification achieved through his 6 generations of effort? Would it be merely a whimsical endeavor? Such thoughts are indeed absurd. It is no wonder that Ying Zheng is known for his magnanimity. The fact that he did not execute Qin Yu for proposing the feudal system was a testament to his respect, allowing him to serve as a mentor to Fu Su. At that moment, a group of scholars accompanied Qin Yu into the chamber. While they greeted Ying Zheng, He Qi could discern an underlying disdain for the emperor among them, particularly directed at Ying Zheng, the harbinger of immense bloodshed. Is this the new mentor of young Master Fu Su? It was Qin Yu, the esteemed scholar of the Qin. Fu Su introduced him to He Qi, who responded with a courteous acknowledgement. Despite Qin Yu's evident contempt for He Qi, he maintained the decorum of etiquette. Dressed in such peculiar attire, lacking an understanding of the principle that one's body and skin are bestowed by one's parents. How could someone of such apparent youth properly educate Fu Su? After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Yu began to mock He Qi, not merely in jest, but with pointed accusations of his lack of filial piety. In ancient times, such a transgression was among the most contemptible. Qin Yu's words were indeed scathing, directly informing Ying Zheng that He Qi's unfilial nature rendered him unworthy of instructing Fu Su. At this moment, Ying Zheng and Li Si, along with the others, observed He Qi with keen interest, eager to see how he would respond. He Qi turned to Qin Yu and flashed a smile, exclaiming, "Am I not charming?" Qin Yu, perplexed, could not grasp the meaning behind He Qi's words. "Pray tell, have you studied the teachings of the sages?" "Indeed," He Qi confidently affirmed. "How well have you studied?" "Since the age of 3, I have immersed myself in the teachings of the 100 schools, extracting their essence while discarding the dross, and now I am over 20. Qin Yu gazed at He Qi with a hint of surprise, not expecting to encounter a prodigy who commenced his studies at such a tender age. The 100 schools? A scoff escaped Qin Yu's lips, causing the expressions of Wang Jian of the military school and Li Si of the legalist school to darken. How could Qin Yu deem the teachings of the 100 schools inferior to Confucianism? Of course, He Qi replied, observing Qin Yu's arrogance. Nevertheless, he had no intention of engaging in a debate today. "Does Qin Yu also believe I am unworthy to instruct young Master Fu Su?" Qin Yu remained silent. Yet his expression conveyed everything, mirrored by the disdainful gazes of those behind him. The implication was clear. Who was He Qi to compare himself to Qin Yu? Absurd. I too acknowledge my unworthiness, yet His Majesty believes otherwise. What can be done? With that, He Qi turned his gaze toward Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng and Li Si, who had initially worn expressions of amusement, now found themselves taken aback by He Qi's audacity. They had not anticipated that instead of rebutting Qin Yu, He Qi would redirect the question back to Ying Zheng. The eyes of Qin Yu and his followers turned toward the emperor. "I believe He Qi possesses sufficient knowledge to instruct Fu Su," If you doubt it, let us engage in a contest. Yingzheng once again directed the questions towards He Qi. He Qi tilted his head slightly to regard Yingzheng, and one could not help but admire the ancestral wisdom in how he deftly returned the inquiry to him and Qin Yu. However, recognizing the situation, He Qi resolved to take the initiative. Chapter 12. The Art of Sharp Tongue. In that case, I urge you to go first. Before He Qi could assert himself, Qin Yu spoke up, yet he regarded He Qi with disdain. This, however, played into He Qi's hands, as the sullen expression that had marred his face due to Qin Yu's words brightened once more. Very well, since it is thus, I shall humbly acquiesce to your request. Qin Yu was taken aback by He Qi's utter lack of humility, yet he stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding indifference. In terms of knowledge, few in the entirety of Qin could rival him. He Qi, an impetuous youth of unknown origin, was hardly his equal. Very well, may I inquire, Dr. Qin Yu? If a galloping carriage encounters a fork in the road, one path leading to 7 children and the other to a single child, and the carriage is on a collision course with the 7, what would you choose? Would you sacrifice 1 child to save 7? Or would you proceed along the original path? Gasp. The moment He Qi posed his question, both Qin Yu and his companions wore expressions of deep conflict. Even Yingzheng began to ponder the dilemma, while Fusu appeared equally troubled. Surely, one would halt the reins and bring the carriage to a stop. He Qi tilted his head, addressing a speaker behind Qin Yu. Then what is the purpose of my question? To save the 7, one might argue, is untenable, for the lone child bears no fault. To proceed on the original path is equally unacceptable, as it would cost 7 lives. Qin Yu paced back and forth, muttering to himself as he sought an answer. In truth, this question is a renowned conundrum of later times. Regardless of the choice made, there exists a rationale, thereby rendering the question itself devoid of a definitive answer. Yet Qin Yu remained oblivious, ensnared by the confines of his education, believing that any choice he made would lead to a dead end. Please enlighten me, he implored, bowing to He Qi, his face a mask of curiosity. Despite his pride, Qin Yu's willingness to seek counsel from He Qi revealed a glimpse of the scholarly spirit within him. He Qi smiled. This question lacks an answer. Whichever choice you make bears justification, simply a matter of numbers. You, insolent boy, dare to mock us? At that moment, Qin Yu's countenance darkened, for he had not anticipated that He Qi had no intention of engaging in a contest of intellect. Rather, he had chosen to toy with them via a question without resolution. Ah, so you permit yourselves to accuse me of ingratitude, yet deny me the right to retaliate? He Qi's retort silenced his critics. Today, we gather to discern who among us is most worthy to educate Fusu, not to engage in a contest of egos. Yet I desire that very contest. As for instructing young Master Fusu, it seems this decision is not yours to dictate. Truth be told, He Qi felt a tinge of trepidation at the prospect of competing with Qin Yu. If it were any other matter, he might have been unperturbed. But the challenge of teaching another weighed heavily on him. He is hardly equipped to teach, given that he lacks formal training in pedagogy. Observing He Qi's nonchalant demeanor, Qin Yu and his companions were on the verge of exploding with indignation. You insolent brat! How dare you presume to instruct Master Fusu? I am utterly aghast. He Qi launched into a tirade without hesitation, uttering phrases that he was certain they could not comprehend. The sheer audacity of his words was a most exquisite pleasure. Although Qin Yu and the others could not decipher the meaning of He Qi's remarks, they discerned from his expression that his words were far from complimentary. Oh, so you can only muster these few phrases, can you? It seems that the wisdom of the sages has been wasted on you. Those individuals began to utter phrases that He Qi found incomprehensible, some in classical Chinese and others resembling dialects. Despite his lack of understanding, He Qi was acutely aware that their words were likely unflattering. Very well, this is how you choose to engage. He Qi glanced at Yingzheng, who smiled and gestured for him to proceed. With the nod of approval, He Qi placed his hands on his hips, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a torrent of invective. He launched an indiscriminate verbal assault, targeting their familial ties with ferocity. He was determined to deliver a 2,000-year-old shock to the people of the Qin Dynasty. Once He Qi commenced, not only did his opponents react, but even the corners of Yingzheng's mouth twitched in response. The coarseness of He Qi's words was overwhelming, and although some phrases eluded their comprehension, the context allowed for educated guesses. After all, it is said that Chinese people have excelled in reading comprehension since ancient times. You insolent wretch! The enraged Qin Yu bellowed, halting He Qi's spittle-laden tirade. Instinctively, He closed his mouth, and all eyes turned to Qin Yu. You. Qin Yu pointed an accusatory finger at He, then gestured dismissively as he stormed out, his face a mask of fury. He smirked at the retreating figures of Qin Yu and his companions. Had he not been curious about Qin law that day, he would not have known that in the Qin Dynasty, disloyalty was punishable by severe penalties. Qin Yu's accusation of his unfilial behavior left no room for retreat. As Qin Yu approached the palace exit, He called out, "Dr. Qin Yu, remember this. Within a year, I will compel you to apologize before me." Qin Yu turned back to glare at He, his expression dripping with disdain. "I shall see how you manage to make me apologize." He wore a confident smile, envisioning the moment when the Confucian scholars would pressure Qin Yu to seek his forgiveness. Once Qin Yu and his entourage departed, Zheng and the others regarded He with bemusement. Has society evolved to such a degree? Meng Yi appeared dazed, grappling with a blend of confusion and contemplation. Is this a blessing or a curse? Li Si stroked his chin, deep in thought. Witnessing their stunned reactions, He was at a loss for words. "Remember, do not relay what you just said to Fusu. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." It appears that He made a remarkable impression on Zheng, one that will not easily fade from his memory. He, emulating others, saluted Zheng, saying, "Fusuo, I shall see you tomorrow." As He departed the hall, he cast a glance at Fusuo, whose expression was peculiar and who had remained silent since the departure of Qin Yu. "I suggest you rest well tonight, my lord." Upon returning to his quarters, He sought out He Kuei, requesting his assistance with a particular task. Upon hearing what He required, He Kuei's expression turned strange. He was uncertain how this matter related to instructing Fusuo. However, since He had spoken, he reported the matter to Zheng, who, after a moment of contemplation, instructed He Kuei to proceed as directed. The following morning, He awoke and, accompanied by Fusuo, followed He Kuei out of the Xianying Palace. Chapter 13. The first lesson. Survive. He Kuei led He and Fusuo onto a carriage, heading towards the eastern part of Xianying. This area was a gathering place for the impoverished, rife with all manner of unsavory characters. He Kuei was perplexed as to why He would take Fusuo there. Yet he adhered to the emperor's orders. Inside the carriage, Fusuo sat opposite He, unaware of their destination, but disillusioned by He's behavior the previous day. It was disappointing to witness a senior displaying such vulgarity, unbefitting of a scholar. Moreover, Fusuo saw no trace of scholarly demeanor in He, who claimed to have been studying since the age of 3. It was incomprehensible how such a prodigy could lack any semblance of a learned disposition. Soon enough, the carriage came to a halt, and He and Fusuo disembarked. Upon arrival, Fusuo furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had not anticipated encountering such a dilapidated locale in Xianying, and the repugnant odors wafting through the air were most distressing. "Surrender all your belongings," He commanded. Fusuo and He Kuei exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of He's intentions. Nonetheless, Fusuo complied, relinquishing his possessions to He, who collected them before handing Fusuo a plain bronze sword. Fusuo, bewildered, accepted the sword, still unaware of He's purpose. "Go forth. You are to survive here for 7 days. I shall return for you after that," He instructed, pointing to a nearby area. "Are you suggesting that my lord reside here for 7 days? He Kuei's expression shifted, his demeanor growing serious as he regarded He. "Indeed, otherwise. Why would we have come here?" He retorted. "Do you not realize the dangers of this place, teeming with all manner of individuals? My lord will be at risk here," He Kuei protested. "That is self-evident. If it were any other way, I would not have chosen this location," He interjected, cutting off He Kuei. "Should any issues arise, you may summon the emperor to consult with me." He then turned to Fusuo, asking, "What say you, my lord? Are you capable of completing this lesson?" Fusuo glanced at the sword in his hand, and then at the filthy, chaotic surroundings. "I shall obey your command, master." A flicker of disappointment briefly crossed He's eyes, yet he maintained a smile. "Then I shall await your return in 7 days, my lord. I hope that in 7 days, the young master will return here safe and sound." Fusu cast a glance at He, grasping his bronze sword as he strode towards the distant dwelling. "Captain He, dispatch someone to safeguard the young master. However, your men must refrain from intervening unless a threat to his life arises." He Kuei observed He with a peculiar expression, unsure of his intentions. Why does Captain He fail to comprehend? He Kuei nodded in understanding. What kind of person does Captain He believe the young master to be? Benevolent. Indeed, benevolence is commendable, yet it is only suitable for educators, not for sovereigns. Noticing the gravity etched on He Qi's face, He Kuei hesitated, words caught in his throat. He took a few steps back and gestured, sending several shadows darting towards Fusu's direction. After confirming that He Kuei had made the necessary arrangements, He Qi returned to his carriage. He Kuei drove the carriage towards the palace of Xianyang. Upon arriving at He Qi's residence within the palace, He Qi retired to rest, while He Kuei reported the matter to Ing Zheng. After a prolonged silence following He Kuei's report, Ing Zheng stood there, clutching the bamboo slips, lost in thought. Benevolence is only fit for educators, not sovereigns, he echoed He Qi's words after a long while. Send someone to protect Fusu, and as He Qi stated, your men may only act if his life is in peril, otherwise, do not interfere, regardless of what transpires. Ensure that every movement of Fusu over the next 7 days is meticulously documented. Is that understood? Yes. With a wave of his hand, Ing Zheng dismissed He Kuei. He remained silent for an extended period, eventually sighing, Fusu, I hope you do not disappoint me. After perusing the bamboo slips for a while, a servant reminded him that today's duties had concluded. In times past, Ing Zheng might have continued his work, but now he set down the slips. Acknowledging the truth in He Qi's words, some tasks are endless, and at times, one must allow for a moment of respite. Rising from his seat, he exited the palace, gazing into the distance before heading towards He Qi's quarters. At that moment, He Qi sat on a stone bench, lifting his gaze to the moon before checking the time on his phone, aware that Ing Zheng was on his way. Bring me 2 wine cups, He Qi said, patiently awaiting the emperor's arrival. When Ing Zheng entered He Qi's residence and spotted the 2 wine cups before him, he understood that He Qi had been waiting specifically for him. Taking a seat across from He Qi, he lifted a cup and took a sip. Were you indeed waiting here for me? Of course, I knew your majesty would come. How does this wine compare to what you have in the future? Ing Zheng asked, intrigued. There is no comparison. When the opportunity arises, I shall let your majesty taste the wines of the future. Setting down his cup, Ing Zheng raised his gaze to He Qi. Why do you do this? Does your majesty not understand? Ing Zheng, fixated on He Qi's face, remained silent. After a lengthy pause, he stood, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the moonlight. I can surmise, which is why I did not impede you. Turning back to face He Qi, Ing Zheng inquired, tell me about the emperors who are most highly regarded in the future. He Qi poured a cup of wine for Ing Zheng, then lifted it and handed it to him. As Ing Zheng held the cup, he gazed into the gentle moonlight and began to speak. Among the emperors who captured the admiration of future generations, a few stand out. Qin Huang, Han Wu, Tang Zong, Song Zhu, the unparalleled Genghis Khan, and one more, Zhu. Ing Zheng understood that he was the Qin Huang referenced among them. While the others were likely those He Qi had recounted to him previously, the monarchs of the Tang, Han, Yuan, and Ming dynasties. Given the constraints of time back then, He Qi had only provided a brief overview, and now Ing Zheng wished to hear of their specific deeds. Under the moonlight, He Qi and Ing Zheng engaged in conversation about the emperors of the future. They spoke until midnight, and after He Qi had finished recounting the story of Zhu Yuanzhang, Ing Zheng held his empty cup and stared at the distant bright moon, remaining silent for a long while. Your Majesty, He Qi called, prompting Ing Zheng to turn his gaze toward him. Are you aware that a great man in later times once said that we should look to the present for remarkable figures? Ing Zheng chuckled lightly. You do not suppose that I am comparing myself to them, do you? Is it not so? I am Qin Shi Huang, the unifier of the 6 states. I have brought an end to the 200 years of turmoil among the 7 nations. I standardized the written language, unified the transportation system, and established uniform measurements. Ultimately, they are all my descendants. They ought to be compared to me. Indeed, He Qi found himself momentarily speechless, recognizing the wisdom of the first emperor. And what are your thoughts on this? I am merely contemplating how my great Qin should evolve moving forward. After uttering these words, Ing Zheng fixed his gaze upon He Qi. He Qi returned the gaze. That depends on your majesty's actions. Ha. Ing Zheng laughed heartily and turned to leave, feeling a joy he had not experienced in quite some time. Watching Ing Zheng's retreating figure, He Qi downed the wine remaining in his cup in one gulp. Oh. He Qi murmured to himself. Zhenggu, I shall assist you. Ding. He Qi's phone chimed. He retrieved it and saw a notification. Your package is currently being delivered. Expected to arrive tomorrow. A smile spread across He Qi's face. Finally, it was coming. Chapter 14. A gift from 2,000 years hence after a night of silence. Qin rose early the next day and made his way outside the palace. After a simple breakfast, he inquired about the situation concerning Fu Su from He Kuei. He Kuei did not conceal anything from Qin, though his demeanor was noticeably grim, especially upon learning of Fu Su's plight. The look in his eyes carried an indescribable emotion. Although He Kuei understood that Qin's intentions were for Fu Su's benefit, the abruptness of his approach left Fu Su unprepared. Furthermore, it was only the first day. He Kuei hoped Fu Su would grow stronger soon. After He Kuei recounted Fu Su's unfortunate experiences, Qin could only describe them as tragic. Fu Su was still too kind-hearted. Just after finishing his conversation with He Kuei, Qin heard a notification, ding. Returning to his quarters, Qin checked his phone and found a message indicating, "Your goods have been delivered. Please check for receipt." Where could they be? Qin glanced around but saw no sign of the potatoes. With no other option, Qin reluctantly withdrew the gold he had earned from instructing Fu Su to make the purchase. Once the recharge was credited, Qin opened the shopping application and discovered not only potatoes but also new items within the software. Ignoring the unfamiliar objects, Qin clicked on the potato image. Noticing that it seemed to be movable, he pressed and gently shifted the image. Then with a sudden swipe, the picture soared out of the phone. Subsequently, Qin witnessed bags of potatoes cascading before him. Observing the numerous bags, a smile graced Qin's lips. This was the first surprise he intended to present to Qin Shi Huang. However, with limited time left on his phone, Qin hurriedly searched for potato yields and took a screenshot. Next, he opened the shopping app again to examine the newly appeared items, not bothering to scrutinize them closely. He placed orders for each without hesitation, knowing that anything at this moment was valuable. Regrettably, time only permitted him to purchase 2 items. After a swift selection, Qin chose 2, completed the order, and upon success, the screen began to spin. Truly, it was a veritable money-devouring beast. Putting away his phone, Qin gazed at the heap of potatoes before him, fully aware that he had secured his position. With this resource, he could stabilize the populace of the Great Qin. As long as the people remained secure, even those who harbored rebellious thoughts would struggle to gather support. Furthermore, with such provisions, the agrarian philosophers among the 100 schools would have no choice but to recognize him as their leader. In high spirits, Qin opened the palace doors, "Summon your Majesty, and inform him that I have urgent matters to discuss." Sitting at the stone table, He Kuei gestured, and one of the Iron Eagle warriors promptly went to fetch Ying Zheng. At that moment, Ying Zheng was engaged in discussions with Meng Yi and Li Si. Upon seeing the 2 Iron Eagle warriors who protected Qin arrive, Ying Zheng felt a tinge of curiosity. This was Qin's first initiative to seek him out. Accompanied by Li Si and Meng Yi, Ying Zheng proceeded to Qin's dwelling. "Your Majesty, Chancellor Li, Minister Meng," Qin greeted. "This is your first time seeking me out. Is the surprise you mentioned last time finally here?" Qin nodded in affirmation. "Show it to me, please, Your Majesty." "Come in," Qin gestured invitingly. As Ying Zheng entered the hall with Li Si and Meng Yi, they were greeted by the sight of the stacked bags of potatoes. "What is contained within these?" Li Si inquired, eyeing the mountain of bags. Qin approached the bags, untying one and extracting a potato to present to Ying Zheng and the others. "This is called a potato." "A potato?" "Indeed, it is a type of food. In the future, it can yield over 100 stones per acre." The 3 men were momentarily stunned by Qin's proclamation. "You claim it produces how many stones? Is it 10 stones?" Ying Zheng questioned, skeptical of Qin's assertion. "Over 100 stones, considering the current climate and soil conditions. It could yield at least 60 stones." In truth, this figure was not merely a conjecture of Qin's. It was derived from calculations he had made. "Hundreds of stones?" Meng Yi's voice took on a sharp edge. The trio approached the potato bags, cautiously lifting one to examine its unremarkable appearance. Such an unassuming object, yet so bountiful in yield. Qin nonchalantly tossed the potato back into the bag. "How could you be so careless with such auspicious items?" Meng Yi exclaimed as he picked up the potato dropped by Qin, cautiously rubbing it with his hands. Although Qin understood Meng Yi's concern, he reassured him that potatoes were far more resilient than he might think. Observing Ying Zheng and his companions meticulously examining the potato, Qin began to explain the conditions and methods for cultivating them. In truth, cultivating potatoes required minimal conditions. They were quite easy to grow, and as long as it wasn't a year of great calamity, there would be no issues at all. After listening to He Qi's explanation, Ing Zheng and his companions raised their heads in astonishment. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple, He Qi affirmed. Setting the potato aside, Ing Zheng turned to the side and called for Meng Tian, summoned 3,000 soldiers to transport these items to the royal estate outside Xianyang. You will oversee the operation personally, and everyone at the estate must obey He Qi's orders, including you. Anyone who dares approach these items without his command will face dire consequences. Understood, Meng Tian replied, curiously glancing at He Qi. Meng Tian wondered what this man from the future had done to earn such esteem from the emperor. It seemed he would need to inquire with Meng Yi later. While Meng Tian went to gather the troops, He Qi turned to Ing Zheng. Your Majesty, I have already explained how to handle this item. Why do I still need to be involved? I also need to instruct Fu Su. Did you not say you would only fetch him in 6 days? Besides, who else has seen this item aside from you? If you do not take responsibility, who will? Ing Zheng countered. In that case, I must demand additional compensation. He Qi insisted. Ing Zheng looked at He Qi with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he placed such importance on monetary matters. Your Majesty, please do not regard me with such skepticism. Do you think these items came without cost? They were purchased. Using that, He Qi explained. Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng realized that these items had been acquired through a device that only He Qi could utilize. It appeared that this so-called device was not merely a repository of unsavory materials, but had other functions as well. The ability to directly bring items from the future to the Qin Dynasty was astonishing. If He Qi could indeed bring forth more valuable items. As long as there was sufficient wealth, Ing Zheng's heart raced with excitement at the potential for his great Qin to endure for generations. After Ing Zheng acquiesced to He Qi's request for additional funds, Meng Tian returned, having completed the troop assembly. Following He Qi's instructions, the soldiers loaded sacks of potatoes onto the carts, covered them with cloth, and set off alongside Ing Zheng towards the outskirts of Xianyang. Chapter 15. The rustic hero. This was He Qi's first experience riding in such a luxurious carriage. Although he had traversed various modes of transportation in the future, from those worth thousands to millions, he felt no exhilaration upon his first flight, only concern about the possibility of the plane crashing mid-journey. However, at this moment, He Qi found himself inexplicably exhilarated within the rather unadorned carriage. Aside from Ing Zheng, the only other occupant was Meng Yi, while Li Si traveled in his own vehicle. He Qi had initially assumed he would share a carriage with Li Si, yet unexpectedly, upon boarding, Ing Zheng insisted that He Qi accompany him. Such a request was one that no one could refuse. Thus, with a beaming smile, He Qi followed Meng Yi into Ing Zheng's carriage. Although the carriage possessed some shock-absorbing qualities, He Qi still felt a degree of jostling. Perhaps he should consider acquiring better wheels for it in the future. Inside the carriage, He Qi glanced around, while Ing Zheng busily examined bamboo slips, and Meng Yi focused intently on He Qi. The three occupied themselves with their own affairs, each refraining from disturbing the others. After approximately half an hour, the carriage came to a halt, and Meng Tian's voice rang out from outside. Your Majesty, we have arrived at the Zhuang. Ing Zheng set down the bamboo slips, and He Qi was the first to alight from the carriage, followed closely by Meng Yi and Ing Zheng. Gather everyone from the Zhuang, commanded Ing Zheng. Understood. Once the soldiers had assembled all the individuals from the Zhuang, Ing Zheng glanced at He Qi and inquired, do you wish for these people to assist you, or would you prefer a different group? A different group? How familiar those words sounded. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have my own methods. With that, He Qi stepped forward to address the crowd. May I ask, who among you belongs to the farming community? I need to speak with your leader. Ing Zheng regarded He Qi with a quizzical expression, uncertain of his intentions in requesting an audience with the leader of the farmers. If the leader truly appeared, would that not be akin to walking willingly into a trap? I understand your concerns, and I assure you, when your leader arrives, His Majesty will not cause him any trouble. He then turned to Ing Zheng. The Qin is not so petty. Ing Zheng scoffed. Indeed, the empire would never stoop to such levels. He then entered the room, hands clasped behind his back. Once Ing Zheng had stepped inside, the individuals from the Zhuang began to gather in small groups, making their way back to their homes. Should we inform the heroic leader of this? One asked. Who knows if this is a ploy by the Qin army? Replied the other, glancing at the figure ahead, who was evidently their leader. Let us first relay the matter to the commander, who can then decide along with the heroic leader. Nevertheless, the arrival of 3,000 Qin troops, accompanied by Ing Zheng himself, suggested that something significant was afoot. That night, a bird took flight from the Zhuang. Wait. Shortly after this bird took flight, it was uncertain how many crossbows were aimed at it, but Meng Tian intervened. This was likely a warning from the farmer to their hero, and thus it was best to disregard it. Upon hearing Meng Tian's words, the soldiers lowered their crossbows one by one. Why seek out the leader of the farmers? The flickering candlelight illuminated the figures within the room, prompting Ying Zheng to inquire of He Qi. It is because the farmers are the most numerous and most suited for cultivating such crops. When the potatoes are harvested, we will need the farmers to disseminate this crop throughout the Qin. Ying Zheng found He Qi's reasoning sound. Hence, he decided to await the farmers' leader, curious to see if they would dare to come. For 2 consecutive days, Ying Zheng conducted his business there, while He Qi busied himself with the people in the farmstead, traversing the cycle of grains. Although some concepts of fertilization had begun to take shape, they were still in their infancy, lacking the refined systems of later generations. He Qi instructed his men to gather manure and ash, mixing them with water for fermentation. After some time, they would turn it over, rendering the fertilizer ready for use. On the 3rd day, a report came that a person claiming to be the farmer's hero had arrived with a young lady seeking an audience with He Qi. Bring them in. Understood. Go find He Qi. At that moment, He Qi was teaching the farmstead's people how to prepare compost. Upon hearing someone sought him, he tidied his clothes and returned. Upon entering Ying Zheng's chamber, He Qi sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. 2 figures stood at the center, resembling a grandfather and granddaughter. An elder accompanied a young lady. The young lady, dressed in a brocade robe, instinctively placed her hand on her waist, as if a sword were meant to rest there. Ying Zheng, however, paid no heed to them. His focus on the bamboo slips before him, while Meng Yi assisted nearby. Only Meng Tian and He Kuei looked on with grave expressions, with He Kuei's hand poised on the hilt of his bronze sword, ever ready to act. Your Majesty. He Qi's voice drew the attention of all present. The person you seek has arrived. Ying Zheng set down the bamboo slip, intrigued by the grandfather and granddaughter standing in the center. He had not expected the farmer's hero to venture into his den of danger. Indeed, they possessed courage. The farmer's leader? He Qi approached the pair, a hint of surprise on his face. Bai Su and Bai Wan regarded the dusty man before them, clad in a brocade robe, particularly noting his hair, which was hard to overlook. I am Bai Su of the farmers. May I ask what brings you to me? Naturally. It concerns matters of the farmer, for did not the disciples inform you that I possess a crop capable of yielding hundreds of shir per mu? Could it be that what you claim is true? He Qi observed Bai Su's astonished expression. If you do not believe, then why come here? Do you wish to tempt fate? It is indeed true. In a few days, it will be time for sowing. I have invited you here to assist in planting this crop. We must seek professionals for professional tasks. In matters of expertise, one must seek the counsel of specialists. Ying Zheng reflected on this sentiment repeatedly in his mind. I shall refer to you as Old Bai, he said, and together, let us visit the potatoes. I shall instruct you on the cultivation of this remarkable crop. With that, He Qi took the lead, and Ying Zheng, along with Meng Yi, rose to follow closely behind. Upon arriving at the storeroom where the potatoes were kept, He Qi stepped forward, untying a burlap sack and retrieving a potato, which he presented to Bai Su. Old Bai, behold this potato. In a few days, we shall plant these, and by autumn, we shall reap the rewards. If these potatoes are sown across the land, the people of Qin shall not face starvation, provided they are spared from calamities. Within 5 years, hunger will be but a memory for the citizens. Bai Su accepted the potato from He Qi, his mind envisioning a future where every subject of Qin would have enough to eat, free from the pangs of hunger. The thought brought tears to his aged eyes. He turned to He Qi, his voice trembling with emotion. If what you say is true, then I shall depart this world without regret. Do not exaggerate, Old Bai. In a few days, I shall deliver to you another high-yield grain. He Qi continued. Bai Su, filled with excitement, grasped He Qi's hand, his gaze brimming with hope. Indeed, you shall find yourself overwhelmed with abundance. If that day arrives, I shall rally the farmers of the realm to erect a shrine in your honor, ensuring your legacy is revered for eternity. Bai Su composed himself and turned to Ying Zheng. Your Majesty, may I be permitted to oversee these seeds here? The entire estate has been entrusted to He Qi, replied Ying Zheng, glancing at him. Bai Su and Bai Wan exchanged astonished glances towards He Qi, who, after a moment of surprise, quickly comprehended. Fear not, Old Bai. There are ample rooms available in this estate. No, I shall reside in this very room, Bai Su declared resolutely, eyeing the sacks of potatoes. Here? Qi queried, taken aback by Su's firm conviction. Very well, I will arrange for someone to assist you. This is my granddaughter, Bai Wan. Bai Su introduced her to Qi. Greetings, Miss Wan, Qi acknowledged politely, with Bai Wan nodding in return. With Bai Su's decision made, Qi led them to the composting area, explaining how this method would enhance the potato yield. Were it not for Bai Su's advanced age, he would have eagerly joined in the labor. For several days, Bai Su busied himself with the fields alongside others as the planting season approached, demanding utmost diligence. Ying Zheng returned to Xianying the day after Bai Su's arrival, leaving behind Meng Tian and 1,000 soldiers. On that morning, Qi boarded a carriage back to Xianying. For the following day marked the time he had promised to meet with the beleaguered Prince Fu Su. Chapter 16. Fu Su's 7-day trial. When Qi and He Kuei arrived at the designated meeting place as agreed, Fu Su was already waiting there. However, at this moment, Fu Su was not himself, and he was no longer clad in the resplendent robe of yore. Instead, he wore a simple garment of coarse linen, adorned with patches, resembling a patchwork of various cloths. His face was obscured by a layer of dirt, the source of which remained a mystery. His hair was carelessly tied back with a wooden stick, and his left arm pressed tightly against the linen, where fresh blood seeped into the fabric. Yet, this was not the most significant detail. What truly captured attention was the throng of children trailing behind him. These children, ranging from mere toddlers to adolescents, bore grimy faces and frail physiques, yet their eyes shone with a ferocity that belied their tender years. As Qi and He Kuei arrived at this scene, the older children instinctively tightened their grips on the wooden sticks they held, casting fierce glances at the newcomers. Fu Su, however, raised a hand to shield the children behind him. Addressing Qi, I have completed your first lesson. Congratulations. Qi beamed with delight, applauding as he approached Fu Su, lifting the coarse linen with 2 fingers. I presume this garment holds great significance, does it not? Fu Su glanced at his attire and then at the children behind him, noticing that each wore clothing with missing pieces. Let us allow you a moment's respite. You have gone 7 days without rest, and it is unsustainable. Come, join me on the carriage. Qi gestured toward the waiting wagon, but the children did not heed his call. Rather, they turned their gazes to Fu Su. Fu Su patted the largest child beside him, saying, Lead them to the carriage. I promise to ensure you are well fed. With that, the larger child called out, and the group of children rushed toward the carriage that had long been prepared. Shall we proceed, young Master Fu Su? As Fu Su began to move, Qi dashed to the nearest carriage, interjecting, Young Master Fu Su, I must insist you take another carriage, your attire. Qi fanned his nose with a look of distaste. Fu Su remained silent, making his way to the rear carriage, where he joined several of the children. Qi watched Fu Su retreat, a smile creeping upon his lips, while He Kuei also displayed a fleeting smile, recognizing that young Master Fu Su had indeed transformed. As Qi settled into the carriage, taking Fu Su and the children toward the Xianying Palace, he reflected on Fu Su's experiences over the past 7 days. Upon entering the slum, despite possessing nothing, Fu Su's attire and the adornments he wore drew considerable attention. The inhabitants of this place were as formidable as the most desperate of rogues. One night, while seeking refuge in an abandoned house, a group of masked individuals approached. Hearing the commotion, Fu Su stood, brandishing his bronze sword and focusing intently on the entrance. Moments later, several burly men burst in, launching an assault on him. Yet, armed with his sword and possessing martial skills, Fu Su managed to keep them at bay, preventing any from closing in on him. However, Fu Su did not resort to excessive violence. He merely inflicted a wound upon one of his assailants. Upon witnessing this, the others retreated, leaving Fu Su to vigilantly watch the surroundings throughout the night, wary of any further intrusions. The following day, driven by hunger, Fu Su found himself beside a nearby stream, attempting to catch fish for sustenance. Little did he know that just as he finally managed to grasp a fish, he was struck on the back of his head with a wooden stick, rendering him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he discovered that he was left with nothing but his undergarment. With no other recourse, Fu Su fashioned a makeshift cover from leaves and grass. Starved and without his only weapon, a bronze sword, he resorted to using a stick to fish in the river. At long last, after securing a fish and locating a dilapidated temple in which to kindle a fire, he encountered a group of children. This ramshackle temple served as their encampment, and as Fu Su entered, the older children were out scavenging for food. Upon their return, They spotted a stranger cooking fish and quickly ushered the younger ones behind them. Gripping their wooden sticks tightly, they regarded Fu Su with palpable tension. When Fu Su assured them he meant no harm and offered his soul-cooked fish to the children. Despite their eyes fixated on the fish and their mouths watering, none dared to rush forward. Instead, the older children remained on high alert, their vigilance unwavering. Perceiving the atmosphere, Fu Su picked up the fish from the ground and began to eat. He promised the children that he would assist them in procuring food the following day. That night, once again, sleep eluded him. Not only were the children wary of him, he too remained cautious of them. As dawn broke the next day, even before the sun had fully risen, Fu Su accompanied several of the older children on their quest for food. Their method was straightforward. They targeted the wealthiest household in the area, seizing the opportunity to pilfer grain from their storehouse while the owners were unaware. Though they risked being discovered, they had no alternative. This was the only means to secure sufficient sustenance for dozens of mouths. In pursuit of food, the leader of their group had been captured by the affluent family days prior. They had anticipated such a fate, yet felt no regret. Survival was their foremost priority. Thus, Fu Su joined them in raiding the wealthy household on 2 occasions, each time assisting them in fending off the pursuers. At night, he took on the duty of guard, for the wealthy family had once uncovered their hideout. Had they not fled swiftly, many might have been apprehended. As Fu Su gained their trust, it was only natural that he ascended to the role of their leader. Each day, in addition to stealing grain from the affluent household, he also had to fend off thugs who sought to capture them. According to the children, those who had been taken were sometimes sold into brothels, while others suffered the grim fate of having their limbs severed, relegated to the streets as beggars. This grim reality was the very reason they had remained in this place. Upon hearing the harrowing tales of these children, a surge of unbridled fury welled up within Fu Su. He had never imagined that beneath the imperial gaze in Xianyang, such despicable acts could flourish. In the remaining days, Fu Su began to undergo a transformation. Previously, his interventions merely served to impart a lesson. However, upon hearing that children were being abducted and sold, some even having their limbs severed, his actions became increasingly fierce. Yet, Fu Su's newfound ferocity only brought about greater troubles. The affluent household, upon discovering that the group of children had acquired a new leader, reinforced their guards at the granary. Furthermore, the ruffians of Xianyang City intensified their efforts to capture the children. Deprived of sustenance, Fu Su and his companions resorted to fishing or foraging for wild fruits to stave off hunger. In several encounters with the thugs, Fu Su's left arm bore a wound from prolonged starvation. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a volley of arrows shot forth from the shadows, striking down several of the ruffians. Fu Su, with his injured arm, approached the fallen bodies, extracting arrows for self-defense. He also scavenged some copper coins from the thugs, and, ultimately, the children stripped the ruffians of their clothing. Fu Su cast a glance toward the shadows. Though no one was visible, he knew who had sent assistance. Upon returning to the dilapidated temple, he tended to his wounds before using the copper coins to purchase some food. The affluent household was now off limits. They could only rely on this food to sustain them until Qi could come to their aid. Thus, after 7 days, Fu Su cautiously led the group of children to the designated meeting place. Qi, seated in a carriage, surveyed the several carts trailing behind. Contemplating the dozens of children surrounding Fu Su, the term Death Warriors flashed through his mind. As the carriage proceeded, Qi and Fu Su arrived at a spacious courtyard within Xianyang City. Upon entering, Qi instructed Fu Su and the children to disembark from the carriage. In the courtyard, dozens of wooden barrels filled with water awaited, each attended by a burly man. Everyone was to wash themselves thoroughly before changing into fresh attire. Qi then gestured toward a large room nearby, where a meal had been prepared, promising them a delightful feast followed by a restful slumber. Fu Su signaled to the children, who, filled with joy, rushed to the barrels. Stripping off their clothing, they leaped into the barrels with splashes, while the robust men assisted them. However, these men were inexperienced in bathing others, and Qi insisted they ensure the children were thoroughly cleaned. Many of the children had hardly bathed since birth, leading to a cacophony of delighted shrieks. Fu Su was directed to a private room for his own ablutions. Once he had washed and donned fresh garments, he retrieved his tattered clothing, instructing that it be kept safe once cleaned. Dressed neatly, Fu Su exited his room and entered the dining hall, where the children had already finished bathing. Each child sat at the table, gazing hungrily at the meal before them. and upon seeing Fusu enter, they all rose to their feet. "Welcome, my esteemed leader, come and dine with us." The children eagerly beckoned. Fusu stepped forward. His eyes slightly reddened as he observed the group of children. "You need not wait for me. I have promised to ensure you are well fed." He began to eat, taking a mouthful of the meal before him, only to feel a peculiar sensation as if something from his eyes had transferred to the food. Witnessing Fusu partake in the meal, the children eagerly rushed forward, devouring the food with fervor. Qi and He Kuai stood outside, observing Fusu and the children as they ate. A look of satisfaction graced Qi's face, while He Kuai wore an expression of concern. Fusu held an esteemed place in the hearts of these children. In a few years, as they matured, would this arrangement not provoke the emperor's displeasure? He Kuai pondered, uncertain and hesitant to speculate. Nevertheless, he meticulously reported every detail regarding Qi and young master Fusu to the emperor. What the emperor thought was beyond the purview of a mere captain of the secret guards. Once Fusu and the children had finished their meal, the tension that had long gripped the children dissipated, and they promptly fell asleep where they sat, having consumed every morsel of food. After ensuring the children were well cared for, Fusu approached Qi. "Master, please allow me to pay my respects." Qi stood opposite Fusu, accepting the gesture with a sense of rightful pride. "Master, what shall we do next?" Fusu inquired, having grasped that Qi's teachings would not conform to the traditional methods of instruction found in schools or palaces. Qi intended for him to shed his noble identity and experience life as an ordinary citizen, allowing for personal growth. Qi was pleasantly surprised that Fusu had comprehended his intent in merely 7 days. Perhaps the young man was not beyond redemption after all. Those inept Confucians, Qi muttered in frustration, reflecting on their inability to grasp even the fundamental teachings of Confucius, leading their students astray. In the coming month, your most crucial task is to restore your health and care for your little brothers. As for what lies ahead, a mischievous smile crept onto Qi's face. In a month, there will be a significant undertaking for you and your companions. The very look on Qi's face hinted that the task would not be a pleasant one. Yet, the thought of his little brothers brought a smile to Fusu's face. After bidding farewell to Qi, Fusu returned to his chamber and soon succumbed to slumber. The past 7 days had kept his nerves taut, and finally, with the opportunity to relax, he swiftly entered a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Qi and He Kuai returned to the Xianying Palace. Upon their arrival, Yingzheng summoned Qi. "How is Fusu faring?" Qi found himself baffled. Surely the emperor should be more informed than he was. The daily intelligence reports were first delivered to the emperor before reaching him. The inquiry was truly perplexing. In response to his Majesty, Prince Fusu is indeed commendable, having gathered many loyal subordinates. Yingzheng set aside the bamboo slips in his hand, gazing intently at Qi, whose countenance was grave. "What is your opinion on the followers Prince Fusu has acquired? And what do you think, Your Majesty?" Qi dared not respond directly to this inquiry, opting instead to deflect the question. Yingzheng rose, descending the steps to stand beside Qi. As the heir to an empire, it is only natural for one to possess their own faction. Do you not agree? He turned to face Qi, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. "Oh, I have never been an emperor. I cannot say," Qi replied with a foolish chuckle, still avoiding a direct answer to Yingzheng's assertion. "However, the tasks you have set for Fusu are surely intended to prepare him for his eventual assumption of leadership over the Qin Dynasty?" Yingzheng's tone darkened. Qi suddenly trembled, a chill coursing through him and raising goosebumps along his skin. "Ah, is this not what Your Majesty has sanctioned? Otherwise, why would Prince Fusu be named Crown Prince?" At this juncture, Qi ceased his pretense. Although he could not fathom Yingzheng's thoughts, the emperor had directly declared Fusu as his successor. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the crown prince to cultivate his own power. Yingzheng appeared oblivious to Qi's remarks, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, moving towards the palace entrance and gazing up at the moon. Such a beautiful sight is indeed worthy of remembrance. By the heavens, Qi's mind erupted in turmoil. Could it be that Yingzheng was still contemplating immortality? "Your Majesty," Qi ventured cautiously, addressing the emperor's silhouette. Yingzheng turned to look at Qi, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Your Majesty, you are not still pondering the notion of eternal life, are you?" Yingzheng paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha." This only deepened Qi's confusion. Was this truly amusing? After a brief chuckle, Yingzheng's expression grew serious. "The alchemist who subsisted solely on elixirs has perished. The royal physician reports symptoms resembling those of poisoning, though the specific toxin remains unidentified. Qi knew the nature of the poison, heavy metal toxicity. So do you believe I would still put faith in the rumors of immortality? And what of you? Zheng mused. I merely lament that Fusu has indeed matured. Yet, as an emperor, his heart remains insufficiently ruthless. Do you comprehend? Qi nodded, feigning understanding, though in truth, he grasped little. However, Qi did perceive one truth. Zheng was pleased with Fusu's development. Yet he harbored fears that Fusu might ascend too swiftly, posing a threat to his own rule, especially since he had only just united the realm. Furthermore, Qi had informed him of the vastness of the world, which inspired Zheng's desire to conquer lands yet uncivilized. In Qi's words, he yearned to accomplish feats that had eluded the illustrious history of Huaxia for 5 millennia. Power is indeed an intoxicating force, particularly when the dominion of the world lies within one's grasp, inciting an even greater desire to maintain it. Nevertheless, Zheng's demeanor suggested he did not overly concern himself with Fusu's burgeoning influence, which offered Qi a measure of relief. After exchanging a few more words with Zheng, Qi took his leave. Upon returning to his dwelling, just as he was about to lie down and rest, his phone chimed. Chapter 18, the second high-yield crop and seasoning. He recognized that sound. It was the notification that his online purchase had arrived. He retrieved his phone and pulled out several gold coins from beneath his pillow. As the phone connected to the network, Qi hastily opened the shopping app. Indeed, the items he had ordered had been delivered, both of them. He tapped on the images of the two products and swiped vigorously. With a flurry, bags of items began to cascade down on either side. Unlike the burlap sack of potatoes from before, these were all packaged in plastic bags. The contents within were treasures in their own right, and even the plastic bags held value in the present day. The sense of tiredness vanished instantly. Qi rose and summoned a guard to fetch Zheng. Before long, Zheng and Meng Yi arrived at Qi's residence. Upon entering, Zheng's gaze fell upon the peculiar items piled on the ground. What are these? Why do they appear so extraordinary? The items on the left were another type of high-yield crop, comparable to potatoes, while those on the right were a seasoning that the emperor consumed daily. Intrigued, Zheng approached the right side, eager to discover the substance he enjoyed each day. Qi stepped beside Zheng, assisting him in picking up a bag and opening it. As Zheng examined the contents, he pinched them between his fingers, preparing to taste. Your Majesty, Meng Yi interjected, halting Zheng's action as he stepped forward to sample it himself. However, Zheng declined, having already discerned the item, albeit with some disbelief. He licked the white crystals on his hand, exclaiming, "Ah, salty, truly salty." It was refined salt, and he had not anticipated that such delicacy existed in the future. Zheng then inquired about the remainder. Setting down the salt, he moved towards the pile on the left. Concerned that Zheng might taste again, Meng Yi hastily picked up a bag, mimicking Qi's earlier actions, and retrieved its contents. What is this? Why is it purple? Upon speaking, Meng Yi prepared to place the item in his mouth. Wait, Qi shouted, rushing to his side to prevent him from proceeding. Meng Shanqing, this item is poisonous. He snatched the seeds from Meng Yi's hand and cast them back into the bag. Fetch a basin of water for Meng Shanqing to wash his hands. Hearing this, Meng Yi's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, the vibrant hue indicated toxicity. Once both had washed their hands, Qi began to explain the item. This is called corn. While it may not yield as abundantly as potatoes, it is nonetheless a common high-yield crop in later times. Once matured, it can be ground into flour like wheat. And most importantly, it does not require husking before grinding. Speaking of grinding, it reminded me of another excellent item, one I shall endeavor to create when time permits. Zheng gazed at the heap of corn seeds before him, his heart ablaze with fervor as he recalled the potatoes from a few days prior. This was a day destined for him. Even the heavens had sent Qi from future generations to assist him. What could the remnants of the 6 states possibly contest against him? Qi had once stated that the desires of the populace were fundamentally twofold: to be well-fed and warmly clothed. Now, the Qin had strived earnestly to ensure that all people were satiated. In such a prosperous Qin, would the common folk dare to rebel? He ordered the collection of all fine salt, part of which could be reserved for the palace's use, while the remainder could serve as rewards for his ministers. As for the seeds, Zheng had already dispatched individuals to escort Qi in delivering them to the granary. The spring plowing was imminent, and the timing was truly opportune. Should they reap a harvest of potatoes and corn in the autumn, they could certainly present 2 additional offerings at the altar of Mount Tai the following year. Meanwhile, Qi, shielded by 1,000 soldiers, advanced toward the granary with the corn seeds. After half an hour, Qi arrived at the granary once more. He instructed the men to begin unloading the corn seeds. And Bai Zhu, hearing the commotion, emerged with Bai Wan. "What is this?" Bai Lao inquired. "This, my friend, is the high-yield crop I mentioned to you. I have arranged for it to be stored in another granary." Bai Zhu stepped forward and picked up a bag of corn seeds. Unfamiliar with the packaging, but feeling an inexplicable ability to decipher the inscriptions upon it. "What is this numeral on the back?" "That is a number, 531. "A number?" "Yes. Akin to the system we use for counting." Bai Zhu nodded, grasping Qi's meaning. He turned to Qi, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed you harbored great secrets, especially your hair, your eloquence. And the Emperor's regard for you all suggests that you are not of the Qin. Or rather, you are not from the 7 states. Qi smiled enigmatically. "Oh, Bai Lao, you have misjudged me. I am indeed of the Qin, though not in the manner you perceive." This cryptic response left both Bai Zhu and Bai Wan confounded. What could it mean to be of the Qin, yet not in their understanding? They found themselves perplexed. Noting their lack of comprehension, Qi quietly chuckled to himself. If they could understand, it would indeed be a miracle. Once the corn seeds were transported to the granary, Qi followed Bai Zhu to the area where the potatoes were stored. After exchanging a few brief words, Qi's gaze fell upon the teacup resting on the table before Bai Zhu. "Bai Lao, in due time, I shall send you something splendid. I assure you will appreciate it. At my age, what could I possibly desire? I merely wish to witness whether your claims regarding the potatoes and corn hold true. If they are as you say, I would leave this world with a smile." Bai Zhu took a sip of water from the teacup, his eyes glimmering as they fell upon the sacks of potatoes behind him. As a champion of the agrarian folk, his greatest aspiration was to ensure that all people were well fed. Yet, this was an arduous task, for years of warfare had rendered countless individuals homeless, and vast tracts of land lay fallow, untouched by the plow. When calamity strikes, the ordinary people are left with no choice but to await their fate. The haunting imagery of bones scattered across the wilderness, with not a single bird's call to be heard, is a sight that Bai Zhu wishes never to witness again. This explains why, upon hearing Qi mention the prospect of a harvest exceeding 100 stones per mu, Bai Zhu disregarded the peril and the warnings, resolutely choosing to venture here. Although this place is fraught with danger, Bai Zhu's anticipation compelled him to come. Initially, Bai Zhu intended to embark on this journey alone, but Bai Wan insisted on accompanying him. Despite Bai Wan being one of the most skilled individuals from a farming background, this is Xianyang, the capital of the Qin Dynasty, where even the mightiest can meet their downfall. Had Bai Wan not secretly followed him, revealing her presence only upon arrival, Bai Zhu would have remained oblivious to her company. Fortunately, this time it was not a scheme of Yingzhong, but rather a genuine request for assistance, allowing him to behold the promised bounty of grain. Just this singular revelation filled Bai Zhu's gaze towards Qi with satisfaction. Bai Wan, meanwhile, looked on with wide-eyed curiosity at this man she had encountered only twice. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qi took his leave. As he turned back to glance at Bai Zhu and Bai Wan, he sensed something amiss in the way the duo regarded him, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of their gaze. Once aboard the carriage, Qi set off towards Xianyang, unaware that a group awaited him along his path. Chapter 19. The 4 verses of Haiku found in every novel. As Qi sat in the carriage, he contemplated how to approach Yingzhong for an additional sum of gold upon his return. Without gold, he could not utilize his phone, and without a phone, what was he to do? Surely, he could not present the educational materials stored within his device in exchange for gold. Not only were those materials not to be shared lightly, but Qi also preferred to keep his cherished collection to himself. After all, these were the fruits of years of meticulous selection, comprising a few exquisite works among many. They were prized editions, not to be bartered for mere currency. Yet, he recalled that he had provided Yingzhong with numerous potatoes, corn, and fine salt, and had yet to receive any payment. Suddenly, Qi realized that he had been giving away items without receiving compensation. The gold used for purchasing these goods had been gifted by Yingzhong or was payment for instructing Fusu. With this thought, Qi's spirits lifted. He began to mentally rehearse how to negotiate for funds with Yingzhong. Should Yingzhong refuse, Qi had already devised a strategy for that eventuality. Just as he was reveling in the anticipation of haggling with Ing Zhang, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing He Qi to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Cursing the lack of shock absorption in the carriage, he wondered what had caused the sudden stop. Furiously, he pulled aside the curtain at the front of the carriage and leaned out to assess the situation. It was crucial to note that he was flanked by 1,000 Qin soldiers, and this was Xianyang, who dared to obstruct his path. As he lifted the curtain, he beheld a group of scholars clad in robes blocking his way. Upon closer inspection, is that not Qin Yu? He stood resolutely before He Qi, accompanied by a group of followers. He Qi dismounted from his carriage and approached Qin Yu and his entourage, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Dr. Qin Yu, what brings you here? We merely wish to inquire how you are instructing Crown Prince Fusu. Surely, such matters should not concern you, Qin Yu retorted. How can it not concern me? As the former tutor to the Crown Prince of Qin, I have every right to inquire about his education, He Qi replied. Dr. Qin Yu, if your intention is to reclaim your position as Fusu's tutor, you need not be so evasive, He Qi said bluntly. Qin Yu found himself momentarily at a loss. While he did aspire to regain his role in Fusu's tutelage, he could not openly declare it, as it was the decree of Ing Zhang that appointed He Qi to this responsibility. Moreover, Fusu's status had transformed. He was no longer merely a young lord, but the crown prince, now the center of attention. Qin Yu, who harbored ambitions of leaving a mark on history, was troubled by the prospect of being replaced before he had even begun his tutelage of the crown prince. Nevertheless, he had kept a watchful eye on Fusu, particularly curious about the seemingly unremarkable He Qi, who had captured the attention of the first emperor and was permitted to educate Fusu without any interference. However, when Qin Yu finally learned of He Qi's unconventional methods of instruction, his blood ran cold. What kind of education was it that left Fusu to fend for himself in the most chaotic parts of Xianyang? Fusu was the crown prince of Qin. Such recklessness was unfathomable. Upon receiving this alarming news, Qin Yu hastened to seek out He Qi, but by then, He Qi was already en route to Zhuangzi. Left with no alternative, Qin Yu positioned himself along the route of He Qi's return, determined to compel He Qi to relinquish his authority over the crown prince's education. Thus, when faced with 1,000 soldiers of Qin, Qin Yu stood undaunted. You cannot abandon the crown prince to such turmoil. What would become of Qin if Fusu were to come to harm? What of it, Dr. Qin Yu? Is that not still within the borders of Qin? It remains Xianyang, He Qi countered. If Fusu cannot survive there, how can he navigate the treacherous intrigues of the court? If he is not ensnared by those with ulterior motives, he will merely become a puppet, devoid of independent judgment. As He Qi escalated the gravity of his assertions, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Qin Yu, as if to suggest that Qin Yu himself was among those with ulterior motives. How dare you? Dr. Qin Yu is not someone you can insult, exclaimed one of Qin Yu's followers, indignantly pointing at He Qi. He Qi turned to the bystander. I never claimed that those with ulterior motives were limited to Dr. Qin Yu. Are you merely attempting to deflect attention? As He Qi's words escaped his lips, Qin Yu and those behind him appeared as if their innermost thoughts had been laid bare. They were nearly beside themselves, with everyone except Qin Yu pointing at He Qi, muttering incomprehensible phrases. At that moment, Qin Yu cast a glance at He Qi, his expression darkening. You are truly unfit to instruct Fusu, and you believe yourself suitable? He Qi felt his patience waning, having originally intended to return joyfully to negotiate with Ing Zhang. Yet, these individuals had intercepted him mid-journey, lecturing him while he maintained an air of civility. However, they seemed impervious to his politeness. If not for his decorum as a university student, he would have demonstrated the depths of his scorn. Of course, I am far more qualified than you. Otherwise, I would not be here awaiting you. Then go speak with your Majesty. Why obstruct me? Qin Yu remained silent, merely standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. He Qi, observing Qin Yu's demeanor, understood his intent. Qin Yu wished for He Qi to abandon his pursuit. The primary reason for this was their fear of approaching Ing Zhang. As the emperor of the first unified feudal dynasty, Qin Yu was acutely aware of Ing Zhang's resolute decisions. No one could alter them. No one could change his mind. He Qi comprehended that they were cowards, yet he pondered how Qin Yu perceived him as weak. Bring them here. He Qi's command bewildered not only Qin Yu, but also the soldiers present. Nonetheless, as elite soldiers, they instinctively turned to He Qi. Here. Expel all those who block our path. Those who dare resist shall face consequences. He Qi turned to Qin Yu, a faint smile gracing his lips. Kill. You. Qin Yu pointed at He Qi, his face flushed with rage. Stand aside. The 1,000-man captain of the Qin army unsheathed his bronze sword, glaring menacingly at the opposing group. The other Qin soldiers also aimed their weapons at Qin Yu and his companions, awaiting a command to strike. The individuals behind Qin Yu regarded him with apprehension. Humph. Qin Yu flicked his sleeve, clearing the way. He deemed it unwise to sacrifice himself for this matter. He Qi mounted the carriage. Having just lifted the curtain to step inside, seemingly struck by a thought, he turned back to Qin Yu and the others. Dr. Qin Yu, do you understand the purpose of your lifelong studies? Of course. No, you do not. Allow me to enlighten you on what your life's work should accomplish. Remember these 4 phrases. Establish a heart for heaven and earth. Establish a destiny for the populace. Inherit the teachings of the ancients. And pave the way for peace throughout the ages. Having spoken these 4 lines, He Qi entered the carriage. Chapter 20. The mischievous child Hu Hai. At this moment, Qin Yu and the others gazed at the distant figure of He Qi, their minds tumultuous and restless. Establish a heart for heaven and earth. Establish a destiny for the populace. Inherit the teachings of the ancients, and pave the way for peace throughout the ages. Qin Yu continuously repeated the 4 phrases He Qi had just articulated. Meanwhile, those behind Qin Yu bowed their heads, murmuring the same 4 lines. He Qi's 4 remarks effectively immobilized those present, paving an unobstructed path for his return journey. By the time he arrived back in Xianyang, the daylight had already faded. He Qi continued to reside in the Xianyang palace, and upon reaching his quarters, night had long since enveloped the sky. Weary from a day of exertion, He Qi lacked the enthusiasm to embark on any ventures that evening. He simply reclined on his bed and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng had been apprised of He Qi's entire itinerary for the day, including his conversations with Bai Su and Qin Yu, among others. When Ying Zheng heard the 4 lines from Henku, his gaze momentarily contracted. He discerned that these words were likely not original to He Qi, but rather articulated by a scholar from over 2 millennia in the future. However, Qin Yu and the scholars of the realm remained oblivious, believing these sentiments to be He Qi's own. Grasping the bamboo slips in his hand, Ying Zheng pondered for a moment before turning to He Kuei, instructing him to disseminate what He Qi had conveyed to Qin Yu and the others throughout the realm, particularly to the ears of the learned. Acknowledging the command, He Kuei departed, leaving Ying Zheng to contemplate the direction of He Qi's residence, his eyes reflecting a measure of contemplation. He wondered if He Qi could indeed present something that would incite fervor among the scholars. As long as those intellectuals were appeased, the rest would follow. A smirk of disdain curling at the corners of Ying Zheng's lips. The following morning, after a brief routine of washing and breakfast, He Qi settled at a stone table in the courtyard, allowing his mind to drift. However, his reverie was soon interrupted as He Kuei entered, inquiring when he would meet with Gongzi Hai and the others. At the mention of Gongzi Hai, He Qi recalled Ying Zheng's instruction that he should not only mentor Fusu, but also Hu Hai and Gongzi Gao. With nothing pressing at hand, he resolved to pay a visit to the historically significant Qin Ershi. Setting off immediately, He Kuei led the way to the palace where He Qi's quarters were situated closest to Ying Zheng's office. Upon reaching a courtyard entrance, before they could enter, they overheard a conversation within. Gao, who do you think father has arranged for us as our teacher this time? I believe Zhao Gao would be an excellent choice. Why doesn't he father allow me to study under him? Hi, do sit down. The teacher will arrive shortly. What is there to fear? My father is the emperor. Would he dare strike me? If he does, just watch how I handle him. I suspect our visitor will be a servant. Should we place a wager? Silence met his musings. He Qi couldn't help but smile at the childishness of Hu Hai, in stark contrast to the composed demeanor of Gongzi Gao. Clearing his throat deliberately, He Qi stepped inside. Upon entering, he found only 3 individuals in the courtyard. One was sprawled in a carefree manner, undoubtedly Hu Hai. Another sat with perfect posture, presumably Gongzi Gao. The remaining figure was a girl, quietly seated and perusing the bamboo slips on the table. He Qi recognized her as Ying Zheng's mention of Ying Yuer. Upon seeing He Qi enter, Hu Hai quickly composed himself and, together with young Master Gao and Ying Yuer, turned his gaze towards He Qi. He Qi approached them, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and greeted, "Hello, I am your new master." The trio regarded He Qi with curiosity, particularly intrigued by his hair. Aren't you afraid that other scholars will mock your hairstyle, master? Hu Hai boldly inquired. I am not a scholar, He Qi replied. Then are you an envoy? Hu Hai's curiosity deepened at the revelation of He Qi's non-scholarly status. He Qi lifted his chin. What do you see? How come I've never seen you before? He Qi regarded the inquisitive Hu Hai. Where do you get all these questions? You are like a walking encyclopedia. What is a walking encyclopedia? Silence, He Qi said sternly, gazing intently at Hu Hai, baffled by the child's incessant inquiries. However, Hu Hai's behavior provided He Qi with some insight. The boy was still just a child, untouched by Zhao Gao's influence that would transform him into the tyrannical second emperor of Qin in history. Just a child. This was manageable. It sufficed to temper his unruly spirit. Yet, He Qi pondered whether it might not be necessary, as Hu Hai's character could prove advantageous if properly harnessed. Particularly with the endeavors He Qi intended to assist Fusu with, having Hu Hai by his side could simplify matters considerably. Contemplating this, He Qi's gaze towards Hu Hai shifted subtly. Noticing He Qi's attention upon him, Hu Hai met his gaze. However, when he caught sight of the faint smile on He Qi's lips, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine, as if He Qi were plotting against him. At that moment, He Qi redirected his focus to young Master Gao and Ying Yuer, asking, "What subjects does your master typically teach you?" He Qi inquired this primarily because he was uncertain about what to instruct them. It was not that he lacked the desire to teach. Rather, his knowledge was so eclectic that he did not know where to begin. Ying Yuer stood, presenting the bamboo slips she had been studying to He Qi. "These are the materials we usually learn." He Qi accepted the slips, only to be met with an overwhelming array of traditional characters, causing him a moment of dismay. However, as he examined the slips, he realized what he should prioritize in their education. "You may begin your self-study. I have matters to discuss with His Majesty." "What does self-study mean?" Ying Yuer asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "It means you will study on your own here, understood?" Ying Yuer nodded and returned to her studies with the bamboo slips in hand. As He Qi exited the courtyard, he reflected on the various thoughts that had crossed his mind during the carriage ride yesterday. He was about to approach Ying Zheng for funds and wondered how much he might acquire this time. Each encounter with Ying Zheng, though He Qi often referred to him as Brother Zheng in his thoughts, left him feeling unsettled due to the imposing aura the monarch exuded. Following He Wei to Ying Zheng's office, He Qi pushed open the hall doors and stepped inside. At that moment, Ying Zheng was seated, reviewing bamboo slips. After steeling himself, He Qi addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty, I have come to." Before He Qi could finish his words, Ying Zheng lifted his head and interrupted him directly. "I have already arranged for 50 gold ingots to be placed at your residence." He Qi swallowed hard, feeling that Ying Zheng's statement had completely thwarted the speech he had been preparing since yesterday. Embarrassed, He Qi chuckled awkwardly. Then I thank your Majesty. I shall not disturb you any longer. Farewell." With that, He Qi pushed open the palace door and stepped outside. On his way back to his residence, He Qi felt a flush rising to his face. It was indeed quite embarrassing. He had prepared so many words, yet none were utilized. His intentions had been thoroughly discerned by Ying Zheng. No wonder he is known as the first emperor of Qin. Upon returning home, He Qi indeed found a tray of well-crafted gold ingots resting on the table. Closing the palace door, he picked up a few ingots to recharge his mobile phone plan. Chapter 21. The art of papermaking. After recharging his phone, He Qi wasted no time and immediately began searching for the specific steps of papermaking. Previously, he had only heard that Kai Luan had improved the papermaking process by mashing materials such as fishing nets and tree bark. However, he was unaware of the specific procedures. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. As long as he had internet access, these were minor issues. Not to mention, one could even find tutorials on crafting nuclear weapons online. So mastering the art of papermaking would be a trivial endeavor. He captured screenshots of all the steps involved in the papermaking process and, taking advantage of the time he had, opened a shopping application. Each time he opened the app, he found new items refreshed. Curious about what had appeared this time, He Qi purchased a newly listed item, and his phone screen began to spin. Closing the app, he opened his gallery to review the screenshots of the papermaking steps he had just saved. Once he had memorized all the procedures, He Qi stood up and set out to find He Kuei. Upon finding He Kuei, He Qi instructed him to send people to collect tree bark, such as mulberry bark, discarded hemp cloth, broken fishing nets, and other plant fiber materials. Following this, He Qi, accompanied by the 200 soldiers gifted by Ying Zheng, left the city of Xianyang and headed to the farmstead. After a brief exchange with the Baisu grandfather and grandson, He Qi began digging pits in the small grove adjacent to the farmstead. The choice of this location was strategic, as the entire farmstead was surrounded by 1,000 Qin soldiers, ensuring safety. After digging several large pits, He Kuei arrived with the requested materials. He Chi tossed some of the items into the pits and began adding water for soaking. He then instructed He Kuei that the more materials they could gather, the better, and to continue placing them into the pits for soaking. Over the next few days, He Kuei consistently brought large quantities of the requested items, while He Chi had excavated dozens of pits of varying sizes in the grove. All these pits were filled with the materials brought back by He Kuei. During this time, He Chi also began teaching Hu Hai and the others. The content of his lessons was simple, focusing on basic mathematics. Utilizing Arabic numerals, he endeavored to teach them simple calculations. Originally, He Chi intended to instruct them on the simplification of traditional characters, but upon reflection, he realized that it was not within his purview to decide such matters. Consequently, he relinquished this notion and redirected his efforts toward the teaching of mathematics. As the adage goes, mastering the sciences of mathematics and chemistry equips one to traverse the world without fear. While instructing Hu Hai and the others, He Chi discerned that Hu Hai displayed no inclination to learn. In stark contrast, the young Lord Gao and Ying Yuer exhibited enthusiasm, absorbing knowledge with remarkable speed. After several days, the initial materials submerged in the pits had been adequately soaked, prompting He Chi to commence the next phase of the process. The steps of steaming, pounding, squeezing, and drying were undertaken, consuming a considerable amount of time. However, such time was indispensable. Upon the completion of the final step, a series of rudimentary sheets of paper took shape. He Chi picked up a slightly yellowed sheet, a smile spreading across his face. Beside him, He Kuei observed the paper in He Chi's hand, then glanced at the sheets drying on the ground. Although He Kuei was unaware of the purpose behind He Chi's endeavor, he sensed its significance. He Kuei, assign someone to guard this place. No one is to approach, He Chi commanded. Come, let us meet His Majesty. He Chi's face was alight with excitement, having not anticipated the success of this endeavor on the first attempt. After delegating the task of overseeing the drying sheets, He Kuei personally drove He Chi toward Xianying City. At that moment, Ying Zheng was engaged in discussions regarding state affairs with Meng, Yi, and Li Si. While they deliberated, a guard entered to report that He Chi sought an audience. Ying Zheng waved his hand, granting permission for He Chi to enter. He Chi strode in, beaming with excitement as he brandished a large, slightly yellowed sheet of paper. Your Majesty, behold. We have succeeded. I did not expect this to be so simple to produce. He Chi proudly showcased the paper to Ying Zheng. The trio looked upon him with expressions of bewilderment. At that moment, He Chi recalled that he had not previously informed them of his paper-making endeavor. Your Majesty, may I have a pen? I have one here. What do you intend to do? Meng Yi inquired, picking up the pen from his desk and glancing at He Chi. Please, my lord, inscribe something upon it. He Chi requested, placing the paper before Meng Yi. Right? On this. Meng Yi pointed at the paper. He Chi nodded eagerly. Meng Yi exchanged a glance with Ying Zheng before lowering his gaze to the paper on the desk and began to write. The moment he put pen to paper, Meng Yi sensed the paper's remarkable quality. The ink did not seep through. Instead, after a brief moment, it dried, leaving behind clear characters upon the surface. Oh! Meng Yi exclaimed in astonishment, continuing to write. Once he had inscribed a line, he examined the sheet closely, flipping it back and forth in his hands. Excellent! 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 He exclaimed thrice before handing the paper to Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng perused the paper, nodding in approval. Wonderful! He then passed the sheet to Li Si, who examined it closely, his face lighting up with delight. Soon, all three pairs of eyes turned toward He Chi. Is this something conceived by you, the future generations? He Chi nodded, pointing to the paper in Li Si's hand. This type of paper was improved upon by a man named Kai Luan a century after the Qin Dynasty. As for our era, the paper we utilize is far superior to this. Ying Zheng and the others gazed at the paper held by Li Si, astonished that its inception would occur centuries after the Qin Dynasty. What do you intend to do with this, paper? Naturally, I shall sell it. He Chi stated without hesitation. Sell? To whom? He Chi gestured towards Ying Zheng with both hands. Sell it to me? No, more accurately, to the court. With this paper, we can completely abolish bamboo slips. Ying Zheng and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing that this material was indeed much lighter and easier to preserve than bamboo slips. Very well, in that case, I shall acquire this paper. He Chi smiled, envisioning the funds that would come from this transaction, though he had greater aspirations than merely selling to Ying Zheng. Your Majesty, in addition to selling to you, I would like to sell to others as well, such as the farmers or the various schools of thought. Ying Zheng's expression revealed little regarding his thoughts on He Qi's suggestion. However, He Qi sensed that Ying Zheng was not particularly inclined to distribute this to those individuals. Your Majesty, how about this? I will share the method of papermaking with you, and I will earn my profit from those individuals instead. Do you think that if you do not share it with me, I would remain oblivious? He Qi opened his mouth, realizing the validity of this point. Every action he took was under scrutiny. To put it bluntly, even his restroom visits were recorded. After pondering for a moment, Ying Zheng turned to He Qi and said, I agree to your terms. He Qi's face brightened. Thank you, Your Majesty. Rest assured. Besides the art of papermaking, I have another technique from the future to share with you. What is it? That shall remain a secret for now. Observing He Qi's mysterious demeanor, Ying Zheng surmised that He Qi was likely concocting some scheme. Nevertheless, Ying Zheng was unconcerned. With the advent of paper, the control over scholars in the Qin Dynasty would undoubtedly strengthen. Noting that Ying Zheng did not press for further inquiry, He Qi added, It is not that I do not wish to demonstrate for Your Majesty, but tomorrow marks the time for sowing, and I must head to the fields. Hearing this, Ying Zheng felt a stir of excitement. Was it already time to sow? He wondered if, in a few months, the potatoes and corn would indeed yield the surprises He Qi had promised. Chapter 22. Spring. Sowing the seeds of hope that morning, He Qi awoke in his chamber, aware that today was the day for sowing. The day before, he had arrived at the farm to settle in, intending to plant corn and potatoes alongside Bai Su and the others. Although He Qi acknowledged Bai Su and the others as professionals, they had never actually cultivated these crops. While He Qi himself had not planted corn, having witnessed its mechanization in later times, he had experience with potatoes and knew precisely how to cultivate them. As He Qi pushed open the door and stepped outside, he discovered that Bai Su was already in the courtyard, up and about. Today, it seemed as though Bai Su had intentionally adorned herself, donning garments that He Qi had never encountered before. This attire, much like the one once worn by Fu Su, was meticulously crafted from an array of small patches. However, Bai Su's ensemble was undeniably more exquisite and visually appealing than Fu Su's. By the time He Qi and Bai Su arrived at the farmland, a considerable crowd had already gathered. In addition to the residents of the village, several farmers hailing from the surrounding villages of Xianyang had been summoned by Bai Su to assist with the cultivation. Observing Bai Su energetically bouncing about as if performing a ritual, He Qi found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that even the act of tilling the land required an auspicious moment and a declaration to the heavens. Though He Qi did not fully comprehend the practice, he respected it and patiently awaited the conclusion of the ceremony. Once Bai Su completed her rites, she called out, Let us begin. With that proclamation, the villagers and the farmers brought by Bai Su commenced the sowing. Just as they embarked on this task, He Qi noticed a cavalry unit approaching from the distance. Among them was an opulent chariot, which He Qi recognized, having once ridden in it. It belonged to Ying Zheng, the first emperor of Qin. As the cavalry drew near, they halted, and Ying Zheng, accompanied by Meng Yi, disembarked from the chariot, ignoring Bai Su and the others. Ying Zheng approached He Qi, reaching out to grasp several seed potatoes and a handful of corn seeds. He then proceeded to a plot of land that had already been prepared, planting the potatoes and corn with his own hands. Witnessing this, He Qi realized that Ying Zheng was preparing for next year's Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai. By sowing potatoes and corn this year, should the harvest be as bountiful as he had claimed in autumn, it would undoubtedly signify good fortune, further justifying his pilgrimage to Mount Tai. These two crops would serve as proof that Ying Zheng's unification of the six kingdoms had garnered divine approval. Moreover, now there was an additional innovation, the art of papermaking. In just a few days, He Qi had already bestowed upon Ying Zheng such an array of surprises. One could only wonder what further marvels he might unveil by this time next year. After Ying Zheng had planted the potatoes and corn, a few individuals began to water the newly sown crops. These individuals were designated to manage this small parcel of land in the future. Ying Zheng turned to He Qi and expressed, I sincerely hope it will indeed unfold as you have described. Your Majesty, the truth will reveal itself in a few months. He Qi replied. Ying Zheng nodded and then departed. Throughout Ying Zheng's visit, he did not cast a single glance at the industrious Bai Su and her companions. Only He Qi noticed He Wei's unwavering gaze fixed upon Bai Wan. Until Ying Zheng and his entourage had left, Bai Su remained oblivious to her surroundings, her focus solely on the potatoes in her hands. With sufficient manpower, The entire surrounding area of the village was filled with potatoes and corn by midday. However, with a surplus of seeds that Qin had brought, Bai Su found herself in a bit of a quandary. It was important to remember that the initial intention for cultivating the land was solely to plant potatoes. Thus, the land was more than adequate for their needs. However, who could have foreseen that just a few days later, Qin would once again present corn, another high-yield grain. This led to a scarcity of arable land around the village, even though the villagers were diligently cultivating the barren fields. Due to limitations in manpower and tools, not much land had been cleared. Nevertheless, spring plowing is not completed in a day. That afternoon, Bai Su led a team to cultivate the wasteland surrounding the village. Upon observing Bai Su and his team employing manual labor for land cultivation, Qin realized he had overlooked something vital. It seemed he had forgotten a miraculous tool, one that had existed in the annals of Chinese history for ages. He hurried back to his dwelling to pay for internet access on his phone and began searching for the crafting methods and blueprints of that tool. Connecting to the internet was simple, and he quickly found the schematics. He took a screenshot and then disconnected from the internet, wondering if the remaining data would last until the next time. Holding the screenshot, he took a sheet of paper and meticulously sketched the various components of the tool. With the blueprints in hand, Qin sought out Bai Su. "This is a plow?" Bai Su exclaimed, his face displaying astonishment as he examined the blueprint. "Indeed, this is a curved pole plow, an essential implement for land reclamation and cultivation," Qin affirmed. "I shall dispatch someone to have it crafted, though the metal components may require your assistance." "That's not a problem. I will handle the metal." Bai Su nodded, suddenly narrowing his eyes. He examined the blueprint closely, puzzled. "Is this fabric? What is this material?" Qin, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "This is paper." "Paper?" Bai Su felt the texture carefully. "Did you invent this?" "One could say so. If you require it, I can provide some for you," Bai Lao assured. "Such a precious item cannot be given away," Bai Su protested. "It is not merely precious. I was actually hoping you could help me promote it. You are acquainted with individuals from other schools of thought. You might inform them that I have paper available in Xianyang City, priced at 20 copper coins per sheet. You intend to sell this paper?" Bai Su looked up at Qin. "Of course, I created it specifically for sale." Bai Su nodded, somewhat dazed. "Very well. I shall assist you in making the necessary connections. I am certain that those Confucian scholars will come seeking your paper." "Thank you, Bai Lao sure." Qin expressed his gratitude as Bai Su waved his hand, departing with the blueprint of the curved pole plow to find someone to craft it. Qin, in turn, sought out He Kuei and explained his needs. He Kuei merely nodded before making arrangements. As Bai Su sought out craftsmen with the blueprint in hand, he cast a glance back at Bai Wan, who nodded in agreement and produced a small piece of fabric to begin sketching. Upon closer inspection, one could see it was a miniature version of the curved pole plow. By the end of the afternoon, after Qin had provided the most crucial component of the plow, the entire implement was successfully crafted. Bai Su gazed at the curved plow before him, his anticipation to test its capabilities palpable. Chapter 23: The Fruits of Diligence. Armed with the curved plow, Bai Su led his companions to a barren land that was already undergoing cultivation. However, those engaged in the task could only toil with their bare hands, a laborious endeavor that was both slow and exhausting. Observing the sweat-drenched laborers tirelessly tilling the earth, Qin felt a mist of emotion cloud his vision. Throughout history, it has been the farmers who epitomize hard work, yet they are often the most impoverished. Their aspirations are simple: to be adequately fed and warmly clothed. Yet such basic desires have only been realized in modern times. Qin recalled a saying, "If diligence could lead to wealth, then the first to prosper would certainly be the farmers." As Bai Su harnessed the plow to the oxen, an animal Qin had arranged for. As it would be improbable to find a plow ox here, he began the experiment. With the curved plow hitched to the ox, the group commenced their cultivation efforts. It soon became evident to Bai Su that this plow was incomparable to the implements they had previously employed. The curved plow not only conserved energy, but also maximized the efficiency of land reclamation. After approximately half an hour, they had transformed the barren land into arable soil. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bai Su surveyed the newly cultivated terrain, his face adorned with a smile that radiated hope. With this tool in hand, coupled with the potatoes and corn they would plant this year, within 5 years, the entire populace of the Qin would have sufficient food. While it may not equate to abundance, it signified the promise of sustenance. In a decade, the citizens of Qin would likely no longer fret over hunger. Contemplating this, Bai Su turned his gaze toward Qin, pondering whether He Qi was truly a divine envoy sent to aid the Qin. After all, how else could one explain his timely arrival, just as Qin had unified the 6 states, during a period when the populace's pacification was crucial? Through their recent interactions, He Qi had unveiled a plethora of astonishing innovations, all intricately connected to the daily lives of the common folk, particularly those at the grassroots level. Bai Zu found himself mulling over the notion that when the lower classes begin to see hope in their lives, would they still rebel against Yingzheng? What then would become of the various philosophical schools? Bai Lao, take a sip of water, He Qi said, approaching him as Bai Zu became lost in thought, fixated on the land before him. Accepting the bowl of water from He Qi, Bai Zu took a hearty drink. He then gazed at the distant farmers, smiling as they toiled with the curved plow, before turning to He Qi and inquired, "What do you think the people of this world truly seek?" He Qi also looked toward the horizon, a smile gracing his features. For the common folk, it is simply encapsulated in 4 words: to be well-fed and warmly clothed. For the scholars, their aspiration lies in leaving a lasting legacy and bringing honor to their families. As for the generals, it is nothing less than expanding territories and achieving great feats. After listening to He Qi's words, Bai Su fell into contemplation and replied slowly, "Indeed, everyone has their own aspirations. However, the majority of people in this world are ordinary folk who merely seek to fill their stomachs and stay warm. Yet, the current Qin cannot fulfill even these basic needs." Upon uttering this, Bai Su fixed his gaze on He Qi, aware that He Qi's stance was, in essence, aligned with Yingzheng. Nevertheless, He Qi's ability to produce potatoes and other items attested to his concern for the populace. Moreover, through Bai Su's observations, it became apparent that the relationship between He Qi and Yingzheng transcended the conventional lord-vassal dynamic. He Qi seemed to have emerged suddenly before Yingzheng, swiftly earning his trust. Their connection lacked the traditional subservience that has characterized such relationships throughout history. Furthermore, Bai Su noted that, although He Qi respected Yingzheng, his deference differed significantly from that of other ministers. It was markedly unique. Unlike the other courtiers, He Qi maintained a perpetual smile in Yingzheng's presence. This impression left by He Qi was as if he were an outsider, aiding Yingzheng from an extraordinary perspective. The inability of the current Qin to achieve such goals does not preclude the possibility for the future. As Bai Lao remarked, everything requires time. The present Qin has only recently unified the 6 states and has yet to address many pressing matters. However, it must be afforded the time to do so. Bai Su glanced at He Qi, his eyes enigmatic, as if he wished to articulate something but found himself constrained. Upon hearing Bai Su's words, He Qi understood that someone, or perhaps a faction, had begun to reach out to Bai Su. Yet, he was uncertain about the identity of this individual or group. Could it be the formidable Xiang Yu, unparalleled throughout the ages? Or perhaps Zhang Liang, who was scheming to assassinate Yingzheng? It seemed unlikely that Xiang Yu was involved. As he was likely still a mere child of around 10 years old, such machinations would more likely be executed by Xiang Yin or Fan Zhen. As for Zhang Liang, he ought to be traversing the land in search of capable individuals to aid his assassination plot. However, if neither of these parties was responsible, He Qi found it difficult to conceive of anyone else who might seek out Bai Su. Despite the sporadic uprisings in the Qin state, these were mere minor disturbances, and the instigators would hardly be able to reach Bai Su. Bai Lao, do you truly believe that the people of this world have an affinity for war? Who would relish conflict? When war erupts, it brings with it the plight of countless citizens, leaving them destitute and homeless. If they dislike war, then why instigate it? Listening to He Qi's somewhat naive assertions, Bai Su shook his head. Life is not so simple. Often, one is not in control of their circumstances. What circumstances are beyond one's control? If the entirety of Qin's populace were to be adequately fed and clothed, I cannot believe they would abandon their hard-won comforts to follow a rebel cause. If what you say is true, that all the people of Qin can eat and wear well, then indeed, no one would rebel. Yet, this is nearly impossible. Unless the potatoes and corn you provide truly are as you claim. Then, Bai Lao, we shall know the outcome in a few months. Bai Su regarded He Qi's confident smile and found himself smiling in return. Initially, he merely intended to take a gamble, and it now appears that he has indeed bet wisely. Should the words of He Qi hold any truth, then the plans of those individuals may very well be thwarted. However, at this moment, Bai Zu found himself at a loss for words to describe his inner thoughts. He seemed to harbor a desire for their schemes to fail. The failure of their plans would imply that He Qi's assertions had come to fruition, which would herald monumental news for the common folk. Bai Zhu gazed upon the distant laboring populace, inquiring, "May I share the design of this curved plow with others?" "Certainly," came the reply, "for this invention was crafted to assist the peasantry in their toil. However, you may only disclose its capabilities. The blueprints must not be disseminated from your end just yet. Specifically, they should not be released by you first." Bai Zhu chuckled softly. "You truly have the interests of the Qin state at heart. Very well. I promise that I shall not circulate the blueprints until the court has done so." "Thank you, Bai La," the individual responded gratefully. Bai Zhu remained silent, his gaze fixated on the workers in the distance, lost in contemplation. He Qi stood beside him, also observing the diligent toilers. In them, He Qi discerned the likeness of future generations of commoners. Their industriousness and struggles mirrored those of the present, yet the outcomes remained unchanged. In contrast to the present, however, future living conditions would undoubtedly improve exponentially. At the very least, they would no longer fret over basic sustenance and clothing. Once Bai Zhu had regained his strength, he prepared to join the laborers. Just as he stood, he turned back to He Qi, stating, "If we truly wish to ensure that the populace is well-fed and warmly clothed, we must initiate change from Mount Li." With that, Bai Zhu rejoined the throng of workers. Chapter 24. The convicts of Mount Li save the great Qin Mount Li? He Qi murmured, pondering the significance of this location. He was no stranger to it. It was the site of Ying Zhang's mausoleum. Historically, the convicts of Mount Li were also quite renowned. Under the leadership of Zhang Han, these convicts had vanquished the insurrections of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, aiding the Qin Dynasty in reclaiming some measure of honor. Regrettably, this lone victory could not mend the already grievously wounded state of Qin. He Qi contemplated that what Bai Zhu sought to convey likely pertained to the convicts of Mount Li. Most of these individuals hailed from the other 6 states, with a few being from Qin, albeit in lesser numbers. Presently, the convicts were presumably engaged in the construction of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, though the extent of their progress remained unknown. To be candid, ever since the discovery of the tomb in later times, aside from the Terracotta Army, little is known about what lies within. This is the official narrative, while the folk tales abound with varied interpretations. Could Bai Zhu be suggesting that I persuade Qin Shi Huang to release these convicts? Such an endeavor seems exceedingly arduous. He Qi stood there, perplexed by Bai Zhu's intent, yet recognizing that since Bai Zhu had mentioned Mount Li, a visit to the site would surely clarify his meaning. Resolving to seek understanding, He Qi wasted no time and promptly returned to the city of Xianyang. As He Qi departed, Bai Zhu, who had been diligently occupied, lifted his gaze towards the direction of He Qi's exit. If you can accomplish this, it would indeed attest to the celestial mandate of the Qin Dynasty. With that, Bai Zhu lowered his head and resumed the arduous task of cultivating the barren land, remarking on the remarkable efficacy of the curved plow. Upon returning to the palace of Xianyang, He Qi sought an audience with Ying Zhang. He intended not only to discuss a journey to Mount Li, but also to inform Ying Zhang about the curved plow. As He Qi approached the palace, he found Ying Zhang scrutinizing a blueprint of the curved plow. "Hand this over to Zhenghua. He should expedite arrangements. With the arrival of spring plowing, this implement will greatly ease the burdens of the populace." Understood. Just as the attendant beside Ying Zhang took the blueprint to leave, He Qi fortuitously entered. As he brushed past the attendant, his curiosity compelled him to glance at the document in the attendant's hand. To his astonishment, it was indeed the very blueprint he had just created. It seemed to have returned faster than he himself. "Your Majesty, that." He Qi pointed at the departing attendant. "He carries the blueprint of the curved plow you commissioned for the benefit of the farmer spring planting. I have already instructed Zhenghua to study it and distribute it across the various counties." Inwardly, He Qi gave a thumbs up to the emperor, though he was uncertain which digit it was. "Your Majesty speaks truly. I have returned for this matter. Since arrangements have been made, I shall refrain from further commentary." Ying Zhang smiled upon observing He Qi's demeanor, assuring him, "Rest assured, the credit for this will rightfully be yours. Your reward will not be diminished, though must it exclusively be in gold." Just as He Qi was about to express his gratitude, he caught the latter part of Ying Zhang's statement. He understood the implications. However, his device recognized only gold and copper coins. Initially, He Qi thought that since he had arrived in the Qin state, items such as bronze wine cups and vessels should, by all rights, be deemed antiques in the future. This device, a product of later times, might also recognize bronze artifacts as antiques, but alas, He Qi had attempted this numerous times, only to receive no response from the device. Presently, it appeared he could only utilize gold and copper coins. Ying nodded and, with hands clasped behind his back, moved to the palace entrance to gaze outside. You did not return solely for this matter, did you? Bai Su must have spoken to you about something. Your Majesty, do you not know? Should I? Ying turned to He Qi, a bemused expression gracing his features. I believe you ought to be aware. Bai Su, in his conversation with you, intentionally obstructed He Kuei and the others, ensuring they did not overhear your words. Intentionally? Obstructed? He Qi found himself perplexed by these terms. Do you genuinely believe Bai Su to be merely a feeble old man? If that were the case, how could he possibly hold the title of Farmer's Champion? How would he dare venture alone into the so-called den of dragons and tigers in Xianyang? Even his granddaughter is no ordinary figure. Did you not learn such matters in the future? That seems unlikely. Upon hearing Ying's words, He Qi's expression dimmed slightly. Indeed, humanity, in its relentless pursuit of progress, has lost a myriad of treasures. Perhaps future generations will come to understand the essence of such skills and inner strength. Yet the majority of ordinary individuals shall remain oblivious to them. Bai Lao advised me that to bring about transformation in the Qin Dynasty, one must commence with Mount Li. Mount Li? Ying furrowed his brow, for it was a place he recognized well. The first image presented to him by He Qi depicted Mount Li, albeit in its completed form, while the current Mount Li was still under construction. Did Bai Su imply those prisoners of Mount Li? That was my suspicion as well. He Qi cautiously regarded Ying and inquired, Your Majesty, are there not many among those prisoners whose sentences have expired yet remain unreturned to their homes? Ying fell silent, aware of the matter and tacitly accepting its existence. However, with He Qi broaching the subject, he found himself at a loss for words. Your Majesty, I believe it is time to allow those whose sentences have concluded to return home. Ying gazed at him with a grave expression. What reason do you offer? These prisoners have once saved the great Qin Dynasty, though I wonder if that justification suffices. Ying abruptly turned to face He Qi. Are you suggesting that after my demise, it was those prisoners who salvaged the Qin? Indeed, historical records of the future recount that following your passing, chaos erupted across the land, with rebels proliferating like locusts. Many ambitious individuals simultaneously marched towards Xianyang, believing that seizing it would grant them the legitimacy to vie for supremacy. He Qi gestured to the ground beneath them, indicating that this was the rightful center of authority. Upon hearing He Qi's words, Ying's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that beyond internal strife, such external threats would loom after his death. How did those prisoners save the great Qin? He Qi continued. Do you recall our discussion regarding Crown Prince Fusu's suicide? Ying nodded. He certainly remembered. Had it not been for He Qi's warning about Fusu's potential demise, he would not have promptly named Fusu as the Crown Prince the following day. Once Fusu assumed that title, he would become the legitimate heir to the empire, leaving no opportunity for anyone to contest his claim. In truth, General Meng Tian also perished alongside Fusu. Ying's gaze fixed intently on He Qi, and after a moment of silence, he turned his attention forward. Damn Zhao Gao, he truly deserves his fate. Please, continue. Following General Meng Tian's death, the court found itself devoid of capable generals. In such dire circumstances, the court reluctantly acquiesced to Zhang Han's counsel, equipping the Mount Li prisoners with weapons and armor. These prisoners, undeterred by the massive rebel forces numbering in the hundreds of thousands, remained steadfast under Zhang Han's leadership, successfully quelling the insurrections. Ying silently committed Zhang Han to memory. Although Zhang Han was currently one of his close ministers, he had yet to reach the level of a trusted confidant. He Qi's remarks suggested that Zhang Han possessed considerable skill, demonstrating both courage and strategy amidst chaos. And what transpired thereafter? Subsequently, Zhang Han led these prisoner troops into numerous battles, driving the rebellious forces into retreat. They achieved a series of victories, and as He Qi recounted this, a smile graced his face. What brings you amusement? They even managed to conquer the 6 kingdoms once more. It is utterly absurd that these individuals, incapable of defeating a mere band of convict soldiers, dare to conspire against the mighty Qin. Such delusions are the hallmark of the foolish. If these convict soldiers are indeed so formidable, and under the leadership of Zhang Han, how did our great Qin still meet its demise? The answer is simple. They encountered incompetent allies. Though Zhang Han led the convict army to numerous victories, the second emperor of Qin and Zhao Gao not only failed to supply them with provisions and equipment, but incessantly urged them into battle. Ultimately, without food and weapons, the convict army suffered a surprise attack, resulting in the capture of over 200,000 men. To prevent these soldiers from re-engaging in combat, all 20,000 were mercilessly executed. He Qi glanced at Ing Zheng and noted the grim expression on his face, his eyes seemingly simmering with rage. Ing Zheng turned and coldly spoke. Who exactly is this second emperor of Qin? You have yet to reveal his identity, but I must know this time. Is it Hu Hai or Gongzi Gao? Upon hearing these names, He Qi discerned that Ing Zheng had likely harbored suspicions about one of these two individuals since learning of Fu Su's death. Noting He Qi's silence, Ing Zheng continued. It must be Hu Hai. Since you mentioned Zhao Gao's influence, it stands to reason that it was he who guided Hu Hai. Thus it can only be Hu Hai, correct? Observing Ing Zheng's composed exterior, which belied the tempest of fury brewing within, He Qi nodded in affirmation. This deduction was not his own, but rather one that Ing Zheng had arrived at independently. Without uttering another word, Ing Zheng strode out. As he departed, He Qi called after him, Your Majesty, what shall we do regarding the matter of Mount Li? Do you consent? Regardless of He Qi's calls, Ing Zheng did not look back. He was consumed with a desire to unleash his pent-up anger. As for He Qi's concern, he could address that upon his return. There was no urgency for the matter at hand. He Qi, understanding Ing Zheng's intent, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and gently tapped his chest a few times, murmuring, Wuliang Tianzuan. Subsequently, he shook his head and made his way back to his quarters, muttering, I hope Hu Hai's fragile frame can withstand the lash of his father's wrath. Alas, the poor child. Chapter 25. Taking office upon returning to his residence, He Qi was greeted by a piercing scream. Father! Why, father, why? Hu Hai's heart-wrenching cries echoed from afar. He Qi shook his head at the sound, lamenting, Oh, the poor boy. The screams persisted for approximately half an hour, leading He Qi to genuinely wonder if Ing Zheng had indeed struck Hu Hai down. After all, half an hour is no trivial duration. Even if he did not perish, he would surely be left with half his life extinguished. Nevertheless, considering Hu Hai's historical misdeeds, it would not be unwarranted if Ing Zheng were to take his life. As evening descended, He Qi realized he could not venture to Mount Li that day. Sighing, he returned to his residence to prepare for sleep. In his boredom, he picked up his phone, inadvertently opening his study materials. After a brief glance, he found it uninteresting and set the phone aside, surrendering to slumber. The following morning, as He Qi completed his morning routine, Ing Zheng arrived with others in tow. Your Majesty, He Qi greeted. Ing Zheng seated himself, resting his fingers upon the stone table, rhythmically tapping in contemplation. He Qi glanced at Ing Zheng, then turned to observe Meng Yi and He Kuei, hoping to glean some insight from their expressions. Unfortunately, both wore serious faces, leaving He Qi uncertain of their purpose for being there. After a prolonged silence, Ing Zheng rose and addressed He Qi. You have been here for some time now, and Fu Su and Hu Hai are under your tutelage. Therefore, I appoint you as the minister of the imperial granary, in addition to instructing Fu Su and the others. I entrust the affairs of Mount Li to you. Me? He Qi pointed to himself in disbelief. Why the lack of confidence? Hasn't Bai Su informed you that to effect change in the Qin, one must begin with Mount Li? Ing Zheng continued, I trust in your capabilities. With that, Ing Zheng departed with Meng Yi, leaving He Qi in a state of astonishment. Minister, shall we proceed to Mount Li now? At this moment, He Kuei addressed He Qi respectfully. Oh, He Qi, somewhat bewildered, lifted his gaze. Is this truly the ministerial position? I am appointed directly without examinations, political scrutiny, or public announcements. How wonderful this is. Come, let us head to Mount Li. He Qi's face lit up with excitement. He was now the minister, responsible for all matters concerning Mount Li. This meant that Ing Zheng had entrusted him with the construction of his own tomb. Wait, that sounds a bit awkward, He Qi thought, dismissing such trivialities as he followed He Kuei towards Mount Li. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally arrived at Mount Li. Upon disembarking from the carriage, He Qi was met with a scene bustling with activity. Some individuals were laboriously carrying stones, while others pushed large boulders upward. A few were perched precariously on cliff faces, hammering away at the rock. Among them, Qin soldiers wielding whips patrolled the area, ready to strike any idle worker. As He Qi and He Kuei approached the entrance, they encountered a minor official lounging in the shade, sipping tea and humming an unfamiliar tune while holding a whip. He Qi couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. If only a hot pot were placed before him, It would resemble one of the famed food streamers from a popular video platform. Just as He Qi and He Kuei approached the minor official, an elderly man, burdened with a basket of stones, staggered past him, only to collapse directly in front of the official due to exhaustion. The official's expression darkened as he raised his whip and lashed out at the old man. "You scoundrel! You've delayed the construction of the royal tomb. Just wait and see how I deal with you." The whip struck the frail old man, tearing his already thin clothing and leaving a crimson mark on his skin. A closer inspection would reveal numerous similar wounds, most of which had already healed. The elderly man, panting heavily on the ground, pleaded, "Please, sir, grant me a moment's respite. I can no longer go on. You wretch, who told you to sit here? Get up and continue working, or I swear I'll beat you to death." With that, the minor official raised his whip once more, poised to strike the old man again. "Wait." Hearing the voice, the official halted his action and turned to look at He Qi. "Who is this brat? Do you even know where you are? Do you believe I will take you to embroider the imperial tomb?" He Qi now understands what it means to look down upon others and to bully the weak. Damn. Does this mere clerk really think of himself as Zhang Han? Do you believe you are the one in charge of Mount Li? The current overseer of Mount Li is He Qi. Do you comprehend? You do not recognize me, but do you recognize him? He Qi turned slightly, revealing the imposing figure of He Kuei behind him. What nonsense is this? He Qi was taken aback as he approached He Kuei and tugged at his garment. You do not recognize him, yet you do not recognize the attire he wears. Allow me to inform you, my sister is Bai Jia, and her husband is the Chancellor Li Si. He Qi regarded him, perplexed, as he had never heard of Li Si having such a brother-in-law. The clerk, taking a breath, continued, his subordinate, the grand historian Chao Jia, now leave. The clerk, visibly impatient, gestured for He Qi and his companions to depart. He Qi chuckled softly, realizing that one tends to smile when at a loss for words. Let us not even discuss how your sister's name rings a bell. Could you refrain from panting so heavily while speaking? He Qi had assumed this person's sister was either Li Si's wife or concubine, only to discover that she was merely the grand historian's subordinate. While the title of grand historian may hold significance to others, it paled in comparison to the presence of He Qi and He Kuei. In He Qi's eyes, only Ying Zheng mattered. As for anyone else, He Kuei, being Ying Zheng's personal bodyguard captain, was not someone who would tolerate a mere grand historian speaking to him, as this clerk did. Bring Zhang Xiaofu to me. He Kuei commanded, his gaze icy as it bore down on the clerk. Who do you think you are? Our Zhang mansion is not so easily visited. Without further ado, He Kuei produced an official seal to display. The moment the clerk laid eyes on the seal, his complexion drained of color, and terror filled his eyes. My lord, spare me. I did not know you were here. I beg for your mercy. The clerk fell to his knees, fervently kowtowing to He Kuei. After just a couple of strikes, blood began to trickle from his forehead. Bring Zhang Xiaofu to me. Yes, yes. The clerk quickly complied, then turned to the others. Hurry and summon Zhang Xiaofu. The emperor has issued a decree. Go now. As he watched his subordinates seek out Zhang Han, the clerk turned back to He Kuei and found him still gazing coldly in his direction. His heart raced, and he resumed his frantic kowtowing. My lord, spare me. Please. Spare me. He Qi observed the kowtowing clerk and then turned to He Kuei, noting a hint of vindictiveness in He Kuei's demeanor. Wasn't this clerk merely insulting him? It seemed He Kuei was enacting his revenge, and He Qi found it quite satisfying. Such people deserve to be dealt with in this manner. He Qi, curious, looked at He Kuei and asked, what did you show him to frighten him so? Might I have one as well? He Kuei glanced at He Qi, then turned away. Yet, the look in his eyes reminded He Qi of someone he had encountered before. Damn it, were you just cursing me? You must have been. He Qi recalled that those who had insulted him in the past bore the same gaze as He Kuei. He Kuei's lips curled into a fleeting smile, only to vanish in an instant. Shortly thereafter, the subordinate of that minor official returned, accompanied by a young man adorned in court attire. This was Zhang Han. Upon his arrival, Zhang Han beheld his subordinate, Bai Fei, kneeling fervently before He Kuei, fervently bowing his head. Zhang Han was well acquainted with Bai Fei. Had it not been for the fact that his brother-in-law was the grand historian under Li Si, how could he possibly oversee the construction at the imperial tomb and secure such a leisurely post? However, judging by the current predicament, it seemed that Bai Fei had indeed incurred He Kuei's wrath. He Kuei, the commander of the emperor's secret guards, had recently seen his title altered to that of the Black Ice platform for reasons unknown. Nonetheless, given He Kuei's authoritative position, it appeared that Bai Fei was destined for misfortune. Zhang Han hastened to stand before Heikuei. Commander Heikuei, may I inquire about your purpose for being here? Heikuei, upon Zhang Han's arrival, retrieved a decree from his bosom and handed it to him. Zhang Han accepted the decree and, after a meticulous reading, cast a surprised glance at Heikuei. May I ask, who is this Heqi? Heikuei glanced at the visibly irate Heqi nearby. Zhang Han turned his attention to Heqi. Young Master He, from this moment forth, the management of Mount Li shall be entrusted to you. Rest assured, young Master Zhang, I shall take full responsibility for Mount Li. Observing Heqi's demeanor, Zhang Han felt a twinge of concern. Would Heqi not turn Mount Li into utter chaos? Nevertheless, it was the Emperor's directive to appoint Heqi to this position, and Zhang Han could only comply. Young Master He, please follow me. I would like to introduce you to Mount Li. With that, Zhang Han led Heqi and Heikuei deeper into the premises. Bring that elderly man along. Heqi suddenly recalled something and instructed the guards behind him to escort the elderly man who had just been struck. Thus, this group made their way through the construction site of the imperial tomb, leaving behind only Bai Fei, still prostrating, along with his two subordinates. Chapter 26. Everyone, go home. The group followed Zhang Han to his office. During their journey, Zhang Han had already dispatched someone to summon additional personnel. An imminent exchange was at hand, and Zhang Han's task was to introduce Heqi to the Qin soldiers responsible for managing the site. First, bring a bowl of water for the elderly man. Heqi, observing the elderly man who was helped inside, felt a pang of compassion as he saw the man's ashen face. Hearing Heqi's words, the elderly man lifted his head, his murky eyes locking onto Heqi. Elder, how long have you been serving your sentence here? The elderly man accepted the bowl of water Heqi offered and drank it in one go, his voice trembling as he replied, It has been 6 years. Upon finishing, a tear trickled down from his clouded eyes. And what is the duration of your sentence? The elderly man wiped the corners of his eyes, glancing at Heqi and then at the others in the room, but remained silent. Witnessing this, Heqi understood the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Zhang Han interjected, Young Master He, why do you inquire about this? It is, of course, to release those whose sentences have been completed and allow them to return home. Upon hearing this, the elderly man abruptly raised his head and looked at Heqi, his eyes wide with hope. Sir, is what you say truly so? Will you really set us free to go home? Of course, my lord, my sentence had concluded 3 years ago, and today marks yet another 3 years since then. The elder knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. I implore you, grant me mercy and allow me to return home. My time is short, and all I wish is to see my children and wife once more, to ensure their well-being. My lord, Heqi stepped forward to assist the old man, assuring him, Rest assured, I am here precisely for this purpose. This statement caught the attention of Bai Fei, who had just entered. Upon hearing that Heqi intended to release the prisoners, his mind began to race with calculations. He realized that Heqi was playing the fool. Had he revealed his identity immediately, the subsequent events would have unfolded differently. Now, with the esteemed lord remembering him, Bai Fei thought it imperative for his brother-in-law to speak to Lord Li Si, hoping that Heqi could be implicated in some manner to ease his own frustrations. As Bai Fei entered, all ranks of the management at Lishan had gathered. Zhang Han presented Heqi to the assembly and informed them that Heqi would assume his position, taking full responsibility for the construction of the Lishan royal tomb. In front of everyone, he handed the seal to Heqi. Upon hearing this news, Bai Fei felt a chill in his heart. He knew he could no longer hold sway over Lishan, even if the esteemed lord chose not to pursue the matter. His newly appointed superior would surely bring him to ruin. With this realization, Bai Fei discreetly slipped out of the room while the crowd was distracted. Wei cast a glance at the departing Bai Fei, but chose to redirect his focus. Heqi accepted the seal from Zhang Han, placing it on the table, and pointed to the elderly man resting beside him. How many prisoners in Lishan have exceeded their sentences by more than 3 years? Does anyone know? The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. This matter had never been documented. In their eyes, once one entered Lishan, the sentence was perpetual, lasting until death. Observing the collective bewilderment, Heqi spoke, Since none of you are aware, let us pause operations for today. I instruct you to record all prisoners' sentences by noon tomorrow. Those whose sentences have expired and exceed 3 years shall be grouped together, while those between 1 to 3 years shall form another group. Now go. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed everyone to undertake the task. Lord He, Are you not concerned that halting work will provoke His Majesty's ire? Zhang Han, who had yet to depart, kindly cautioned He Qi. He Qi, wearing an indifferent expression, replied, "Rest easy, Lord Zhang. His Majesty will not be displeased. What I am doing here will soon be known to him." He then turned to He Wei with a smile. "Wouldn't you agree, Commander He?" He Wei glanced at He Qi, then at Zhang Han, remaining silent. He Qi shrugged, appearing bored. "Lord Zhang, what is required to release these prisoners? The documents and the seal will suffice." "Thank you." Zhang Han attempted to interject further, but upon witnessing He Qi's cheerful demeanor as he sat down, he swallowed his words. With He Wei accompanying him, whether for protection or surveillance, or perhaps both, He Qi was now unequivocally the chief authority at Lishan. Zhang Han, it seems, has chosen not to court unnecessary trouble. Heeding He Qi's words, he recognized that Ing Zheng would soon be aware of his actions. Thus, Zhang Han refrained from further persuasion. "He Xiaofu, I must take my leave," he declared. "Ah, are you leaving so soon? Will you not stay for a meal before departing?" "No, Your Majesty has other matters entrusted to me. Farewell. Take care. I shall not accompany you further." As He Qi observed the retreating figure of Zhang Han, a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. He had only informed Ing Zheng of Zhang Han leading the Xingtizu army to rescue the Qin, omitting the choices Zhang Han would make in the event of failure. If this leverage were utilized wisely, it would undoubtedly yield unexpected results. He Qi mused silently as he watched Zhang Han disappear from view. Upon Zhang Han's departure from Lishan, Ing Zheng received a report relayed back from the Haibingtai. Perusing the meticulous records of He Qi's every action and utterance, Ing Zheng's fists clenched upon discovering He Qi's intention to release the prisoners of Lishan. However, he soon relaxed his grip. Since halting the ingestion of elixirs, he felt a marked improvement in his health. In light of this, there was no urgency concerning the imperial tomb. With Lishan entrusted to He Qi, Ing Zheng resolved to let him proceed with his plans. Discarding the papers detailing He Qi's movements into the fire, it must be acknowledged that the documents crafted by He Qi had indeed proven quite convenient. At this juncture, He Qi, having instructed the workers to cease their labors, sought someone to accompany him as he began to explore the unfinished imperial tomb. His greatest curiosity lay in what the tomb's underground chambers truly resembled. Guided by his inquisitiveness, He Qi ventured into the depths of the tomb. While He Qi was immersed in his exploration, others commenced tallying the sentences of the prisoners at Lishan. Although the convicts were perplexed by the rationale behind this enumeration, they had grown accustomed to acquiescing to the Qin army's directives during their prolonged confinement. Their spirits had long since dulled. At that moment, in one of the prisoners' quarters, a man rushed in, his face alight with excitement. "Have you heard? The old man Zhang next door has returned. He claims that the Xiaofu of Lishan has been replaced. Whether they have changed or not is of no concern to us. Let us make the most of our rest. Today, the Qin army has generously granted us an afternoon off, but such leniency may not last." Not so. Zhang the Elder said that the reason the Qin army is counting our terms is that the new Xiaofu declared that anyone whose sentence exceeds 3 years may return home. Those with terms ranging from 1 to 3 years will be released in batches. The listener, barely opening his eyes, muttered, "Return home?" The Qin army would not be so benevolent. This is likely just a ruse from the new Xiaofu to hasten our labor and seek favor with Ing Zheng. The initial speaker approached the bed of his companion. "Hey, ergo, I recall your sentence has surpassed 3 years, has it not? So, does this mean you can return home tomorrow?" The man, his voice tinged with surprise, nudged the reclining ergo, pulling at his garments, closed his eyes, and remained silent. However, his heart was stirred by the words of the man from earlier. Could it be possible to return home tomorrow? He pondered about the well-being of his mother. That night, Ergo found it difficult to sleep soundly, as he was plagued by dreams of returning to his hometown, where his mother was still alive. At dawn, Ergo was awakened by others. As he rose, he felt a peculiar sense of unease. Today, there was no Qin soldier with a whip to rouse them for work. What could this mean? Everyone gathered outside, for the lord of the Xiaofu had something to announce. Ergo followed the others out. "You, from this small squad, who have been overdue for more than 3 years, come with me," commanded the Qin soldier managing them. And he led the way forward. Ergo, bewildered, followed closely behind the Qin soldier, who instructed others from different squads to do the same. After about half an hour's walk, they arrived at the base of a high platform, the most prominent location within the royal tomb, affording a sweeping view. Ergo looked up to see a young man sitting there, his face devoid of energy, occasionally yawning. It was no wonder, as Qi had been overly curious the previous night, spending the entire evening exploring the underground palace, having not slept a wink. It was a miracle he was even conscious. How time has aged him. He reminisced that he used to play games all night and still feel invigorated the next day. Qi sat there, lamenting his own aging. Kui, overhearing his words, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Sometimes Qi's remarks made one want to strike him. All the adults have gathered, reported a Qin centurion as he approached Qi. Qi stood, yawning, and asked lazily, "How many are there in total?" Replying to the Lord, "There are a total of 289,543 individuals." "Oh, over 200,000. Qi nodded thoughtfully, suddenly seeming to realize something as he turned to the centurion. "Did you say how many people?" 289,543. "What the hell? That's nearly 300,000. If I let them all go, won't the emperor have my head?" Kui chuckled coldly at the side. "So you do no fear. That number constitutes a third of those repairing the royal tomb." Upon hearing such a figure, Qi felt momentarily dazed. Yet, just a moment later, he appeared indifferent. "It's nothing, isn't it just 30,000? Not much." At this juncture, Kui couldn't help but interject, "You don't actually intend to release all 30,000, do you?" "What 30,000? Didn't you hear? It's only 289,000. What difference does it make, truly? If you release these people, what will happen to the royal tomb?" "Oh, old hey, fret not. I have my own clever plans. Do you believe I can persuade them to come willingly to repair the royal tomb?" Kui glanced at Qi, observing the somewhat infuriating expression on his face, and he truly felt the urge to strike him. "Wait a moment," Qi suddenly exclaimed, prompting Kui and the others to turn their attention to him. "All these 30,000 must sign documents and affix seals. How long will this take me?" At this moment, the number had risen to 300,000, not just over 200,000. However, upon hearing Qi's words, Kui's lips curled into a slight smile. Moments later, Qi picked up a bamboo slip and inscribed the numbers 1 through 9 upon it. A total of 9 characters. According to the configuration of the squads, each squad administrator was to distribute documents to the prisoners, with all written content replaced by these 9 characters. "Go ahead," Qi instructed as he handed the bamboo slip to the centurion. "Understood." Once Qi's command was issued, the entire Lishan began to stir. "Commander He, please convey to His Majesty that these 9 characters serve as proof of the prisoner's release. And I ask that His Majesty proclaim it to the world." Kui nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Kui's agreement, Qi smiled, feeling exceedingly clever. Had he not devised this method, the task of sealing documents for 300,000 people would have been a monumental endeavor. At that moment, the convicts, upon hearing from the Qin soldiers that they could return home, found it hard to believe. Among them was Ergo, clutching the bamboo slip. His emotions a tumultuous blend of excitement, grievance, and a hint of resentment. He raised his head, his eyes misty as he gazed at Qi. "Thank you, my lord." Amidst the raucous crowd, Elder Zhang rushed forward and knelt on the ground, expressing his gratitude to Qi. "Thank you, my lord." An increasing number of people followed suit, kneeling in thanks to Qi. Qi looked down at the sea of kneeling figures, and his gaze wandered until it landed on a hollow clay figurine, resembling the arm of a terracotta warrior. Drawing a bronze sword from a Qin soldier, he deftly altered the figurine, transforming it into a makeshift horn, one end larger than the other. With the rudimentary instrument in hand, Qi held it to his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he declared, "Everyone, return home." Upon hearing Qi's words, the majority of those present erupted into tears. This simple proclamation encapsulated their deepest longing. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." As Qi surveyed the distant throngs, he experienced for the first time the overwhelming sensation of being amidst a multitude, an expanse without end. Standing among 300,000, Qi could not discern its boundaries. Gradually, those who had received their bamboo slips returned to their quarters to gather their belongings before departing Lishan. The other convicts, upon realizing that these individuals were truly being sent home, wore expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that the Qin army would be honest with them, truly allowing them to return home. The most elated were those whose sentences had already exceeded 1 to 3 years, pondering whether their turn would come next. Instantly, the entire Lishan was infused with joy. "Commander He, please keep an eye on things for me. I must catch some sleep. I can no longer endure this." After relaying his instructions to Qi retreated to his quarters to rest. Unbeknownst to him, while he was engaged in the release of the Lishan convicts. Bai Fei had already returned to Xianyang City to find his brother-in-law, Chao Jie, the grand historian under Li Si. Chapter 27. Who accuses this official under the throne? Bai Fei, acutely aware that escape was no longer an option, hurried back to Xianyang to seek out his brother-in-law. His sister remained in the good graces of Chao Jie, so after Bai Fei recounted the events concerning He Qi, Chao Jie paused in contemplation. I shall report this matter to the Chancellor. If this individual truly intends to release prisoners, the Chancellor will surely advise His Majesty. With that, Chao Jie made his way out, but Bai Fei called after him, "My lord, please wait a moment." Chao Jie turned, his gaze filled with curiosity. "My lord, it seems that there are imperial secret guards around the young minister I only caught a glimpse of their credentials, and I am uncertain whether they are ordinary guards or otherwise." "Fear not, I shall inquire with the Chancellor," Chao Jie reassured him, and as he departed, Bai Fei exhaled in relief. With Chancellor Li Si intervening, his life was likely to be spared. When Chao Jie found Li Si and explained the situation, the Chancellor wore a thoughtful expression. Naturally, he was aware of He Qi's status, and since the arrival of this individual from the future, he sensed a growing distance from Yingzheng. Particularly in recent days, he felt the emperor's gaze upon him had shifted, imbued with scrutiny, contemplation, suspicion, and even a hint of malice. Li Si pondered the reasons behind Yingzheng's behavior. Had He Qi spoken to him about something? Upon hearing Chao Jie's words, Li Si recognized this as a potential opportunity for a test. He encouraged Chao Jie to confront Yingzheng directly, to accuse He Qi of his transgressions. He Qi obstructs the construction of the imperial tomb and unlawfully releases prisoners, actions that contravene the law, letting Zheng adjudicate He Qi's crimes. With Li Si's support, Chao Jie felt emboldened, yet he hesitated momentarily to ask, "Chancellor, may I inquire if He Qi is a descendant of any notable family?" "Indeed not. He Qi is alone here, without kin or ally." This revelation fortified Chao Jie's resolve. After bidding farewell to Li Si, he confidently proceeded towards the Xianyang Palace. Upon arrival, Chao Jie presented 3 accusations against He Qi to Yingzheng: the unlawful release of prisoners, the obstruction of the imperial tomb's construction, and the undermining of the court's dignity. The latter accusation stemmed from He Qi's failure to don official attire or bind his hair. Listening to Chao Jie enumerate these charges, Yingzheng struggled to suppress a smile. It was amusing that Chao Jie, having never met He Qi, could assert that He Qi had disrespected the court's dignity, particularly regarding his unkempt hair. "I am already aware of this matter. You may return for now. Tomorrow, someone will escort you to confront He Qi." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Just as Chao Jie was about to exit the palace, he noticed a throng of officials hastily entering. "Lord Zheng, where are you all headed in such haste?" Chao Jie inquired of a familiar official. "Surely you have not heard, Lord Taisher? The new young minister at Lishan has just assumed his position today and has released 300,000 prisoners." 300,000? How could he dare? "We must petition His Majesty to punish that young minister." Chao Jie realized that the new minister was none other than He Qi, who indeed had gone through with the release of prisoners. Moreover, he audaciously released 300,000 convicts. Upon hearing that the officials were petitioning for the punishment of He Qi, Chao Jie decided not to return, instead following the procession back into the Xianyang Palace. Inside, Yingzheng observed the officials below, all gathered to impeach He Qi. Most of them were unfamiliar with He Qi, having only heard of him as the new teacher of Fusu. They were uncertain if he was the same individual as the recently appointed Xiaofu of Lishan. However, they were well aware that the new Xiaofu, He Qi, had released 300,000 convicts on his second day in office, significantly impeding the construction of the imperial mausoleum, an affront they could not tolerate. Witnessing these officials, Yingzheng found himself in a state of bemusement. They criticized the slow progress of the mausoleum's construction. One might wonder if they wished for his early demise. Shaking his head, he understood that their grievances were not born of malice, but rather of He Qi's actions diverging from tradition. The sheer number of convicts released was excessive, prompting their impeachment. Thus, he resolved to appoint a presiding official to adjudicate their impeachment of He Qi the following morning at the Yeni mansion. "You may depart," he instructed. "As you command." After bowing in respect, the officials took their leave, with Chao Jie following suit. Along the way, Chao Jie inquired about He Qi's circumstances, yet was disappointed to find that few had encountered him. The few who had were those who had once accompanied Chunyu to confront He Qi. However, none of them possessed any substantial knowledge about He Qi. Observing the assembly, Qiao Jie couldn't shake the feeling that a hidden hand was orchestrating the gathering. If no one were manipulating events, how could so many have arrived at such an opportune moment? Meanwhile, within Xianying Palace, Ing Zheng wore a grave expression, watching the departing officials with a cold gaze. "I hope I am mistaken," he uttered before descending the steps to gaze outside. "Proclaim my decree. He Qi shall serve as the presiding official tomorrow, and I shall be present to listen. As you command." At that moment, He Qi remained unaware of the events transpiring within Xianying Palace. When the messenger arrived at Lishan to convey the imperial edict, He Qi was still asleep. After several unsuccessful attempts to rouse him, He Kuei directly poked him at a specific spot. "Ah, what the who pricked me?" He Qi exclaimed, clutching the area in pain as he jolted awake. "The Emperor's decree," He Kuei announced, handing over the edict. He Qi glanced at the document, perplexed. "What presiding official? What am I to adjudicate?" He Kuei turned to the messenger, who bowed his head and recounted the day's events at Xianying Palace. Upon hearing this, He Qi's anger flared. "Those scoundrels, have they nothing better to do?" The following morning, He Qi accompanied He Kuei to the Yeni mansion, where a considerable crowd had already gathered. However, most did not recognize He Qi, merely conversing in small groups. At that moment, someone familiar with He Qi entered, and soon everyone in the Yeni mansion was aware of his presence. The individuals transitioned from their separate conversations to collectively point fingers at He Qi. "Your Majesty has arrived," they announced. "We pay our respects to Your Majesty." Accompanying Ing Zheng were Meng Yi and Li Si, who settled down beside him. Once they were seated, a wave of glances exchanged among the attendees ensued, as they pondered the absence of the chief adjudicator despite the presence of the emperor. Just as uncertainty hung in the air, He Qi strode toward the position of the chief adjudicator amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. He struck a hard object against the table and proclaimed loudly, "Court is in session." The declaration startled everyone, including Ing Zheng. Noticing the absence of any officials or calls for order, He Qi struck the table again, demanding, "Who dares to accuse this official?" Chapter 28, Boldness. "How dare you curse the emperor's early demise?" All eyes turned towards Ing Zheng, bewildered by the unexpected role reversal, questioning how the accused could also be the adjudicator. If that were the case, what was the purpose of their impeachment? Was this not a blatant display of favoritism? Who exactly was He Qi to command such attention from the emperor? He was indeed the chief adjudicator for the day. Ing Zheng did not even lift his gaze, continuing to peruse his bamboo slips. Although paper had been introduced, its widespread use remained a distant reality. Thus most petitions were still delivered on bamboo. "How audacious! I am addressing you. Who dares to accuse this official?" He Qi had truly taken the concept of intimidation to an extreme. After releasing so many convicts, Ing Zheng had remained silent. Yet these individuals seemed emboldened, clearly unaware of who had instilled such courage in them. "He Qi, what punishment do you deserve for the unlawful release of 300,000 prisoners?" Who said 300,000? It was clearly more than 280,000. The accuser faltered, their confidence waning. "More than 280,000? How dare you? Do you not confess? Today, with His Majesty present, if you admit your guilt, we shall plead for leniency." He Qi glanced at his position and then at the proud figure standing with arms crossed. "May I inquire your esteemed surname, sir?" "Zhao." "Oh, Lord Zhao, might I ask who is the chief adjudicator here?" Zhao Chu cast a glance at He Qi but remained silent. With a bang, He Qi struck the table once more. "How dare you slander this official in my court? Seize him and execute him." No one moved, and the hall fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated on He Qi. Even Ing Zheng turned his gaze towards He Qi. "Brother, do you truly believe we are criminals? Moreover, even if we were, you cannot simply execute us without inquiry." "Your Majesty," they implored, witnessing He Qi's reckless antics. Their gazes once again shifting to Ing Zheng. Still absorbed in his bamboo slips, he coolly replied, "Do not act foolishly." It appeared that the emperor had resolved to shield He Qi today. Clearing his throat, He Qi, having received Ing Zheng's admonition, straightened his posture, awaiting the next move from the accusers. "Did you have the emperor's decree for releasing the prisoners?" "No." "Did you obtain prior permission from the emperor?" "No." "Upon the release of Xing Tu, did you inform His Majesty?" "I entrusted He Wei to relay the message, so that should suffice as notifying the emperor." "Wouldn't you agree? As the commander of His Majesty's secret guards, He Wei is inherently responsible for conveying your actions to the emperor. Thus, this does not count as a notification. If that is the case, then I have nothing further to say." Upon hearing He Chi's words, those present displayed expressions of delight. How audacious of He Chi to release a prisoner without consequence. Truly reckless. Do you still dare to claim it was not an unauthorized release of Xing Tu? What punishment do you deserve, He Chi? Zhao Chu glared at He Chi, attempting to overpower him with his imposing presence. Indeed, what punishment do you deserve? Those behind Zhao Chu began to jeer at He Chi, some even pointing fingers in accusation. Silence. He Chi slammed his hand on the table. Then let me ask you, what was the first act during Shang Yang's reforms? Naturally, it was to establish trust. Thus, from that moment on, the Great Qin would uphold its word, leading to the formidable warriors that later conquered the 6 states. Oh, a fine example of keeping one's word. My release of Xing Tu was also for the sake of Qin's integrity. What is wrong with that? A mere pretext. Zhao Chu retorted, his face contorted with fury. He Chi was audacious indeed, daring to speak so flippantly before the emperor. Now tell me, did any of the released Xing Tu serve an incomplete sentence? Did they? Answer me. Zhao Chu stammered, they are Xing Tu's day. He hesitated, unwilling to concede. What of Xing Tu? Are they not citizens of Qin? Does Qin intend to be untrustworthy? Zhao Chu's complexion flushed crimson, his finger trembling as he pointed at He Chi, struggling to articulate a response. He Chi's words had rendered Zhao Chu speechless. It was evident that the reforms of the Qin state were founded on trust. And what He Chi had done exemplified this very principle, thus leaving Zhao Chu without further grounds for his argument. And what punishment do you deserve for obstructing the construction of the imperial mausoleum? After Zhao Chu faltered, Chao Jie interjected. And you are? The grand historian, Chao Jie. Oh, you are Bai Fei's brother-in-law, Bai Jie's husband. Strangely, He Chi found himself distracted by the greenish glow emanating from Chao Jie's official hat. Now, may I ask, what is the purpose of constructing the imperial mausoleum? Chao Jie was on the verge of answering, but then realized the trap. You little rascal. You are provoking me. Chao Jie pointed at He Chi in anger. Fortunately, he caught himself. Had he spoken the words, he would have faced dire consequences. I am sincerely inquiring about the purpose of the mausoleum's construction. Curse it. What purpose could there be in building a mausoleum? He Chi is merely digging a grave for me. He Chi, do not change the subject. We are asking why you obstructed the construction of the mausoleum. Indeed, why do you impede the mausoleum's construction? Chao Jie echoed, narrowly avoiding falling into He Chi's snare. I have not impeded anything. From where do you perceive that I have obstructed? You released Xing Tu, you. He Chi gazed at Chao Jie with a smile. Oh, why have you ceased speaking? Have you run out of words? I have already clarified that matter, so let us move on. Is there anything else? You may not have, but I do. He Chi's expression shifted suddenly. Bang. Ing Zheng took a deep breath, pondering where He Chi had acquired such audacity. Speaking with the pretense of slamming the table before uttering a word. How dare you curse His Majesty's early demise? It seems you have grown weary of life itself. The assembly was left astounded, baffled by He Chi's nonsensical accusations. They had never uttered such curses against the emperor. He Chi, do not slander us without just cause. You must provide evidence for your claims. Evidence? Are you not the proof standing right here? What brings you all here today? Humph. We are here because your release of Xing Tu has disrupted. At this point, Chao Jie faltered, unable to continue. Disrupted the construction of the imperial tomb? He Chi interjected, seizing the moment. You claim you are not cursing the emperor? Bring forth those responsible. Let them be executed. Your Majesty. None paid heed to He Chi. Chao Jie and his companions knelt before Ing Zheng, each lowering their heads in submission. Ing Zheng set aside the bamboo slip in his hand, rising to cast a dispassionate glance at the kneeling figures. This matter concludes here. You may depart. Thank you. Your Majesty. Once all had exited, Ing Zheng turned to He Chi. Truly, you have a silver tongue. Your Majesty flatters me. Ing Zheng, accompanied by Meng Yi and Li Si, proceeded outside. At that moment, Li Si, who had remained silent, glanced back at He Chi, his expression inscrutable. He Chi smiled and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, while inwardly contemplating. Why do you stare, old man? It would be wise not to provoke me, otherwise. You shall regret it. Upon reaching outside, Ing Zheng turned once more to regard He Chi. Is there something else, Your Majesty? I wish to know how you might persuade others to voluntarily aid in the construction of the imperial tomb. I shall keep that a secret for now. Ing Zheng, seeing He Chi's reluctance to divulge further, turned and departed. However, his voice lingered in the air, Do not forget that you are still Fusu's mentor. The days have passed, and I eagerly anticipate your second lesson. Chapter 29. Navigating the Underworld with Crown Prince Fusu. Upon hearing Ing Zheng's words, He Qi's expression soured. Why did it seem that after the Qin Dynasty's rise, his life had become increasingly hectic? In later times, even cattle and horses had moments of respite. Yet He Qi found himself without a single day of rest. Though Ing Zheng compensated him with gold, much of it had already been consumed by ongoing expenses. Now, he possessed only a few emergency gold coins. Exiting the Yin-E residence, He Qi boarded the carriage alongside He Kuei, making their way to the grand estate where Fusu currently resided. Since Fusu had taken on the role of leader among the children, he spent nearly every day in their company. Even though He Qi had requested Ing Zheng to assign 200 guards to train the children, Fusu would join them whenever time permitted. In the carriage, He Qi inquired of He Kuei, "How are the children faring in their training? Are they capable of handling certain situations?" "No problem." He Kuei remained as taciturn as ever. Yet, since He Kuei had affirmed their progress, it indicated that the children had acquired a measure of self-defense skills, which was sufficient. Upon arriving at the expansive estate, the sounds of training echoed from within. Kill, kill, kill. Remember to be ruthless towards others, regardless of who stands before you. Strike with ferocity, ensuring that your adversary loses the capacity to resist with a single blow. Do you understand? Yes, I do. Excellent. Let us continue the training. Hearing the sounds of training from within, He Qi pushed open the gate to the courtyard, relieved that this place was secluded. Otherwise, with so many individuals training here, it would be difficult to avoid being reported. Upon entering, He Qi observed the children who once appeared gaunt and pallid. Now their faces were flush and their bodies gradually gaining strength. He called for He Fu, the captain of his 200 men. Indeed, this was the same He Fu who had sent a letter home. He Qi was taken aback upon first hearing his name. He could not help but ask whether He Fu's brother had sent him any financial aid and how his sibling was faring. He Fu was surprised that He Qi knew of this matter, yet he confirmed that they had received the funds. His brother had returned home due to his military accomplishments, while He Fu had remained with the Iron Eagle warriors due to his valiant performance. Following subsequent battles, he had risen to the rank of Centurion. Now, their unit had been selected to serve as He Qi's guards, though in truth, they were personal soldiers assigned to him by Ing Zheng. When Ing Zheng entrusted the 200 men to He Qi, he made it clear that they were to be entirely under He Qi's command. Thus, He Qi found himself not only responsible for covering his internet expenses, but also for the upkeep of 200 robust men, adding further strain to his already modest household. Consequently, even without Ing Zheng's urging, He Qi felt compelled to offer Fu Su another lesson. "Hey Fu, how is the training of these individuals progressing?" "My lord, though these children are young, they possess the indomitable spirit of our Qin lineage. They are truly fierce, both towards themselves and even more so towards their foes." He Qi nodded. It was essential for these children to possess such tenacity to survive in their harsh environment. He commanded that they be treated to a sumptuous meal that evening, promising to take them along for significant endeavors. Understood. Then He Qi turned to He Kuei. "Commander He, what progress have you made on the investigation I tasked you with?" He Kuei produced a piece of paper from within his robes and handed it to He Qi, who unfurled it across the table. The document detailed the numbers, names, and leaders of all underground factions within Xianyang City. Essentially, it encompassed the entirety of the city's criminal underbelly. As He Qi scrutinized the distribution of power outlined on the paper, he pondered where to commence his efforts. After careful consideration, he selected a mid-sized gang, one that was neither too large nor too small, perfectly suited for his plans. By evening, Fu Su also arrived, and that night, He Qi arranged for the slaughter of dozens of sheep. Alongside the mutton, a variety of other dishes were prepared, consuming a significant portion of He Qi's remaining gold ingots. Should he not receive any income soon, he would have no choice but to approach Ing Zheng to lament his financial woes. After savoring the delightful feast, He Qi rose, rubbing his stomach, and stepped forward. "Now that everyone is well fed, let us proceed." After finishing his words, He Qi glanced at He Wei, who, with a darkened expression, lowered his head and led the way ahead. The thought of their impending task caused He Wei's lips to twitch uncontrollably. He never anticipated that He Qi could be so brazen. He was actually bringing 200 Iron Eagle elite soldiers to partake in such an endeavor, while also escorting the future crown prince of the Great Qin. Should His Majesty become aware of this, his expression would undoubtedly be quite extraordinary. A throng of individuals marched towards a grand courtyard not far from where they stood. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, 2 sentinels stationed outside raised their hands, with one blocking Qin and his entourage. The other, observing their demeanor, hastily dashed into the courtyard to deliver news. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of clanging metal and the unsheathing of weapons echoed throughout the courtyard, accompanied by a cacophony of curses from numerous voices. The courtyard then swung open, revealing a group of burly men armed with weapons, led by a towering figure wielding a wolf-toothed club. He was the leader of this gang, the Grey Wolf. Hei Wei watched the foremost brawny man and informed Qin, "Which gang are you from? Daring to disrupt my Grey Wolf's territory? Do you have a death wish?" The Grey Wolf raised his wolf-toothed club, pointing it at Qin and his crew, his demeanor menacing. Qin stepped forward, asserting, "We are from the Heaven and Earth Society. I am the Grand Master, Ba, and this is our Deputy Master, Su. To be frank, we are here to take over your Wild Wolf Gang's territory. Surrender willingly, or you will witness the might of my Heaven and Earth Society's Iron Blood Youth Brigade." The Grey Wolf, perplexed by Qin's words, found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the meaning. However, his confusion did not blind him to the evident situation. This group was clearly here to cause trouble. Without hesitation, the Grey Wolf brandished his club and shouted, "Brothers, attack!" Unfazed by the number of opponents, he charged toward Qin and his companions. Qin gestured to Fu Su, yet Fu Su remained still. In frustration, Qin kicked Fu Su, saying, "What are you staring at? Bring your men and advance. Try to capture them alive." Seeing Fu Su being kicked, Hei Wei tightened his grip on his bronze sword, only to relax it moments later. Fu Su cast a complicated glance at Qin before leading the Iron Blood Youth Brigade into the fray. "Hey Fu, keep an eye on them. Do your best to prevent any harm from coming to them." "Understood." Fu Su charged directly at the Grey Wolf, while the remaining youths paired off to confront individual opponents. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Though the children had received some training, it amounted to just over 20 days, and their training was limited. Coupled with their smaller statures, even in pairs, they were overwhelmed by the Wild Wolf Gang. Be cautious. At that moment, while engaging with the Grey Wolf, Fu Su noticed an older child who, in an effort to aid his companion, had left himself vulnerable, only to see an assailant's blade aimed at him. Just then, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air as an arrow struck the assailant's wrist. The sudden, excruciating pain caused him to drop his weapon. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged his sword into the assailant's abdomen, wiping the blood from his face. Yi's gaze shifted resolutely as he began to assist others. At that moment, the Grey Wolf, who was restraining Fu Su, caught sight of the sword and glanced at the bronze swords at the waists of the other group. A flicker of alarm surged within the Grey Wolf. What manner of individuals were these? Not only did they possess standardized weaponry, but they also wielded crossbows. As the Grey Wolf became distracted, Fu Su seized the opportunity to slice his arm. In pain, the Grey Wolf forcefully hurled Fu Su away. "Cease your actions." With a commanding shout, the Grey Wolf compelled the members of the Wild Wolf Gang to instinctively halt. Nevertheless, the younger individuals continued their frenzied assault. "Stop!" At this juncture, Fu Su also called out to Yi and the others. Upon hearing Fu Su's voice, Yi and the others finally ceased their aggression. With both sides having paused, the Grey Wolf's expression darkened. "Who are you people?" "We are the Heavenly Society," Qin boldly declared as he stepped forward. The Grey Wolf's face darkened further. "You claim to be a gang? Do you take me for a fool? What gang possesses standardized weaponry, let alone crossbows?" Having served in the military, the Grey Wolf recognized that the crossbows resembled military-grade equipment, and not just any army could possess them. "Now, tell me why you are here." The Grey Wolf's arm bled from the wound. "As I mentioned, we have our sights set on the territory of your Wild Wolf Gang. Today, we have come to settle matters with you." Qin's words made the Grey Wolf sweat slightly, unsure if it was due to the pain of his injury or something else. After a prolonged silence, and as Qin grew increasingly impatient, the Grey Wolf knelt. "From this day forth, the Wild Wolf Gang shall join the Heavenly Society, pledging allegiance to the leader, Ba." Indeed, the Grey Wolf had chosen to gamble, wagering on the significance of this group. Observing the kneeling Grey Wolf, Qin smirked, finding the situation rather dull. "Rise." Having said that, Qin led his companions into the courtyard of the Wild Wolf Gang. Chapter 30. Today marks the establishment of the Heavenly Society. Upon entering the courtyard, Qin turned to the Grey Wolf, who had just arrived. "Bring forth the wealth of your gang." "Certainly," The gray wolf replied, bowing, then led his men into a room, emerging shortly with several large chests and a smaller one. Upon opening the chests, the larger ones were filled with copper coins, while the smaller one contained gold. Qi approached and ordered his men to collect the gold, then turned to Fusuo. Disperse these copper coins as you see fit. Your second task is quite straightforward. Within 30 days, unify the underworld of Xianyang City with your Ironblood Youth League and the Wild Wolf Gang. Can you accomplish this? A profound silence ensued. Qi's face darkened. If you understand, you must provide me with some emotional value. Do you comprehend? Repeat that. Can you accomplish this? Fusuo remained silent, but the gray wolf loudly proclaimed, rest assured, leader, we will certainly accomplish it. Qi cast an appreciative glance at the gray wolf. Indeed, he was seasoned in the ways of the world, adept at providing the necessary emotional value. Very well, gray wolf, summon your men inside. Yes, Baba, I mean leader. Qi stifled a laugh, saying, you can call me whatever you like. Once the gray wolf summoned his subordinates, Qi began his address. Do you know why I sought out your Wild Wolf Gang first? The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion. It is because, despite your tendency to bully the weak, you possess a moral compass of sorts. You merely collect protection fees and have not committed any heinous acts. Otherwise, you would have long since met the Buddha, and I wouldn't be here engaging in idle chatter with you. Now that you have joined my faction, the Wild Wolf Gang ceases to exist. From now on, you are all members of my tiny society. I want everyone to remember a phrase, which will also serve as our secret code. The earth rises high and the rivers flow. The mountains stand timeless. Do you all remember? Yes, we do. Qi nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to introduce the various branches of the Tiandi society. First, he presented his 200 Qin soldiers. The battle hall directly under the Grand Leader. The children led by Fusu were known as the Ironblood Youth Corps. Lastly, he pointed to his companion, He Wei, informing them that he was the head of the Xing Hall, responsible for punishing those who violated the society's rules. As for the rules themselves, Qi would reveal them once they unified the underground forces of the entire Xianyang city. When all was said and done, Qi turned to Fusu, vice leader. Today marks the establishment of our Tiandi society. Do you have anything to say? Fusu remained silent, merely gazing at Qi. All right, our vice leader has spoken. In Xianyang City, during the day, His Majesty the Emperor holds the highest authority, but at night, the Tiandi society reigns supreme. Ahem. He Wei, unable to contain himself, coughed to remind Qi to choose his words carefully. However, Qi appeared oblivious, continuing to paint grandiose visions for the members of the Wild Wolf Gang. From now on, brothers who join the Tiandi society shall feast on meat and drink to their heart's content. Hearing such audacious proclamations, Grey Wolf could no longer remain silent. He approached Qi and whispered, Grand Leader, if we act so brazenly, won't we attract the court's wrath? We are merely trying to make a living. It seems to me that you are. Well, Grey Wolf hesitated to voice the thought that Qi resembled a rebel, opting instead to remain discreet, especially since this group appeared formidable and their true intentions remained unclear. Most crucially, Grey Wolf and his gang were no match for the individuals brought by Qi. The only ones from Qi's entourage to have shown any aggression were the so-called Ironblood Youth Corps. The rest stood there with indifferent expressions. Had they been clad in armor, Grey Wolf would have suspected them to be elite Qin soldiers. Qi waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of indifference. Then, pointing at the sullen-faced Fusu, he assured, rest assured, with our vice leader present, the court will not pursue us. Grey Wolf's eyes brightened at this revelation. He realized he had not misjudged their power. It seemed this group indeed had significant backing, though he remained uncertain whether they were offspring of a noble house or close confidants of the emperor. In conclusion, the Grey Wolf no longer felt fear. Qi disregarded the Grey Wolf and turned to Fusu, stating, I shall leave you with 50 men. A month from now, I will assess the results. The comprehensive blueprint and deployment of the underground factions in Xianyang have been provided to you. Discern which factions can be integrated and which must be eradicated entirely. Furthermore, your Ironblood Youth Corps, and you must witness bloodshed, do you understand? If you cannot even manage a single underground force, it would indeed be a case of a tiger father raising a dog's son. Qi's provocation was such that not only did Fusu struggle to endure it, but even He Kuei engraved these words in his memory. When reporting to His Majesty about Qi's movements later, this phrase must be included. After all, Hichichi had designated him as the leader of the Xing Hall of the Heaven and Earth Society without his consent. He was the commander of the Empire's Black Ice platform, not merely a leader for that Heaven and Earth Society. When I return in a month, I will teach you how to navigate society. Upon finishing his words, Hichichi prepared to depart, but seemingly recalled something and turned back. Oh, when you are sweeping through the other factions, do not forget to collect their wealth and send it to me. These factions have no understanding of the ways of making money. Once I have time, I shall send you a few treatises on the art of wealth. With that, Hichichi departed, leaving He Fu and his men to assist Fu Su. Without He Fu and his team, Fu Su's Ironblood Youth Corps and the Wild Wolf Gang could only dream of unifying the underground world of Xianyang. Upon returning to his residence in the Xianyang Palace, Hichichi entered alone, eager to see what new opportunities awaited him. After Hichichi stepped into the hall, He Kuei cast a glance at him before heading to the adjacent palace to report to His Majesty about the day's developments concerning Hichichi and Fu Su. Throughout the day, Hichichi had not engaged in any significant activities. It was primarily at night that he truly took Fu Su into the underworld. Inside the palace, Ingzheng listened intently to He Kuei's report. The atmosphere had remained tranquil until Hichichi proclaimed that during the day he was the greatest, and at night, the Heaven and Earth Society reigned supreme. A ripple of intrigue stirred within Ingzheng's heart. Upon hearing the phrase Tiger Father, Dog Son, Ingzheng turned to He Kuei and asked, "Did he truly say that?" Observing He Kuei's firm expression, Ingzheng set down the bamboo slips in his hand. He had not spoken incorrectly. One could only hope that under Hichichi's guidance, Fu Su would evolve into a tiger, or perhaps a wolf king would suffice. Chapter 31. Why not utilize such a vast Weishui? The next day, after rising, Hichichi boarded a carriage and made his way to Mount Li. Now serving as the overseer of Mount Li, he needed to make appearances from time to time, even though a professional team was tasked with constructing the Imperial Mausoleum. Having recently released over 280,000 convicts, Hichichi was also set to liberate more, resulting in a significant depletion of the labor force at Mount Li. Although he had assured Ingzheng that volunteers would willingly assist in constructing the mausoleum, the plan had yet to commence. By the time Hichichi arrived at the mausoleum, work had already resumed. The gatekeeper has also been replaced. The individual who fled from the Imperial Mausoleum was apprehended the very next day. It is said that he is currently undergoing interrogation in prison. As Hichi passed through the entrance, he noticed the change in personnel and cast a deliberate glance at He Kuei. However, He Kuei remained as indifferent as ever, exhibiting no signs of disturbance. At noon, a meal was brought to Hichi. After partaking in his food, an impulsive curiosity struck him to observe what the prisoners were consuming. In the future he had once known, he had only heard tales of those behind iron bars enjoying a surprisingly healthy diet, entering at 200 pounds and emerging slightly over 100. Hichi was eager to discover whether the prisoners of 2 millennia ago were similarly well fed. To his dismay, upon observing the meager rations of the prisoners, he could only liken it to a phrase from his own time. Even dogs would turn away from such fare. Indeed, the food offered to the prisoners was of such poor quality that it could hardly be classified as sustenance. It resembled swill. There was no trace of oil, nor even any edible rice or flour in sight. After witnessing the dismal provisions of these prisoners, Hichi found himself admiring the resilience of these ancients, who managed to labor through an entire day on such meager sustenance. Their physical endurance was truly remarkable. Having examined the prisoners' meals, Hichi made his way to the quarters of the Qin soldiers, curious to ascertain what victuals these conquerors of 6 states consumed. As anticipated, their fare was only marginally better than that of the prisoners. Although devoid of oil, it was sufficient to satiate hunger. Approaching a food container, Hichi picked up a bun, scrutinizing it closely, surprised to find the flour still contained husks, indicating it had not been properly milled. Taking a bite, he was astounded. The disparity between this bun and those of his time was vast. "Is this what you typically consume?" he inquired, replying to the esteemed lord of the Xiaofu. "We do not usually eat this," came the response. Hichi breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, such an unpalatable item could not be a staple. "This is a rarity for us, only available once a month. Your visit coincides with our day of improved rations." Hichi was at a loss for words. The fact that such wretched fare was a monthly indulgence was startling. He had been aware of the hardships endured by people of this era, but he had not anticipated the extent of their suffering. Shouldn't there be stone mills available during this time? Why are they not in use? He Kuei looked at Hichi with a scornful expression, and, unusually, began to explain. Do you presume that the stone mill is accessible to the common folk? Countless individuals are queuing for it. Even those in lesser official positions are relegated to these meager provisions. If not for the manual stone mills, then what of the water mills? Why is the vast Wei River not harnessed? Water mills? He Kuei was perplexed by the notion. Qi chuckled helplessly, realizing the purpose of the items he had seen on the shopping app the previous day. Frustrated, he had turned off his phone in anger at the time. Now he understands that he had been awaited here all along. Yesterday, Qi, in high spirits, eagerly opened his phone, and upon refreshing the shopping system, he was taken aback. Before him appeared a model and blueprint of a water wheel, along with numerous gears. Initially, Qi had presumed these items were intended for irrigating fields, but it seemed otherwise. Approaching the Qin soldiers, Qi patted them on the shoulder, assuring them that they would have steam buns made of fine flour at every meal from now on. Thank you, my lord. Regardless of whether the Qin soldiers believed his words, they chose to give him the benefit of the doubt for the time being. Exiting the tents of the Qin soldiers, Qi gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. What had stirred him so deeply? Kuei approached him, maintaining a serene expression. Perhaps, Qi mused. Do you know, Kuei, that throughout the development of Huaxia, beginning with the unified Qin Dynasty and extending to my own era, over 2 millennia have passed? Only in the recent decades have the majority of common folk truly known abundance and warmth. For the rest of that time, their lives bore little difference from the present day. Over 2,000 years of feudal dynasties, endless turmoil, invasions by foreign tribes, and internal strife, all culminating in the suffering of the common people. He sighed. Kuei remained silent, standing alongside Qi as they both observed the heavens. After a prolonged silence, a smile slowly crept onto Qi's lips. Yet, may heaven bless China, for our era has produced a great man who, under his guidance, has truly liberated Huaxia from its shackles. His Majesty is no less remarkable than the great man you speak of. I refrain from judgment. Though His Majesty's legacy is met with mixed reviews in later times, the title of Eternal Emperor is undoubtedly well-deserved. The wind atop Lishan Mountain rustled Qi's garments as he stood beside the placid-faced Kuei, both lingering in silence. The following day, Qi boarded a cart and arrived by the Wei River, accompanied by numerous craftsmen. Locating a spot where the water flowed vigorously, Qi commanded them to set up camp. He instructed the remaining craftsmen to construct a massive stone mill. Although they were unaware of the purpose behind Qi's directive, they diligently followed his plans. This stone mill was beyond the capacity of mere humans to push. Even livestock would struggle. In a matter of days, a towering stone mill, reaching 2 men in height, was erected not far from the Wei River. What does that lord intend to do with such a large stone mill? One wondered. Who knows? Perhaps he merely desires a landmark. I doubt it, over these days. That lord has frequently come by, seemingly measuring distances. I wonder what he is up to. What does it matter? While these craftsmen speculated about the purpose of the enormous stone mill, Qi was inside the tent, playfully mocking Kuei. I say, Commander He, look here, you've drawn this part crooked. And here, this clearly requires a gear. How did you overlook it? Kuei, his face etched with frustration, knelt on the ground, diligently sketching the blueprint for the water wheel. Qi, known for his discretion, decided to capture the blueprint of the water wheel on his phone without revealing its details, subsequently instructing Kuei to transcribe it onto paper. With this blueprint in hand, the craftsman could construct the water wheel with ease. After all, although the ancients were not as advanced, they were not devoid of ingenuity. Observing the proportions and construction requirements of the water wheel, Qi glanced toward the direction of Xianyang, realizing he would need to request additional manpower from His Majesty. Chapter 32. It turned. Enduring the incessant chatter of Qi by his side, Kuei finally completed the drawing. As he paused, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. I won't be seeking your assistance for such matters again, he thought. Qi, beaming at the blueprint laid out before him, was pleasantly surprised by Kuei's impressive skill. Initially, Qi had envisioned Kuei as a cold-blooded assassin, akin to the Azure Dragon of the Jinui. However, after spending time together, he discovered that apart from a touch of jealousy, Kuei was quite amiable. Kuei glanced at Qi in silence, yet Qi could sense a subtle reprimand in his gaze. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. For a few scoldings would not cost him anything. Let us return to Xianyang and request additional workers. With that, Qi clutched the blueprint and made his way back to the city. You require thousands of laborers and 100 craftsmen? In the Xianying Palace, Ing Zheng regarded He Qi with a peculiar expression. Indeed, Your Majesty. Is it truly for that water wheel of yours? Yes, should the water wheel succeed. All the wheat within Xianying can be ground into fine flour. I speak not only of the court, but also of the common people. Ing Zheng rose and approached He Qi. Is your water wheel truly so extraordinary? Absolutely, it harnesses the forces of nature. However, the current conditions are not conducive. Once I devise the steam engine, you will witness the allure of the industrial age. But first, we must ensure the success of this water wheel. The advent of the industrial age will not be far behind. Ing Zheng did not grasp the concepts of the industrial age or the steam engine. Yet he could discern He Qi's unwavering confidence in his water wheel. Very well, I grant your request. Without further deliberation, Ing Zheng acquiesced to He Qi's demands. Thank you, Your Majesty. Just you wait, this is merely the beginning. I am aware of your 3-year plan. Once you have documented everything, I wish to see it. Indeed, nothing could remain concealed from His Majesty. After all, this was the developmental plan I intended to present to him, so I will certainly share it. Following his departure from the Xianying Palace, He Qi returned to his modest abode by the Weishui River, where everything was in place, save for the final piece of fortune. Considering the timeline, his shipment should arrive within the next few days. In the afternoon, the craftsmen and laborers dispatched by Ing Zheng arrived, accompanied by Zheng Guo. Zheng Sinong. It is an honor to meet you. With a courteous demeanor, He Qi greeted Zheng Guo, who reciprocated with a bow. Pray tell, how does the esteemed He Xiaofu know of my name? Of course, it is from the annals of history. Ha ha ha, Zheng Sinong was joking. Please assist me in deciding how to place the water wheel for optimal effect. It must be said that He Qi is not an engineering student. Despite having the blueprint for the water wheel, he remains perplexed about its assembly, which is truly embarrassing for all those who have traversed before him. Zheng Guo followed He Qi into the tent, where He Qi introduced the function of the water wheel to him. Zheng Guo stared at the blueprint, momentarily lost in thought. After pondering for a while, he stepped outside to conduct a field investigation. It was not until nightfall that Zheng Guo returned, his shoes soaked with water weeds, and his lower robe drenched. Upon returning, Zheng Guo intended to discuss the matter with He Qi. But He Qi informed him that the selection of the site and the placement of the water wheel were entirely his responsibility. This was a professional task, best left to the experts. Zheng Guo felt a mix of admiration and resignation towards He Qi's complete delegation of authority. This was a matter He Qi had brought up to Ing Zheng, and He Qi was the one in charge of the entire event. Zheng Guo was merely assisting. Yet, it seemed that all the responsibility now fell upon Zheng Guo, while He Qi only needed to ensure that everything proceeded smoothly. One must admit, He Qi was quite adept at utilizing talent. Ding! The following morning, as He Qi awoke, he heard the familiar sound of his phone. It was the notification that his package had arrived. Back in his tent, He Qi retrieved the modern gears he had ordered. Although the Qin Dynasty had gears, they were made of bronze, far inferior to the ones he had procured. With the gears in place and the stone mill already crafted, they were now merely awaiting the water wheel. Under He Qi's direction, the laborers and craftsmen commenced their work. A portion of the laborers, guided by Zheng Guo, began excavating the riverbed to prepare the site for the water wheel, while the remainder accompanied the carpenters to fell trees for its construction. The stonemasons were busy polishing the stone mill, as He Qi did not wish for it to be filled with stone dust when it began to turn. What kind of tree is this? It looks unusual. He Qi and He Kuai arrived at the site of the water wheel's construction. The piles of wood caught He Qi's attention. He had never seen such trees before. This is taxus, is that not acceptable? The realization struck him. This was a national protected species. In later times, not only would one be forbidden from felling it, but even breaking off a branch would lead one to lament behind iron bars. Such trees could easily land He Qi in serious trouble. He had not anticipated that the construction of a mere water wheel would involve such a highly protected species. While everyone was busy, He Qi remained industrious himself, instructing them to first create a small model of the water wheel. Once the water wheel was secured, He Qi poured a bucket of water over it. Driven by the flow of water, the water wheel began to turn slowly, and as it moved, a small stone mill connected to it began to rotate automatically. It worked. Quite splendid. He Qi watched the turning stone mill with joy. Beside him, He Kuai observed the rotating mill with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, surprised to see it truly functioning. After the tireless efforts of thousands of laborers and craftsmen, The location for the water wheel was finally established and the structure itself was constructed. Slow down, watch your step. As dawn broke, a colossal wooden water wheel, propelled by the laborers, gradually made its way to its designated site beside the Weishui River. Be careful not to fall into the river. Those at the back exert more effort. Those at the front commence the release. Under the command of Zhenghua, the water wheel arrived at its proper position. Once it was securely placed, He Qi instructed the craftsman to install the gears according to the specifications on the blueprints. Observing the somewhat luminous gears, the craftsmen were intrigued, as these components did not appear to be made of bronze, nor did they seem to be pure iron. Once the gears were positioned, He Qi exchanged a nod with Zhenghua. Release the water. As the water began to rush over the water wheel, it slowly came to life, and with its movement, the gears commenced their gradual rotation. When all the gears began to turn, the massive stone mill at the rear also started to move. It's turning. It's turning. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they watched the stone mill accelerate in speed. With each rotation, the stone mill began to exude stone powder and debris. He Qi had anticipated this moment. He instructed someone to climb the ladder to the funnel and pour in water. After nearly half an hour of washing, the water flowing from the millstone finally began to clarify. Approximately another half hour later, under the sun's rays, the millstone was sufficiently dry. He Qi ascended to the top of the funnel and called out, "Black Commander, bring me a bag of wheat." He Wei personally carried the wheat to He Qi. Once He Qi poured the wheat into the funnel, it wasn't too long before the millstone began to produce fine flour. It's flour. Quick, catch it. The crowd erupted in excitement, while those prepared nearby grabbed bags to collect the flour. Pour in all the wheat we brought. I want to see how much this contraption can grind in a day. Chapter 33. The Power of the Giant Stone Mill with He Qi's Command. The crowd began to pour wheat into the funnel. They had only brought a few hundred pounds of wheat, and in less than an hour, it was all ground to perfection. The sight of the finely milled wheat left not only the laborers and craftsmen dumbfounded, but even He Wei was astonished. They gazed at the enormous stone mill, which continued to turn tirelessly, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Once all their wheat was milled, He Qi climbed atop the giant stone mill and shouted down to the onlookers, "Listen carefully. This stone mill will now assist everyone in grinding wheat. But I will require payment. Half a bag of flour for every 10 bags processed." What do you think? It's not much, is it? The laborers huddled together in discussion, realizing that this charge was indeed minimal, practically akin to a gift. Is this truly the case, my lord? Certainly it is. Thank you, my lord. All right, everyone rise. It's getting late, and it's time to return home. Starting tomorrow, this place will officially open to the public. After the laborers and craftsmen departed, He Qi summoned one of his subordinates. Go fetch Prince Fusu. Understood. Commander He, how has Fusu been performing lately? He Kuei reflected on Fusu's recent conduct and then conveyed his thoughts to He Qi. The current Heavenly Society has already eradicated half of the underground forces within the city of Xianyang. The remaining factions have begun to band together for mutual protection, resulting in a protracted tug-of-war. Much of this success can be attributed to the 50 Iron Eagle warriors that He Qi entrusted to Fusu. Each time Fusu and his iron-blooded youth corps found themselves in peril, these 50 elite Qin soldiers would swiftly intervene. The combat prowess of these 50 exceptional soldiers is not something mere mortals can withstand. Upon hearing of Fusu's commendable recent performance, He Qi nodded. Commander He, do you believe Fusu can effectively manage this millstone? He Kuei turned his gaze toward the still operating millstone, falling into a contemplative silence. It was not that he was unwilling to speak. Rather, he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. However, given Fusu's character, this millstone might indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. It was possible that the nobility would intervene. Had this millstone remained in He Qi's possession, those individuals might have hesitated, aware that He Qi was a man of uncompromising resolve. Moreover, this millstone was crafted under He Qi's direct supervision, making all decisions ultimately his. Yet, once He Qi entrusted this millstone to Fusu, the situation would be markedly different. Perhaps it was time to impart a lesson to Fusu using this very millstone. After He Qi concluded his thoughts, he returned to his quarters, and after approximately an hour, Fusu arrived. Observing Fusu now, despite his continued appearance as a dashing young gentleman, there was a discernible shift in his demeanor. Over the past fortnight, Fusu had been relentlessly purging various factions, which had unconsciously imbued him with a certain sharpness. He Qi summoned Fusu and informed him that the millstone was now under his jurisdiction, Anyone seeking to grind flour would need to queue. Even if officials from the court came, they too would have to wait in line, and regardless of who it was. They must adhere to the rules set forth by Qi. For every 10 bags of flour, half a bag must be retained. Having imparted these instructions to Fusu, Qi departed, leaving the matter entirely in Fusu's hands. Upon returning to the Xianyang Palace, He Kuei approached Ing Zheng's palace to report. Upon learning that the millstone could grind hundreds of pounds of wheat into fine flour within just an hour, Ing Zheng was incredulous. Moreover, the millstone required only a handful of individuals to complete such an impressive feat, leaving him in disbelief. Ing Zheng mused to himself, is this the erudition of future generations? The Weishui River has flowed for so long without anyone considering this method. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was Qi's summoning of Fusu, and Ing Zheng was eager to observe how Fusu would handle the situation. On the first day at the massive millstone, everything proceeded smoothly, with the Grey Wolf and his men maintaining order. Each of the Grey Wolf's men was robust and intimidating, their scarred faces signaling that they were not easily trifled with. Consequently, the ordinary citizens had no choice but to obediently queue. On the second day, although a few servants from noble families attempted to stir unrest, they were swiftly subdued. By the third day, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Some well-informed individuals had discovered that the stone mill was now under the management of Fusu. Upon learning this, the atmosphere grew tense. Initially, a group of people began to cause a disturbance at the stone mill, and the Grey Wolves could not resort to violence. They had to let Fusu handle the matter. As Fusu emerged, these individuals fell to their knees, lamenting their plight, invoking the image of aged mothers and infants still in need of nourishment. In light of their difficult circumstances, they pleaded for an exemption from the flour they were required to submit. Their sincerity was palpable, with tears and snot mingling in a display of desperation. Fusu, moved by their plight, acquiesced to their requests. Once the floodgates were opened, chaos ensued at the stone mill, as everyone began to beseech Fusu for leniency, particularly the true commoners, who were all too familiar with hardship. After all, who among them could afford to stand in line at the mill if they were not struggling? An increasing number of people sought Fusu's compassion, and seeing the overwhelming tide, he waved his hand and declared that no one would be charged. 2 days later, the influx of individuals seeking to mill their grain had grown, and although their attire was not lavish, it was certainly not that of ordinary folk. In fact, there were scarcely any true commoners left milling their grain. Receiving word of this, Qi gazed at the note handed to him by He Kuei and sighed inwardly. Fusu, you remain too soft-hearted, he mused. He Kuei, gather the brothers and follow me. Understood. Qi exited the grand hall, leading his 150 men alongside He Kuei toward the stone mill. Meanwhile, within the adjacent hall, Ing Zheng was unusually engrossed in contemplation rather than reviewing bamboo slips. Standing at the entrance, he clutched several sheets of paper, which had begun to crumple under the pressure of his grip. Upon hearing that Qi was heading to the stone mill, he slowly relaxed his hold. Inform He Kuei to cooperate with whatever Qi decides. Yes, a voice responded from the shadows, and a figure swiftly darted in the direction of Qi and his men. Upon their arrival at the stone mill, Qi and his companions found it congested with carts and oxen, unmistakably indicative of those who could afford such means of transport. Qi chuckled at the sight of the vehicles. Did Fusu truly intend to suggest that those who could utilize carts or oxen were the common folk of Xianyang and its surroundings? How absurdly amusing. Grandfather, can't we also mill our grain here? Why is it no longer permitted? As Qi laughed at the sight of the carts, he noticed an elderly man accompanied by a young girl, both gazing wistfully at the distant stone mill. Child, this is not a place for us. The few days we were allowed to come here were a blessing. Henceforth, this will belong to the officials. Then, grandfather, I too shall become an official one day, so that you may enjoy steamed buns made from fine flour. Very well, I shall await the day my little one grows up. The old man's face, imbued with kindness, broke into a smile. Yet, to Qi, that smile was steeped in irony. Chapter 34. Do you know who I am? Qi approached the place where Fusu was resting, maintaining an expression of calm. At this moment, Fusu was grappling with the turmoil caused by Qi's self-serving alterations to the rules of the milling process. He remained uncertain about when Qi would arrive. Nevertheless, he could envision the scene that would unfold upon Qi's entrance. As Fusu was engrossed in his predicament, Qi lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Upon seeing Qi, Fusu rose and said, Please, Master, impose your punishment upon me. Tell me where I have erred. It must be noted that Fusu's attitude in admitting his faults was commendable, if only he could temper his honesty. Fusu ought not to have altered the established rules, allowing the populace to mill for free. After a moment of silence, Qin had yet to hear what he longed for, and his expression darkened. Nothing else? Fusu shook his head, genuinely unaware of where he had gone astray. The anticipated tempest did not manifest. Instead, Qin stood there silently. However, Fusu discerned a hint of disappointment on Qin's face. Come with me, Qin instructed, leading Fusu to the colossal stone mill. Qin pointed to the throng of individuals who were chatting and laughing while waiting in line. Do you see what kind of people these are? Following Qin's gesture, Fusu's countenance grew increasingly grim. These individuals appeared to be anything but common folk. Have you realized? There seem to be no ordinary citizens here. He chuckled. Well, not too foolish after all. There are indeed no commoners here. The genuine populace has long been driven away by those in power. Why is this so? Fusu inquired. Because you are benevolent. Because you are an honest man. Because you are Fusu, the noble Fusu. Fusu perceived the mockery woven within Qin's words, yet he remained silent, still at a loss regarding his missteps. Do you understand that you have sown the seeds of hatred within this vast empire? Once these seeds take root and flourish, it will prove catastrophic for the Qin Empire. Please, Master, enlighten me. Look at those milling. Can you identify a single ordinary citizen among them? I had promised everyone after establishing this water wheel that all must queue, even officials must wait and pay. Yet, observe now, are there any commoners here? Will they pay? You must recognize that once trust is lost, it is irretrievable, especially for an empire. When the populace no longer believes in the court, the empire, no matter how splendid it appears, is merely a fade, thriving outwardly but hollow within. Moreover, do you think His Majesty will construct such water wheels in every prefecture? If so, they will become the private property of the powerful, rendering the purpose of building this water wheel meaningless. Fusu, remember that when one occupies a lofty position, most tend to overlook the sentiments of those at the bottom. This is human nature, a truth distilled from millennia of Chinese history. Indeed, the author refers to the Qin Dynasty and the feudal monarchies of the past. Thus, as the heir to the empire, you cannot afford to be a saint. Anyone can be a saint in this empire, but you, Fusu, cannot, simply because you are the crown prince. As a ruler, you may be mediocre, you may be passive, but you cannot be solely benevolent. My intent in assigning you to oversee the factions was to encourage you to relinquish those benevolent inclinations within your heart. Regrettably, you have once again left me disappointed, and you have also disappointed His Majesty. Fusu wished to articulate something, yet he merely opened his mouth, unable to utter a word. Qin understood that altering Fusu's disposition would require far more time than they currently possessed. Fusu was indeed deeply ensnared. However, Qin was not short on time. He merely needed to rectify Fusu's propensity for unwarranted kindness. He instructed to cease the grinding of flour. As the members of the Heaven and Earth Society halted their efforts, the line of waiting individuals expressed their discontent. Why have you stopped? Please commence. We have been waiting. Indeed, begin at once. Qin gestured towards the clamor of the crowd. A tapestry of astonishment, disappointment, and skepticism played across Fusu's face. He was bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Those in line, growing impatient with the delay, began to push against the members of the Heaven and Earth Society, while some even climbed ladders, preparing to take matters into their own hands. The Grey Wolf apprehended those individuals. Qin turned to observe the Grey Wolf, who appeared quite troubled, hesitating visibly as if torn between action and restraint. Qin found it somewhat amusing. Do you know where these people hail from? Reporting to the Grand Leader, in our line of work, it is essential to possess a certain level of discernment regarding the influential. While I may not know the elites personally, I am acquainted with a few of their servants or subordinates. The one ascending the ladder is from General Wang's household, and the one pushing is a servant of the Grand Historian. Qin chuckled, surprised that this minor faction's Grey Wolf recognized so many of the prominent figures' attendants. Then you have long been aware that there are no common folk here. Qin turned his gaze towards Fusu. Should this be the case, Qin would no longer be disappointed in Fusu. The Grey Wolf interjected, Grand Leader, Fusu is unaware. I merely informed him that there are officials among us. You possess quite a talent for navigating social currents. Indeed, our existence is predicated on certain principles. Then I shall not make things difficult for you. Hey Fu stepped forward. Arrest these individuals. Those who dare to resist shall be dealt with on the spot. Understood. Fusu wished to counsel He to adopt a gentler approach, yet upon witnessing the gleam in He's eyes, he felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, and the words he intended to say were swallowed back. Stand aside. Do you know who I am, daring to obstruct my path? My willingness to queue is a concession to you. Step aside and relinquish the stone mill to us. As some in line began to take action, the remaining individuals shed their pretense, initiating a riot. These were all servants of noble households, inherently arrogant, and having followed the queue for days. They were now brimming with frustration. With a leader among them, their true natures began to emerge. However, just as they gathered and prepared to stir trouble, He Fu and his men encircled them. Ironically, this congregation made the task much easier for He Fu. Apprehend them all, including those on the ladder. Bring them down. What do you think you are doing? Do you know who I am? Release me. Hef delivered a swift kick, sending the raucous individual sprawling to the ground. The man writhed in agony, his face contorted with pain. Hef's strike had been executed with such force that it shattered the ribs across his chest. With a disdainful glance at the trembling onlookers, Hef commanded, "Take them away." Moments later, this group was presented before He and his companions. Release me. Who are you? Do you have any idea whose subordinate I am? And how do you possess standard military crossbows? Are you plotting a rebellion? As the last individual was brought before he scrutinized the person wounded by a bronze arrow. This was indeed the very individual whom the Grey Wolf had mentioned as being connected to General Wang. I recognize you as one of General Wang's men. But tell me, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Let me go, or General Wang will not spare you. He smiled slightly and gestured towards Fusu. Do you know him? The man regarded Fusu with a look of contempt. I don't care who he is. Release me, or the Wei River will soon have more bodies. How audacious you are. Do your family members know of your arrogance? Ignoring the man's outburst, He turned to Fusu. What do you think should be done with them? Fusu remained silent, uncertain about how to handle the situation. You are still too kind-hearted. Surely, you cannot believe that none of these individuals recognize you? Just as He finished speaking, the boisterous man momentarily paused before erupting into another tirade. Silence him. With a decisive motion, Hef struck the man in the abdomen with the hilt of his sword. The noise ceased instantly. The world fell silent, leaving only the man groaning in pain, curled up on the ground. He approached the group and pointed to Fusu. Those who recognize him, step forward. The crowd glanced at Fusu, then quickly averted their gazes, muttering amongst themselves. I don't know him. I don't know him. None of you recognize him? Very well. Allow me to introduce him. He is the vice leader of our Tiandi Association, known as Su. This territory falls under our jurisdiction, and you have violated our rules. How do you propose I punish you? Silence enveloped the group. They bowed their heads, refusing to meet He's or Fusu's gaze. He chuckled. You claim not to know Fusu. Yet if that were true, you wouldn't be here, obediently enduring my reprimand. He glanced down at the man on the ground, pondering if he truly did not know Fusu. Otherwise, how could he be so brazen? Grey Wolf, how does our Tiandi Association deal with troublemakers? He called out, noticing that Grey Wolf was not responding. Turning back, he queried, Grey Wolf, what are you dawdling for? Grey Wolf approached He, looking troubled, leaning in to speak quietly. He said, Leader, they have powerful backers. We cannot afford to offend them. He regarded Grey Wolf, impressed by his thoughtfulness. But did these individuals truly have allies while He did not? These individuals possess formidable backing, yet He stands alone without any support. What is there to fear? We are in the right, so what is there to be afraid of? Just speak your mind. The Grey Wolf felt a twinge of frustration. How could the leader of the faction be so obstinate? Observing He's nonchalant demeanor, the Grey Wolf clenched his teeth and declared, for those who cause trouble, we typically break their limbs and cast them onto the streets. Very well, let us proceed to do just that. He glanced around and noted the absence of any streets, suggesting instead, then we shall dispose of them into the Wei River, where the fish and shrimp could benefit from a better diet. Get to it. Understood. He Fu immediately led his men towards the group. Leader, do we truly intend to go this far? Should we not flee? I know a way out. He turned to see the Grey Wolf's face etched with a desire to escape, and he chuckled. Oh, so you are quite loyal. Indeed. My reputation for loyalty precedes me, the Grey Wolf replied, casting furtive glances around. Leader, Su's backing is more substantial than theirs. The gray wolf began to realize that He Qi's support likely surpassed that of their adversaries combined. Otherwise, how could He Qi dare to act so boldly? Indeed, it is substantial. Did you not notice this stone mill? Normally, such an item would not come into our hands. I tell you, Su has ties to the current crown prince. He Qi patted the gray wolf's chest, raising an eyebrow. Do you understand? The crown prince. The gray wolf felt reassured. He had suspected this all along. How could this stone mill possibly fall under their jurisdiction? At the very least, it should belong to a county official. The realization that Su had connections to the crown prince illuminated the gray wolf's expression, dispelling his fear and straightening his posture. Yes, that is how it should be understood. So, leader, what is your role? I am merely a lowly errand runner, the leader of the faction, a mere Baba. Each time the gray wolf heard the term Baba, he felt a sense of dissonance, unable to articulate why. By this time, He Fu and his men had already captured everyone and were preparing to break their limbs. Hold your actions. He Qi, if you dare to break our limbs, our master will not let you go. One individual managed to break free from the soldier's grasp and pointed a finger at He Qi. He Qi, is he not Baba? The gray wolf looked on in confusion. He Qi raised a hand, signaling to He Fu and the others to refrain from striking, then approached the man. No more pretense? Humph, off with his head. You dare? I am affiliated with the Left-Way Marquis's household and possess military merit. You cannot execute me without consequence. The Left-Way Marquis will not spare you. Left-Way Marquis? He Qi pondered for a moment, unable to recall who that was. The fact that he could not remember indicated that this Left-Way Marquis was not a significant figure. Otherwise, he would have been documented in history. Who is the Left-Way Marquis? He Qi inquired, glancing towards Fu Su. The Left-Way Marquis, Cao Zhang, accumulated military merit by assisting General Wang Jian in the conquest of Chu, and serves as a subordinate commander under the old general, a figure of some renown. He Qi mused, but what is the connection between Cao Zhang and Cao Jia? He Qi turned to the man who had just spoken. Hey Wei, they are of the same clan. Oh, no wonder. Now He Qi understands that he is of the same lineage. If anyone were to claim that Cao Zhang sought trouble with He Qi not for Cao Jia, it would likely be met with disbelief. Surely, the Black Commander is aware of whose household these individuals belong to, correct? He Kuei gazed at He Qi, perplexed by the meaning behind his words. It would be prudent for the Black Commander to inform these individuals' masters to come and retrieve them, should their masters fail to appear. I shall break their limbs and cast them into the Wei River. You wish for me to dispatch someone to notify them? Naturally, only the Black Commander's men would carry sufficient weight, would they not? He Kuei found himself at a loss for words. He gestured, and those behind him promptly departed. Such actions may offend many. One could say you have nearly positioned yourself against everyone. He Qi regarded He Kuei. Is this not precisely what the esteemed one wishes to witness? A solitary minister who has offended all officials is indeed what Ing Zheng yearns to see. Grey Wolf, go and grind our wheat. Inform the brothers that we shall have steamed buns this evening. Our wheat? When did we acquire any wheat? He Qi pointed at the wheat on the carts. Is not that our wheat? That is not ours. It is ours, go on. Understood. Grey Wolf, brimming with excitement, set off to grind the wheat. He Qi, you dare? That wheat belongs to our Left-Way Marquis's residence. You cannot dispose of it without permission. He Qi signaled to He Fu, who swiftly struck the man down with the hilt of his sword. Silverbose, Grey Wolf, have some of the brothers prepare a meal. I am quite famished. Is there not already ground flour? Let us use that. He Qi called out to Grey Wolf in the distance. Master, is this not somewhat inappropriate? After all, this is grain from those households. What shall they eat if we seize it? He Qi regarded Fu Su with exasperation. I care not. It was not I who summoned them here. They came of their own accord, causing a ruckus without offering compensation. Consider this our compensation for mental anguish. As for what those at the residence shall eat, that is of no concern to me. If you find yourself with idle hands, go fetch me several dozen sheep. Today we shall enhance our rations. Chapter 36. Want to redeem someone? Pay up. While He Qi awaited the arrival of the Left-Way Marquis and his entourage. They had yet to appear. Fu Su, having led a group, returned with a flock of sheep. Upon seeing the several dozen sheep, sorrowful tears streamed down He Qi's face. For aside from fine salt, he had also purchased numerous seasonings that were unavailable in this era. His device, once connected to the internet, would refresh the selection of seasonings. However, these seasonings were quite expensive. The cost of a single packet was sufficient to buy a sack of potatoes or corn. Thus, He Qi had refrained from making any purchases. This time, Having acquired those gears, he had casually bought some seasonings, initially intending to showcase them to Ingzhang. Now, it seemed he would have to be the first to sample their flavor. What? What has happened to Grey Wolf, that he should be so alarmed? Grey Wolf shooed away his underlings and hurried to He Chi's side, whispering a phrase in his ear. What? He Chi gazed at Fu Su, uncertain of what to say. The Grey Wolf informed He Chi that Fu Su had managed to arrive so swiftly with the sheep because he had purchased them from a wealthy household nearby. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant point was that Fu Su had been deceived, having spent a sum far exceeding the market price for these sheep. Damn it. We are in the underworld. This is a slap in the face for our heavenly society. Grey Wolf, gather some men and go reclaim our money. Consider it the cost of being duped by that household. Understood? Brothers, follow me. These individuals are rather amusing. He Kuei chuckled at the sight of the furious Grey Wolf and his companions seeking retribution. This is more like it. Captain He, you should smile more. You always wear that stern expression. Aren't you tired? The fleeting smile on He Kuei's face vanished at He Chi's words, returning to its previous sternness. He Chi chuckled inwardly. Sometimes, teasing He Kuei could bring him a bit of joy. After waiting for a considerable time, He Chi still had not seen Zhuo Wei Ho and the others. Not only had they not arrived, but even Grey Wolf and his crew had yet to return. Surely, Grey Wolf and his men did not happen to encounter Zhuo Wei Ho. Just then, they spotted a group approaching in the distance, and judging by their size, it was considerable. As the group drew near, a burly middle-aged man with a full beard dismounted and shouted toward them. Which one of you is He Chi? This was Zhuo Wei Ho Chaozhong. He Kuei reminded He Chi from behind. He Chi stepped forward, asking, Does Zhuo Wei Ho have business with me? Release my men and hand over 100 bags of flour as compensation, and we shall consider this matter settled, Chaozhong stated bluntly, without wasting words. He Chi's lips parted slightly. He turned his head to look at He Kuei, gesturing toward his own head, clearly implying that Zhuo Wei Ho was out of his mind. Noticing He Chi's disregard, Chaozhong continued, How has your consideration fared, young master He? No, after being refused. Chaozhong displayed a smile instead of anger. Since young master He does not agree, then so be it. He Chi was perplexed. Was Chaozhong not supposed to be a brash man? Why was he now so nonchalant? Bring the people forward. No sooner had Chaozhong spoken than several guards behind him marched out, escorting a few individuals. The leader. He Chi rolled his eyes at the sight of Grey Wolf and the others in captivity, realizing he had indeed guessed correctly. These people must be young master He's men. Grey Wolf, stunned by Chaozhong's words, looked at He Chi in disbelief. Not having expected their leader to be a young master, He Chi could only nod helplessly, since they were indeed young master He's men. Then those individuals had just attempted to rob a wealthy merchant, which, according to the laws of the Qin Dynasty, warranted dismemberment. Woo! Grey Wolf and the others, with their mouths gagged, struggled to speak. He Chi raised a hand to signal them to remain calm, then turned his gaze toward the smiling Chaozhong. Now He Chi understood why Chaozhong had acted so recklessly earlier. He had been positioning himself to negotiate with He Chi. Zhuo Wei Ho, little do you know. These individuals were dispatched by me. Oh, does young master He intend to break the law? Zhuo Wei, do not be hasty in labeling me. The reason I dispatched these individuals to that affluent household to request funds is entirely justified. As for the rationale, He Chi gestured toward the nearby Fu Su, stating, That is our vice leader of the Heaven and Earth Society, Su. I trust you are acquainted with him. He Chi then briefly recounted to Chaozhong the incident regarding Fu Su's purchase of sheep. What say you, Zhuo Wei? Do you find this explanation sufficient? Chaozhong cast a glance at He Chi, then at Fu Su in the distance, and his expression gradually shifted. Finally, he gritted his teeth and declared, Release them. Honorable leader, I did not anticipate that you would still be a mere minister of the interior, the returning Grey Wolf remarked, his face adorned with flattery as he regarded He Chi. Begone. You cannot even manage such a trivial matter. Go and handle those sheep, and summon Su. Understood, Your Highness. When Fu Su arrived, Chaozhong also bowed in respect. The distant Grey Wolf, witnessing Chaozhong paying respects to Fu Su, widened his eyes in disbelief, inadvertently slicing his own hand with the knife he held. Ouch! Grey Wolf shook off the bloodied hand and continued to observe He Chi and his companions. Boss, I can't shake the feeling that our leader is not merely a minister of the interior. It seems even Zhuo Wei shows him deference. Grey Wolf remarked to his subordinate. How the devil should I know? Mind your own business. Look, that sheep is still alive. Cannot you grant it a swift end? With that, Grey Wolf plunged the knife once more, ensuring the sheep was finally dispatched. Meanwhile, on He Qi's side, Zuo Wei adopted a more subdued demeanor upon Fu Su's arrival, shedding the recklessness he exhibited earlier. Your Highness, may I take my subordinates back? Let the wheat serve as an apology to your Highness. Fu Su remained silent, casting a glance at He Qi. Of course, Qiao Zhang's face brightened momentarily. No. His expression darkened abruptly. Minister the Crown Prince has already consented. Besides, I have acknowledged my error, and I no longer desire the wheat. What more do you seek? The wheat was originally intended as your compensation. As for the individuals, redemption is straightforward. Cash exchange for persons. He Qi, do not overreach. I have already extended you considerable courtesy. Push me further, and I may be compelled to act against you. Oh, so you intend to resort to force? Come then, who fears whom? Let us see whether your men surpass the royal guards assigned to me. Shall we test this? Qiao Zhang's gaze hardened as he scrutinized He Qi, seemingly contemplating a resolution through force. However, at that moment, He Wei stepped forward, casting a calm glance at Qiao Zhang. With that mere look, Qiao Zhang regained his composure. Minister what sum do you desire? Following Zuo Wei's earlier suggestion, 100 bags of white flour will suffice. Remember, it is white flour, not wheat. Why don't you simply rob me? Qiao Zhang nearly erupted with fury. Does Zuo Wei believe I am engaged in some trivial pursuit? Moreover, robbery does not yield such swift results. Qiao Zhang panted, his chest heaving. Yet, upon seeing Fu Su beside He Qi and He Wei standing behind him, he exhaled a breath of resignation. He spoke sternly. All right, we shall proceed as per Lord He's instructions. Let us go. Zuo Wei, do not forget to inform the others that payment and delivery must occur simultaneously. Without a backward glance, Qiao Zhang mounted his horse and departed with his entourage. He contemplated the monetary value that these individuals could yield. Fu Su gazed at He Qi, questioning, Master, are we truly to proceed in this manner? They have already paid the price for their actions. He Qi stepped forward, poised to reprimand Fu Su, but upon glancing at the nearby surveillance camera, he swallowed his words. You see, among the 6 generations of rulers in the Qin, none lacked depth of character. Yet here you are, presenting as a sage. Remember, one must not show leniency towards individuals like Zuo Wei, do you understand? Your words are wise, Master, Fu Su replied. However, He Qi, observing Fu Su's demeanor, recognized that he had not absorbed the lesson. He Qi smiled faintly. Your disposition makes you a perfect heir. Nevertheless, I reiterate, what the Qin requires is an emperor, not merely a sage. Fu Su comprehended the gravity of his mentor's words. I fear you still do not grasp the essence of this, He Qi sighed. Let us save this discussion for another time. There will be ample opportunity to reshape your worldview. Grey Wolf, how is the lamb preparation proceeding? I feel as though I shall perish from hunger. Great leader, the lamb has just been bled and will require some time. Follow me. There are those who wish to meet you. He Qi and Fu Su exchanged puzzled glances as they regarded the speaking He Wei. Despite their confusion, they followed. Chapter 37. Congratulations on your prosperity. Trailing behind He Wei, He Qi and Fu Su shared a knowing glance, understanding who had summoned them. Aside from Yingzheng, He Qi could not fathom who else could command He Wei in such a manner, especially to invite both Fu Su and himself. He Qi was uncertain of Yingzheng's purpose in this gathering, wondering if it was merely for a meal. As they entered the tent originally belonging to He Qi and later passed to Fu Su, they found Yingzheng seated in a black robe, a bamboo slip in hand. Having known Yingzheng for some time, He Qi had never seen him without a bamboo slip. Father, he addressed. Your Majesty, Fu Su added. Yingzheng set aside the slip and regarded He Qi. I have heard that you are enhancing the provisions today. I thought I might join in the festivities. The audacity of his arrival for a meal caught He Qi off guard. Upon exiting the tent with Yingzheng, they observed the enormous stone mill in the distance and the rushing Wei River. I did not anticipate such utility from the Wei, Yingzheng remarked. Then turned to He Qi. Is this an invention of future generations? Indeed, though it is not from my era. By my time, such stone mills had become obsolete, replaced by mechanized processes. Mechanized, Yingzheng repeated, absorbing yet another term. Do enlighten me further about your mechanization. They arrived at a clearing where several cooks were roasting lamb, while a bronze pot simmered with lamb offal soup. This soup was an idea He Qi had proposed earlier, which Yingzheng had found quite agreeable after tasting it. Come, place this into the soup, and apply these to the lamb. He retrieved several packets of seasoning from his bosom, one for stewing soup and two for barbecuing. The chefs did not immediately accept the items he offered. Instead, they all turned to look at Ingzheng. Only after he nodded did they take the items. Once everyone was seated, Ingzheng casually remarked while holding a bamboo slip, "He, I congratulate you on your newfound wealth." He sat there, somewhat distracted, poking the burning firewood with a stick. Upon hearing Ingzheng's words, he instinctively replied, "Ah, Commander, what are you saying? Wealth? I'm so poor I might as well be without trousers." Everyone's gaze shifted to He. Even Ingzheng set down his bamboo slip to regard him. They were all pondering the meaning behind He's words. At that moment, He realized his faux pas. He tossed aside the stick and grinned at them. He merely smiled without offering an explanation, knowing full well that they would not comprehend it. After all, he could not divulge that it was a line from a television series of a later era. What did His Majesty just say? He looked over at Fusu. "Father said he congratulated you on your wealth." "Where would I find wealth, being so poor? Those dozens of people each owe me 100 bags of flour. Have you not struck it rich?" "Ah, that's what His Majesty meant. That is merely the compensation they owe me for the free use of the stone mill over these past few days." Upon hearing He's shameless words, Heikuei shot him a disdainful look. To extort and then concoct such excuses was truly audacious. However, Ingzheng nodded in agreement with He's attitude and turned to Fusu. "If you could learn just a fraction of He's shamelessness, I could confidently entrust the Qin to you." "Your Majesty, that is not correct. How am I shameless? They came to my place to use the stone mill without payment. And even the process of pouring wheat was done by our brothers from the Tianyi Society. Their presence here also prevents other commoners from milling flour, resulting in a loss of our earnings. When I refused to mill for them, they even caused a ruckus, injuring several of our brothers severely. Shouldn't they at least provide some medical fees?" He added, "All these combined, I demand 100 bags of flour from them. Is that too much?" Fusu stared agape at He, utterly shocked by his audacity, almost having his worldview shattered. How could one be so shameless? Ingzheng pointed at He and then turned to Fusu. "You need not learn even a fraction of that." He grinned widely. "Exactly. I am quite the paragon of virtue. Learning just a bit is sufficient." Suddenly, He's grin vanished. "However, you made a mistake today." He was perplexed, looking at Ingzheng with an expression of inquiry. "You should have demanded that Qiao Zhang hand over those who bound your so-called Tianyi Society brothers. If he refuses, you could easily compel him. Wouldn't that utterly offends Wei Ho? Do you think that Qiao Zhang or the Qiao clan will let you off lightly in the future?" He remained silent, seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation. He had already offended Qiao Jie and now Qiao Zhang, in addition to having antagonized numerous other dignitaries today. Indeed, it seemed a disservice to Qiao Zhang. Ingzheng, noting that He grasped his words, continued, "Since you have already incurred the wrath of the entire Qiao family, you cannot allow Qiao Zhang to depart so easily today. What if I were to seek compensation from him now?" He suggested. Ingzheng cast a disdainful glance at He, conveying a simple message. It was too late for such thoughts. Damn it, he regretted it. In his frustration, He slapped his thigh. "If you possessed even a third of your father's abilities, you could secure that position with ease." He believed his voice was low, yet his words were heard by everyone present. Ingzheng glanced at Fusu, his eldest son, sighing inwardly. At that moment, the cooks had completed roasting the lamb and served everyone a bowl of lamb soup, holding freshly made steamed buns in hand. Accompanied by a sip of lamb soup and a bite of roasted lamb, life was indeed delightful. However, the lamb soup lacked a bit of flavor, likely due to the cook's inexperience. Ingzheng took a sip of the soup, savoring its deliciousness. He had fallen in love with this flavor during his first taste. Now, with He's seasoning enhancing it, the taste was even better. He tore off a piece of lamb, dipping it in the barbecue seasoning. It was delicious, though he lamented the absence of a cold beer to accompany it. Ingzheng mimicked He, dipping a piece of lamb into the seasoning. But as soon as the meat touched his tongue, he sensed something was amiss. His eyes widened, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Seeing this, he swiftly drew his bronze sword and pressed it against He's neck. However, Ingzheng waved his hand, signaling that he was unharmed. "Fetch His Majesty some water." He pushed the sword away from his neck and instructed the cooks. Gulping down water from a pouch, Ingzheng set it aside. "Your Majesty, please drink some more." Though Ingzheng remained silent, the sweat on his brow betrayed his inner turmoil. The onlookers watched him with tense expressions, while only He wore a look of detached amusement. Moments later, Yingzheng finally spoke. What is this? This is a barbecue seasoning from later generations. How does it taste, Your Majesty? It's a pity there's no cold beer. Otherwise, a bite of lamb with a sip of beer would be even more delightful. Quite good. With relief washing over the crowd, everyone, especially the cooks, slumped to the ground in relaxation. Come, do not hesitate. Everyone should give it a try. Qi held up the bronze vessel containing the seasoning for Fusu to sample. Once Fusu finished, he finally understood Yingzheng's earlier reaction. It was quite spicy. Qi tore off another piece of lamb, rolling it vigorously in the seasoning to ensure it was thoroughly coated in chili before presenting it to He. Commander He, you've worked hard. Please enjoy a piece of lamb. He, having observed Qi's actions, accepted the meat with a calm demeanor and placed it in his mouth. In an instant, Qi's eyes widened in surprise, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. With a beaming smile, he handed a water pouch to He Kuei, suggesting, if you can no longer endure, perhaps a sip of water would help. Provoked by Qi's taunt, He Kuei chewed a few times before forcefully swallowing the lamb. However, the spiciness exploded in his mouth, and upon seeing Qi's smug expression, he realized that Qi was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to mock him. He Kuei could only keep his mouth shut and endure, although the sweat trickling down his forehead betrayed the difficulty of his struggle. Observing He Kuei's face reddening from the effort, Qi felt a rush of satisfaction akin to sipping an ice-cold cola on a sweltering summer day. After all, He Kuei had previously pressed a bronze sword against Qi's neck. This was his act of retribution. Witnessing Qi's mischievous grin, Yingzheng felt slightly speechless. While Qi had many admirable qualities, he was unyielding and sought immediate vengeance. Yet, this tenacity was something Yingzheng greatly appreciated. You've handled this matter. I am genuinely curious as to how you will persuade those commoners to voluntarily construct my mausoleum, Yingzheng mused. Qi turned around, assuring, Your Majesty, rest assured. This matter will be resolved swiftly. Noticing Qi's turn, He Kuei hastily followed suit, taking a few rapid breaths. After He Kuei had turned away, Qi spoke again. Your Majesty, I have an idea I wish to propose. Speak, Yingzheng replied. Chapter 38. The Legacy of the Qin's Valiant Warriors. Qi pondered momentarily before looking at Yingzheng. Your Majesty, since you wish to use clay figurines to replace soldiers in guarding your mausoleum, have you ever considered transforming those figurines into genuine valiant warriors of the Qin? Yingzheng was somewhat perplexed by Qi's words. If taken at face value, it seemed as if Qi was suggesting the use of living beings for burial. However, Yingzheng sensed that Qi's intent lay deeper, though its true meaning eluded them both. Elaborate on your thoughts, Yingzheng urged. You may not be aware, Your Majesty, but in my era, the Huaxia faced invasion. Although we ultimately triumphed over the aggressors, our nation paid a grievous price. As the new era dawned, a great leader proposed the creation of a monument to honor the heroes who fought for our country. With this explanation, Yingzheng grasped Qi's intent. So, you mean to propose that the Qin also erect a monument to heroes in front of the mausoleum? Indeed, and furthermore, Your Majesty could collect the remains from the counties, whether from the Qin or the other 6 states. At the very least, these warriors should be laid to rest with dignity, for they fought valiantly for our nation. Qi paused, aware that this matter required Yingzheng's contemplation. Seated thoughtfully, Yingzheng gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with contemplation. As his fingers rhythmically tapped against the stone table before him, the crisp sound of his tapping resonated, and the surrounding noise seemed to diminish. I will grant your request. Do you have any further demands? What remains is my assertion that the valiant warriors of the great Qin shall guard the imperial tomb for you. We may inscribe the names of the fallen soldiers upon those clay figurines, ensuring that the esteemed warriors of Qin will eternally watch over the mausoleum. There is no objection. I shall concede to this request, and you may proceed with the task. Me? Once again, this responsibility falls upon my shoulders? It seems I lack the authority to gather the remains. You need only oversee the tomb. I shall assign others for the remaining duties. Patting his chest, he felt relieved that he was tasked with just one responsibility. Come, let us eat. The lamb is nearly burnt. Qi returned with a bowl of lamb offal soup and handed it to He Kuei. Commander He, this will soothe the spice. He Kuei accepted the soup, his voice somewhat hoarse. Thank you. Heh. Yingzheng observed Qi's actions and shook his head, noting how Qi sometimes possessed a childlike innocence. The next day, After rising in the Xianying Palace and having breakfast, Qi boarded a carriage heading towards the stone mill. Within the carriage, he produced 2 bags of barbecue seasoning from his bosom and handed them to Heikua. Heikua took them, casting a questioning glance at Qi. "This is for you. The leftovers from yesterday were taken by His Majesty. I have hidden these for myself and now share half with you. I shall overlook your actions of placing a sword at my throat yesterday." Heikua examined the 2 bags of seasoning. "Is this a bribe? Do not return it to me." He blocked Qi's outstretched hand and tucked the seasoning into his cloak. Qi pouted, "Thanks. It seems Commander He has become quite talkative lately." Heikua did not respond to Qi's remark. Upon the carriage's arrival at the stone mill, only a few daring villagers were seen carrying wheat to grind. Although early that morning, Fu Su had sent the Grey Wolves to announce that the villagers could grind their grain here, many still harbored skepticism. Only a handful of brave souls had come. But once the first few arrived, the others would gradually follow. Observing that the stone mill was returning to normalcy, Qi chose not to meet Fu Su and instead turned towards Mount Li. As Qi made his way to Mount Li, a decree from Yingzheng echoed throughout the Xianying Palace. His Majesty commands the collection of the remains from across the realm, whether from Qin or the other 6 states. All fallen soldiers and citizens shall be granted a resting place. He instructed Qi, the Minister of the Interior, to construct a monument at the royal tomb of Mount Li to honor the soldiers who fought for the Great Qin. All clay figurines shall bear the names of the deceased soldiers interred within the mausoleum. This announcement sent shockwaves through Xianying, as all Qin people found it hard to believe that ordinary Qin soldiers could be buried alongside the emperor in the imperial tomb, inscribed with their names. The entire city of Xianying was astir with this revelation. As Yingzheng's decree spread, calling for the collection of the remains of fallen soldiers and citizens from all counties, a faction of discontented individuals quietly criticized Yingzheng for using this as a means to win the people's hearts. At this moment, Qi arrived at Mount Li, having selected the site for the monument days prior. With the location determined, it was time to commence the work. Currently, Mount Li lacked little, save for boulders. Qi directly selected a portion of the craftsmen involved in constructing the imperial tomb to expedite the erection of a monument, a project that had long been part of his plans. After gradually releasing half of the convicts from Lishan, he had already begun contemplating this endeavor. Apart from the initial 30,000 convicts, Qi subsequently freed several others who had completed their sentences, significantly reducing the workforce for the construction of Lishan. This prompted numerous ministers to approach Yingzheng, lodging complaints, yet they were consistently suppressed. Recently, Qi had offended another group of ministers due to the stone mill by the Weishui River, leading to widespread grievances against him within the court. Had it not been for these circumstances, Yingzheng would not have casually mentioned the matter of his imperial tomb. After several days of labor, the masons finally completed the main structure of the monument. A great throng of citizens had gathered outside the tomb, eager to verify the veracity of the court's claims. Could their children, fathers, or brothers truly be interred alongside the emperor? Once the main structure of the monument took form, Qi instructed artisans to begin carving inscriptions upon it. He produced a sheet of paper bearing the calligraphy of Yingzheng, which read, "The valiant men of the Great Qin shall endure forever." In the corner was an emblem, commanded by heaven, "May longevity and prosperity prevail." Qi's gaze lingered on the latter inscription, filled with regret for having missed the opportunity to witness the imperial seal during its creation. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that there would be ample time in the future. There was no need to rush. A guard from the Qin army, flustered, rushed into Qi's residence, breathlessly reporting, "My lord, a multitude of citizens has gathered outside the tomb, clamoring to assist in its construction. You should come and see." Upon hearing the guard's report, Qi felt a surge of joy. "Lead me to them at once." When he beheld the sea of people before him, men, women, and children alike, he was astonished. It was evident that their numbers far exceeded those of the convicts he had released. "According to my instructions, let us commence our efforts." Understood. Although Qi had anticipated this scene, he was still taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the crowd. "I understand your sentiments, but I kindly ask you to proceed with caution. The rocky terrain is perilous." As he spoke to the assembly, he directed the Qin soldiers to methodically organize the citizens, ushering them into the imperial tomb in batches. Although these individuals had willingly come to offer their assistance, the potential for chaos in such a vast and noisy crowd was ever present. After a full day of meticulous arrangements, Qi finally settled the citizens. Later that night, once they had returned home, He wearily made his way back to the Xianyang Palace and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, within the adjacent palace, Ing Zheng was listening to He Kuei recount the day's events at Lishan. After the account, Ing Zheng gazed toward He Qi's palace, reflecting on how these matters had originated from a great figure of a bygone era. A millennium had passed, yet he felt an overwhelming desire to meet that illustrious individual. Alas, Ing Zheng gazed up at the moon, his eyes filled with a sense of regret and solitude. The following day, He Qi rose early and boarded a carriage bound for Lishan, where the townsfolk from the previous day had gathered once more. In accordance with their designated tasks, the enthusiasm of these citizens greatly surpassed that of the apprentices. "Grandfather, why must we gather these stones here?" "Because we are constructing a tomb for your father. Remember, this place will not only hold his majesty, but also your father." The little girl, with a vague understanding, nodded and continued to follow her grandfather, collecting the stones along the path. This scene was but a microcosm of Lishan, in the hearts of the townsfolk. They were building a resting place for their departed loved ones. He Qi observed that Lishan had finally returned to its intended course, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Upon returning to his resting place, He Qi was approached by He Wei, who spoke leisurely. "The quantity of paper has met your requirements." He Qi turned in astonishment, his face alight with joy. "Really?" Chapter 39. A weight of gold for a sheet of paper. He Qi's expression was one of pure exhilaration. The paper had been in production for quite some time. However, this was an unprecedented endeavor, necessitating a gradual accumulation of resources. Only when sufficient quantities were amassed could he commence selling the paper. After such a lengthy wait, the news from He Wei that the quantity had finally reached his expectations filled He Qi with visions of wealth pouring in like a torrent. With ample paper at his disposal, it indicated that Ing Zheng was preparing to gradually replace bamboo slips and silk with this new medium. The thought of impending riches and limitless connectivity thrilled He Qi to no end. "Let us select a shop and embark on my grand venture," he declared as he and He Wei hurriedly departed Lishan, arriving in Xianyang. He Qi entered a shop he had long coveted, ultimately securing it at an offer the owner could not refuse. Upon acquiring the shop, He Qi began renovations, which required minimal alterations, merely a reconfiguration of the shelves within. Simultaneously, as He Qi oversaw the renovations, Ing Zheng issued decrees mandating the gradual adoption of paper across various states and counties. Additionally, he dispatched agents to establish confidential paper production facilities throughout the regions. A cacophony of firecrackers erupted, heralding the grand opening of He Qi's first shop in the Qin Empire. The sound was not produced by gunpowder, but rather emanated from the authentic crackling of burning bamboo, a true representation of firecrackers. Once the noise subsided, He Qi stood at the entrance, slicing through a red satin ribbon. "Ladies and gentlemen, from this day forth, the ink fragrance shop is officially open. We welcome your patronage." He Qi bowed slightly at the sparsely populated threshold of his shop. As soon as He Qi finished speaking, the few onlookers who had gathered quickly departed in pairs. In an instant, the doorway was devoid of any presence. Witnessing this scene, He Qi felt no anger. He merely smiled and stepped inside the shop. He Qi had anticipated this situation, for the concept of paper was still unfamiliar to many, and the edicts issued by Ing Zheng had only just begun to take effect. In a few days, all would be well. While He Qi could not discern the impact of paper on others, he was acutely aware that for scholars, it was a treasure. "Move swiftly. Do you not realize my lord is waiting at the estate?" "Your lord waits, and my lord does not." "Your lord is a marshal general. What need has he for such excessive quantities of paper?" "Is your lord not a marshal general?" Within just 2 days, He Qi's shop was besieged by a throng of individuals, all servants from various noble households. They queued obediently, having been expressly instructed by their masters to refrain from causing any disturbances. The previous incident involving the stone mill had turned the likes of Duke Zhua and his companions into the laughingstock of Xianyang. Not only did they fail to gain any advantage from He Qi, but they also incurred considerable financial losses. This served as a lesson to others, revealing that He Qi was not only shameless, but also rather cunning. "How much for the paper above?" inquired a scholar, pointing to the finest paper displayed within the shop. 1 ounce of gold per sheet, came the reply. 1 ounce? Why not just rob a bank? The shopkeeper regarded the scholar with disdain. "Buy if you wish. Our esteemed lord of the minor treasury has decreed that this paper is exclusive to us in the entire Qin. 1 ounce of gold is already a bargain. If you do not wish to buy, kindly step aside. Do you not see the multitude waiting behind you?" Indeed, move along, urged those behind the scholar, hastening him to exit. Reluctantly, the scholar grabbed the paper he had purchased and exited in a huff. Give me a sheet of your finest paper. Your lord is willing to purchase such expensive paper? Of course, my lord has declared it a symbol of status. This paper is quite peculiar, so square and remarkably white. I cannot fathom how it is made. Oh dear. Upon inspecting his finger, he discovered it had been cut, causing it to bleed. Shaking off the blood, he examined the paper closely, relieved to find it unmarred. However, he noted that the paper was indeed sharp. Step aside. I want a sheet of that paper as well, cried one of the individuals in the back, shoving the scholar aside to demand a similar sheet. This paper was not crafted from the coarse fabrics Qin utilized. Rather, it was a genuine pack of 4-ply paper purchased via his mobile device. Yet, the cost of this 4-ply paper was not as exorbitant as Qin had anticipated. In addition to the 4-ply paper, he had acquired various other items that had recently become available. Although Qin was aware of their intended uses, they seemed unnecessary at the moment. Thus, he opted to store them on his phone without extracting them. He had only recently discovered this feature of his phone, a revelation that brought him great joy, for it implied that his phone could serve as a makeshift storage ring. At this juncture, Qin found himself seated in a carriage, en route to the estate beyond the confines of Xianyang. It has been a considerable time since I last encountered Baisu and his family, and I am quite curious about the growth of the potatoes and corn. By now, the corn should have reached impressive heights. However, such matters are not the primary concern of Qin. His foremost objective is to seek Baisu's assistance in promoting his paper. Although his paper has begun to gain popularity within the city of Xianyang, it remains insufficient, falling short of Qin's expectations. His ultimate aspiration is to attract the Confucian scholars from the Qi and Lu regions to procure his paper, as they represent his significant clientele. Moreover, Qin harbors a deep-seated desire to meet renowned historical figures who are immortalized in the annals of history, particularly Zhang Zifang from the Han Dynasty, the unparalleled hero Xiang Yu, and Liu Bang, who at the age of 54 aspired to dominate the world. Upon arriving at the estate, Qin inquired about Baisu's whereabouts and proceeded to the fields where he found Baisu and his granddaughter. Since the planting of the potatoes and corn, Baisu had taken up residence near the fields, constructing a modest dwelling to observe the growth of his crops each morning. Old Bai, Miss Bai, it has been quite a while, Qin greeted them. What brings you here today, esteemed busy man? Qin wasted no time and produced a sheet of paper from his bosom. Do you recall our previous conversation regarding my intention to sell paper? I now possess a sufficient quantity. Baisu took the paper from Qin's hand, feeling its texture. The craftsmanship of this paper far surpassed the quality of what Qin had initially presented. Is this paper still priced at 20 copper coins per sheet? He inquired. Certainly not. This paper is my prized possession, priced at 1 tael of gold per sheet. What? Baisu had yet to respond when Bai Wan exclaimed in astonishment. Though this paper is indeed rare, 1 tael of gold per sheet seems exorbitant. That amount could sustain several families for a year. The quality is undeniable, but it is beyond the means of a humble farmer. Such talk is unwarranted. If you desire the paper, it shall not be difficult. I will arrange for a cartload to be brought to you tomorrow. However, I must clarify that this is not the same type of paper. Never mind. I shall forego it. The more one desires something, the more costly it becomes. Rest assured, I shall assist in promoting your paper, though I cannot guarantee whether anyone will come to purchase it. Thank you, old Bai. I have confidence in my product. 2 days later, within an estate in the Qi and Lu region, a figure stood in a pavilion, gazing at the distant scenery. Zifang, are you still contemplating that matter? Fu Sheng approached Zhang Liang, joining him in his contemplative gaze. What brings you here, senior brother? Fu Sheng handed Zhang Liang a small piece of paper inscribed with the words, Qin of Xianyang sells paper, 20 coins per sheet. Qin, is he not the one who replaced Zhang Han and proposed the monument? Zhang Liang regarded the note with a grave expression, fixating his gaze upon Fu Sheng. Who is this Qin, and how is it that since his arrival, Yingzheng's tyranny has seemingly ceased? Especially, how could Qin persuade Yingzheng to release hundreds of thousands of prisoners from the Lishan labor camp? Furthermore, the colossal stone mill by the Weishui River, which collects the bones of the 6 states, must have also originated from Qin's hand. Now, with the emergence of this simple and lightweight paper, Zhang Liang clenched the paper in his hand with a hint of force. If Qin continues to provide counsel to Yingzheng, will his plans for revenge ever come to fruition? Will the Qin still be the Qin? This information was conveyed to us by the leader of the agrarian faction, who is said to be in Xianyang. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Liang was not as astonished as one might expect. The presence of the agrarian leader in Xianyang was no longer a secret. It was merely unclear what his intentions were. However, judging by the current news from the agrarian leader, it was evident that he had indeed made contact with He Qi. Could it be that the agrarians have surrendered to Yingzheng? Zhang Liang found it hard to accept this reality. Among the various schools of thought, the agrarians comprised the largest contingent. If they capitulated to Yingzheng, it would deal a significant blow to Zhang Liang. Is my senior brother seeking my counsel regarding the expedition to Xianyang? Zhang Liang now comprehended the purpose of Fu Sheng's visit. Fu Sheng nodded. This journey to Xianyang will be led by me personally, hence your presence is required. Zhang Liang stood quietly, the gentle breeze rustling his Confucian robes, stirring the unrest within his heart. After a long moment, his gaze gradually firmed, as if he had resolved upon a significant decision. Meanwhile, within the palace of Xianyang, He Qi idly fiddled with his smartphone, having become somewhat affluent since the advent of paper sales. Yet, this gold-swallowing beast reminded him that such wealth was still insufficient. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his contemplation. He tucked away his phone and opened the door. The craftsman Mo Li from Lishan seeks your attention. Mo Li was the leader of the artisans at the Lishan royal tomb. Upon their first meeting, He Qi had suspected Mo Li to be a member of the Mo family, yet the latter had never revealed any flaws. And He Qi harbored no animosity towards the Mo family. Thus, he chose to disregard whether Mo Li belonged to that faction. Accompanied by He Kuei, He Qi approached the exterior of the Xianyang palace, where he encountered a middle-aged man with somewhat rough skin standing there. You have emerged, Lord Xiaofu. What brings you here? Indeed, Lord Xiaofu, we have encountered a massive stone blocking our progress at Lishan. Is this trivial matter truly worthy of your report? As the head craftsman, cannot you simply dispatch someone to shatter the stone? Lord Xiaofu, our calculations indicate that the stone is excessively large. Employing our methods would likely require thousands of workers. Furthermore, do you permit me to assign perilous tasks to the common folk? While the number of prisoners is sufficient, such actions would deplete manpower in other areas. He Qi understood that Mo Li was not seeking a solution. He was requesting additional labor. Where am I to procure thousands of prisoners for you? He Qi glanced at Mo Li and outrightly dismissed his request with irritation. However, my lord, the progress of the imperial tomb cannot be delayed. If we fail to complete it on time, we observed the troubled expression on Mo Li's face, and without a moment's hesitation, He Qi suggested, why not just blow up the stone? Upon uttering these words, both Mo Li and He Qi stood frozen in place, astonished. Goodness, how could I have forgotten such an important matter? What a blunder. With that, He Qi dashed towards the palace of Xianyang, only to remember Mo Li was still there, prompting him to return. You wait for news, attend to other matters for now. As for that stone, I will devise a solution. After speaking, He Qi hurried back towards the palace. Watching He Qi's retreating figure, a contemplative expression emerged in Mo Li's eyes, and he shook his head before departing. Meanwhile, He Qi arrived at the hall where Yingzheng conducted his affairs. Due to a prior decree from Yingzheng, He Qi did not require an announcement to enter, so he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Your Majesty, he gasped, is that useless Su Fu still alive? Having rushed in, He Qi spoke breathlessly. Yingzheng set down the official document in his hands and regarded He Qi with curiosity. Why do you suddenly inquire about Su Fu? There is a matter I need him to attend to. He hasn't perished, has he? He is not. Still alive? How is he so fortunate? Or have you spared him a chance at life? Do you wish for Su Fu to be dead or alive? Yingzheng was somewhat at a loss for words at He Qi's inquiry. Either is acceptable. If he lives, he can still be of some use. Hey Kuei, take him to him. Understood. Upon hearing Yingzheng's words, He Qi understood that Su Fu had indeed survived, which was quite remarkable for such a worthless character. It had been quite some time, yet he still drew breath. He Kuei escorted He Qi to the palace where Su Fu and his companions previously practiced alchemy, guarded by a squadron of Iron Eagle warriors. He Kuei pushed open the door, leading He Qi inside, where they encountered two skeletons before a large bronze alchemical furnace. Are these two skeletons Su Fu? And who is the other? Zhao Gao. He Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the other was Zhao Gao, another calamity who had also survived. Truly, good people meet untimely ends while evildoers endure for millennia. Has His Majesty truly spared both of them? He Kuei turned to He Qi, a smirk playing on his lips. Do they appear to be spared? A glance at Su Fu and Zhao Gao's current state suggested they did not seem to have been granted leniency. Since that day, His Majesty had decreed that the inhabitants of this hall would no longer receive provisions, relying solely on the elixirs they concocted for sustenance. So, there were many people here before? Dozens. The exchange between He Qi and He Kuei sent a shiver down He Qi's spine. It seemed that the individuals within had endured a rather grim existence during this time. Not only had their beliefs crumbled, but they were forced to witness their former colleagues succumb to the very elixirs they once revered as divine. It was indeed a dual torment of both mind and body. However, as He Qi regarded Su Fu and the other two, an unexpected admiration began to blossom within him. He Qi truly admires the physical prowess of these two individuals. Consuming heavy metal daily, they have outlived numerous others, leaving one to ponder whether fate has spared them for a reason. Yet, as he contemplates the tasks he intends to assign, He Qi is uncertain whether their existence is fortunate or unfortunate. On one hand, they are granted the gift of additional days. On the other, the endeavors He Qi has in mind may leave them with naught but fragmented remnants of their former selves. Nevertheless, the fact that one is Su Fu and the other Zhao Gao stirs no sense of guilt within He Qi, but rather a peculiar anticipation. Chapter 41, Nitrate, Sulfur. And more as He Qi approached the palace entrance, Su Fu and Zhao Gao sensed a presence and turned their gazes toward him, only to find He Qi standing outside with an impish grin. Before Su Fu could utter a word, Zhao Gao fell to his knees, crawling toward He Qi with desperate pleas for mercy. "Spare me, my lord. Please grant me the mercy of life." Zhao Gao, his face streaked with tears and mucus, crawled closer. Since Zhao Gao's arrival, he believed he was merely tasked with overseeing Su Fu and the other alchemists. Little did he know that upon his arrival, he would be thrust into the depths of despair alongside them. Zhao Gao never fathomed that what Ing Zheng had meant by accompanying the alchemists would manifest in such a dire manner. Most perplexing was Zhao Gao's inability to comprehend where he had offended Ing Zheng. The only explanation that came to mind was that He Qi had conveyed something to Ing Zheng, for this figure from the future wielded the power to shape history. He knew that if he could sway He Qi, he might still preserve his life. However, during his prolonged stay, he had encountered neither He Qi nor any other individuals. The alchemists were the only company he kept, and they perished in clusters every few days, until only he and Su Fu remained. Initially, Su Fu and the others planned to end their lives after completing their current elixir, but unexpectedly, before they could finish, He Qi arrived, igniting a flicker of hope in Zhao Gao. Yet, while Zhao Gao saw hope, He Qi regarded him and Su Fu merely as tools that would not be discarded so easily. As Zhao Gao crawled closer, He Qi detected an odor reminiscent of spoiled vegetables. "Bring forth some buckets of water to cleanse them," he commanded. "This stench is unbearable." Covering his nose, He Qi distanced himself from the repugnant aroma. After a brief wait, several guards arrived to wash Zhao Gao and Su Fu with water buckets. After which He Qi approached them. "Do you wish to survive?" His voice resonated like a devil's whisper in their ears. "Yes, I do. Please, my lord. Plead with His Majesty for my life. I truly do not know what has angered him." At that moment, Su Fu, too, knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Spare my life, I implore you." The two men repeatedly bowed their heads, but He Qi seemed oblivious to their plight. Turning instead to converse with He Kuei, "Has His Majesty communicated the matters concerning Su Fu and those sorcerers to the outside world?" He Kuei cast a disdainful glance at He Qi. How could such a disgraceful affair be disclosed? "No, it is good that it remains unspoken. In that case, inform His Majesty to summon the sorcerers to Xianyang for alchemical purposes." He Kuei furrowed his brow as he regarded He Qi, pondering why they would still gather sorcerers when the elixirs had already been deemed poisonous. Nevertheless, he refrained from questioning, as His Majesty would undoubtedly inquire about this matter later. Upon receiving a nod from He Kuei, He Qi turned his attention to Su Fu and Zhao Gao. "Su Fu, have there been instances of furnace explosions during your alchemical processes?" Su Fu halted his actions of striking the ground with his head and raised it to meet He Qi's gaze. "Indeed, my lord, there have been such occurrences, and not merely once. Retrieve your records of each explosion. I wish to examine them." Hearing He Qi's command, Su Fu hurriedly rose to search through his alchemical notes. Before long, he presented several bamboo slips, each detailing past incidents of furnace explosions. He Qi opened one and began to read, discovering sulfur and saltpeter among the entries. A glance at the remaining slips revealed the same pattern. Every explosion involved these two substances. It is undeniable that these sorcerers were the earliest chemists, albeit misdirected in their pursuits. Qi produced a pin from his robe and tore off a blank segment of bamboo, inscribing several words upon it. Once completed, he turned the slip towards Su Fu and Zhao Gao. Commit these words to memory. Zhao Gao and Su Fu promptly raised their heads, their eyes fixed intently upon the characters. 1 part sulfur, 2 parts saltpeter, 3 parts charcoal. Zhao Gao and Su Fu nodded in acknowledgement of their understanding. You comprehend charcoal. The other 2 substances are saltpeter and sulfur. Mix the 3 according to this ratio, then enclose them in linen. Afterward, ignite it and observe if it produces an explosion-like reaction. Do you understand? Qi's expression was grave as he scrutinized Su Fu and Zhao Gao. They both nodded hastily, signaling their comprehension. However, my lord, what does this ratio signify? Qi replied, it means 1 gram of sulfur to 2 grams of saltpeter. This is merely a rough estimate. The precise quantities will require your repeated experimentation. You must observe carefully. The mixture must undergo a reaction akin to that of an explosion. If necessary, you should observe closely. Understand? Ah, Su Fu exclaimed. Must I observe from a close distance? He was well aware of the perilous nature of explosions. Each occurrence seemed to claim lives. This, what are you hesitating for? Otherwise, I shall speak to His Majesty and request your immediate execution. After all, there are plenty of sorcerers. Your demise would not be of consequence. Upon hearing Qi's words, Hikuei regarded him with a peculiar expression. So, this is the purpose behind summoning the sorcerers, truly ruthless. We shall do it, my lord, Zhao Gao quickly responded, recognizing that any day lived is a day gained. Very well. I shall arrange for the necessary items to be delivered to you at the appropriate time. Should you have any requests, do let me know. As for whether they can be fulfilled, it depends on my mood. Zhao Gao and Su Fu exchanged glances, and Zhao Gao cautiously spoke. Might we forego the elixirs and instead be provided with some ordinary meals? That is certainly agreeable. I shall grant you that request. As for what you will receive, I shall leave that to my discretion. Thank you, my lord, thank you. At that moment, Su Fu appeared somewhat bashful, as if he wished to speak. Is there anything else to mention? Su Fu raised his head. My lord, should other sorcerers arrive here, may I take the lead among them? Qi chuckled heartily. Oh, you do have quite the ambition for authority, do you not? No, my lord. It is not as you think. Su Fu hastily gestured, eager to clarify the situation. After hearing Su Fu's explanation, Qi began to understand. This fellow had previously relied on Ing Zheng's support and had not hesitated to ridicule other sorcerers, leading to many prominent practitioners of the Qin being offended. Upon hearing that Qi intended to lure other sorcerers, Su Fu was worried about being bullied. Qi smiled at Su Fu, who also managed a small smile in return. That will not do. Su Fu's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated such a response from Qi. Meanwhile, Higuei nodded in silent agreement. This was the Qi he knew. First, you must complete the tasks I have assigned to you. We shall address the remaining matters afterward. With that, Qi strode toward the palace exit. Upon reaching outside, Qi turned to Higuei, shedding his usual jovial demeanor for a serious countenance. These two must not leave this place for any reason. Guards are to be stationed outside, and meals shall be delivered there. Additionally, reinforce the guard to ensure that not even a bird can escape, and maintain a considerable distance from the palace. Even if His Majesty wishes to enter, he must notify me immediately. Observing Qi's solemnity, Higuei inquired with curiosity, what precisely are you having them investigate that necessitates such stringent measures, even barring the Emperor's entry? You shall know in due time once their research is complete. By the way, instruct the guards to remain indifferent to any occurrences within. They are only to report to me upon hearing any noise, regardless of what I may be engaged in. They must inform me at once. Qi stood in contemplation for a moment before softly confiding in Higuei. Inform His Majesty that once this matter is resolved, any remnants of the 6 states will be of little consequence. Has His Majesty not long desired to comprehend the vastness of this world? With this, he shall be well equipped to conquer it effortlessly. Seeing the gravity in Qi's expression, Higuei recognized the significance of the matter. If this is indeed so critical, why entrust it to those sorcerers? They could easily seek out individuals entirely loyal to His Majesty. However, Higuei refrained from voicing this inquiry, knowing that Ing Zheng would undoubtedly pose it later. Go and report to His Majesty. I shall return to my quarters and await his arrival. Chapter 42. The opening of Pandora's box. Heike noticed that He Qi had already departed, and he glanced back at the palace where Su Fu and the others resided before proceeding towards Ing Zheng's palace. Was this truly what He Qi had conveyed? Ing Zheng stood before the palace gates, his hands clasped behind his back. After hearing Heike's account, he too was perplexed as to what He Qi intended for Su Fu to undertake. Su Fu and Zhao Gao had long been on Ing Zheng's list of those marked for death, yet Ing Zheng chose not to allow their demise to be so uncomplicated. Thus, he had permitted them to remain alive, merely administering the elixirs he had concocted. Originally, the guards reported that their days were numbered. However, for reasons unbeknownst to He Qi, he insisted that Su Fu assist him. He claimed he would await me at his residence, did he not? Indeed, Your Majesty. Let us proceed. Ing Zheng strode out of the palace, making his way towards the hall where He Qi resided. At that moment, He Qi was prepared, awaiting Ing Zheng's arrival at a stone table. What is this? Ing Zheng inquired as he entered, observing a steaming bronze cup before him, containing what appeared to be leaves. This is tea, Your Majesty. I encourage you to sample it. It possesses a refreshing quality that alleviates fatigue. Ing Zheng lifted the bronze cup and took a tentative sip. It bore a slight bitterness, yet gradually revealed a hint of sweetness. Remarkable, indeed. This is tea? Truly a splendid creation. Pray, how much of it do you possess? He Qi shook his head. Alas, this is all there is. Ing Zheng set down the bronze cup, aware that He Qi was being disingenuous, yet he dismissed the matter. He observed that the cup contained no tea leaves, indicating that He Qi did not particularly relish this beverage. He could simply visit He Qi daily for a taste. Now, enlighten me about the research you have tasked Su Fu and the others with. Can that contraption genuinely assist in my ambition to unify the realm? What magnitude does Your Majesty's realm encompass? He Qi countered with a classic inquiry from the future. My realm? Ing Zheng mused, contemplating He Qi's question. In your estimation, as a denizen of the future, how vast should my domain be? He Qi paused momentarily, then a smile gradually spread across his face, growing ever wider. I believe Your Majesty's realm must be immense, truly immense. As for the specifics, I shall impart that knowledge when time permits. Surely, Your Majesty's focus is presently directed towards the remnants of the 6 states within your territory? Otherwise, the Xiongnu to the north and the Nanyue to the south would not be so emboldened, am I correct? Ing Zheng regarded He Qi with a smile. Rising to his feet with hands clasped behind him, gazing up at the moonlit sky. You speak truthfully. The remnants of the 6 states are indeed my current adversaries. However, as long as I am here, they shall remain consigned to their clandestine machinations. In my estimation, Your Majesty is far too merciful. Had it been I, at the moment of conquering the 6 states, I would have eradicated their aristocracy without hesitation, preventing them from scheming in the shadows. Ing Zheng found amusement in He Qi's perspective. Is this your personal belief, or that of the future? Within my thoughts, as well as those of individuals from future generations, there exists a belief that your heart has softened. Ing Zheng's lips curled into a faint smile. It is quite understandable that you, thousands of years later, are unaware of the circumstances I faced at that time. You genuinely think I have succumbed to compassion. However, it is merely a manifestation of my helplessness. Upon finishing his statement, a trace of resignation tinged Ing Zheng's voice. Helplessness? Indeed, it is helplessness. Ing Zheng resumed his seat, took a sip from the bronze cup, and then proceeded to elucidate the matter to He Qi. I would indeed desire to eliminate all the nobles of the 6 states, but I cannot. Do you know why? He Qi pondered for a moment before responding. Is it because those nobles hold influence in their regions? If they were to be eradicated, it would likely incite civil unrest. While that is indeed one reason, it is not the primary one. If it were merely a matter of civil unrest, it could be easily managed. Then what is the reason? Ing Zheng sipped his tea and exhaled heavily. The common people are ignorant. Upon hearing these 4 words, He Qi began to grasp Ing Zheng's predicament. Indeed, those nobles could not all be eliminated. At the very least, they serve to stabilize the hearts of the populace. Should these individuals be eradicated, the ignorant masses could be easily incited to revolt, resulting in chaos that might surpass the wars faced during the unification of the 6 states. Moreover, if uprisings persist, not only would it hinder internal peace, but it could also present opportunities for foreign invaders. If that were to occur, the losses would far outweigh the gains. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. You have yet to inform me about the research you assigned to Su Fu. Furthermore, You have once again commanded me to summon the scholars from across the realm to Xianyang. How many times have you issued commands to me now? He Qi chuckled softly, yet did not respond to Ing Zheng. Instead, he turned and pointed towards the palace behind him. Your Majesty, how long do you believe it would take to dismantle this palace? Ing Zheng regarded the palace He Qi indicated. That would depend on the method of dismantling. With just one person. One person? Ing Zheng looked at He Qi with a puzzled expression, intrigued to hear his reasoning. How could a single individual possibly dismantle an entire palace? Even if it were conceivable, it would take an indeterminate amount of time. Is the object you have tasked Su Fu and the others to study capable of allowing one person to dismantle this palace? He Qi nodded. And it would take merely a moment. Ing Zheng rose. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a miraculous object exist in this world? He Qi also stood. Your Majesty, have you forgotten where I come from? In the future, not merely this palace, but the entirety of Xianyang could be obliterated in an instant. Upon hearing He Qi's words, Ing Zheng's heart remained restless. He had not anticipated that such potent weapons truly existed. Do you possess such a thing? He Qi shook his head, genuinely lacking it at present. But who could say what the future holds? Then why entrust Su Fu and those scholars with such formidable power? Surely my subordinates are far safer than those scholars. Your Majesty, what you may not realize is that this object is highly unstable, especially in the present. All the materials may differ significantly from those in the future. A moment's negligence could trigger an explosion, the magnitude of which hinges upon the quantity of gunpowder involved. Hence, I have tasked the sorcerers with delving into this matter. Furthermore, these sorcerers possess varying degrees of experience with explosive devices, granting them a certain sensitivity towards detonations, thereby enabling them to craft gunpowder more adeptly. Gunpowder? Explosion? Is that truly the name of this substance? Indeed, to be precise, I have instructed Su Fu to investigate black powder, which, akin to explosive devices, possesses the capability to inflict considerable damage in its vicinity. Boom. Just as He Qi's words fell silent, a faint explosion reverberated from afar. Upon hearing this sound, He Wei and the others swiftly drew their swords, positioning themselves to shield Ing Zheng. Observing the anxious faces surrounding him, He Qi could barely contain his excitement. Could it be that Su Fu has succeeded? He gazed into the distance. Pandora's box has been opened. Chapter 43. The nature of war changes today. Ing Zheng turned to He Qi. What are you speaking of? What Pandora's box? Your Majesty, if my conjecture is correct, that sound we just heard should be the result of an explosion from the gunpowder that Su Fu and his team have been researching. Alas, the emergence of this substance now raises questions about whether it heralds fortune or misfortune. Why do you say that? Ing Zheng waved his hand, signaling He Wei and the others to stand down. Your Majesty, you shall see for yourself. Gunpowder is indeed a demon capable of slaughtering countless souls. With that, He Qi made his way toward the palace where Su Fu resided, with Ing Zheng and the others trailing behind. Upon reaching Su Fu's quarters, they found it besieged by numerous guards, all of whom were staring in horror at the palace's interior. The sound they had just heard had led them to believe there was some monstrous entity within. Open the door. My lord, there may be a monster inside. One of the guards cautioned as he glanced at He Qi. No matter, open the door. Creak. As the outer door swung open, He Qi stepped forward into the palace. Upon entry, he beheld the shattered palace doors and, glancing around, discovered Su Fu and Zhao Gao trembling on the steps, staring anxiously inside. Upon hearing He Qi enter, their eyes shifted toward him. Your Majesty, spare me. Zhao Gao, spotting Ing Zheng following closely behind He Qi, abandoned Su Fu and crawled toward Ing Zheng, crying out in desperation. However, before he could reach Ing Zheng, he was intercepted by He Wei's men. Throughout this exchange, Ing Zheng paid no heed to either Zhao Gao or Su Fu, his gaze fixated on the obliterated palace door. Is this the extent of that substance's power? He Qi nodded. This must be the result of a small quantity of gunpowder. Ing Zheng turned back to He Qi, incredulous. That door has been utterly destroyed. And you claim it was merely a small quantity? He Qi looked at the still trembling Su Fu. Bring him here. Two guards pulled Su Fu before He Qi, who, overwhelmed by fear, collapsed to the ground. Revive him. He Qi observed that Su Fu had yet to regain his composure, and thus commanded the guards to rouse him from his stupor. The guards brought forth a bucket of water and doused Su Fu's head with it. In an instant, Su Fu snapped back to reality, shaking off the water and casting his gaze towards He Qi. Your Majesty, spare me, Your Majesty, he exclaimed. Damn it, He Qi thought. his irritation flaring. How could they not see Zhang standing directly behind him, a man of considerable stature? Nonetheless, Su Fu's initial movement was swiftly thwarted by the guards. "Cease your shouting, or you shall be dragged out and executed," He Chi threatened, silencing both the weeping Su Fu and Zhao Gao instantly. With the two now quiet, He Chi approached Su Fu and pointed toward the shattered palace door. "Have you successfully concocted gunpowder?" Su Fu glanced at the remnants of the door, trembling as he replied, "I am unsure if it is indeed gunpowder. I mixed 3 substances in precise proportions and wrapped them in cloth. Fortunately, I retained some powder while wrapping. I placed that powder beneath the bundle and ignited it. The moment I lit it, I felt an ominous premonition and fled the hall. Just as I exited, a deafening explosion occurred, and the door was obliterated. It was utterly terrifying." "You succeeded on your first attempt?" He Chi inquired, curiosity piqued. Could Su Fu truly be a genius, capable of producing black powder on his initial try? Su Fu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, just once." "A prodigy indeed, such a pity," He Chi mused, recognizing Su Fu's potential but lamenting that neither Zhang nor He Chi would allow him to live out his days. However, before that, He Chi intended to extract the last vestiges of value from Su Fu. "Create another gunpowder pouch for me. My lord, spare me. That substance is far too fearsome. Grant me mercy," Su Fu pleaded, bowing repeatedly before He Chi, who felt not a shred of compassion. He then turned to Zhang. "Have him produce another." Zhang's voice bore an undeniable authority, pressing Su Fu down in trembling submission. "Yes," Su Fu acquiesced, unable to withstand Zhang's formidable presence, and he lowered his head, returning to the hall to gather the remaining materials for his mixture. "My lord, let us step outside and wait," He Chi suggested as he moved beside Zhang. "No need. I shall wait here. Did you not say that gunpowder poses no threat unless exposed to an open flame? It poses no danger without a flame. Yet I fear Su Fu may act irrationally. No matter, he would not dare." He Chi knew he could no longer sway Zhang. He approached Heike. "Commander He, summon some shields." He glanced at Zhang, receiving a nod of affirmation before instructing a subordinate to fetch the shields. At this moment, He Chi subtly signaled Su Fu within the hall with his eyes. He nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Meanwhile, a smile graced Zhang's lips. Before long, Su Fu emerged bearing a cloth bundle. "Stand still." Upon hearing He Chi's words, Su Fu halted in his tracks, at which point a guard approached to take the parcel from Su Fu's hands. He Chi stepped forward to examine the package held by the guard, opening it to take a closer look. This is unlike the firecrackers I previously stored. Your Majesty, do you have any unused boulders in the Xianying Palace? I would like to demonstrate the power of gunpowder." "That one." Zhang gestured towards a nearby artificial hill. He Chi shook his head. "No, that is too close. We need an open area." "Your Majesty, there is also a rocky outcrop in the palace training grounds. It should suffice." "Then let us proceed there." He Chi walked at the rear, glancing back at Zhao Gao and Su Fu, who were waiting. "You two continue preparing the gunpowder. Once it's ready, there may come a day when the Emperor, in good spirits, might release you." "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you, your Majesty." Su Fu and Zhao Gao knelt in gratitude. He Chi turned with a faint, cold smile before catching up. Upon reaching the training ground, he discovered a stone in the far corner. He approached, pouring out some gunpowder to serve as a fuse, and placed the explosive package beside the rock. "We need someone quick to ignite it." He Chi could not perform this task himself. "I will do it." He Kuei stepped forward from the crowd, approaching He Chi. "What must I do?" "Do you see the fuse on the ground? Light it, and then swiftly return to us. But first, wait." He Chi ran to stand before Zhang and turned back, instructing, "Use shields to block the Emperor. Not a single gap should remain." Upon hearing He Chi's command, the Qin soldiers with shields rushed to position themselves in front of Zhang. Once the shields were in place, He Chi called out, "Leader He, you may ignite it now." As soon as He Chi's voice fell, He Kuei dashed back behind Zhang. Before He Chi could express his awe, a thunderous boom echoed from afar. Boom. Following that sound, numerous small stones flew towards them, but they were all blocked by the shields. Once the barrage had ceased, He Chi instructed the guards to lower the shields. As the shields were dropped, Zhang and his companions beheld the absence of the large stone that had just been there, replaced by a dark, gaping hole. Surrounding the area were scattered fragments of stone. Witnessing this spectacle, even the normally composed He Kuei gaped in astonishment. As for Zhang, though his expression remained unchanged, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. He had not anticipated such power from the gunpowder. Among the group, only He Qi appeared unfazed. He understood that from this day forth, the nature of warfare would irrevocably change. The Pandora's box had been opened. Ing Zheng had witnessed its might, and He Qi knew he would never relinquish this discovery. Indeed, while He Qi pondered, Ing Zheng had already moved towards the site of the explosion. Chapter 44. Explosion is art. Upon arriving at the small pit, though modest in size, it had once been capped by a boulder. Ing Zheng stood at the edge of the pit, surveying the scattered stones, his inner delight nearly overwhelming him. Ultimately, he could no longer conceal his joy and burst into hearty laughter. He Qi approached Ing Zheng, eager to inquire about the reason for such mirth. Yet he hesitated to voice his curiosity. Summon the sages of the realm to Xianyang at once. Understood. Inform Su Fu to execute his tasks diligently. He Qi pondered Ing Zheng's words for a moment, questioning the true meaning of diligently. There was no mention of pardoning Su Fu for success, nor any threat of punishment for failure. Was this the art of imperial discourse, instilling a glimmer of hope that ultimately proved illusory and devoid of conviction? He Qi, do you have any further instructions? Apart from gunpowder, are there other more potent inventions in the future? Indeed, there are many. To be frank, in our time, gunpowder is merely what common folk use to celebrate festivals with firecrackers. What else then? Ing Zheng dismissed He Qi's comments, recognizing that such advancements were still distant for the Qin. His immediate objective was to arm the soldiers of Qin swiftly and quell the domestic unrest. Only after addressing these internal matters could he venture into the world He Qi spoke of. Besides this, there are firearms, rockets, cannons, atomic bombs, and nuclear weapons, among others. Ing Zheng felt unfamiliar with these names he had never heard before. Firearms. Are they the kind I envision? Certainly not. This firearm is entirely different. Can you manufacture them? He Qi paused, taken aback, yet he admitted that he indeed possessed the knowledge to create such devices. Recalling the past, Ing Zheng recognized the opportunity in He Qi's expression. Set aside time to construct one for me. I wish to see how this formidable weapon compares to gunpowder. Your Majesty may not be aware, but the majority of these weapons rely on gunpowder as their foundation. Is that so? Indeed, He Qi nodded, responding to each of Ing Zheng's inquiries. After bidding farewell to the emperor, He Qi returned to the palace of Su Fu and urged him to prepare several more explosives overnight. He had not forgotten the purpose behind presenting the gunpowder. The following day, He Qi sat in a carriage, followed by another cart laden with explosives. As they journeyed to Mount Li, he first sought out Mo Li, requesting to see the massive boulder obstructing their progress. Upon inspecting the stone, he noted its considerable size. Relying solely on manual labor would require significant time. He then ordered the surrounding individuals to disperse and directed his men to position the explosives to ensure a decisive outcome. He Qi placed several charges in critical locations, intending to obliterate the boulder in a single detonation. Once everything was prepared, He Qi signaled for the ignition of the gunpowder. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions shattered the massive stone. Quick, take cover. He Qi, believing himself to be at a safe distance, suddenly felt small stones raining down upon him and hurriedly urged those nearby to seek shelter. Fortunately, the stones capable of flying such distances were not excessively large. After a brief period of sheltering, the crowd emerged when they were certain no more stones would descend. The site where the initial stone had landed was now enveloped in a thick, swirling smoke, with dark fumes and dust mingling in the air. The divine presence had manifested. He Qi turned to behold the common folk and the condemned kneeling on the ground, offering their reverence towards the spot of the fallen stone. At that moment, He Qi found himself at a loss for words to explain the phenomenon. Perhaps it was best left unspoken. He resigned himself to this notion, understanding that even if he attempted to elucidate, the audience might not comprehend, and his explanations would inevitably reveal the existence of gunpowder. The commoners and prisoners continued to bow their heads, yet those beside He Qi regarded him with the eyes of one gazing upon a creature of myth, especially Mo Li, who was astonished that He Qi had resolved the colossal stone with merely a few burlap sacks. Furthermore, the thoroughness of the solution was unsettling. What exactly lay within those sacks? Even He Kuei, after witnessing the explosion, narrowed his eyes. He had witnessed the detonation of a single pack of explosives, but these several packs had obliterated a massive rock. Had they possessed such explosives during the unification of the 6 states, the endeavor would have required far less effort and time. Now, He grasped the true meaning behind He Qi's words to Yingzheng the previous day. Indeed, under the power of this gunpowder, the walls of any city would be rendered mere decorations. As the smoke began to dissipate, He Qi surveyed the explosion site. Aside from some charred remnants of the blast, no trace of the once mighty stone remained. Emoli, the rest is in your hands. Emoli, noticing Emoli's silence, He Qi turned to address him again. Emoli. This time, a companion of Emoli nudged him, and he snapped back to reality. At your command, my lord. Very well, He Qi nodded, then departed to return to his lodgings. Emoli gazed at the now vanished boulder in the distance, then turned his attention back to He Qi's receding figure, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Who exactly are you? What manner of substance is that? Emoli continued to fixate on He Qi's distant silhouette, pondering the identity of the enigmatic figure. Since He Qi's arrival, the entire Qin state had begun to transform. Initially, he had liberated a multitude of prisoners whose sentences had been served, subsequently harnessing the Wei River to establish a grand stone mill to assist the populace in grinding grain. Now, all of Qin was commencing the construction of mills along the river, emulating He Qi's creation. Next, He Qi proposed the construction of a monument, prompting the common folk to voluntarily assist in the restoration of the imperial tombs. Even Yingzheng's sudden decree to gather the remains raised suspicions in Emoli's mind regarding whether it had been He Qi's suggestion. Moreover, news from the agrarian community indicated that He Qi had invented a new form of paper which facilitated writing and preservation, available for merely 20 copper coins. Most notably, Emoli was aware that the leader of the agrarian faction resided near Xianyang, though he was uncertain of his current endeavors. According to reports from the agrarian folk, their leader was in seclusion, cultivating crops, and aside from periodic assurances of safety, no further news was forthcoming. S. Awareness of this information, as He Qi surmised, is due to his identity as the Mozi of the Mo family. The 6 states were unified by the Qin, leading to internal discord within the Mo family. One faction, led by, believed that the Mo family should remain uninvolved in warfare, advocating for peace and the well-being of the populace. Conversely, the other faction, led by, argued that the Mo family, inheriting from Mozi, ought to harness its strengths to aid the ambitious in resisting the tyrannical Qin. This ideological clash culminated in the fragmentation of the Mo family, prompting to journey to Xianyang. Disguised as a craftsman to conceal his identity as the Mo family heir, he found himself conscripted to Lishan when Yingzheng commenced the construction of the royal tombs. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Should he reach out to He Qi? Unbeknownst to him, even as this thought flickered to life, some disciples of the Mo family had already resolved to investigate He Qi's background. Chapter 45. Do I also possess the potential to become the world's preeminent master? He Qi spent an entire day at Lishan, realizing that since his arrival, he had not experienced a moment's respite. Each day was consumed by labor, consistently aiding Zheng Ge. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled the luxury of weekends. How had he ended up here without even a single day off? He lay back on the hard bed, sighing, contemplating the inevitable demise of the Qin. Commander He, when do you suppose the royal tomb will be completed? He Kuei glanced at He Qi, replying, if you have nothing to say, you needn't feel obligated to converse with me. With that, he closed his eyes once more. Observing He Kuei sitting cross-legged on the ground, He Qi noted that he resembled those martial arts masters in television dramas during their training, albeit without the smoke emanating from his head. Commander He, are you in the midst of cultivation? He Qi inquired, curiosity lighting his eyes. Sort of, He Kuei replied. Excitedly, He Qi sat up. Then could you teach me? If I learn, will I be able to scale walls and leap rooftops? What you refer to as lightness skill. I can't guarantee wall scaling, but you can certainly soar a few zhang above the ground. Really? He Qi's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Then please teach me. I've harbored a dream of becoming a martial artist since childhood. Irritated by the incessant chatter, He Kuei reluctantly opened his eyes and approached He Qi, who wore a look of perplexity. Stand up. Though uncertain of He Kuei's intentions, He Qi instinctively complied. Once upright, He Kuei began to probe and examine him. I see. You are assessing my bone structure to determine my martial aptitude, aren't you? He Qi exclaimed with excitement. You possess some knowledge, He Kuei acknowledged. Of course, these tales are all chronicled in novels. He Qi replied, brimming with pride. Novels? What novels? When I have time, I shall pen one for you to read. He Qi chuckled. Oh, surely you needn't probe any further. Suddenly startled, Qi instinctively shielded himself with his hands. Humph, He Kuei scoffed dismissively. After He Kuei meticulously examined Qi from head to toe, he stood upright, brushed off his hands, and returned to his seat at the table. Qi hurriedly approached and poured a bowl of water for He Kuei. So, Commander He, do I not possess the potential to become an unparalleled master of the world? He Kuei picked up the ceramic bowl and replied nonchalantly, such a possibility is utterly non-existent. Qi swiftly snatched the bowl away before He Kuei could bring it to his lips and placed it on the table. What are you drinking for? Don't drink the water I poured. He Kuei found Qi's petty behavior somewhat amusing. Have I not finished my sentence? Although you lack the potential to become the world's greatest master, your leg muscles are quite developed. So, Qi leaned in closer, his eyes fixed on He Kuei, eager to hear more. He Kuei remained silent, sitting there and clearing his throat. Ahem. Qi rolled his eyes and picked up the ceramic bowl. Commander He, just drink it, you are truly petty. After taking a sip from the bowl, He Kuei continued, your leg muscles are indeed robust. And I have noticed that the tendons in your legs appear somewhat unique. If you could receive guidance from a renowned master, you would likely achieve significant progress in your lightness skill. Really? Qi's face lit up with joy. Was this the flying and wall scaling he had always desired? However, what? Qi quickly inquired, puzzled by He Kuei's hesitance. However, seeking out a distinguished master for guidance presents its own challenges. What do you mean? Is there difficulty in that? In the realm, there are only two individuals renowned for their lightness skills. One is a wandering hero, and the other is supposedly a member of the Mo family. However, we possess no information on either of them. Upon hearing the name Mo family, Qi's mind instantly conjured the face of Mo Li as the most trusted individual beside His Majesty. Does Commander He not have any martial arts manuals? A talent as extraordinary as mine should be able to master those manuals with mere observation. He Kuei regarded Qi with an expression of disbelief. What manuals? Those are passed down orally. Wouldn't having a manual invite others to learn from it? Moreover, even if manuals existed, they would be in the possession of those who have a master. Individuals like us do not. All right. The excitement that had just surged within Qi dissipated swiftly. Where in this vast world could he possibly find such individuals? It seemed he would have to pursue leads from the Mo family. Mo Li, are you truly one of the Mo family? Qi reclined back onto the couch, lost in thought. He decided against returning to the Xianyang Palace for the night, opting instead to sleep here and listen. As Qi pondered, he gradually drifted into slumber. In his dream, he envisioned himself as a renowned master, possessing unparalleled lightness skills, with all thieves and bandits bowing before him in submission. Just as Qi reveled in his dream, he was abruptly awakened. Surround him, do not let him escape, came He Kuei's voice from outside. Startled, Qi wrapped himself in clothing and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he beheld a group of black ice platform individuals encircling a shadowy figure, whose face was concealed by a black scarf, yet her figure revealed she was a woman. Your ability to approach so silently is truly remarkable. He Kuei cast a vigilant gaze upon the woman before him. It is worth noting that the team he commanded comprised one of the two most elite factions under the direct authority of Yingzheng, known as the Black Ice Platform. The fact that this woman managed to bypass all external defenses and infiltrate the resting quarters of Qi was truly remarkable. Had He Kuei not sensed the anomaly and reacted swiftly, he dared not contemplate the wrath Yingzheng would unleash should any harm befall Qi. Capture her. The moment He Kuei's command resonated, the members of the Black Ice Platform sprang into action. However, even with a collective effort, the woman adeptly evaded all incoming assaults, moving with such grace that she resembled a solitary leaf caught in a tempest, untouched by the surrounding chaos. After a brief entanglement between the Black Ice Platform and the encircled woman, He Kuei discerned her intent to flee. Recognizing the urgency, he joined the fray, amplifying the pressure on her, particularly as he managed to shadow her nimble movements. This revelation astonished her. Had she known such a formidable protector was by Qi's side, her curiosity might have been tempered. With a powerful strike, He Kuei forced her backward, causing her to disregard the blood pooling at her throat as she executed a hasty retreat. This is bad. Stop her. Unfortunately, aside from He Kuei, no one could match her speed, leaving them helplessly watching as she vanished into the distance. Pursue her. He Kuei, clenching his fists in frustration, felt the sting of humiliation. Tonight marked a disgrace for him. He glanced into the distance, a cold glimmer in his eyes. Yet he refrained from chasing after her. He still needed to protect He, uncertain if she had ventured here alone. "Commander He, what just transpired?" He approached He as the skirmish concluded, inquiring about the commotion. He, still fixated on the horizon, replied gravely, "That individual must be one of the fastest practitioners of lightness in the world, as I mentioned. I never anticipated encountering her so soon. However, I had thought that the rogue was a man. It appears she belongs to the Mo family, and to my surprise, she is a woman." "The Mo family? Again with the Mo family?" He pondered, deep in thought. Shortly thereafter, the pursuers returned, reporting, "Please, Commander, punish us." He waved his hand dismissively. The fault lay with him for underestimating the situation. Is that person truly among the elite in lightness? He turned to face He, who was brimming with excitement. He could not fathom the source of He's enthusiasm. While the woman had not displayed any murderous intent, such exhilaration seemed unwarranted. "Did you track her? Was she headed towards the workers' resting area?" "No, my lord. She was moving in the opposite direction." He smirked slightly. "Ah, the sound of bells muffled by the hands. Do you wish to capture that individual from earlier?" He regarded He with a hint of curiosity. "Take your men and leave," He instructed, stepping forward. With a flash of insight in his eyes, He gestured for his men to follow. Chapter 46. A bet with the Mo family. At that moment, in the residence of the craftsman, Li was reprimanding several of his apprentices. "Who allowed her to go? Does she think so highly of herself? Relying solely on her lightness of foot, as if the world is beneath her?" Mo's expression was somewhat indifferent. "Master, you are aware of Schwerer's agility. Moreover, she merely wished to discover what means He employed to shatter that colossal stone." "Foolishness. Did you not notice that a figure has been shadowing He? Although we have not encountered him, his footsteps and breathing reveal him to be a formidable master." Mo interjected. "Do not worry, master. Aside from that wanderer, who in this world could possibly catch up to our junior sister?" Yet, despite his reassurances, Mo sensed that the figure was no ordinary individual. He likely was sent by Ying Zheng to accompany He. Otherwise, we would not be so utterly devoid of information. "Where is Schwer? Could she be in trouble?" Just as Mo voiced his concern, Mo Shui entered. "Father, I have returned." "You are injured?" Mo immediately noticed the pallor of Mo Shui's cheeks. Though she had wiped her mouth, a trace of blood remained. "Junior sister, you are hurt. Who could have inflicted such a wound on you?" Mo gazed at her with worry. Mo Shui offered a gentle smile. "Father, do not fret. I managed to shake them off and will not expose anyone." Mo recognized that, though Mo Shui had acted somewhat recklessly, she understood the gravity of the situation. "Is it the person beside He?" Mo Shui nodded. "Who is that individual?" Mo's brow furrowed deeply. His mind held no knowledge of He. Mo Shui shook her head. Recalling Heikuei's swift attack sent shivers down her spine. Had Heikuei not been careless, she might not have returned at all today. "Let us cease this matter for now. Do not act so rashly in the future, understand?" "I understand." Mo Shui discreetly stuck out her tongue. Mo cast a resigned glance at his daughter. "Come here, let me examine your wounds." He then turned to Mo Jia and the others. "You should return now. Remain discreet. He is no simple adversary." "Understood, master." Just as they were about to depart, both Mo Li and Mo Shui's expressions changed abruptly. "This is bad." Swish, swish, swish. The sound of figures landing echoed, and they realized they were encircled. "Surround the entire craftsman's district. Anyone who dares defy orders shall be executed immediately." "Yes." He's voice commanded from outside. Mo Jia and the others exchanged fearful glances, then turned to Mo Li, whose face had darkened. At that moment, Mo Shui gritted her teeth. "This is my fault. I will draw them away." "Stop. It may not be as dire as it seems." Mo Li restrained the departing Mo Shui, his gaze fixed intently on the curtain. The group shared anxious glances, their expressions growing increasingly grave as the footsteps drew nearer. With a swift motion, the curtain was sliced open from the outside, revealing He and Heikuei. Upon confirming there were no ambushes within, He entered with a smile, while Heikuei followed closely, his gaze fixated on Mo Li and Mo Shui. The latter's unstable breath, due to her injury, had alerted Heikuei to her martial prowess. Regarding Mo Li, he exuded an aura devoid of any martial prowess, which heightened Heikuei's vigilance. Heikuei observed Mo Shui, noting the striking resemblance between her and the woman he had injured moments earlier. "What brings you here, young master?" Emily swiftly donned a smile as he approached He. Oh, just remain where you are. I am rather fearful, He interjected, extending his hand to halt Emily's advance. The smile on Emily's face faltered. Are you attempting to seize me as a hostage to facilitate your escape? Do you truly believe I, He, am a fool? Upon hearing He refer to him as master, Emily felt a jolt of surprise, though his expression remained unchanged. What are you saying, young master? Master? I am merely the artisan Emily. I have never heard of such a title. Enough, enough. Emily, spare me the pretense. If I lacked confidence, I would not have come here at this moment. Emily's countenance shifted as he processed He's words: surprise, doubt, determination, and ultimately, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. Gradually, Emily's expression settled into tranquility. His previously hunched form straightened, and his gaze cleared, no longer clouded as before. The ingratiating demeanor had vanished, replaced by a serene composure. Goodness! To He's eyes, this transformation was nothing short of miraculous. Young master please, state your purpose for visiting tonight. Observing Emily's tone had shifted, He maintained a cheerful grin. So, Emily, you have ceased your charade? That is commendable. It is far better to converse openly. He then gestured toward He Kuei. Allow me to introduce He Kuei, the commander of He Bing Tai. The individuals encircling you outside are his subordinates. Emily's gaze grew serious as he regarded He Kuei, realizing why he had found no information regarding him. He was a trusted lieutenant of Yingzheng. It was no wonder Mo Shui had sustained injuries. Had it been anyone else, they would have already fallen prey to He Kuei and his men. Clearly, Yingzheng held He in high regard, even assigning the commander of his personal guards to him. After the introduction, He noticed both parties were locked in a tense standoff, exchanging not a single word. I must say, my friends, we did not come here to engage in combat. Is it truly necessary to create such a charged atmosphere? Let us relax. Emily redirected his attention to He, sensing that perhaps he was not here to apprehend them. Then, what brings you here, young master I have come to seek her. He pointed towards Mo Shui, who had been gazing intently at He Kuei. Emily's expression darkened immediately. It appeared he still could not place trust in the words of those from the court. Just a moment ago, He claimed he was not here to capture them. Yet now he asserted he had come for Mo Shui. I alone am responsible for everything. Let my father and the others go, and I will accompany you. Schwer, step back. Father, retreat. Emily's voice bore a hint of anger. Hold on. I have already stated that I am not here to capture you. There is no need for such agitation. Noticing Emily's increasingly turbulent expression, He prepared for a possible confrontation. Aware that He Kuei and his subordinates were also on edge, and he hastily intervened. All eyes turned to He, puzzled by his words. My dear lady, what brings you to my abode under the cover of night? Please do not tell me your intention is to take my life. Certainly not. My curiosity merely piqued regarding the means by which you shattered the colossal stone. Alas, before I could approach your residence, I was discovered. Mo Shui, expressing her grievances, noted that her lightness of foot is unparalleled in the world, yet she was still detected before entering He's dwelling. Such is life. One cannot traverse the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. So, you are not here to kill me? We harbor no enmity towards Master He. It would be inconceivable for us to seek your demise. That is reassuring. Upon hearing Emily's explanation, He nodded in agreement, well aware that Mo Shui had no intention of harming him. But pray tell, what is your purpose for visiting Master He? To collaborate with your esteemed Mo family. Collaborate? Emily was puzzled as to what He could possibly need from them. Indeed, I possess many brilliant ideas, yet lack the capacity to bring them to fruition. Hence I require your assistance. He's somewhat boastful words amused not only Emily, but also Mo Jia and the others. What other family could boast more ingenuity than the Mo family? Do you doubt it? Master He, you are aware that our lineage descends from Mozi, in terms of ingenuity. The Mo family stands equal to the Gonshu family. That is precisely the affirmation I awaited. Very well, shall we engage in a wager? What manner of wager do you propose, Master He? A best of 3. You shall present 3 questions regarding Luban's art, and we shall each create our answers, which we will then judge against one another. This seems to place Master He at a disadvantage. If we do not proceed thus, would you truly collaborate with us? After a moment's contemplation, Emily interjected, aside from collaborating with our Mo family, I presume you have other conditions, Master He. I mentioned earlier, I desire her. You shall not have her, Mo Shui retorted, her face aflame with indignation. Mo Li's expression darkened instantly. Master He. Shui is not a pawn in this wager. Allow me to finish. I seek her to teach me the art of lightness. Upon hearing He Qi's request, the tension in Mo Li and the others eased, their eyes casting resentful glances at He Qi, silently conveying that he ought to refrain from abrupt interruptions. However, such skill requires innate talent. He Qi cast a glance at Mo Shui's chest, realizing he had overlooked that detail earlier. Indeed, it necessitates a certain aptitude. Mo Shui and the others had initially assumed he referred to martial talent. Very well, I accept, should you prevail over us. I shall impart the art of lightness to you. He Qi turned his gaze to Mo Li. After a moment's reflection, Mo Li nodded, agreed. He Qi, pleased, snapped his fingers. It is settled. I await your questions. Departing, He Qi waved his hand, leading He Wei and the others out. Their purpose for coming had been fulfilled. He Wei lingered at the door, turning to Mo Li with a glimmer of desire in his eyes, a yearning to engage him in combat. Chapter 47. The Lady of the Left Hand and the Lady of the Right Hand. Once He Wei and the others had departed, Mo Li and Mo Shui finally relaxed. Father, it is all my fault. I was the one who lured them here. Mo Li shook his head. While your presence played a role, it was evident from He Qi's tone that he had long been aware of my identity as the heir of the Mo family, only choosing not to disclose it. Who exactly is this He Qi? It is unclear. He appears as if he has descended from the heavens, suddenly emerging and swiftly becoming a trusted confidant of Yingzheng. Let us deliberate on what the first task shall be. As for He Qi and his companions, after He Qi departed with He Kuei, the latter remained fixated on him throughout the journey. In He Kuei's mind, he still could not comprehend the magnitude of He Qi's operation, especially now that he was aware that Mo Li was indeed the scion of the Mo family. Most of the remaining craftsmen were likely members of the Mo clan as well. Why was there no order to apprehend them directly? Instead, they were opting for collaboration and even discussing some form of wager. Upon returning to their residence, just as He Qi was about to recline for some rest, He Kuei could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, why not seize the Mo family members? They are all rebels. He Qi regarded He Kuei and replied, firstly, they are not rebels. Do not hastily label everyone as such. Secondly, I genuinely require their assistance. Lastly, I sincerely wish to learn the art of lightness skill. The final point, indeed, seemed to be the most pivotal. He Kuei cast a disapproving glance at He Qi. That is your concern, not mine. Be cautious of Mo Li. His martial prowess is formidable. He Qi nodded, acknowledging the warning. He had discerned that these old fellows were quite adept at concealing their true intentions. Bai Zhu was one such individual, and now Mo Li exhibited the same quality. Fortunately, He Qi's aspiration was to cultivate these individuals into allies, thus alleviating his fears. After spending a night at Lishan, He Qi and He Kuei returned to Xianyang. In the ensuing days, although He Qi did not encounter Mo Li and his associates, he was met with practitioners from various regions. These sorcerers, upon learning they could travel to Xianyang to concoct elixirs for the first emperor, were overjoyed and hastened their journey with great enthusiasm. Upon arriving in Xianyang, merely proclaiming oneself as a sorcerer would result in an unexpectedly warm reception. Initially, these sorcerers were ushered into a room where they were queried about their experiences with alchemical explosions. Those who had such experiences would recount the circumstances and the specific herbs that had led to the mishaps. Conversely, those without such experience were directed to another chamber, where a sumptuous feast awaited them. As these sorcerers indulged in the delightful repast, reveling in the prospects of their forthcoming lives, everything took a sudden turn. They were abruptly confined within a palace, where the most renowned figure in their circle, Su Fu, would instruct the newcomers on the art of mixing 3 distinct substances. At first, the sorcerers were uncooperative, presenting themselves as if they were summoned by the emperor to create celestial elixirs. However, the guards merely smiled, brandishing the wooden sticks they had concealed behind their backs, proceeding to administer a few blows. He Qi had previously instructed them that the first strike should target the mouth to preempt pleas for mercy, while the second should strike the legs to prevent any attempts at escape. The third strike must be aimed directly at the head to prevent contemplation. Once the 3 strikes are delivered, these sorcerers will obediently comply. The crux of the matter lies in He Qi's dedication to those soldiers. He personally pledged a reward of 100 copper coins to each soldier stationed here. This promise transformed the once dreaded palace, often echoing with explosive sounds, into a coveted locale. As Qi dispatched the copper coins on the very day he made his promise. Naturally, the soldiers were eager to seize such an opportunity. With such generous rewards, the soldiers wielded their rods with vigor, causing the sorcerers to cry out in distress. The sorcerers had not anticipated that the sumptuous delicacies they had enjoyed would be akin to a death sentence. In just a few days, dozens of sorcerers had arrived, and they could now work in an assembly line manner. One day, while Qi was engaged in a game of chess with He, a soldier approached with news. "My lord, we have captured a peculiar sorcerer. Please come and see." Indeed, Qi was intrigued and tossed his chess piece onto the board before joyfully following the soldier outside. He glanced at the disarrayed chessboard with a cold smirk before trailing behind. "I am not intentionally resigning. There is a matter at hand." Qi chuckled at He. He remained silent, casting a disdainful glance at Qi. Ignoring the derisive look, Qi mused, "If you wish to win the spices in my possession, perhaps next time." Upon arriving at a grand hall with the soldier, Qi was taken aback by the sight before him. What on earth, a monk? But wait, didn't Buddhism only arrive during the Western Han Dynasty? Where did this monk come from? "What are you talking about, monk? What Western Han?" "Nothing." Qi shook his head, refraining from answering He's inquiries. As he approached the man, Qi confirmed that he was indeed a monk, albeit one unlike those of later generations, possessing features reminiscent of foreign descent. "Where did this monk come from?" Qi inquired. The young soldier replied, "I do not know, my lord." Qi cast a glance at the soldier, then resignedly approached the monk. The monk clasped his hands together and bowed to Qi. Observing the monk's features, which bore some resemblance to those from the region of Sango, Qi attempted to communicate in various languages he knew. "Anihisai, Sawasti Ka, Umitba, Kong Yochiwa." "Umitba," the monk responded. "Do you understand the language of the Central Plains?" Qi asked. "I have a rudimentary understanding," the monk replied. "You should have mentioned that sooner." "From where do you hail?" "I am a humble monk from the west, lost in the vast desert and rescued by the local populace. Hence I learned the language of the Central Plains." "What brings you here?" Qi questioned. "I wish to seek your Majesty's permission to propagate my teachings here. And I have heard that your Majesty is in search of talented individuals. I possess certain alchemical skills." Qi had expected some novel sorcery, but was disappointed to hear it was merely alchemy, leading him to perceive the monk as just another opportunist. "What do you usually eat and drink?" Qi asked. "Are you preparing some food for this humble monk?" The monk's query was met with silence from Qi, who pondered the monk's audacity. "I have no particular tastes, but a bit of meat accompanied by fine wine would indeed be delightful. You are nothing but a gluttonous monk. Would you care for a few maidens as well?" Qi's tone shifted, tinged with incredulity. Yet, the monk appeared oblivious to the implication, nodding cheerfully. "How dare you nod in agreement? You truly embody the essence of a debauched monk, fulfilling my wishes without a second thought. Guards, seize this monk and administer 80 lashes." "Yes, my lord, but may I inquire as to why?" The monk's face blanched with terror, bewildered by his offense against Qi. "Be sure to flip him over for the punishment." "Understood." Although the soldiers were unclear about the reasoning behind Qi's demand, they complied. Following the punishment, the monk was unceremoniously handed over to Su Fu. Thus, the initial propagation of Buddhism in Central Plains was abruptly extinguished by Qi. As the monk was taken away, Qi stepped outside, lamenting the ominous weather. "Why is it so dreary today? It seems a torrential downpour is imminent." Chapter 48. The Scapegoat. Why does this rain persist? Qi stood at the entrance of his palace, gazing at the relentless downpour that had lasted 3 days, unable to contain his lament. This deluge would undoubtedly wreak havoc on countless commoners. Strange, if this was a significant disaster, it should be recorded in history. Yet, I have no recollection of this rain. Skeptical, Qi retreated indoors to check his phone, but found no information. However, he opened a shopping app and retrieved a raincoat, one of the assorted items he had purchased previously. So far, he had only utilized 2 items, tea leaves and this umbrella. He had intended to buy more tea to sell, but was surprised to discover that it had a cool-down period after each purchase. With his aspirations for profit thwarted, Qi could only watch helplessly. Just as he contemplated when he might put the raincoat to use, a soldier rushed in, a guard loyal to Yingzheng, to inform Qi that Yingzheng was awaiting him. With the raincoat in hand, Qi smiled. "Well, it seems I shall soon have a purpose for this." He hastily unwrapped it and donned the raincoat before stepping out, accompanied by the black-clad He Wei. Upon reaching Yingzheng's palace, just as Qi was about to remove the raincoat, Ing Zheng halted him. Keep it on. You may need it again. The Wei River is swelling, and we must manage the flood. You are to accompany Zheng Guo to assess the situation. Me? He Qi pointed to himself, questioning why one person was not sufficient for this task. Yes, you. Not only will you accompany him, but you shall also be in charge. Zheng Guo will heed your commands. Your Majesty, you may be overestimating my capabilities. My studies did not encompass hydraulics, and I am entirely unversed in this matter. This matter does not require your understanding. You merely need to make a decision. Now, hurry along. Upon your arrival, Zheng Guo will elucidate everything for you. He Qi, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded, uncertain as to why Ing Zheng had chosen to send him. He was entirely ignorant of the task at hand. Once aboard the carriage, He Qi removed his raincoat and noticed that He Kuo, too, had shed his rain gear. He produced another raincoat and offered it to He Kuo, who accepted it. Is this a product of your later generations? What material is it made from? Perhaps it is plastic, though I cannot say for certain. Due to the rain, the carriage's pace had considerably slowed, and their arrival at the stone mill took twice as long as usual. He Qi disembarked and entered the room originally designated for his own construction. At that moment, Zheng Guo was engrossed in sketching on a map, and upon seeing He Qi enter, he looked up, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. You have finally arrived. Finally? Did you know His Majesty would send me? Zheng Guo merely smiled without responding. Observing Zheng Guo's demeanor, He Qi felt an ominous premonition. Zheng Guo beckoned He Qi to the stone table and began to explain the impact of the torrential rain on the Wei River, pointing to a flow chart. After listening for a while, He Qi admitted his utter confusion. Lord Zheng, please instruct me on what I must do. What decisions do I need to make? We must release the floodwaters. Then let us proceed with the release. There are several locations I have identified that require your decision, young master He. Upon hearing this, He Qi understood that none of the options would be favorable, and all were likely to offend someone. No wonder Zheng Guo had appeared so pleased at his arrival. It seemed he was the scapegoat. Nonetheless, given the circumstances, He Qi resolved to assess the options and choose the least offensive one. What are the locations? This is one. There are no villages nearby, merely this stone mill. No, that won't do. Before Zheng Guo could finish, He Qi dismissed the proposal. What nonsense! I constructed that mill. It has only just begun to thrive. How could I allow it to be destroyed? Then there is this option. While viable, it may impact an estate that is reportedly surrounded by thousands of soldiers. He Qi glanced at He Kuo, who approached to inspect the proposal. Then nodded. It is that place. No, let us find another. What about this location? It is a large village. We could relocate the residents. He Qi pondered for a moment. Let us tentatively consider this. Are there any other options? Zheng Guo regarded He Qi, his expression somewhat peculiar. There is one more. It is a farmland. Is there an issue with this farmland? Zheng Guo appeared to suppress a smile. That belongs to the esteemed Qiao Zhang, and it is his finest field. So this farmland is the best site for releasing floodwaters, is it? He Qi now understood that all the previous suggestions were merely a pretext. Only Qiao Zhang's farmland was deemed appropriate for the flood release. Zheng Guo nodded, aware of the animosity between He Qi and Qiao Zhang, hence the groundwork he had laid. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed swiftly. It is not so simple. Why is it not simple? I had previously submitted a petition to your Majesty, but I am unsure where the error occurred. As it has come to the attention of Lord Wei, who has now stationed guards at that particular farmland. How many individuals are there? Zheng Guo was somewhat bewildered by He Qi's question. Was he preparing for direct confrontation? Approximately over 200. That isn't too many, Black Fu. Black Fu entered from outside. Tell the brothers to arm themselves and prepare for combat. Understood. He Xiaofu, is this appropriate? Perhaps we should consult with Lord Wei before resorting to violence. He Qi regarded Zheng Guo with an amused expression. Do you believe His Majesty dispatched me to negotiate with Qiao Zhang? With that, He Qi exited. Zheng Guo stood in place, contemplating. There was indeed some truth to that. However, recalling something, Zheng Guo hastily stepped outside, calling out to the figure of He Qi in the rain. He Xiaofu must initiate the flood discharge by tonight at the latest, or it will be too late. He Qi raised his hand to indicate his understanding. What instructions does His Majesty have? Upon returning to the carriage, He Qi turned to Black Huai. Knowing that Ing Zheng would not allow his plans to falter, Ing Zheng wished to avoid escalating the situation. Black Huai silently produced a bamboo tube from his robes and handed it to He Qi. Upon receiving it, He Qi poured out a slip of paper that read, "Eliminate the chief villain." Understood. As long as Qiao Zhang is slain, that suffices. Is Qiao Zhang not aligned with his majesty? He Qi could not help but inquire of Black Huai. After a moment's reflection, Black Huai responded, he is of the old nobility. Now it was entirely clear. Indeed, a nation harbors not only external foes, but internal adversaries as well. Thus, He Qi ceased feigning and returned to Xianyang, instructing Black Fu and the others to fully arm themselves. Previously, they had donned simple garments, but now they were clad in leather armor. En route, He Qi also summoned the 50 men who had remained by Fu Su's side to temporarily rejoin the ranks. Consequently, He Qi's guard of 200 was fully assembled and well-equipped. Together with Black Huai and his subordinates, they were sufficiently prepared. Let us depart. He Qi, seated in the carriage, led his contingent towards Qiao Zhang's farmland. Chapter 49. Lord Zuo Wei's numerous concerns. He Qi, accompanied by his men, marched resolutely towards Qiao Zhang's farmland. A scene witnessed by several onlookers. What? He Qi is personally leading a contingent. Qiao Zhang smashed the bronze cup in his hand against the ground. His face contorted with anger. He had not anticipated that He Qi would truly take action. It should be said that His Majesty has finally moved against these old nobles. With the realm now stabilized, His Majesty must begin to suppress all factions. Qiao Zhang realized he could not remain passive. A struggle might offer a glimmer of hope for survival, whereas continued submission would only lead to inevitable demise. Prepare the horses. Qiao Zhang mounted and, braving the rain, rode towards his farmland. By the time they arrived at the farmland, He Qi had already reached it first, but they were soon intercepted. The area had been sealed off, and no one was permitted entry. Several of Qiao Zhang's retainers stood there, blocking He Qi's vehicle. He Qi did not even reveal his face. His voice emanated from within the carriage. Black Fu, anyone who dares obstruct shall be slain. Stand aside. Lord Zuo Wei has decreed that no one may pass. After a series of anguished cries, He Qi's carriage continued its journey forward. The torrential rain still poured from the sky, yet the water along this path bore a hint of crimson. Upon arriving at the farmland, He Qi's carriage was halted once more, but this time by a throng of over 100 individuals. Clad in a raincoat, He Qi disembarked without acknowledging those who obstructed his path. Instead, he gazed toward the fields, which had grown considerably. It would indeed be a tragedy if these lands were to be destroyed. Nevertheless, this location served as an excellent flood drainage area, as there was nothing here apart from the farmland. Once the waters receded, a bit of reclamation would restore it to fertile ground. Please let He Xiaofu pass, my lord. The Ho has declared he will not permit flooding here. Oh, you recognize me? The Left Wei Marquis has his own schemes. I am here under the Emperor's orders to carry out the flood drainage. Do not think that I would hesitate to flood this farmland or even the Left Wei Marquis' estate. Step aside. The crowd ignored He Qi, instead drawing their bronze swords, ready to attack. He Qi, however, did not indulge their aggression. With a mere wave of his hand, he directed He Fu and his men into 3 rows, with crossbows aimed at their adversaries. Upon seeing the crossbows brandished by He Fu's group, the onlookers were thrown into disarray, glancing anxiously around. Qiao Zhang, witnessing the situation, felt a pang of anxiety but feigned calmness as he swallowed hard. He Xiaofu, our lord is on his way. Should we wait for him to arrive before discussing matters? Prepare yourselves, He Qi commanded, disregarding Qiao Zhang's words. Hold your ground. Let me see who dares to make a move. At this sound, Qiao Zhang exhaled in relief, wiping the rainwater from his face as he turned his gaze into the distance. Unfortunately, he did not catch the subtle smile that graced He Qi's lips at the sound. I will not allow anyone to harm my farmland. Qiao Zhang galloped up on horseback, brandishing his whip in anger, pointing it at He Qi. Make him dismount and speak with me. With a swift motion, He Fu loosed an arrow straight at Qiao Zhang's face. In a desperate attempt to evade the incoming projectile, Qiao Zhang fell to the ground, rising up covered in mud. He Qi, you seek death. Kill them. Upon hearing Qiao Zhang's command, his subordinates hesitated, torn between advancing and the imminent threat posed by the row of crossbows, knowing that to charge forward would mean certain death. What are you waiting for? Qiao Zhang, infuriated, drew his bronze sword and charged at He Qi. Clang! Qiao Zhang's sword was deftly parried by He Kuai. Qiao Zhang, you have committed treason by attacking officials. Seize him. At He Qi's command, several of He Kuai's subordinates emerged from the shadows, swiftly apprehending Qiao Zhang, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Scoundrel, you struck first. Who witnessed it? He Qi replied with a smile. I saw it. It was you who sent someone to shoot at our lord. He Qi cast a glance at He Fu. Whoosh. An arrow struck Chao Zheng in the neck, and he collapsed, blood mingling with the rainwater upon the ground. All of you get out. He Qi's voice rang out, causing the remaining individuals to discard their weapons and flee in terror. He Qi, you slaughter the innocent. Your end will not be a favorable one. He Qi approached Chao Zheng, asserting his innocence. I believe you are more aware than I am. Do you truly think I am oblivious to the sordid deeds you have committed? Let me ask you. When you sent Chao Zheng to abduct the daughters of the common people for your own indulgence, did you ever consider that today would come? You? Chao Zheng stared wide-eyed at He Qi, and then, as if struck by a thought, glanced at He Kuei. Observing Chao Zheng's head lowered in submission, He Qi let out a cold laugh. Being subjected to the punishment of being torn apart by chariots is already lenient for you. Take him away and await the emperor's decree. Notify Zhenghua that this matter has been resolved. The rest shall be entrusted to him. Understood. To the Chao residence. Seated in the carriage, He Kuei inquired, what purpose do we have at the Chao residence? We are going to conduct a search, of course. Given Chao Zheng's actions, there must be other incriminating evidence within his estate. We must act swiftly to prevent any potential destruction of evidence. You seem quite adept at this. Yet the emperor only instructed you to apprehend Chao Zheng, not to raid his home. Though the emperor did not explicitly state it, I understand his intentions. You do not grasp the emperor's mind as I do. He Kuei's expression darkened, having served the emperor for over a decade. He was taken aback by He Qi's audacity in claiming superior insight into the emperor's thoughts. Surround the Chao residence. Anyone attempting unauthorized entry shall be executed on the spot. The rest, charge inside and secure the inhabitants. Who are you? How dare you wreak havoc in my Chao residence? Do you seek death? I shall inform you that my lord, before he could finish, a fist struck him in the abdomen, knocking him to the ground. At that moment, Chao Jia, the most prominent member of the Chao family after Chao Zheng, emerged. Who are you? Do you know where you are? I wish to see who has sent you to disrupt the peace of the Chao residence. It is I, of course. Could it be you? He Qi followed the soldiers into the Chao residence. It's you again, He Qi. What do you intend to do? I have heard that members of the Chao household are colluding with the remnants of the Six Kingdoms. The emperor has dispatched me to conduct a search. I kindly ask for your cooperation, esteemed grand historian. He Kuei's expression grew peculiar. How was He Qi able to ascribe such accusations so effortlessly? Furthermore, had he just misrepresented the emperor's decree? You speak nonsense. How could we possibly conspire with the remnants of the Six Kingdoms? I shall go to the emperor and lodge a complaint against you. You are welcome to do so. However, for now, please cooperate with us. Bring the grand historian to a side room to rest. He Qi, the Chao family, and you are irreconcilable foes. He Qi mused. You should focus on surviving first. Search. Chapter 50. Nothing is more important than a meat-stuffed bun as He Fu and his men commenced their search of the Chao residence. Preparations were underway in Zhenghua to initiate a flood. Sir, we have found nothing. With your searching methods, it would be miraculous to uncover anything. He Qi observed as He Fu and his men merely entered the rooms and rummaged through cabinets without even breaking anything. This hardly constituted a raid. It felt more like a casual stroll. Lack of experience is evident. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Follow me. He Qi had already discerned that the wives and concubines of Chao Zheng, as well as Chao Jia, instinctively cast a glance towards a particular room in the courtyard upon being apprehended. What is the purpose of that room? He Qi pulled a servant of the Chao family aside and inquired. Upon the return of the esteemed gentleman, it was revealed that this abode served as a sanctuary for the ancestors revered by the marquises. No wonder. It was here that they sought the guardianship of their forebears over their wealth. He Qi, taking the lead, pushed open the door and stepped inside, discovering several spirit tablets arranged within, before which a few incense sticks were still smoldering. The room, though modest in size, boasted walls that appeared somewhat unusual. He Qi approached one wall and gently tapped it. Indeed, it was hollow within. Break this open, he commanded. Understood. Given its wooden composition, the wall was soon cleaved apart. Sir, there are items inside. Two soldiers began retrieving gold ingots from within. Continue to break open the rest. I wish to ascertain the extent of the Chao family's wealth. Approximately half an hour later, He Qi gazed upon the pile of gold ingots before him, a smile gracing his lips. He had anticipated the Chao family's affluence. Yet he was astounded by its magnitude. Truly, it is the officials who amass such fortunes. Pack this gold into boxes and secure it. This is crucial evidence. Emerging from the room, He Qi observed the Chao family members still ensnared by Lin Yu. He turned to He Kuai. These individuals shall be entrusted to you, Commander He. He Kuai glanced at He Qi, silent, then approached his subordinates to issue a few commands. Commander He, what do you think would happen if I were to leave behind a chest of gold? On their return to the Xianying Palace, He Qi wore a mischievous grin as he regarded He Kuai. Then you may as well await your demise. I hardly think so. His Majesty, wise and valiant, would not chastise me over a mere chest of gold. His Majesty would not blame you for the gold. But your misrepresentation of orders, let us see how you manage the others tomorrow. I have not misrepresented any orders. All of this was commanded by His Majesty. Observing He Qi's obstinate demeanor, He Kuai scoffed and closed his eyes, dismissing him. He Qi, seated nearby, pondered and leaned closer to He Kuai. Whom do you refer to as the others? He Kuai opened his eyes and, noticing He Qi's somewhat obsequious expression, retorted ungraciously, now you fear? It is too late. If you had merely apprehended Chao Zhang, it would not have mattered, but you chose to raid the Chao residence. Have you not delivered the incriminating evidence to those individuals? That cannot be right. I recall that capturing individuals necessitates raiding their homes. Where did things go awry? Forget it. The raid has occurred. His Majesty would not execute me over such trifles. Seeing He Qi's brazen confidence, He Kuai was rendered speechless. However, He Qi was correct, having conducted the raid. Ying Zheng would not punish He Qi for this minor infraction, but the responsibility for other matters would rest on He Qi's shoulders. Tomorrow, you need only be wary of one individual. Whom? The Marquis of Wuche, Zhao Wu. The Marquis of Wuche, He Qi murmured, contemplating. This Marquis was indeed extraordinary, holding the highest rank of nobility, equal to Wang Jian's position, yet it was hereditary. The prefix Wu implied that this man might be rather formidable. On the following morning, Xianying awoke to the long-awaited sunlight. Rising from his slumber, He Qi was suddenly struck with a craving for a meat sandwich. Having arrived in Xi'an, he lamented that he had yet to savor an authentic meat sandwich in his previous life before being transported to this era. Now, it is essential to address this regret. However, it is unlikely that the chefs of the Qin Dynasty would be able to prepare such a dish. Thus, He Qi had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He instructed his subordinates to prepare the buns, while for the onions and other ingredients, he had to resort to substitutes. While He Qi was joyfully crafting his meat-stuffed buns, Zhao Wu had already arrived at the Xianying Palace with a group of people. Let He Qi proceed first. I shall join shortly, the Emperor ordered. Your Majesty, has he arrived? Not yet. Then I shall not go. I will wait until His Majesty arrives. Commander He, you must try this meat bun. It is truly delicious, I assure you. The messenger did not seem in any hurry to leave, as he returned to report to Ying Zheng. What is He Qi doing with those meat buns? Your Majesty, indeed. That should be quite tasty. After saying this, Ying Zheng continued to handle the memorials before him. The attendant, observing the Emperor's demeanor, refrained from speaking, not daring to remind him that Zhao Wu and his entourage were still waiting. Why has His Majesty not yet arrived? If His Majesty does not come, then why is that young He Qi not here either? He has kept the old Marquis waiting for half an hour. It is truly unacceptable. At that moment, Zhao Wu, seated in the center of the hall, opened his eyes. Go and announce His Majesty again, stating that Zhao Wu requests an audience. Your Majesty, Lord Wu requests to see you. Ying Zheng set aside the memorials in his hand. Has He Qi not yet left? No. Young master, he is still there experimenting with those meat buns. Ying Zheng then rose and walked towards the large hall where Zhao Wu and the others were gathered. Young master, His Majesty has already gone ahead. What about you? One moment. I shall prepare a deluxe version of the meat bun before I go. He Qi, still unhurried, made the attendant feel helpless, and he could only return to report to Ying Zheng. Zhao Wu, seeing the attendant enter without the sight of He Qi, felt his expression darken considerably. Does He Qi presume himself to be more significant than His Majesty? Upon hearing Zhao Wu's remark, Ying Zheng let out a cold laugh internally, but remained silent, continuing to peruse the memorials before him. A quarter of an hour later, He Qi sauntered in leisurely. He Qi, how dare you keep the old Marquis waiting for so long? Is it not true that His Majesty has not awaited me? Do you imply that the old Marquis is of higher standing than His Majesty? I did not say that. You, if you are at a loss for words, you might wish to organize your thoughts before the meat bun cools down. It will not taste as good when cold. With that, He Qi bypassed the crowd, disregarding their gazes, and ascended the steps to stand beside Ying Zheng. Your Majesty, These meat buns are best enjoyed while warm. They lose their flavor when cooled. Please, do give it a try." Ing Zheng accepted the oddly shaped creation and began to eat it without a care for those around him. "Your Majesty, how is it? Is it delicious?" "Not bad. Indeed. Your Majesty, I must tell you that this is not the authentic version. When the opportunity arises, I shall prepare a genuine one for you." Observing the exchange between Ing Zheng and He Qi, Zhao Wu could no longer contain himself and stood abruptly, his body trembling slightly as he leaned on a dragon-headed cane. "Your Majesty." It was at this moment that He Qi and Ing Zheng finally directed their gaze downward. Chapter 51. Old man, allow me to impart a phrase to you. To grow old without dying is to be a thief. Who might you be, venerable elder? EQI. You are being brazen. This is Marquis Wu Che. Quickly descend. Disregarding the uproar around him, He Qi resolved to remain standing. For as long as Ing Zheng did not indicate for him to step down, he would not comply. It must be said that the perspective from such a height was indeed remarkable. How should one articulate it? The aura of authority was suddenly palpable. Youth lacks understanding. The old man does not take offense, Zhao Wuyin remarked with a hint of sarcasm, then turned his gaze to Ing Zheng. Your Majesty, may I inquire what transgression the Leftway Marquis has committed? Not only has he been apprehended, but the entire Chao residence has been ransacked. Presently, no one knows where he has been taken. Upon concluding his statement, Zhao Wu looked towards He Qi, as did those positioned behind him. Even Ing Zheng, at that moment, cast a curious glance at He Qi, eager to discern how he would respond to Zhao Wu. It was well known that Zhao Wu commanded a certain respect, even from Ing Zheng. His influence within the military, while not on par with the Wang or Meng families, was nonetheless significant. However, Zhao Wu possessed a notable flaw, an insatiable thirst for power. Following the annihilation of the Six States, Wang Jian voluntarily withdrew from the court, while the Meng family remained loyal. Only Zhao Wu represented the old aristocracy, whose influence not only failed to assist Ing Zheng, but continually posed obstacles. Many new policies would not have yielded such favorable outcomes had they not been enforced with an iron fist by Ing Zheng. Yet, despite this, the old aristocrats persisted in their duplicitous ways, engaging in covert schemes. Ing Zheng had issued numerous warnings, especially to Zhao Wu, as he wished for him to exit the court with dignity. Regrettably, Zhao Wu's pride, bolstered by his status as a veteran of 3 reigns, rendered him impervious to Ing Zheng's counsel. Who is Ing Zheng, after all? If Zhao Wu is unwilling to maintain his dignity, then Ing Zheng shall grant him a semblance of it. Through their time together, Ing Zheng had come to understand He Qi's character. He Qi was akin to a fine blade, one capable of utterly eliminating the old aristocracy. In Ing Zheng's eyes, He Qi was someone who eschewed conventional methods. Politics and factional struggles held no allure for him. Ing Zheng comprehended He Qi's intentions. As long as he offered his support, He Qi would act without reservation. Moreover, Ing Zheng perceived that, despite He Qi's outwardly amiable demeanor, he regarded the entirety of the Qin state with a singular respect reserved for Ing Zheng himself. Viewing others with an air of disdain, when gazing upon them, He Qi often exhibited a hint of contempt. For example, as he regarded Zhao Wu now, his expression conveyed not mere disdain but absolute scorn. Yet, He Qi remained silent, entirely disinterested in engaging in conversation. Seeing that both He Qi and Ing Zheng were silent, Zhao Wu pressed further. Your Majesty, regarding the affairs of the Chao residence, does this young master he not owe us an explanation? An explanation, you say? He Qi cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Wu, his heart brimming with indignation. It appears that His Excellency, the Marquis of Wucha, seems to be issuing a veiled threat to you. Upon hearing He Qi's words, both Zhao Wu and even Ing Zheng were taken aback by He Qi's audacity. While Zhao Wu's demeanor did exude a hint of intimidation due to his status, He Qi's bluntness was somewhat inappropriate. This bold remark effectively cornered Zhao Wu, while Ing Zheng's countenance darkened in response. Your Majesty, this old minister does not dare to threaten you. He merely seeks an explanation regarding this He Xiaofu, which is unrelated to your Majesty. Oh, so the Marquis of Wucha implies that all these matters are my doing, and thus I should be punished? He Xiaofu has indiscriminately apprehended individuals and even conducted unauthorized searches. Should he not face consequences for such actions? Pray tell, Marquis Wucha, are you the Chief Justice? No. Then do you preside over the laws of the Qin? I do not. By what authority do you stand here requesting the Emperor to punish me? I simply cannot abide by He Xiaofu's actions and wish to speak on behalf of the Leftway Marquis. Is it not akin to a dog meddling in matters that do not concern it? He Qi retorted audaciously. Mind your words, Zheng interjected, reminding He Qi to temper his excesses. After all, Zhao Wu was a venerable elder of 3 reigns, deserving of respect. Yet, He Qi remained undeterred. Zhao Wu's status did not command his allegiance. He relished in aggravating those who displeased him. Marquis Wucha, you are neither the Chief Justice nor the custodian of the law. Thus, I see no obligation to explain myself to you. Witnessing He Qi's insolence, Zhao Wu felt an overwhelming urge to strike him with his cane. Zhao Wu recognized that He Qi's boldness was likely a signal from Zheng, yet it was unacceptable for him to threaten the emperor. However, Zhao Wu was astonished by He Qi's behavior. Previously, even high-ranking officials would accord him some respect, and even Zheng would show deference. Yet, from the outset, He Qi had treated him with disdain, speaking down to him, and now he dared to mock him. Is it not permissible for me, as a former disciple of old Master Chao, to inquire about the fate of the entire Chao family, now apprehended? Of course, it is permissible. Had you presented this reasoning earlier, I would have gladly provided an explanation. Zhao Wu's gaze turned sinister as he fixed his eyes on He Qi, determined to find a moment to eliminate him. Then please, He Xiaofu, elucidate. Elucidate what? Does He Xiaofu believe that I can be trifled with? Oh, you refer to the affairs of the Chao family? Regrettably, I have no information to provide. With a resounding thud, the dragon-headed cane struck the ground. You shameless wretch. You dare to toy with me. I would not presume. However, the Chao residence has been found in possession of a substantial amount of gold, the origins of which remain uninvestigated. Hence I cannot divulge further. With a malicious grin, He Qi looked at Zhao Wu and quipped. Does the Marquis Wucha perhaps have insight into the origins of that gold? As far as I am aware, it would take the entire Chao family a decade of relentless labor to amass such wealth. Faced with He Qi's cunning retort, Zhao Wu could only glare at him in silent fury, realizing that every word he uttered would be met with a calculated response from He Qi, laden with venomous intent. At this point, Zhao Wu found himself at a loss. He had initially intended to leverage Chao Zhang's situation to exert pressure on Zheng. However, after a few words from He Qi, not only did it fail to affect Zheng, but Zhao Wu now found himself in a precarious position. If things continued this way, Zhao Wu feared that He Qi might directly place the blame on him. This was a suspicion Zhao Wu harbored without doubt. Having spent merely a short time with He Qi, he discerned that He Qi was a person who would repay grudges without delay, never waiting for the morrow. It seemed he had no choice but to abandon the matter of Chao Zhang, and thoughts of retreat began to loom in Zhao Wu's mind. In light of this, the old man decided not to inquire further. Your Majesty, this old minister shall take his leave. As Zhao Wu prepared to depart, Zheng cast a glance at He Qi and subtly nodded his head, signaling him. He Qi responded with a reassuring gesture, indicating his understanding. Wait a moment, Duke Wu. He Qi called, causing Zhao Wu, who was already on his way out, to pause and turn around. He Qi approached Zhao Wu and whispered, Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom, elder. Zhao Wu fixed his gaze on He Qi, curious about what words might emerge from his lips. To live long without dying is to be a rogue. Others turned to seeing Zheng, whose lips quivered in irritation, dropping the memorial he held. Humph. Zhao Wu shot a penetrating glance at He Qi, letting out a heavy snort as he leaned on his dragon-headed staff and strode away. Damn. The old fellow truly knows how to endure. He didn't even retaliate. He Qi murmured as he watched Zhao Wu retreat. Is my intention to provoke him into action? He Qi turned back to Zheng. Wasn't it? Did your Majesty not wish for Duke Wu to strike me, so that I might feign injury and subsequently punish him? Where did you glean such an interpretation? From your gaze just now. Huh. What I meant was that it's futile to discuss it now. You have thoroughly offended a multitude of individuals. What will you do? Zheng looked at He Qi with a smile. Your Majesty, whatever you command, I shall adhere to. Be it climbing mountains of knives or traversing seas of fire, I shall not decline. Into the flames, indeed, Your Majesty. Observing He Qi's antics, Zheng contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. This He Qi always managed to articulate thoughts that eluded him, yet they brought him amusement. You are dismissed. Return to your quarters. Upon hearing that he had no further business, He Qi promptly exited. Upon reaching his lodgings, He Qua sat beside a stone table, gesturing toward the sheepskin laid out upon it. The challenge from the Mo family has arrived. He Qi approached the stone table, noting that in this era, ordinary sheepskin held considerable value. The piece before him was evidently processed, soft to the touch, and quite pleasant. Upon it was inscribed the Mo family's 3 challenges for He Qi. The themes presented were those that fly in the sky, those that run on the ground, and those that swim in the water. Upon seeing these three themes, specific ideas began to crystallize in He Qi's mind. This was, after all, the treasure bequeathed by millennia of development in Huaxia. Upon the emergence of these three themes, He Qi instantaneously felt a sense of assurance. He truly could not fathom how defeat could possibly befall him. What could he possibly lose? In 5 days, we shall engage in a competition regarding one of these themes, and it is your prerogative to choose which one. Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed with the aquatic endeavor. Emojiao. Upon witnessing He Qi's unwavering confidence, which suggested an assured victory, felt a flicker of indignation rise within. In other circumstances, perhaps the Mo clan could not surpass He Qi. Yet in terms of manufacturing, they were undoubtedly the finest in the entire Qin realm. One cannot deny the Mo clan's confidence. Their craftsmanship indeed ranks among the elite in Qin. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that He Qi is not of this present Qin. He hails from a future era. To illustrate, if He Qi were to present a submarine blueprint at this juncture, the Mo clan would surely be taken aback. Alas, it seems He Qi is unable to procure such plans. Nevertheless, it matters not. If a submarine is unattainable, there are other alternatives. I take my leave now. In 5 days, our Mo clan shall await you by the Weishui River. Very well, I shall honor our appointment punctually. Once Emojiao departed, He Qi placed the parchment made of sheepskin upon the table and leisurely began to sip his water. Are you not anxious? He Qua, observing He Qi's composure, could not restrain himself from speaking. There is nothing to be anxious about when victory is assured. Upon hearing He Qi's words, He Qua reflected and recalled that Ing Zheng had once confided in him during a moment of solitude. What He Qi has presented thus far is likely merely the tip of the iceberg, as He Qi himself has articulated, with several millennia of development in Huaxia. What have they not encountered? After a brief respite outside, He Qi returned to his quarters and retrieved his mobile device, connecting to the internet for research. In truth, He Qi's initial thought was indeed an aquatic vessel, and in this era, the only feasible option was the ironclad steamship. However, the steam engine posed a significant challenge. He Qi could not guarantee the production of a satisfactory steam engine within 5 days. Thus, he was compelled to pursue a more accessible alternative. Since it is a ship, if a steam engine is impractical, he would seek a sailing vessel. Considering the time elapsed since the steam engine's inception, He Qi recalled the treasure ships of Zhenghe. These vessels epitomized the pinnacle of shipbuilding and navigation technology in the 15th century. Should he successfully replicate the Zhenghe treasure ship to perfection, He Qi genuinely could not comprehend how he could face defeat. He swiftly searched online for the construction and model blueprints of the Zhenghe treasure ship. It must be said that the internet is replete with talented individuals. A mere casual search revealed a perfect replica model of the treasure ship. Most importantly, there were also instructional videos and material preparations available. After downloading all of this information, He Qi summoned He Qua to assist him in transferring the blueprints onto paper. Upon hearing of this task, He Qua's expression darkened. I refuse. You must consider this carefully. This represents one of the finest ships of a future era. Are you certain you do not desire this blueprint? Observing He Qi's expression of assuredness, He Qua's fists clenched and then relaxed, only to clench again. Ultimately, with gritted teeth, he conceded, bring me the paper and pen. Long had everything been prepared, merely awaiting the arrival of the individual. He Qi's infuriating expression truly tempted He Kuei to deliver him a well-deserved thrashing. As He Kuei commenced the task of imprinting the blueprints, He Qi remained industrious, summoning craftsmen and instructing them to forge essential components. Fortunately, as this endeavor pertained to the construction of model ships, although numerous, the requisite parts were sufficiently diminutive, allowing for their completion within a single day. Once all instructions were duly given, He Qi stretched leisurely. He had engaged in a battle of wits with Zhao Wu and his entourage, leaving him quite fatigued. A moment of respite was certainly in order. Upon returning to his quarters, He Kuei was engrossed in his drawing, bent over with fervor. Circumventing the irritable He Kuei, He Qi reclined on his bed, closing his eyes to rest. Gradually, the soft sounds of his snoring began to emerge. Upon hearing this, He Kuei paused, glancing over to find He Qi fast asleep. With a snap, he broke the pen in his grasp due to excessive force. Taking a deep breath, He Kuei quelled his rising frustration and retrieved another pen to resume his drawing. As he worked, He Kuei contemplated the implications of He Qi's potential victory over the Mo family. Should he succeed, Mo Shui would undoubtedly teach him the art of lightness, a skill notoriously difficult to master, particularly at He Qi's age, compounded by the fact that his bones had already solidified. The thought of the hardships He Qi would endure in the future made He Kuei's current task seem rather trivial. Lost in this train of thought, his spirits lifted, and his hand moved more swiftly across the page. After an hour, He Kuei finally completed the entire design of the ship, setting his pen down to admire the blueprint spread out before him. "Ah, how delightful!" He Qi exclaimed, stretching at the edge of his bed. "Ah, you've finished. Truly commendable work, Captain He." He Qi approached He Kuei, giving a gentle pat on the shoulder. He Kuei, his expression as dark as ink, shrugged off the touch and exited the room. He Qi paid him no mind, bending down to gather the scattered blueprints, feeling increasingly guilty for his perceived bullying. Yet, what of it? If it brought him joy, then so be it. The following day, the various components for the treasure ship were completed, and He Qi promptly unfurled the blueprints, collaborating with the craftsmen to construct the Zheng He treasure ship. Meanwhile, at the Mo family, Mo Li and his colleagues were also engaged in their own manufacturing efforts, guided by a blueprint of their own. "Master, this design is the culmination of generations of refinement within our Mo family. Are we truly to present this treasure to the court?" Mo Li paused, glancing toward Mo Jia and the others. "Without this, we stand no chance against He Qi. I have long asserted that he is no ordinary individual. He seems enveloped in an enigmatic mist that obscures his true nature, and there is undoubtedly a significant secret surrounding him." The others nodded in agreement, having discerned through He Kuei that He Qi's identity was anything but simple. It is worth noting that He Kuei was the captain of Ying Zheng's personal guards, now devotedly safeguarding He Qi, thus highlighting the importance Ying Zheng placed upon him. "Rest assured, Master, the Mo family shall undoubtedly triumph in this contest. It is a legacy passed down through generations. We shall, without fail, emerge victorious." As he gazed upon the confident expressions adorning the faces of his disciples, Mo Li could not help but recall He Qi's self-assured smile. He Qi had once asserted that if their Mo clan triumphed in even a single contest out of the three, it would be considered a victory. It was perplexing where He Qi derived such confidence to make such bold claims. Shaking his head, Mo Li dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind and focused intently on constructing their vessels. Ying Zheng held the second blueprint sketched by He Kuei. Had He Qi been collaborating with those craftsmen to create this vessel over the past few days? What did Xiang Li Bai have to say? Avoiding the question, Xiang Li Bai had expressed nothing but praise for the ship, even suggesting it should not exist in this era. Xiang Li Bai certainly had an eye for talent. This vessel logically ought not to appear in the Great Qin. Yet here it was, manifesting against all odds. Ying Zheng grasped the blueprint, then stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the palace entrance, facing the rising sun. The sunlight illuminated his face, revealing a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. That day, He Qi arose, had a simple breakfast, and then climbed aboard a carriage with He Kuei, hastening toward the banks of the Wei River. Following their carriage was another, transporting a perfectly replicated Zheng He treasure ship. Chapter 53. A slightly soiled garment. Upon their arrival by the Wei River, Mo Li was already there, accompanied by a multitude of disciples from the Mo clan. "Have you all come here? Is there no one left at Lishan, that you would abandon your posts?" He Qi's words upon disembarking the carriage left Mo Li and his companions momentarily speechless. "Ha ha ha, just a jest." The atmosphere here seemed rather somber, He Qi added, attempting to lighten the mood. However, Mo Li and the others cast him a disdainful glance. The humor fell flat. "Young Master He, let us commence the contest." Mo Li spoke with a somewhat indifferent tone. "Very well, how shall we proceed?" He Qi inquired. "We shall each examine our respective vessels, and then place them in the Wei River to see whose ship can better withstand the tempest." "Agreed, let us proceed," He Qi replied, gesturing for He Fu to assist in unloading the ship models from the carriage. As Mo Li and his companions scrutinized He Qi's vessel, they could not help but notice the significant disparity. He Qi's model was considerably larger than their own. "Let us go," Mo Li declared, acknowledging that size alone was not the deciding factor. What truly mattered was the vessel's ability to weather the storm. He led his group toward He Qi's model. "Young Master He," Mo Li remarked, noting He Qi's apparent lack of action and the fact that he seemed to have brought no one but his guards. "Without specialists, how can we discern the merits of each vessel? First, you shall examine mine." As for yours, I deem it unnecessary, Qin retorted, causing Mo Li's countenance to darken with irritation as he strode toward the model. He was eager to uncover the source of Qin's confidence. Upon reaching the vessel, Mo Li and the members of the Mo clan began to scrutinize Qin's model. The more they observed, the more astonished they became. Was this truly a creation of the current era? At first glance, this ship appeared far superior to their own, which had undergone generations of refinement. No, it was more than that. They realized they could learn a great deal from this vessel, even before the vessel was launched. Mo Li and the disciples of the Mo family had already perceived the outcome. Mo Li glanced back at Qin, now understanding that the confident demeanor Qin exhibited was not a facade, but rather a genuine confidence, one that emanated from within. After observing Qin's ship, Mo Li approached him, somewhat dejected, accompanied by the members of the Mo family. "Shall we proceed to the next step?" he inquired. "No, we, the Mo family, concede defeat." Mo Li interrupted Qin's proposal for the subsequent phase. "Wait, let us give it another try. Look at your subordinates. They seem somewhat unconvinced," Qin remarked. Upon hearing Qin's words, Mo Li turned around and indeed noticed the lingering dissatisfaction on the faces of Mo Jia and the others. "Very well. Let us move on to the next round." Once both sides placed their respective ships into the Wei River, a wave surged forth, causing the Mo family's vessel to sway slightly. In stark contrast, Qin's ship remained utterly still. What a joke. This Zheng He treasure ship is designed for navigation. How could it possibly capsize in this trivial Wei River? Indeed, no matter how tumultuous the waves became, Qin's vessel merely swayed gently. While the Mo families began to exhibit instability, Mo Li sighed. "All right, we, the Mo family, have lost." Mo Jia and the others hung their heads in disappointment, unable to fathom that a vessel refined by several generations of the Mo family had succumbed to Qin's creation. The impact on them was profound. After the ships were retrieved from the water, Mo Li turned to Qin. "The next match will be in 5 days at Lishan." "No problem," Qin replied. As he watched Mo Li and his companions depart, Qin waved his hand. "Let us return." "What do you plan to do with this ship model?" Kuei inquired on their way back. "What else? I intend to keep it as a collectible. This is my first time creating such a large model, and it holds great sentimental value," Qin replied. Kuei's expression remained calm. "Have you not considered presenting this ship to His Majesty?" Qin suddenly chuckled. Looking at Kuei, "Is this a question from His Majesty? Have you not already submitted the blueprints of this ship to him? I have shown His Majesty considerable respect by not demanding payment. Why would he seek to claim my model?" Kuei fell silent, recognizing that Qin always had an abundance of justifications. Noticing Kuei's silence, Qin leaned back comfortably in the carriage. "Although this ship appears advanced by today's standards, what if I told you that it has a history spanning several centuries from the era I hail from?" Kuei's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin smiled. "Convey to His Majesty that constructing one of these ships suffices. I possess even better designs. This model is obsolete in our time. Are you not afraid of losing when you compete with the Mo family using something outdated?" Kuei inquired. "Even the obsolete designs surpass the current ones by countless measures. Society progresses. You ancients are merely constrained by your limited perspective. You are not foolish," Qin retorted. Kuei scoffed. "Oh, we ancients? Now, you too are an ancient." Qin paused, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, he too had become an ancient. Would his name, Qin, be etched in the annals of history in the future? The thought brings a delightful thrill. In the past, those who desperately sought to etch their names in history would find it effortless for Qin to accomplish with just a slight gesture. How splendid! Yet, as Qin reveled in these musings, the countenance of Kuei shifted ominously. He seized Qin and violently leapt from the carriage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows from powerful crossbows pierced the carriage just as Qin and the others exited. "Capture them alive from the mountaintop." Kuei's eyes blazed with fury. His face darkened to the point where it seemed ink could drip from it. This was the second occurrence. Although Mo Shui did not attempt to assassinate Qin last time, Kuei remained perturbed. This time was different. He himself was aboard the carriage, and this group not only sought Qin's demise, but also regarded him with disdain. "Commander, these individuals have taken their own lives." Shortly thereafter, Kuei's subordinates returned with several corpses. Upon inspecting the bodies, Kuei noted their lack of distinguishing features. Assassins, indeed they are willing to spend resources. Qi approached to observe the lifeless forms strewn upon the ground and glanced at the carriage, now riddled with arrows. He brushed off the dust from his clothes. Slightly soiled. Take them away. Let us return. On the journey back, neither Qi nor He Kuei spoke, both lost in contemplation regarding the identity of the assailants. Upon reaching the Xianyang Palace, He Kuei reported the day's events to Ying, while Qi retreated to his quarters. Once the palace door was firmly shut, Qi felt a twinge of fear. He approached the bedside and collapsed onto the bed. These scoundrels dared to attempt to kill your grandfather. Should I discover who orchestrated this, I will ensure they experience the tortures of the Qin Dynasty. Damn it, that truly frightened me. You say you were ambushed on the way back? At this moment, fury and a murderous intent ignited in Ying Zheng's eyes. He Kuei nodded. Do you know who was responsible? The assailants have committed suicide. Their corpses reveal no clues, but the crossbows used in the assassination belonged to the military. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Ying Zheng's gaze as he recalled a certain individual. And what of Qi? Qi maintained a facade of calm, though his silence on the return journey suggested he too pondered the identity of his would-be killer. Ying Zheng sat in contemplation for a moment. Relay all that you know to Qi. Furthermore, dispatch a team to protect him. Understood. Ying Zheng gestured for He Kuei to withdraw. Once He Kuei returned to Qi's quarters, he pushed open the door to find Qi sitting on the bed, lost in thought. Upon hearing the sound, Qi snapped back to reality and looked at He Kuei. Do you know who sought to kill me today? He Kuei shook his head and replied. I only know that the crossbows used today are military property. Upon hearing this, Qi immediately thought of a particular individual. Damn, that old fool is getting restless. At this moment, Qi was no longer concerned whether someone was framing him. He felt an urgent need to unleash his pent-up frustration. Let us go find Fusu. Heike could not comprehend why Qi sought out Fusu. Given Qi's character, at this juncture, he ought to have rallied the guards and proceeded directly to the residence of Marquis Wucha. In Chapter 54, The Transformed Fusu, Qi questioned, Why do you regard me with such a gaze? Observing Heike's peculiar expression from within the carriage, Heike felt a twinge of curiosity. Shouldn't you be leading troops to besiege the Marquis' estate and apprehend his entire family without hesitation? Upon hearing this, Qi became animated. Straightening his posture instantly, has His Majesty issued a decree? Noticing the spark in Q's eyes, Heike shook his head. Since His Majesty has not given any orders. Do you wish for me to surround a Marquis' residence? Do you think I have lived too long? Qi relaxed his posture once more, leaning back against the carriage to find a comfortable position. However, just as he settled in, he sat upright again, casting a menacing glance at Heike. Are you mocking me? Heike remained silent, yet his eyes conveyed a clear message of derision. Qi was not angered. Rather, he smiled calmly. If even you perceive me as a thoughtless brute, surely others will think the same. Excellent. Upon hearing Qi's words, Heike was taken aback. It seemed he still did not fully grasp Qi's nature. In truth, I suspect that the assassination attempt was likely orchestrated by Zhao Wu and his associates. Yet now is not the moment for action. I am biding my time. Biding your time for what? For His Majesty to make a decisive resolution. For General Meng Tian and other trusted confidants of His Majesty to gain complete control of the military and to await the emergence of flaws in these individuals, granting us a justification to eliminate them. You seem to comprehend everything. Why then do you feign ignorance of political matters? He chuckled, placing his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling of the carriage while crossing his legs. Commander Heike, you should know, in later generations, our education encompassed not only fundamental knowledge but also instruction in politics. However, when we were young, we did not grasp its significance, and by the time we could, it became irrelevant. Thus, it is not that I do not understand. Rather, I find little motivation to do so. Furthermore, I have His Majesty as my support, which means I genuinely occupy a position just below the sovereign, above all others. Why should I concern myself with so much? My sole aim is to keep His Majesty pleased. That, indeed, is wisdom. Wisdom is wisdom, but kindly keep your feet away from me, Heike retorted, observing Qi stretching his foot dangerously close to him. Yet, Qi seemed oblivious, continuing to sway his elevated foot. Oh dear. Qi felt a tingling sensation in his foot and hastily sat up to inspect it. You've struck my acupoint. Damn it, once I master lightness skill, I shall also learn acupoint striking. Heike cast a disdainful glance at Qi. You wish to learn acupoint striking? Perhaps you should first master lightness skill before considering that. He Qi quietly lowered his foot and distanced himself from He Qi, thinking that He Qi was indeed rather petty. Since you are aware that His Majesty will not take action against the Marquis of Wu Che and his associates at present, this matter is His Majesty's prerogative. However, he has sent someone to eliminate me. Although I cannot eliminate him at this moment, I cannot suppress my indignation. I shall ensure that the entire Marquis's residence is thrown into disarray. What about your associates from the Heaven and Earth Society? Do not underestimate those individuals. Even though they are from the lower echelons of society, they are far from ordinary. By the way, how has Prince Fusu been faring recently? He Qi glanced at He Qi and replied, the Crown Prince has changed. He is no longer the gentle and refined individual he once was. At times, he even resorts to foul language. That's splendid. He Qi was taken aback by this response. It is indeed a matter of concern that Fusu, the Crown Prince of Qin, might not be able to sustain his role as the vice leader of the Heaven and Earth Society for eternity. His Majesty has not expressed any concerns. So let us proceed to observe the changes in Prince Fusu. The carriage halted outside the former lair of the Wolf Gang, which has now become the headquarters of the Heaven and Earth Society. Halt! Who goes there? As He Qi disembarked, he was intercepted by a junior outside. He Qi smiled and replied, the gate faces the sea, and the waters of the Sanhe River flow eternally. May I inquire which hall you belong to? I do not believe we have met. It is natural that you have not seen me before. Please inform Grey Wolf that He Qi has come to see him. One moment, brother. As the junior dashed inside, He Qi chuckled. It is amusing that the subordinates of this Heaven and Earth Society do not recognize their own leader and require him to wait outside. How could you keep the leader outside? Are you seeking death? Grey Wolf's voice rang out from within, followed by the opening of the courtyard gate. Upon seeing He Qi, a broad smile blossomed on Grey Wolf's face, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Leader, you have arrived. Please come in. These are the new recruits who do not yet recognize you. Do not hold it against them. He then turned to his subordinates, apologized to the leader at once. Leader, it is my fault. Please forgive me. It is of no consequence. You have performed admirably. It should be this way. He Qi approached the individual and patted him on the shoulder. Well done. I have high hopes for you. After He Qi entered, Grey Wolf gave the subordinate a thumbs up. How amusing that you were the first to speak. Had I known, I would have spoken first. Your jealousy is evident. You lament that the leader did not praise you. However, our leader appears quite youthful. I had anticipated an elderly figure. Indeed, not only the leader but the vice leader is also quite young. It is said that both of our leaders have connections within the court. Who does not know this? Especially concerning the war hall. Just look at that group of 50. Such numbers are not easily amassed. What do you suppose the true identities of these two leaders are? How should I know? Just keep a watchful eye on the entrance. Are you not also a gatekeeper? I am a gatekeeper who has received praise from the leader. Can you compare to me? Hey you. He Qi was oblivious to the exchange between the two juniors. Even if he had heard, he would have merely smiled. The Grey Wolf led He Qi and He Wei towards the room. As they approached the door, Fu Su's voice, laced with anger, echoed out. Haven't you found that group of people yet? A bunch of useless fools. The entire gang in Xianyang is under our control. And yet you can't even locate a group of children. Deputy Leader, could it be that those individuals are not from an ordinary gang? What do you mean? I mean to suggest that there may be influential figures backing them. Otherwise, we would have uncovered some information by now. Find them. What influential figures? As long as we trace the whereabouts of those children, I will personally lead a team to their location. Deputy Leader, should we discuss this with the leader? In his absence, I am the leader. Now go. He Qi nodded. From what he had heard, it was evident that Fu Su had indeed changed, at the very least. He understood the necessity of handling matters himself. However, He Qi was now curious about what could have provoked such anger in the usually good-natured Fu Su. Esteemed fathers, please leave a review. 5 stars are not too many, and 4 stars are not too few. Leave a review. I will update tomorrow. Chapter 55. Were there human traffickers in the Qin Dynasty? What could possibly have incited such fury in our deputy leader? Please enlighten me. He Qi urged as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Fu Su and Bai Feng, who were engaged in conversation, turned their attention towards He Qi and his companions upon his entrance. Bai Feng did not recognize them, but when Fu Su spotted He Qi, a look of joy spread across his face. Master, you have arrived. Here, you should still refer to me as the leader, He Qi interjected with a smile, interrupting Fu Su's forthcoming words. Pray tell, what has transpired to cause you such distress? The leader, It is as follows, Grey Wolf interjected, beginning to elucidate the recent events to Qi. It turned out that the Tiandi society had been embroiled in a struggle with several allied gangs in Xianying. After subduing one of the gangs, they stumbled upon a shocking revelation that enraged everyone involved. Fu Su and his associates discovered that this particular gang was exploiting a group of disabled children, compelling them to beg on behalf of the gang each day. Ultimately, under the soothing words of Yi and others, the children finally lowered their guard. However, what they shared left everyone present in utter shock. The children recounted that they originally had families, but were either abducted or stolen, with some even being sold to Xianying. Once they arrived, a group of individuals had deliberately maimed them. Some had their eyes gouged out, others had their legs severed, and so forth. Hearing this, Qi's hair stood on end, and 4 gruesome characters appeared in his mind. Kaixing Zhizhi. Damn it, Qi gritted his teeth, uttering those 2 words. Grey Wolf continued, informing Qi that they had only managed to rescue a handful of children. According to these children, there were hundreds more like them, scattered throughout Xianying. However, ever since Fu Su and his group dealt with that gang, all the begging children had vanished without a trace. Even with Fu Su deploying the full might of the Tiandi society, they had been unable to locate the children again. Fu Su speculated that those children must be under the control of a formidable force. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have no information at all. After listening to the Grey Wolf's account, Qi felt an ominous sensation stir within him. How many days has it been since this incident occurred? Qi inquired, his tone laden with gravity. It has been 3 days, came the reply. 3 days. Have you questioned those children? Have there been any incidents similar to those of their gang? Chief, are you harboring doubts? Fu Su noticed that Qi's expression had grown somewhat grim. I am pondering whether the force controlling those children might act in desperation and covertly eliminate them, leaving no trace behind. The words of Qi startled everyone present. It indeed seemed a plausible scenario. What were they not capable of, particularly given the laws of Qin that prescribe death by dismemberment for child traffickers? Chief, there is no need for concern. I have inquired into this matter, Qi said as everyone turned their gaze toward the Grey Wolf. I asked the children, and they recounted instances when their controlling gang was eradicated. At that time, those individuals forbade all the children from begging outside and instead confined them within a dungeon. Once the storm had passed, they permitted the children to venture out again. Upon hearing Grey Wolf's account, the crowd finally felt a semblance of relief. You are quite observant, Qi remarked. But where did those people go after that? They were detained in our dungeon, Grey Wolf replied. Did you not employ torture to interrogate them about their backers? Qi questioned, perplexed by the apparent leniency shown towards such individuals. Come now. This is the Qin Dynasty, a feudal society. Take me to see the leader of that gang. Just as Qi prepared to leave, Bai Sheng hastily approached him, wearing a beaming smile. Greetings, Chief. I am Bai Sheng, a new member of the Heavenly Society. Bai Sheng is a guest I invited. His suggestions are often quite astute. Fu Su interjected. Upon hearing Fu Su's introduction, Qi turned to the side, where He Kuei subtly nodded. Ha ha ha, so you are Bai Sheng. Welcome to the Heavenly Society. This shall be your home henceforth. Bai Sheng was taken aback by Qi's sudden warmth. Our chief can be like this at times. Please do not take offense. Bai Sheng. Not at all, he replied. Qi glanced at Fu Su, noting the change in him. The Fu Su of old would never have spoken in such a manner. Yet, it was for the better. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they proceeded to the dungeon. According to Grey Wolf's introduction, the gang was called the Beggars Gang, led by a figure known as Wild Boar. Is this truly how you administer punishment? Upon entering the dungeon, Qi witnessed several thugs from the Heaven and Earth Society mercilessly beating a corpulent man, occasionally striking him with a whip. However, despite the Wild Boar's imposing physique, he seemed to revel in the punishment, only letting out a few cries when lashed. Was there anything amiss with the leader's actions? Indeed, there was. And it was far too lenient. Such a scoundrel deserved to face the 10 most severe tortures. What are the 10 most severe tortures? Bring him to me. Once Qi returned to the surface with his men, he instructed the Grey Wolf to gather a few individuals to fetch some wooden planks. Ha ha. Is this all you have? I am not afraid. The Wild Boar continued to bellow as he was brought up. Observing his defiance, Qi remained silent. When the Grey Wolf's men returned, Qi directed them to construct a small dark room in the center of the courtyard. Ensure that not a single ray of light can penetrate. Wrap the exterior in cloth to block any illumination. After the dark room was completed, He Qi turned to the black-clad figure and inquired if there was a method to render the wild boar utterly incapacitated for 3 days. The black-clad individual approached the wild boar and casually pressed several points on his body. To everyone's astonishment, the previously standing wild boar crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud. "What have you done to me?" Fear began to creep into the wild boar's voice. The onlookers, particularly He Qi, were taken aback by the black-clad individual's prowess. He Qi mimicked the pressure points on himself, but to no avail. "Carry him inside." Once the wild boar was lifted into the dark room, He Qi had his men meticulously inspect it several times to ensure no light could seep through before he nodded in satisfaction. "Leader, I don't understand. Are these mere wooden planks to torture?" Grey Wolf queried. "We shall release him after 3 days. Do not heed any sounds from within during this time. Wait patiently, for in 3 days, we shall uncover who stands behind this wild boar." Both Grey Wolf and even the black-clad figure were skeptical of He Qi's assertions. But since he had spoken, they resolved to wait. "By the way, Grey Wolf, I came to you today with a matter requiring your attention. Please instruct me, leader. I, Grey Wolf, am willing to traverse mountains of knives and seas of fire for you." "Such fervor, leader," he remarked, recalling similar phrases he had heard elsewhere. Nevertheless, He Qi beckoned Grey Wolf closer. "Come here. I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 56. The VIP in the dark room. As He Qi spoke, Grey Wolf's eyes widened in disbelief, and even Fu Su's lips twitched in disgust. The tasks He Qi assigned to them were exceedingly repugnant, seemingly crafted solely to incite revulsion. The black-clad figure observed He Qi, realizing that he was a man who repaid grievances tenfold. Although uncertain of his enemy's identity, he understood that anyone who had wronged him would be marked as an adversary. Upon concluding his instructions, Grey Wolf felt that if he were to comply, he would indeed be courting death. "Did you hear me clearly?" He Qi gave a light tap to the Grey Wolf, who snapped back to attention. His eyes filled with hesitation. "Are you certain, Chief? That is the residence of Lord Che. It's one thing to deal with Lord Zhua, but can we truly afford to provoke Lord Che? What are you afraid of? You have me and Deputy Su backing you. Rest assured, the sky will not fall. Go forth." I. The Grey Wolf wavered, still uncertain. He Qi, visibly irritated, replied, "If you refuse to go, I will send someone else in your place. I believe Yi and his crew can handle it." "That simply won't do. Yi's group is still inexperienced. They won't manage such a significant task well." Upon seeing He Qi's peculiar smile, the Grey Wolf gritted his teeth. "Very well, Chief, I shall do it. That's more like it. Have no worries, nothing will go awry." "Are you truly certain?" "Indeed. By the way, do not forget to request 10 men from the War Hall for your protection. You should be well versed in these matters. There is no need to fear." "How can I not fear?" The Grey Wolf's face was a portrait of despair. After arranging these matters, He Qi departed, eager to return and rest. For he anticipated a grand spectacle the following day. As night descended, Xianying City fell under curfew, with only the scent of night incense lingering in the air, alongside patrolling soldiers. "Ugh, why does this smell so foul?" The Grey Wolf, with a cloth tied around his nose, still found the stench from the cart unbearable. He pushed the cart while grumbling to himself. "Boss, are we truly going through with this? That's Lord Che's estate." The brothers are feeling quite uneasy. The Grey Wolf glanced at his trusted subordinate, who was also pushing the cart. "I feel uneasy too, but the chief assured me he can handle anything. Besides, those men behind us are here to protect us." His subordinate looked back to see 10 burly men trailing behind them, all members of their society's war hall. "Here we are." The Grey Wolf gazed at the estate before him, his legs trembling involuntarily. They had undertaken similar tasks before, but those were against ordinary citizens. This was not the case now. This was the residence of Lord Che, the highest-ranking military noble. "What now, boss? What can we do?" "We are already here. We must proceed." "But why are you shaking?" The Grey Wolf smacked his subordinate on the head. "Mind your own business. Focus on the task. Come on, follow me." The Grey Wolf, albeit trembling, led his loyal subordinates towards the gates of Lord Che's estate. As they approached the entrance, they retrieved a ceramic vessel filled with a viscous substance. Following He Qi's instructions, they lit a cloth with a fire starter and tossed it into the vessel. With a forceful strike, they smashed the vessel against the gate, while others spun around, hurling the ceramic inside. With a series of crackling sounds, the contents erupted, igniting a fierce blaze. Upon seeing the flames engulf the estate, the Grey Wolf and his companions hurried back to push the cart, dousing the surroundings with their cargo. "The water has overflowed. Quick, someone come. Upon hearing the cries from within the manor, the gray wolf and his companions hastened their pace. After they had emptied their contents into the estate, he shouted, "Run!" Leading the way, they pushed their cart and fled into the distance. Quick, extinguish the flames. What is that odor? It is unbearable. The sounds of firefighting were intermingled with the retching of a group of people. In the rear courtyard, Zhao Wu awoke to the commotion and stepped outside his chamber. What is happening? He inquired. Father, there seems to be a fire at the gate. It must be the overflow, replied his son, Zhao Wei, who came over to support Zhao Wu as they made their way toward the entrance. As they progressed a short distance, a foul smell wafted toward them. Ugh, what is that odor? What on earth has transpired at the gate? Zhao Wu's face paled as he gazed at the flames beyond the gate, halting his advance. My lord, the old steward of the Zhao household, covered in soot, hurried over. At his age, it was clear he addressed Zhao Wu as my lord. What on earth has happened? How could there be an overflow? Zhao Wu demanded. We do not know, my lord, but this overflow is highly unusual. The flames are burning atop a viscous substance, impervious to water. Only sand or earth can extinguish it. Moreover, it seems, Zhao Nu glanced at Zhao Wu, his expression indicating he was hesitant to speak. Seems what? Speak. Zhao Wu commanded sternly. The stench emanating from the fire appears to be the result of someone deliberately pouring night fragrance. We witnessed it while attempting to extinguish the flames. Damn it. Zhao Wu slammed his dragon-headed cane down forcefully. Father, do not be angry. This must be the work of someone with malicious intent. As if you need to tell me. Zhao Wu glared fiercely at Zhao Wei. Tell me, was it your people who orchestrated the assassination attempt on He Qi? Father, are you suggesting that He Qi set this fire? Zhao Wei responded, his anger flaring at Zhao Wu's accusation, yet he nodded sheepishly. Foolishness. Do you not realize how difficult it is to eliminate He Qi? Did you not see the ever-watchful blackguard at his side? Father, please do not be enraged. We did not act ourselves. We merely leaked information about He Qi to the rebels, and it was they who made the attempt. Zhao Wu shot a scornful glance at Zhao Wei. You would be better off taking matters into your own hands. Strange. How did He Qi come to know of our involvement? The rebels have not left any witnesses. He is a mad dog. He bites anyone who offends him. Have the loose ends of the assassination been tied up? Zhao Wei assured him. Do not worry. No one will trace this back to us. Observing Zhao Wei's confident demeanor, Zhao Wu sighed. He wished to feel reassured, but the current situation would not allow it. Ing Zheng had already begun preparations to weaken the old aristocracy, and for his own interests, he had no choice but to resist. To be honest, if given a choice, Zhao Wu would never confront Ing Zheng. He was a formidable adversary. After the tireless efforts of Zhao Wu and his household, they finally extinguished the fire just as dawn approached. Then the servants began to wash the area in front of the mansion repeatedly, determined to eradicate the lingering odor. Only when dawn broke did the foul stench finally dissipate. Zhao Wu sat in the main hall of his residence and instructed a servant to summon a craftsman to restore the mansion's entrance. A marquis's estate without a proper gate would reflect poorly on its reputation. Zhao Wu also dispatched word that the previous day's fire was merely an accident caused by a servant inadvertently knocking over a lantern. Today, arrange for a team to be stationed at the entrance. I am eager to see how He Qi will respond once we capture him. Father, do you mean He Qi will send someone today? Of course. He Qi is the kind of petty man who seeks vengeance. Make the arrangements. Understood. Chapter 57, Arson. Night fragrance, my lord. There is a man named He Qi seeking an audience. Just as Zhao Wu issued his command, a messenger arrived to report He Qi's visit. Creak. Zhao Wu gripped his dragon-headed cane tightly, the force of his grip causing it to emit a sound. Father, shall we invite him in? Sizzle, Commander He. Behold the prowess of the Marquis. The charred entrance is already set to be repaired. Truly impressive. It is a pity to waste such fine timber. He Kuei scoffed. Glancing at He Qi. Is this even human talk? You lament the wood while allowing the gray wolves to burn it down? Furthermore, you let them burn for several days. What a farce. Young Master He, our Marquis invites you inside. He Qi followed the old steward into the estate, but upon stepping inside, he turned to He Kuei. Do you not think it inappropriate to visit the Marquis empty-handed? He Kuei remained silent, having heard He Qi express this sentiment before. However, He Qi merely voiced his thoughts without any intention of procuring a gift. Zhao Nu, walking ahead, grimaced at He Qi's audacity. He was indeed the first to visit their residence without a present. Young Master He, please. Zhao Nu knew he could not voice his discontent and continued to lead the way. Never mind. My presence alone is the greatest gift. Let us proceed. Zhao Nu nearly erupted with indignation at He Qi's brazen remarks. He Kuei was once more astounded by He Qi's shamelessness. As He Qi and He Kuei followed Zhao Nu into the main hall, they found Zhao Wu seated there, his expression dark and brooding. The old marquis still possesses his charisma, He Qi remarked as he entered, deliberately emphasizing the word old. This caused Zhao Wu's grip on the dragon-headed cane to tighten further. What brings you to my abode? He Qi made himself comfortable and then turned to Zhao Nu. Is it customary for the marquis' estate to lack even a cup of water? Zhao Wu gestured to Zhao Nu, who promptly brought 2 cups of water to place beside He Qi. He Qi picked one up, but set it down again, directing his gaze at Zhao Wu. I trust the marquis is aware of the assassination attempt on me 2 days ago. You do not suspect me, do you? Of course not. I have come to inquire of the marquis. Aside from a few powerful crossbows, nothing was left at the scene. Moreover, that powerful crossbow is a military asset. I wish to inquire of Lord Wu Che. Is it permissible to take such a weapon from the military at will? Zhao Wu inwardly cursed the foolish individuals, yet maintained an impassive facade. Of course, it cannot be done. Military crossbows are meticulously numbered and are subjected to nightly inspections by designated personnel. Should even one be missing, the entire barracks must be placed on high alert. Do those crossbows bear numbers? Zhao Wu tentatively asked He Qi, convinced that those individuals could not be so dim-witted. I am unaware. Those items have been taken by the Emperor's envoy. Since Lord Wu Che is also uninformed, I shall take my leave. He Qi stood and made his way outside. Just as he exited the room, he turned back, saying, By the way, I noticed a peculiar odor in your residence. Do you require my assistance? There is no such odor. You must have misperceived it, Lord He. Oh, is that so? Perhaps. But the scent bears a striking resemblance to that of a place harboring filth. There is no need for you to see me off. I bid you farewell. Once He Qi had departed, Zhao Wu resumed his seat, casting a gaze after him. Father, that He Qi is truly insufferable, daring to declare our residence a den of corruption. Zhao Wu also observed He Qi's retreating figure, his grip on the dragon-headed cane tightening with each passing moment. Until this scoundrel is dealt with, our residence shall know no peace. As night fell, the Grey Wolf arrived with his men, pushing a cart to the gates of the Cheho residence. Boss, the leader instructed that there would certainly be guards present today. We must remain vigilant. Am I unaware? We are here to engage in subterfuge, not to ignite flames. After resting momentarily outside the residence, the Grey Wolf and his companions moved onward with the cart. Noticing their departure, the guards of the residence relaxed their vigilance. The back door has been compromised. Upon hearing this, the guards intended to assist, but remembering Zhao Nu's orders, they halted in their tracks. Shortly thereafter, someone approached. Steward Zhao has sent for you to aid at the back door. A few of you may remain here. After leaving 5 or 6 individuals behind, the remainder hurried to help. At this moment, the Grey Wolf returned. Ha ha ha, you think I am oblivious to your ambush? Quickly, while chaos reigns inside, act. As per the familiar routine, they ignited the fire, hurled earthen pots, and commenced dousing the area with night incense. You possess audacious courage to incite flames here. Just as the Grey Wolf's crew tossed an earthen pot, the remaining guards of the residence noticed them and rushed out to apprehend the Grey Wolf. At that moment, 10 hidden subordinates of He Fu emerged from the shadows, swiftly overpowering the guards. While they engaged, the Grey Wolf and his companions gleefully continued to pour the night incense. Retreat. Once the Grey Wolf had completed their task, the leader bellowed and led the group in flight. When Zhao Nu and the others finally extinguished the flames at the back door, they beheld the front gates ablaze once more. Upon arriving at the scene, they found the fire raging fiercely, accompanied by that foul stench once again. Zhao Nu gazed intently at the blazing gates of the mansion, his hands clenched tightly in anger. You truly deserve this. By the third night, Zhao Nu had dispatched everyone from the marquis's residence. He had stationed a considerable number of men at both the front and back entrances, all in pursuit of capturing He Qi's associates. Unfortunately, they waited until dawn without sighting anyone connected to He Qi. This only intensified Zhao Nu's fury. He had not anticipated that He Qi, this young scoundrel, would dare to employ such cunning against him. On the 4th day, He Qi, accompanied by He Wei, arrived at the headquarters of the Tiandi Society. Today marked the day of the wild boar's release. What had transpired over the past 3 days? Gui Lang, observing the rudimentary wooden black room before him, was overtaken by fear. Initially, The wild boar had fared well, but mere half a day after entering. Anguished cries that tore at the heart echoed from within. This torment lasted a day, with the wild boar's voice gradually diminishing. Yet, sporadic screams continued to emerge, reminiscent of a gruesome execution in Gui Lang's eyes. What sort of enchantment lay within this small black room? Let us unveil it and see if the wild boar leader still possesses his bravado. The moment the wooden black room was opened, an unbearable stench wafted forth. Qi quickly covered his nose and retreated. After a few buckets of water were brought in to cleanse the wild boar, several subordinates lingered outside, hesitant to enter. "I shall go," declared the gatekeeper, previously praised by Qi, gritting his teeth as he stepped inside. "Ugh," he retched while laboriously dragging the wild boar out. With several more buckets of water, the filth was finally washed away. Qi fanned his nose with a hand and looked down at the wild boar lying on the ground. "Hey Ling," he turned to Hei Wei, indicating that he could release the pressure points on the wild boar. Hei Wei replied nonchalantly, "The pressure points have already opened automatically." "Then what about him?" Qi, suppressing his disgust, approached the wild boar's head. He discovered the wild boar's pupils were dilated, its breath faint, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Damn it! What kind of psychological fortitude is this for a gang leader? At that moment, Hei Wei and the others stepped forward to assess the wild boar's condition. Upon witnessing the wild boar's plight, nearly all of them turned their gazes toward Qi simultaneously. Their expressions varied. Fear, confusion, admiration, and relief mingled within their eyes. "Why do you all look at me like that? We must now consider how to make the wild boar leader speak." As soon as Qi finished speaking, Hei Wei moved in closer and applied pressure to a point on the wild boar's head. The wild boar was jolted upright in pain, its glazed eyes beginning to regain focus. "If you wish to survive, do not attempt anything foolish," Hei Wei warned, casting a glance at Qi, who was poised to intervene. Upon hearing the words of Qi smiled faintly and lowered his hand. "Once you are lucid, do share with me who is orchestrating your control over those beggars." The wild boar cast a fearful glance at Qi, yet despite his open mouth, he remained silent. Still a tough man, are we? Let us confine this tough guy once more, for 5 days this time." "No, please, no." The wild boar's voice was urgent, his face a mask of terror. "Speak. Who is truly behind this?" Silence ensued. "Damn it, throw him back in." Several lackeys began to drag the wild boar's body, intending to lock him away again. I'll tell you. The wild boar could no longer endure the confines of the dark room. Upon hearing his capitulation, the lackeys halted their actions. The wild boar, exhausted, sank to the ground and admitted, It's left spirit marquee. "What the hell? I'm the great sage equal to heaven, and you're talking nonsense with me." Qi, visibly agitated, left Black Wei and the others perplexed, unaware of the cause of his sudden ire. The left spirit marquis was a general of the Chu army who had surrendered during the campaign led by General Wang Jian against Chu. To honor him, His Majesty had granted him the title of left spirit marquis. After hearing Fu Su's explanation, Qi finally realized that the wild boar was not lying. Is there truly a left spirit marquis? Indeed, but what do you mean by that great sage nonsense? It matters not. This left spirit marquis defected from the Chu army, and now he controls hundreds of beggars to solicit alms. Does that not imply that he poses a significant threat? Qi's analysis plunged Fu Su and Black Wei into deep contemplation. Are you certain it is the left spirit marquis? Qi deemed it prudent to clarify, lest he mistakenly raid the wrong household. Certainly. Several of our leaders have encountered the left spirit marquis. Those beggars are confined in his estate's dungeon, I can assure you. With this affirmation, Qi felt a surge of confidence. However, to apprehend a marquis, he would require Ying Zheng's approval. At this moment, Qi glanced at Black Wei, who understood his intent. Black Wei left the courtyard, returning a quarter of an hour later. Once Black Wei reappeared, a smile graced Qi's face. They were poised to conduct a raid. The left spirit marquis's control over so many beggars was inexcusable, and Qi believed that if it was indeed him, a mere dismemberment would be too lenient. Speak. Besides your beggar faction, which other sects are under the left spirit marquis's control? While Black Wei's men reported to Ying Zheng, Qi sought to ascertain all remaining factions under the left spirit marquis's influence to ensure a comprehensive sweep. Aside from us, there are the Crippled Gang, the Severed Arm Gang, and the Blind Gang, among others. Are the names of these factions related to the broken limbs of those children? Upon hearing these names, an ominous feeling stirred within Qi. The wild boar, sensing the murderous intent in He-Chi's gaze, lowered his head and murmured, "Yes. Damn it. Throw him back in. I beg for mercy, spare me." He-Chi, in a fit of rage, gestured, and the wild boar was once again dragged back into the dark confines. The wild boar was confined once again in the small dark room. And regardless of his desperate cries, He-Chi and the others feigned ignorance. To them, his imprisonment was mere leniency. While awaiting orders, He-Chi approached the younger brother who had just dragged the wild boar out. "What is your name?" In response to the leader, "I am called Dog Air." "Dog Air, is it? From now on, you shall no longer guard the door. Instead, accompany the gray wolf." The gray wolf, witnessing Dog Air's overwhelmed excitement, promptly kicked him. "Why aren't you thanking the leader?" "Thank you, esteemed leader, thank you. No need. This is all your own merit." Observing Dog Air's newfound importance, the others gazed at him with envy, particularly the one who had previously shared the door-guarding duty with him. Just 3 days prior, they had stood watch together. Although Dog Air had received a few praises from He-Chi, he remained merely a doorkeeper. Now, however, he had transformed, directly stepping into a role beside the gray wolf. In the entire Qin society, who was unaware that aside from He-Chi and Fu Su, the gray wolf held the highest authority? Being near the gray wolf indicated one was being groomed as a hall master. At that moment, the younger brother guarding the door with Dog Air was filled with regret. Where were the commands from the sovereign? The anticipation was unbearable. He-Chi paced the courtyard, while the wild boar inside the dark room continued to wail for mercy. Just when He-Chi was growing impatient, a subordinate of He Wei finally returned. Upon his arrival, he bore no orders but handed an object to He Wei, whose eyes narrowed upon seeing it. He approached He-Chi with the item in hand. "Are the orders here?" He-Chi's eyes brightened at He Wei's approach. "What orders? What are you talking about, leader?" He-Chi glanced at the oblivious gray wolf before stepping in front of him. "You are fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, you would not even realize you were being sold." "What do you mean?" Gray Wolf looked at Dog Air beside him, bewildered. "Are we going to raid a house?" He-Chi moved closer to He Wei, brimming with excitement. He Wei remained silent, extending the object in his hand toward He-Chi. He-Chi hesitated to take it immediately, instead inspecting the item. Just a jade pendant? Yet, the craftsmanship was indeed exquisite. At that moment, Fu Su approached, and, upon seeing the jade pendant in He Wei's hand, exclaimed, "Isn't this the imperial jade pendant of my father?" The mention of the imperial insignia was met with a fierce glare from He-Chi. "You claim this as your father's jade pendant?" Fu Su nodded. "Ah." Upon hearing this, He-Chi reached out and took the pendant. The craftsmanship was not merely good. It was extraordinarily fine. "Look at the dragon on this. Notice the material. Truly remarkable." After admiring it for a moment, He-Chi carefully tucked the pendant into his bosom. "Hey Fu, gather the men. We shall raid the house." Chapter 59. Tell me, where is my money? Once He Fu and the others were prepared, He-Chi boarded a carriage and set off towards the left-Ling Marquis' residence. The Grey Wolf watched as He-Chi and his entourage departed. "Deputy Leader. Isn't this Master Leader merely a minor official? How can he lead a raid on the Marquis' estate?" In recent days, he commanded his brothers to set fire to the residence of the Marquis, and even assaulted his men, yet no one came to apprehend us. In the past, we would not have dared to act so recklessly, not even towards the home of a county magistrate. "Deputy Leader, what exactly is your status?" Fu Su glanced at the Grey Wolf, who replied, "When the time is right, you shall know. Do you understand?" The dog shook his head, indicating he did not. The Grey Wolf and the dog exchanged glances before proceeding inside. "Commander He, you mentioned that the quality of this jade pendant is exceptional. Did His Majesty not say it would be returned after this matter concludes?" "No. Then it is mine." In the carriage, He Kuei observed He-Chi, who was excitedly toying with the jade pendant, seemingly lost in thought. "I must remind you, this time you cannot embezzle any gold." Upon hearing this, He-Chi's mood soured. He tucked the pendant back into his bosom and sat up straight. "Commander He, I must clarify something. Who embezzled? Did I not transport that gold back to the Xianying Palace? To your own residence? Do not concern yourself. Just say it went to the Xianying Palace. Moreover, hold on. Old He, you are being hypocritical. I left behind 2 chests of gold, one of which I allocated to your subordinates and Hifu." Upon hearing He-Chi's reference, He Kuei rolled his eyes. "What I meant was, this time we only need to keep 1 chest of gold." "What? You actually wish to take a portion of mine? How shameless." He Kuei felt he could not reason with He-Chi any longer. "I am doing this for your own good. I know, but it is futile. Furthermore, did you not inform His Majesty right away? He did not express any concerns, so you need not fret. He Kuei shot He Qi an exasperated glance and fell silent. Tomorrow is the appointed time for you and the Mo family. Do not forget. Rest assured, winning against them is quite simple. Our primary focus now is securing my gold. Once again, it's about your gold. He Kuei finally understood why Ing Zheng told Fusu that acquiring even a fraction of He Qi's audacity would suffice. Now it appeared that a mere fraction would be ample. The carriage advanced and soon arrived at the residence of the Zhuo Ling Marquis. Quickly surround this place. One team, enter and rescue the child as the wild boar instructed. The second team, gather everyone inside. The remainder will follow my orders to retrieve my gold. Also, search for He Bingtai. He Kuei found it amusing that He Qi, now familiar with the process after only the second time, had begun to command his own subordinates. However, He Kuei shook his head, realizing it was best to let his men act upon He Qi's commands. Who are you, daring to intrude upon the Marquis's estate? Marquis. Damn it, do you wish to die? Is this a place you can enter? Suddenly, the entire Zhuoling Marquis's estate was in chaos. Yet, following He Qi's orders, soon He Bingtai's people brought the Marquis Chu Qian before He Qi and the others. It is you, He Qi. Oh, you recognize me? You dare to intrude upon my manor. Are you courting death? He Qi, unperturbed, retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom. Do you recognize this pendant? Chu Qian gazed at the swaying jade, finding it somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall where he had seen it. You do not recognize it, do you? Allow me to enlighten you. This is the Emperor's personal jade pendant. Now, do you understand? As He Qi snatched the pendant back, Chu Qian's pupils constricted, realizing his impending doom. However, he felt a momentary relief upon observing that Chu Qian exhibited no fear. Something felt amiss to He Qi. My lord, the children have been rescued. Shortly thereafter, He Fu arrived, leading a group of several hundred emaciated, physically disabled children before He Qi. The sight of these malnourished, tattered children ignited He Qi's fury. With a swift kick, he sent Chu Qian sprawling to the ground. Take the children back at once. Understood. Once He Fu had escorted the unfortunate children away, He Qi turned his attention to the restrained Chu Qian. He approached and seized Chu Qian by the collar, his voice low and menacing. I shall not allow you to perish so easily. I have long since died the moment I surrendered. Bring forth whatever tricks you possess. He Qi cast Chu Qian aside, awaiting reports from others. My lord, we found nothing. Shortly after, the teams dispatched to search the manor, and those from the black ice platform returned, all empty-handed. Nothing at all. Did you not raise the walls? Did you not dismantle the tables and chairs? Indeed, we destroyed everything, but apart from a few gold ingots, there was nothing. He Qi's brows furrowed. It was implausible that those individuals could control so many beggars and only acquire a handful of gold ingots. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he shot Chu Qian a cold smile. I did not anticipate that you had already relocated your wealth. Allow me to guess, to whom did you transfer your riches? Fanzong, Xiang Liang, or perhaps Long Xie? Surely not to Xiang Yu. As He Qi uttered these names, Chu Qian's expression darkened. Who are you? And how do you know this so clearly? As He Qi mentioned these names, He Kuei behind him began to take note. Anyone that could be named by He Qi was undoubtedly significant, particularly Xiang Yu, who was a prince of the Chu state. He meticulously documented the names, planning to mobilize the Black Ice platform to seek out these individuals, with the intention of capturing or eliminating them on the spot. Perhaps you should contemplate your own predicament. You have manipulated these beggars, transforming vibrant children into cripples. Do you not fear nightmares at night? For the sake of my grand ambitions, a mere few hundred children are insignificant. Take them away. I shall deal with them after my contest with the Mo family. As Chu Qian and his companions were led away, He Qi felt an insatiable rage brewing within him. He longed for blood. Yet, he knew he could not allow Chu Qian and the others to perish so easily. He intended to wait until Fusu and the others had captured the remaining gang leaders, after which he would subject them to a slow and torturous demise. Only then would it serve as a formidable deterrent. On the carriage, He Qi reminisced about the childhood memories that stirred an unnameable fury within him. Suddenly, he turned to He Wei and asked, Are Zhao Gao and Su Fu still alive? He Wei nodded. They have lived for quite some time. Subsequently, He Qi instructed the driver to alter their route. They would not return to the Tiandi society just yet, as He Qi sought to accomplish something he had long desired. Chapter 60. Zhao Gao and Su Fu have lived for quite some time, having changed their course. He Qi first returned to the Xianyang Palace, where he found Ing Zheng engrossed in his duties and articulated his requests. Ing Zheng chuckled, "I thought you, a person from the future, had forgiven those too." "Your Majesty jest," He Chi replied. "You study the teachings of sages, while my education is far more eclectic." Ing Zheng cast a glance at He Chi, aware that he was speaking in a manner he could not comprehend. Before long, a servant entered, carrying a brocade box. "This is something to return to Su Fu on my behalf." He Chi took the box, opened it for a brief moment, then closed it, muttering to himself about the ruthless nature of the first emperor. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will return these items to Su Fu." Ing Zheng waved his hand, dismissing He Chi. With the brocade box in hand, He Chi climbed back onto the carriage and journeyed towards a secret location outside Xianying City. Long ago, He Chi had advised Ing Zheng to relocate the gunpowder production site away from the Xianying Palace and, ideally, out of the city altogether. It was essential to note that the current gunpowder was still the primitive black powder. Any mishap could lead to catastrophic consequences. Ing Zheng heeded He Chi's counsel, moving the production facility beyond the city limits. Upon arriving at the gunpowder production site, He Chi and He Wei underwent several rounds of inspection before entering. "Oh, the number of sorcerers visiting Xianying has dwindled recently, but thankfully there are still enough people here," He Wei remarked. He added, "Those sorcerers are first treated to sumptuous feasts, allowing them to let down their guard. Then, the three-sticks policy is enacted, capturing them for gunpowder assembly. One batch after another has disappeared from Xianying. It's a miracle if anyone still comes." "Young Master He, did His Majesty send you here?" Su Fu approached with a sycophantic smile upon seeing He Chi and He Wei. "Indeed, His Majesty did send us. You seem to be doing quite well lately," He Chi observed, noting that Su Fu was no longer the emaciated figure he once was. Su Fu had gained a bit of weight. "Thanks to young Master He, I have recently ceased taking those elixirs, which has helped restore my health somewhat." Unable to contain himself, He Chi laughed at Su Fu's words. "So, you are aware those elixirs are not to be consumed?" Su Fu quickly realized he had misspoken and fell to his knees. "I was unaware at first. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, please forgive me. His Majesty did not come, but he sent me with a gift for you." Su Fu raised his head, pondering what the gift might be. How are these individuals faring? He Chi no longer cast a glance at Su Fu, instead directing his attention towards Meng Wu, the official in charge of this area. They had become quite adept, dividing their efforts as instructed into several groups working on gunpowder with commendable efficiency. However, the workforce remained insufficient. If only there were more hands to assist. He Chi shot a disapproving look at Meng Wu, stating that matters of personnel could be addressed later, as nearly all the sorcerers of the Great Qin were present. The remaining few dared not show their faces. "Enough of that. Go fetch Zhao Gao for me. His Majesty's gift includes a portion for him as well." Upon hearing this, the kneeling Su Fu felt a surge of joy, pondering whether Ing Zheng was in a benevolent mood and might pardon both him and Zhao Gao. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Gao was brought forth. Upon seeing He Chi, he too, like Su Fu, fell to his knees and began to plead for mercy. "Enough of the tears. Here are the gifts from His Majesty. Open it and see." He Chi placed the brocade box on the ground. Zhao Gao and Su Fu exchanged a glance, and then Zhao Gao, trembling, opened the box. Upon seeing the contents, Zhao Gao's face drained of color, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. Su Fu, meanwhile, stared vacantly at the floor. Upon glimpsing the items within, he realized his doom was at hand. "Spare my life, spare my life. This old servant has always been loyal to His Majesty. I implore you, young Master He, to intercede on my behalf." He Chi regarded the prostrate Zhao Gao with a cold smirk. "Zhao Gao, you are aware of my origins. Thus you must comprehend that your demise is just. As for you," he turned his gaze towards the dazed Su Fu, "your fate is even more deserved. It was a tremendous act of grace that allowed you both to survive this long. Do not squander time." Both Zhao Gao and Su Fu were now oblivious to He Chi's words, their attention fixated solely on the elixir in the box. "So, you orchestrated our involvement in creating this gunpowder and summoned these sorcerers, all to ensure that once they learned, we would be executed. You never intended to spare us, did you?" He Chi nodded at the now revived Su Fu. "You are indeed correct, rather astute of you. You are a devil, a devil. Thank you for the compliment. As long as you do not label me a good man, we are fine. Please, proceed." He Chi gestured towards the elixir in the brocade box. Su Fu crawled over to the box, retrieving one of the elixirs, recalling it as one of his proudest creations. He had presented it to Zhang, advising that it should only be consumed on a special occasion. Who could have foreseen this moment? Glancing at the elixir in his hand, Su Fu closed his eyes and swallowed it. After consuming that single elixir, he grasped a handful and consumed them all. What are you waiting for? He Qi observed Zhao Gao, who remained motionless and pale with terror. My lord, spare my life, spare my life. He Qi signaled to the soldiers behind Zhao Gao to assist him in consuming the elixirs. With tears streaming down his face, a soldier quickly shoved a handful of elixirs into Zhao Gao's mouth. Once both men had swallowed their share, He Qi waited a moment, and soon Su Fu and Zhao Gao began to clutch their stomachs, curling up on the ground. After a considerable interval, Su Fu and Zhao Gao gradually fell silent. He Qi glanced at the remaining few elixirs and cursed inwardly, suspecting that Zhang had tampered with them. Heavy metal poisoning wouldn't lead to such a swift demise, would it? Observing the lifeless bodies of the two, He Kuei pondered why He Qi had them buried without hesitation. He Qi, with a few decisive words, rendered He Kuei speechless. Bring forth a sword to their hearts, then sever their heads. After that, incinerate their remains to ashes before burial. What are you staring at? What if they are merely feigning death? If that is the case, follow my orders. Two soldiers unsheathed their bronze swords and, following He Qi's command, struck their hearts and subsequently decapitated them. Once He Qi confirmed the complete demise of Zhao Gao and Su Fu, he nodded in satisfaction. After the soldiers transported the bodies away, He Qi turned to He Kuei and asked, "They have no living relatives, do they?" He Kuei, puzzled by the inquiry, replied that Zhao Gao's family had long since perished, and there were no known relatives of Su Fu. That's good, He Qi remarked. He Kuei gazed at him in confusion. Oh, since they have no family left, it spares us from further bloodshed. Amitba. He Kuei fell silent, contemplating the ruthlessness of this course of action. Let us depart. I must check on the progress of the items for my upcoming contest with the Mo family. Chapter 61. The second round concludes before it begins. After the execution of Su Fu and Zhao Gao, He Qi's simmering anger subsided, albeit slightly. Yet, it was merely a fraction, in He Qi's mind. The group from Chu had already endured 1,000 tortures. Now, all that remained was to await Fu Su and his companions as they apprehended the remaining gang leaders for a public execution. Indeed, He Qi intended to use this brutal display to instill fear in others. Upon returning to his residence at the Xianyang Palace in a carriage, He Qi visited the artisans. Previously, after overseeing the completion of Zhang He's treasure ship, he had commissioned them to create another item. Apart from those that traversed the ground, preparations for a flying contraption had been set in motion from the very beginning. After all, ensuring its safety was paramount, thus no detail could be overlooked. How goes the progress, esteemed craftsman? Young master He, the tasks you assigned are complete. However, the contraption still cannot take flight. Approaching to inspect, He Qi quickly discerned the issue. The chains are not attached. Once they are secured, it will function. With that, He Qi knelt down to install the chains personally. Once completed, he seated himself upon the contraption and, with a powerful push, it surged forward, leaving the craftsman in astonishment. Look, what is that? Quick, something's happening outside. Go and see. Hearing the commotion, Zhang set down his brush and instructed a nearby attendant to investigate. Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned, announcing, "Your Majesty, He Xiaofu is riding an unfamiliar contraption, and everyone is gathered to watch." "Oh, let us go and see," Zhang replied, rising to stride toward the outside of the hall. Upon emerging, he beheld He Qi spinning in circles, one hand clasped behind his back, seemingly attempting to impress onlookers. After completing a rotation, He Qi noticed Zhang had exited the hall and promptly pedaled his bicycle toward him. At that moment, an individual suddenly appeared beside Zhang. Dressed similarly to He Kuei, his gaze coldly fixed on the approaching He Qi. "Stand down," commanded Zhang, prompting the figure to step back behind him. When He Qi was still some distance away, he abruptly squeezed the brakes, executing a rather clumsy but dramatic stop. The bicycle, made of iron and wood, lacked the sturdiness of alloys, compelling He Qi to exercise caution. Too much force might cause it to collapse. "Your Majesty, would you care to try?" He Qi inquired. And upon hearing this, Zhang paused momentarily before approaching him. "Your Majesty, place your hands here and your feet on the pedals. What are you doing? Step aside." He Qi found himself instructing Zhang on riding, while Xian Gu, another commander from the Heibing Tai, stood nearby, obstructing the process. Frustrated, He Qi shot an unkind glance at Xian Gu. Observing the scene, He Kuei felt a surge of satisfaction, noting that in He Qi's presence, even Xian Gu held no superiority, save for the emperor. Ing Zheng glanced back at Xian Gu, who then retreated a few steps. Yet his gaze remained fixated on He Qi. Your Majesty, just like that. Apply pressure with both feet. Yes, precisely, He Qi encouraged. Lift your feet off the ground. Grip the handlebars and focus ahead. The handlebars steer the direction. He Qi supported the bicycle from behind, aiding Ing Zheng as he gradually adjusted to the motion. Once Ing Zheng became more comfortable, He Qi released his grip. Watching the emperor, who now spun joyously, He Qi felt a twinge of discomfort. How could he master it so quickly? What are the countless scrapes and bruises I endured while learning? Your Majesty, that's enough. You mustn't ride for too long. He Qi cautioned as Ing Zheng, slightly displeased, regarded him. This is my creation for tomorrow's competition with the Mo family. The materials are not yet sufficiently robust. I shall craft a stronger alloy for you in due time, allowing you to ride to your heart's content. Ing Zheng paused upon hearing He Qi's words, accepting a towel from the attendant to wipe his brow. I await that day. Rest assured, Your Majesty, it is not far off. Once I have dealt with the Mo family, I will present you with a grand surprise. I shall anticipate it. Ing Zheng declared before returning to his palace to continue his work. He Qi wheeled the bicycle back to his quarters, intending to have the craftsman inspect it for any necessary reinforcements or replacements. Commander He, is that robust man with the dark complexion by the emperor's side also from your He Bing Tai? Indeed, his name is Xian Gu, and he is also a commander of the He Bing Tai. Sensing an unusual tone in He Kuei's voice, He Qi asked, You haven't been struck by Xian Gu, have you? He Kuei abruptly turned to stare at He Qi. I'm merely jesting, He Qi replied with a cheeky grin. Humph. He Kuei snorted disdainfully and chose to ignore He Qi, striding forward instead. At this moment, He Qi felt assured that He Kuei was no match for Zhuang. It seemed that Zhuang held a superior position over He Kuei, who was evidently resentful. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Upon returning to his residence, He Qi entrusted his bicycle to the craftsman and retired to rest. He felt as though he were nearly outpacing a nuclear-powered donkey, with scarcely a moment to spare amidst his relentless endeavors. The following day, He Qi boarded a carriage, towing his bicycle towards Lishan. This competition was to take place on solid ground, requiring merely a spacious area, rendering the location inconsequential. As he neared the agreed-upon site, He Qi instructed the carriage to halt, dismounted, and pedaled towards the rendezvous. Where is young Master He? The appointed time approaches. Surely he wouldn't fail to arrive, murmured Mo Li, casting a glance at Mo Jia. Silence. Think before you speak, Mo Li reprimanded, causing Mo Jia to lower his head in shame. Father, what is that? At that moment, Mo Shui spotted He Qi approaching on his bicycle. Is that young Master He? What is he riding? Could that possibly be the object of our competition today? As He Qi drew closer, Mo Li felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. How could they hope to win? They hadn't even revealed their own equipment, while He Qi was already on his way with his. The necessity for this contest seemed to dissipate. When He Qi finally arrived, panting from exertion, he took a deep breath to steady himself. The breathlessness was not an act. It stemmed from the bicycle being somewhat unrefined and the uphill climb. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he addressed the Mo family. Shall we commence the competition? Where are your tools? Let us see what you have. The Mo family exchanged glances, uncertainty evident, before turning to Mo Li. There's no need. This time, the Mo family concedes. What? You concede before it even begins? Aren't you going to put up a fight? Mo Li's expression darkened. There is no need. In 5 days, we shall have our final match with young Master He. With that, he bid farewell. Humph. Mo Shui sauntered to He Qi's side, letting out a soft huff and casting him a sidelong glance. He Qi, observing the somewhat dejected departure of the Mo family, allowed a sly smile to creep onto his face. At that moment, He Kuei shook his head behind He Qi, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the Mo family. Having been bested in their most confident domain twice in succession, surely, the weight of defeat was heavy on their hearts. Yet, there was little they could do. They had encountered this person from the future. As they returned, He Qi settled back into the carriage en route to Xianyang City. He turned to He Kuei. Captain He Kuei, have you located the dozen or so executioners I requested? He Kuei nodded, unable to suppress his curiosity. What knowledge have you acquired in the future? Why do you ask, Captain? Due to your insistence on subjecting Chu Qian and the others to Ling Qi, I find myself merely curious. Chapter 62, the Lingqi of child traffickers. He Chi chuckled upon hearing He Kuei's words. Should those individuals not meet their demise? Indeed, they ought to perish. He Kuei concurred with He Chi on this matter. Those individuals truly deserve death, yet it must not come too easily. Since they are to die, what harm is there in executing them through Lingqi? None at all. I am simply intrigued. After you executed Su Fu and Zhao Gao, your immediate thought was whether they had any relatives. If so, one must eradicate the roots entirely. You need not concern yourself. In our time, we regarded such actions as virtuous. Surely, you have not perused the internet, where there exist far more ruthless entities than I. I am but a child in comparison to them. Upon hearing this, He Kuei felt his intellect faltering. Is this truly mere child's play? After thousands of years of evolution, has the later generation of Huaxia devolved to such a state? Upon returning to the palace of Xianyang, He Chi first reported to Ing Zheng that Su Fu and Zhao Gao were dead, and then conveyed his intentions regarding the Lingqi of Chu Qian and the others. Ing Zheng did not even lift his head, merely instructing, "Proceed as you deem fit." "Thank you, Your Majesty," He Chi replied joyfully as he exited. "Your Majesty." Regarding He Chi, Ing Zheng raised his gaze to Meng Yi, who had spoken. "Do you believe He Chi has handled this matter improperly?" Meng Yi shook his head. "Not at all. I merely ponder whether subjecting dozens of individuals to Lingqi simultaneously is perhaps a touch cruel. Moreover, one of those is a marquis." Ing Zheng sneered. "Do you not know that Chu Qian commanded hundreds of beggars to solicit alms? Yet his estate contains only a few gold ingots? Where, then, has the remainder of the wealth vanished? Your Majesty implies that the remaining wealth was transferred by Chu Qian to those traders of the 6 states? If no one had aided Chu Qian, do you think he could have moved such a vast fortune? They truly deserve their fate." Meng Yi's countenance darkened with realization. Could it be that He Chi has also deduced this? Is this deliberate on his part? Ing Zheng glanced outside the hall. This He Chi is more astute than we presumed. Though he occasionally acts or speaks in ways we struggle to comprehend, upon closer examination, much of his conduct serves as groundwork for future endeavors. For example, his dealings with the sale of paper, according to reports from Hebing Tai. That group of Confucians is nearing Xianyang. Could this also be part of He Chi's design? Certainly. The information received by the Confucians was disseminated at He Chi's behest through Bai Su. It remains uncertain what purpose He Chi intends to serve with the Confucians. May it be beneficial for the Qin, Meng Yi speculated. Hearing this, Ing Zheng smiled. Judging by He Chi's actions, they must indeed be advantageous for the Qin. Who would have thought that millennia later, someone would still recognize my worth? Ing Zheng mused inwardly. With Ing Zheng's approval, He Chi returned to instruct Fu Su and the others to expedite the resolution of the remaining factions. For efficiency, He Chi directly dispatched He Fu with 100 men to assist Fu Su. The addition of the 100 men from He Fu significantly alleviated the pressure on Fu Su and his companions. In merely one night, they managed to dismantle the entire gang in Xianyang. Those who could be recruited were taken in, while the most heinous offenders were swiftly delivered to the county magistrate by Fu Su's direct command. When He Chi learned that Fu Su had incarcerated these individuals, his fleeting joy at Fu Su's change of heart dissipated. Damn it! Why has he not inherited even a fraction of the emperor's ruthlessness? What good are these prisoners? They should be executed outright. How is it that the great victor has produced a saint like Fu Su? Coughing, He Chi could no longer endure the conversation and signaled for He Chi to cease his complaints. Why are you coughing? Am I not speaking the truth? It's truly frustrating after all the time spent teaching him, He Chi retorted. It seems you never formally taught Prince Fu Su. You simply allowed him to act freely. As for young Master Gao and the others, you only visit when it suits your mood. And what of it? Hu Hai has yet to rise from his bed. Young Master Gao and Ing Yuer can very well learn on their own. As for Fu Su, I am training him. If you could only understand. He Chi sensed a shift in He Chi's tone and raised his hand, scrutinizing He Chi's acupoints. What are you doing? I warn you. Do not act recklessly. I am not afraid of you. He Chi only heard He Chi mumble something. Had he comprehended the words, He Chi would not have escaped with mere discomfort. The following day, He Chi rode in a carriage alongside He Chi towards the execution site in Xianyang. The previous day, He Chi had already commanded the construction of a high platform and set up several frames. Captain He, teach me that acupoint sealing technique of yours. I believe I could master it, He Chi implored. He Chi cast him a sideways glance. You should first learn the art of lightness before considering anything else. With my innate talent, mastering lightness will be a breeze. You shall see, He boasted. Let us hope you do not end up in tears. What do you mean by that? He chose to ignore He's inquiries and closed his eyes to rest. Hey, you old rascal, that is quite unethical, leaving me hanging like this. Speak up. He remained unresponsive, secretly looking forward to He learning the art of lightness. Throughout the journey, no matter how much He chattered, He maintained his silence, ultimately leaving He to sulk in frustration. Upon the carriage halting, He and He disembarked to find Chu Qian and the others already bound to the frames. He ascended the platform, prepared to act as the execution supervisor, though perhaps it was more accurate to call him the supervisor of delays. At this time, it was not yet noon, and everyone awaited the proceedings. Curious citizens had gathered, intrigued by the spectacle of executing so many offenders, which promised to be more than a mere beheading or dismemberment. After inquiring, the townsfolk discovered that those bound to the frames were guilty of child trafficking and inflicting grievous harm upon children. Upon hearing this, the enraged Qin people picked up stones from the ground and hurled them at Chu Qian and the others. At this moment, only stones remained. There existed no withered vegetable leaves or anything of the sort, and if they did, they would not be squandered here. Ha ha ha, He, just wait. Even as a specter, I shall not spare you. Observing the still clamorous Chu Qian, He feigned an expression of terror, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how frightful." Yet he quickly donned a scornful demeanor, retorting, "Humph, you? I fear not even your young master. So how could I possibly fear you? You? What about you?" Chu Qian's eyes widened, taken aback by He's knowledge of a certain secret. "I can tell by your expression, alas, with my presence. Your prophecy shall never come to fruition. Impossible. The young master will surely lead the Chu army to breach the walls of Xianyang City. Ha ha ha. You tyrants of Qin, await your doom." Such words, spoken in the face of impending death, were utterly futile. At that moment, He turned to the enigmatic He Kuei, inquiring about the identity of the Qin general who had initially surrendered to Chu Qian. He Kuei's countenance shifted to one of peculiar discomfort, prompting He to surmise the cause. Could it be? Indeed, it is the current Marquis Wu Che, Zhao Wei, the legitimate heir of Zhao Wu. Damn it. I knew it. These people are truly a malignant tumor. Any of my wealth that hasn't been spirited away must have been divided among this band of rascals. Just wait. I shall eventually seize the Marquis Wu Che's estate and reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Your wealth? He Kuei sneered derisively. What? Is it not permissible for me to indulge in idle talk? It seems it is more than mere idle chatter, He Kuei retorted. He fell silent, directing his gaze towards Chu Qian and his companions. At noon, the sun cast its relentless rays upon the earth. Execute. With He's command, the prepared executioners advanced, brandishing their small blades towards Chu Qian and the others. The air was filled with screams of horror. He spared only a few glances at the unfolding scene before averting his eyes. The display was tinged with a hint of bloodshed and revulsion. With a derisive smile, He Kuei observed He's averted gaze. He shot He Kuei a glare in return. By evening, more than half of the condemned had succumbed, including the leader of the wild boar gang, who was the first to perish. His corpulent frame proved useless. He had not withstood the torture for long. In the end, only Chu Qian remained, wailing in despair. Could this man truly surrender? He questioned the resilience of Chu Qian, who had yet to breathe his last. At this moment, even He Kuei furrowed his brow. Chu Qian's behavior was hardly indicative of someone capable of surrendering on the battlefield. Once Chu Qian exhaled his final breath, He ordered the collection of their corpses. As for the matter concerning Chu Qian, it would be left for Ing Zheng to ponder. Now, He had a pressing obligation to fulfill, the third contest with the Mo family. Chapter 63. I present a hot air balloon. Will you not detonate it? Since He executed Chu Qian and the others at the marketplace, the entire populace of Xianyang City became aware that all who engaged in the trafficking of children would face such a fate. As for the children they had rescued, despite the court's proclamations, no parents came forth to claim them. In this era, raising a healthy child is a formidable challenge, let alone a child with disabilities. Consequently, He decisively placed them within the confines of the Tiandi society, leaving the question of their potential contributions to his discretion. He assured Fusu that he had a plan. The immediate task was to ensure the survival of these children. When the hundreds of children were first rescued, they appeared emaciated, resembling little skeletons. Once they were settled, He withdrew to his quarters. From the very beginning, He Qi had sketched out the blueprints for the final competition with the Mo family. Since it was something that could soar through the skies and could be fabricated in this era, it had to be a hot air balloon. However, having never ridden in a hot air balloon in his previous life, He Qi approached this endeavor with utmost caution. Over the past few days, he engaged in discussions with craftsmen about the balloon's structure to ensure its safety. He Qi was adamant about using only the finest materials. Should he be unable to procure what he needed, he would not hesitate to spend lavishly to acquire them through his mobile device. Fortunately, after recent updates, he found the necessary items available. The reason for his meticulousness was twofold. Firstly, He Qi wished to experience the flight himself, and secondly, he speculated that Ying Zheng would surely attend the competition. Should Ying Zheng, in a moment of impulsiveness, desire to test the sensation of flying, it would be imperative to guarantee absolute safety. He dared not imagine how history would record him should anything go awry. He feared that figures like Zhao Gao or Qin Hui would swiftly usurp his position. After several days of laboring alongside the craftsmen to construct the hot air balloon, He Qi, accompanied by He Kuei and He Fu, clandestinely ventured to a desolate area outside Xianyang City for the inaugural experiment. Only 3 individuals ascended in the balloon: He Qi, He Kuei, and He Fu, effectively comprising his trusted inner circle. As He Qi maneuvered the balloon upward, both the seasoned He Fu and the ever-proud He Kuei widened their eyes, their expressions tinged with a hint of trepidation. As the hot air balloon ascended higher, He Kuei and He Fu gradually regained their composure. So this is the sensation of flight. It truly felt different, though there was an unexpected chill in the air. He Qi, observing He Kuei's stubborn demeanor, chuckled softly as he noticed the frost forming on his brows. With the altitude reaching an acceptable level and no issues arising, He Qi began to gently control the descent of the balloon. Once the balloon landed safely, He Kuei and He Fu were the first to leap out. Upon touching the ground, even He Kuei stumbled slightly. He Qi, witnessing this scene, burst into hearty laughter, remaining in the balloon for a moment longer before finally emerging. Upon exiting, He Qi caught sight of He Kuei's murderous gaze and, with an air of defiance, lifted his chin and walked past him without a word. Ah, how infuriating! He Kuei, you have struck again. As He Qi brushed by, He Kuei swiftly jabbed him, causing a brief sting that nonetheless made He Qi break out in a sweat. He Fu observed the interaction between He Qi and He Kuei, shaking his head in disbelief. He never anticipated that the once cold and imposing He Kuei could transform into this. Prepare this apparatus and await the arrival of the Mo family tomorrow. After concluding the hot air balloon experiment, He Qi and his companions returned to the Xianyang Palace by carriage. Upon arrival, He Qi retreated to his quarters, while He Kuei proceeded directly to meet Ying Zheng. What did you say? He Qi has truly devised a contraption that allows for flight? Indeed, Your Majesty. Just moments ago, I accompanied He Qi and He Fu in the experiment of his hot air balloon. It not only enables flight, but also allows for directional adjustments under human control. Excellent. I shall be present for the contest between He Qi and the Mo family tomorrow. Once He Kuei departed, Ying Zheng sat upon his dragon throne, his eyes alight with excitement. If He Qi were to witness Ying Zheng's exuberance, he would undoubtedly feel justified in his concerns. Given Ying Zheng's fervent enthusiasm, it would be a miracle if he did not ascend the hot air balloon the following day. The next day, at the site of the previous day's experiment, the Mo family arrived early, brimming with confidence in their creation. However, an unsettling sound suddenly shifted the expressions of Mo Li and Mo Shui. What is that noise? It is the sound of an advancing army, Mo Li observed, his face paling. Could it be the Qin army come to seize us? The Qin army? How could He Qi be so deceitful? Did he not assert that the Qin army would not pursue us? Master, take Shuer and flee. We will hold them off. There is no time. By the sound of it, it must be the elite Iron Eagle troops of the Qin army. Upon hearing Mo Li's words, the group clenched their teeth, fierce expressions crossing their faces. Moments later, a large contingent of Qin soldiers appeared around them, halting at a considerable distance. The Mo family frowned, perplexed by the peculiar behavior of the Qin soldiers, wondering if they were not, in fact, there for them. Shortly after, a familiar carriage emerged from the ranks of the Qin soldiers. As it approached, He Qi disembarked. He Qi, what does this mean? He Qi regarded the visibly agitated Mo family and glanced at the surrounding Qin troops. Surely, you do not believe these soldiers have come for you, are they not? Mo Jia retorted. To speak bluntly, you are unworthy. Do you comprehend the nature of this army? These are the Imperial Guard, sworn protectors of His Majesty. Ying Zheng has arrived? Mo Li's voice trembled slightly. Calm yourselves. His Majesty is not here for you. He has come for me. As for the reasons, you will soon understand. Having arrived, let us commence the third contest. I can hardly contain my eagerness to learn the art of lightness. However, it would be prudent to wait until you emerge victorious before proceeding. Mo Shui, with an air of haughty pride, declared, this time, let the Mo family go first. I fear you may not have the opportunity to showcase your skills if you concede too soon. With a sharp glare from Mo Shui, she acquiesced, very well. The Mo family shall take the lead. As the Mo family disciples began assembling their aerial contraption, Qi observed with curiosity. After a brief interval, when they raised their creation, he realized it resembled a colossal kite. Initially expecting something novel, he noted that this kite had indeed been modified by the Mo family. At that moment, Mo Shui donned an unusual attire, adorned with feathers and various plumes protruding from her arms. Qi found it curious. Was this an imitation of avian creatures? The apparent lack of safety in their apparatus made him question, could you not opt for a different method? The Mo family turned their gaze towards Qi, who continued, if she were to encounter any mishap, who would teach me the art of lightness? Perhaps this young man could assist instead. Mo Jia's expression darkened at his insinuation, as if to say, is my life not worth anything? This is a matter for the Mo family, and we require no intervention from you, young master he. Noting Mo Shui's indifference, Qi chose to remain silent, though he remained unconvinced of the safety of their contraption. Has this been tested? He inquired. What test? They countered. Has anyone attempted this before today? Is testing truly necessary? Qi found himself momentarily speechless. Observing the preparations of the Mo family, he glanced back at He Kuai. Commander, be prepared to assist Mo Shui if needed. Why the sudden concern? He Kuai replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Perhaps you could teach me the art of lightness? Qi shot an exasperated look at the reserved He Kuai. As the Mo family concluded their preparations, Mo Li signaled for the others to release Mo Shui. Up. With that command, they began to run, and the large kite carrying Mo Shui gradually ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Qin army, Ying Zheng drew back the curtain of his carriage to observe the soaring Mo Shui. Just as she reveled in the experience, she suddenly noticed the framework to her right beginning to wobble. This is not good. It appears it is failing, Mo Li below observed with growing anxiety. With a series of cracking sounds, the entire kite disintegrated. However, Mo Shui adeptly utilized the remnants of the collapsing structure to execute her lightness technique. Yet, the altitude was perilously great, and even her skills seemed inadequate. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past her feet. Qi, who had been wearing a worried expression, immediately turned to He Kuai. Before us stands He Kuai, wielding a powerful crossbow, launching arrows imbued with force towards Mo Shui. With agility, Mo Shui swiftly descends upon the arrows. Fortunately, the kite does not soar too high, or she might have met a grim fate. Upon landing, she finds herself unable to fully control her body, running a brief distance forward. At this moment, Mo Li and the others rushed to her side, expressing their concern. Are you all right, Shui? Did you sustain any injuries? I am fine, Mo Shui replies weakly after calming her nerves, grateful to be alive. Thank you. She says to Qi, you should express your gratitude to Captain He instead. He injured you and subsequently saved you, so it balances out, Qi remarks. Your attire has proven quite helpful as well. Thankfully, you did not ascend too high, or even deities would have struggled to save you. This time, our Mo family concedes defeat. The expressions on Zhu Zi, father, and Qi are perplexed. Why concede without examining my creation? No, this time I must ensure you witness it, though the primary focus is not on you. Bring forth my invention. As Qi's command resonates, He Fu and the others present a peculiar contraption, a hot air balloon. Mo Li and the others gaze in bewilderment at this unfamiliar apparatus, having never encountered its like before. Distinct from the previous day's experiment, this balloon features a long, thick hemp rope affixed to its rear for stabilization. To be candid, Qi is apprehensive. Though deemed safe, uncertainties linger. As Qi ascends into the balloon and ignites the flame, it gradually begins to inflate. Once fully buoyant, Qi glances at He Kuai and gestures toward the Qin army. He Kuai nods and strides toward the soldiers. Accompanying He Kuai is an opulent carriage, and upon seeing it, Mo Li's suspicions are confirmed. Two figures descend from the carriage, Emperor Mo Jia nearly exclaims Ying Zheng's name, but is silenced by a sharp glance from Mo Li, prompting him to quickly amend his words. Naturally, Meng Yi follows Ing Zheng as they approach He Qi. Are you prepared? Ing Zheng asks, excitement evident in his demeanor. He Qi nods, albeit hesitantly. Your Majesty, perhaps we should reconsider. This venture carries certain risks. Is it more perilous than my childhood? Ing Zheng retorts, a jest that leaves He Qi speechless, unable to find an appropriate response. After casting a glance at Mo Li and the others, Ing Zheng leaps into the hot air balloon. Please bear with me for now. He Qi bows to Mo Li and the others, then swiftly gestures. The surrounding Qin soldiers raise their crossbows towards them, while a contingent from He Kuei's faction encircles them. He Kuei steps forward, positioning himself directly in front of Mo Li, his gaze piercing. Understanding the unspoken message, Mo Li signals for his family to drop their weapons to the ground. Thank you. He Qi, having concluded his words, promptly leapt into the hot air balloon. Accompanying him were Ing Zheng, Meng Yi, and Xian Ge. Once everyone had boarded the balloon, He Qi discarded the sandbags and began to maneuver the vessel, gently ascending into the sky. On the ground, aside from He Fu and He Kuei, the remaining spectators gazed in astonishment at the balloon that had taken flight. It's flying. It's actually flying. Mo Jia stammered in disbelief. Mo Li, Mo Shui, and the entire Mo family wore expressions of sheer amazement, their eyes filled with a yearning for flight. Is this what it feels like to soar? After an initial period of discomfort, Ing Zheng gradually acclimated as the balloon reached a certain altitude and paused. Gazing at the clouds above, he pondered, is there a celestial palace up there? Just as Ing Zheng was lost in his reverie, He Qi's voice abruptly grounded him in reality. No, those are merely clouds. What you refer to as the celestial realm is known as the atmosphere. Ignoring He Qi's explanation, Ing Zheng's gaze drifted towards the distance. Is that my Xianying city? The tallest structure must be the Xianying Palace, correct? Where? Where is it? He Qi leaned over the edge of the bamboo basket, peering into the distance. He could indeed see Xianying City, but the palace remained unclear. Isn't there a telescope? Is your eyesight so remarkable? Despite his efforts, He Qi could not discern the Xianying Palace that Ing Zheng described. He only perceived a vague outline. There seemed to be a convoy heading towards Xianying. At that moment, Meng Yi pointed towards the distant official road, stating, indeed, they are heading towards Xianying. But I wonder what their purpose is. What kind of eyesight do you all possess? I see nothing. Where is this cavalry? He Qi squinted, but still saw nothing. Let us descend. My curiosity has been sufficiently satiated. Upon hearing Ing Zheng's words, He Qi began to guide the hot air balloon downward. At that moment, one of the riders in the convoy also spotted the balloon. Zifang, what is that object? How is it flying in the sky? Chapter 65, Zifang. A famous name, this convoy comprised scholars from the Confucian school, recently arriving from the Qi and Lu regions. The one who had just spoken was Fu Sheng, the leader of this group. Following Fu Sheng's gaze, he noticed that among the ordinary Confucian disciples stood none other than Zhang Liang. It was indeed surprising that Zhang Liang had made his way to Xianying. Zhang Liang also directed his attention to the direction Fu Sheng indicated. I am uncertain, but it appears there are people up there. Zhang Liang's uncertainty mirrored Fu Sheng's nod of agreement. He too perceived the presence of individuals above. Zifang, you need not have accompanied us. It is somewhat perilous. Do not worry, my senior brother. I have my own considerations, Zhang Liang replied. Gazing into the distance where the silhouette of Xianying City was becoming increasingly discernible, his venture to Xianying was twofold. First, to confer with the leaders of the agrarian faction, and second, to explore the possibility of persuading another segment of the Mo family, rumored to be hidden in Xianying, to join the anti-Qin coalition. Upon hearing He Qi's name, a peculiar feeling stirred within Zhang Liang's heart. It seemed as though he had encountered a formidable adversary. In order to verify his suspicions, Zhang Liang had no choice but to venture into Xianying at great risk. Ideally, he would be able to mingle with the Confucian scholars and make contact with He Qi, for he was eager to discern the true nature of this individual. Stop! Just as Zhang Liang and his companions were on the verge of entering the city, they were halted by a contingent of Qin soldiers. You shall wait for a moment, the soldiers instructed, without elaborating on the reason for their delay. Observing the situation, Fu Sheng had no alternative but to permit the disciples of Confucianism to dismount and rest. Before long, a battalion of fully armed Qin soldiers marched past them, and only after their passage were they allowed to proceed. Very well, you may go now, the soldiers declared, clearing the way for Fu Sheng and his party. Once they mounted their horses again, they encountered a group of individuals along the official road. Though clad in rough garments, these men marched with purpose, each one a robust figure, guarding a cart that was also heading towards Xianyang. Thus, Fu Sheng trailed behind this procession towards the city. Master Xiaofu. The entourage behind us seems to belong to the Confucians, He Qi, lost in reverie within the cart as he envisioned himself becoming a master in martial arts, was abruptly brought back to reality by He Fu's remark. Oh, He Qi lifted the curtain and stood atop the cart to gaze back, indeed spotting a group of individuals clad in Confucian robes following closely behind. However, something seemed amiss. Was not the person at the forefront dressed in ordinary Confucian attire? How curious, he mused. Did not the Confucians place great emphasis on propriety? After observing for a moment, He Qi returned to the cart. Upon reaching Xianyang, he again stood atop the cart to look back, only to find that the Confucian leader had been reduced to a solitary figure. The individual in the simple Confucian robe was no longer at the forefront. He Qi stroked his chin, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Return. For tomorrow this group shall come to meet me. Once He Qi re-entered the cart, He Kuei, intrigued, inquired, how can you be so certain that those Confucians are seeking you? Naturally, my invention of paper-making not only benefits the court, but also serves the scholars. And among the learned in the Qin, the Confucians are the most numerous. Thus, I anticipated this day from the moment I unveiled my craft. Moreover, I have something exceptional prepared for the Confucians, he added. Have you been scheming against the Confucians from the very beginning? Not at all. That is good. He Kuei's demeanor relaxed momentarily, but He Qi continued. One Confucian is insufficient. My sights are set on the entirety of the 100 schools of thought. The agriculturalists and the Mahis have already been dealt with. Next, it shall be the Confucians. These three most influential and populous sects must serve my purpose, or rather, the purpose of the common people. Once I have concluded with the Confucians, my next target will be the physicians, a smaller but equally significant faction. The physicians? Their leader is elusive, and no one knows of their whereabouts. He Qi chuckled softly. I possess something that the physicians cannot refuse. In due course, they too will come seeking me, just as the Confucians will. It merely requires an opportunity, one that I have yet to discover. Thus, there is no rush. The current task is to address the matters of Confucianism. Upon returning to the palace of Xianyang, He Qi made his way to his residence. Fu Sheng and his companions also entered Xianyang, opting not for an inn, but instead heading to the estate of Qin Yu. Long aware of Fu Sheng's impending arrival, Qin Yu was finally able to welcome them. Master Uncle, Fu Sheng, you truly resemble the eldest disciple. Come in, I have prepared a meal. From this point onward, you and your fellow disciples shall reside here. Apologies for the intrusion, Master Uncle. Not at all, let us proceed. At the dining table, Fu Sheng and Qin Yu engaged in light conversation, with Qin Yu sharing his observations in Xianyang, while Fu Sheng recounted amusing tales from Qi and Lu. Master Uncle, I wish to meet He Qi tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression darkened. Since the incident where he had confronted He Qi and endured a lesson through the 4 verses of Henku, he had retreated from public life. Moreover, He Qi had audaciously proclaimed that within 6 months, he would compel Qin Yu to apologize personally. Reflecting on it now, Qin Yu realized that He Qi's words were not mere bluster. After all, this individual had indeed created the wondrous invention of paper. Being a scholar and a Confucian, Qin Yu understood the significance of paper to Confucianism. Fu Sheng had come to Xianyang primarily to negotiate matters regarding paper with He Qi. Noticing Qin Yu's displeasure, Fu Sheng clasped his hands together, saying, in that case, I shall not trouble you, Master Uncle. I will find another way. No, tomorrow I shall invite He Qi here. Master Uncle, it is of no consequence. Please enjoy the meal. Qin Yu smiled warmly at Fu Sheng, and the two refrained from pursuing the topic further. The following morning, as He Qi rose, He Wei presented him with an invitation. You were correct. Those Confucians have indeed come for you. Upon receiving the leather invitation, He Qi noted that it bore the signature of Qin Yu. Ah, what a rare visitor. He approached the bedside and retrieved a bound book from beneath his pillow, raising an eyebrow. With this, I shall see where Confucianism can evade. Shortly thereafter, He Qi, accompanied by He Wei and others, arrived at the entrance of Qin Yu's estate. He Fu stepped forward to knock, and upon learning it was He Qi, Qin Yu's attendant hurried to deliver the news. Soon, a group emerged at the entrance. with Qin Yu leading the way and Fu Sheng following closely behind, while the remaining Confucian disciples trailed behind. "Greetings, young Master He." Seeing Qin Yu's invitation, He Qi entered with a broad smile. When his eyes met Fu Sheng's, he acknowledged him with a nod. "Allow me to introduce, this is Fu Sheng, the eldest disciple of my master. Your reputation precedes you." He Qi responded courteously. "Indeed, the honor is mine. It is you whose name I have long revered. Please, after you." He Qi followed Qin Yu and the others inside. However, as they passed the Confucian disciples, He Qi did something that astonished everyone. He approached the last disciple in the line and, in a voice barely audible to two, remarked, "Zifeng, your reputation precedes you." Chapter 66. The impact of printing on Confucianism. At this moment, Zhang Liang's heart was engulfed in a tempest. He was bewildered by how He Qi recognized him. He contemplated whether he should seize control of the situation. However, the mere thought of the Confucian scholars and Qin Yu made him take a deep breath. Then smile at He Qi. "You have mistaken me, young Master He. I am Zhang San, not the person you speak of." The term outlaw left Zhang Liang perplexed. "Young Master He, do you know my junior brother Zhang San?" At that moment, Fu Sheng hastily approached to extricate Zhang Liang from his predicament. "Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Let us depart." "After you, young Master He," said Fu Sheng, casting a subtle shake of his head toward Zhang Liang as he led He Qi away. Yet, He Qi glanced back at Zhang Liang, offering a smile rich with implication. Upon seeing that smile, Zhang Liang realized he had been exposed, but he felt compelled to remain steadfast. Disappearing now would only further affirm his identity as Zhang Liang. Yet, he could not fathom how He Qi had recognized him, given that this was their first encounter. However, this was not the time for contemplation. He Qi's demeanor suggested he had no intention of capturing him. One step at a time. Observing He Qi, He Kuei discreetly cast a glance into the shadows, and then at Zhang Liang. He Kuei was acutely aware that He Qi was not someone who could easily mistake identities. He was certain that He Qi knew the individual he was referring to, and at this moment, anyone who could be recognized by He Qi, aside from the remnants of the Qin state, were indeed rebels, great rebels, capable of altering the course of history. Once He Qi accompanied Fu Sheng and Qin Yu into the main hall, Fu Sheng began with effusive praise for He Qi, extolling his youthful brilliance and boundless potential. This flattery led He Qi to suspect that Fu Sheng might be the head of the Confucian school. Was it customary in the Qin Dynasty to flatter individuals before engaging them in business? Such traditions seemed deeply rooted. Fu Sheng's eloquent discourse left He Qi elated. As Fu Sheng and Qin Yu exchanged knowing glances, Fu Sheng boldly articulated the purpose of their visit. "Might I inquire if the paper you deal in, young Master He, could be provided to us Confucians at a favorable rate?" He Qi, initially buoyed by the conversation, was caught off guard by Fu Sheng's request. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively responded, "No." He Kuei, positioned behind He Qi, twitched his lips, suppressing his amusement. Fu Sheng and Qin Yu were taken aback by He Qi's abrupt refusal. They had not anticipated such a decisive dismissal, delivered without a moment's contemplation. "Young Master He," they began, but He Qi raised his hand, halting Fu Sheng's words. His smile vanishing, he felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, his resolve remained unshaken, untempted by the honeyed words that sought to lead him astray. He Qi cast a glance at Fu Sheng, reflecting on the numerous intricacies within the mind of this scholar. "We may discuss various matters. Yet any proposition to lower the price of paper is unequivocally off the table. There shall be no negotiations." Fu Sheng and Qin Yu exchanged glances, both momentarily at a loss for words, particularly Fu Sheng, who had journeyed to Xianyang specifically to negotiate a reduction in paper prices with He Qi. The rationale behind this was straightforward. The volume of paper required by the Confucians was immensely substantial, so much so that it would strain even their current resources. For a time, Fu Sheng found himself at a loss for words, realizing He Qi's stance was resolute. Did Mr. Fu Sheng bring along any Confucian classics? He Qi's abrupt shift in topic caught Fu Sheng off guard, yet he nodded in affirmation. Naturally, he had brought some. For as the sage said, "I examine myself thrice daily." He Qi understood this to mean one should reflect on whether he has been too courteous, whether he has given face, and whether it is time to take action. Regrettably, such musings could only remain internal. However, he could later relay them to Fu Su. "Might I borrow some Confucian texts?" Upon noticing the look of difficulty on Fu Sheng's face, He Qi smiled and reassured him, "Do not worry, Mr. Fu Sheng. I shall merely read them here and will not take them away. At this, Fu Sheng's expression brightened. Mr. He, you jest. Of course you may. After a brief wait, several disciples of the Confucian school entered, carrying dozens of bamboo slips. To He Qi's astonishment, he had previously wondered why there were so many Confucian carts outside the city. It turned out they were laden not with people, but with bamboo slips. Truly remarkable. Approaching the slips, He Qi casually picked one up, and to his relief, he could still manage to recognize some of the characters. The sage has said, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" It seemed that Mr. He had a deep understanding of our Confucian sages. Indeed, he was well acquainted, having memorized many of these texts in his youth. He Qi picked up a few more slips, puzzled by the unfamiliar characters inscribed upon them. Had they been lost to time? He mused whether future generations might ever uncover them. Should they do so, those students would surely be fortunate. Once He Qi had set down the Confucian classics, he turned to Fu Sheng with a beaming smile. Mr. Fu Sheng, I have a gift for you. I hope it meets your approval. Oh, I am certain to appreciate Mr. He's gift. I believe you shall find it delightful, He Qi replied, as he reached into his garment and withdrew a book. He extended the volume toward Fu Sheng. With a look of astonishment, Fu Sheng accepted the book, his hands trembling as he gazed at the title inscribed upon its cover. The two characters' Analects shone before his eyes. In that moment, Fu Sheng perceived nothing else but the title Analects. His mind blank with astonishment as he cautiously opened the tome. Indeed, it contained the very classics of their Confucian teachings. Mr. He, what does the esteemed Fu Sheng think of this gift? This gift is exceedingly precious, and Confucian scholar Fu Sheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lord He. After this, Fu Sheng stepped back respectfully and offered a deep bow to He Qi. Upon rising, he gazed at the book in his hands with palpable excitement. How remarkable is this tome, Mr. Fu Sheng? It is extraordinary, truly a masterpiece of unparalleled brilliance. What if I were to claim that I could produce at least several hundred such masterpieces in a single day? Fu Sheng looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. He was no longer the conversationalist he had been moments before. He Qi's copy of the Analects had drawn Fu Sheng into the discourse that He Qi had meticulously prepared for him. What requests do you have, Lord He? He Qi smiled. Let us discuss this matter tomorrow. It is getting late, and I must take my leave. With that, He Qi departed without a backward glance. No matter how Fu Sheng pleaded at the gate, He Qi remained resolute, insisting that they would converse further the next day. Fu Sheng, filled with resignation, could only bow his farewell. Just as He Qi was about to board his carriage, he turned to see the conflicted expression of Chun Yu at the gate. Dr. Chun Yu, do you recall what I mentioned earlier? Thanks to the readers for the correction. With that, He Qi entered the carriage, leaving Chun Yu in even greater turmoil. On the return journey, a remark from He Wei startled He Qi. I have already dispatched someone to monitor that so-called mistaken Confucian disciple of yours. Old He, you possess quite the insight. How did you ascertain that individual was problematic? You've never misjudged a person, have you? In your eyes, apart from His Majesty, no one else holds any significance. Yet just now, I perceived admiration and respect in your gaze, feelings that have never graced your countenance before. He Qi blinked. Were it not for the presence of He Wei, he might have suspected he was conversing with an elderly gentleman from a future park, capable of discerning so much merely through observation. Are you jesting? Is my work not as you envisioned? The two engaged in a spirited exchange. Can you truly discern so much? Teach me. You should first master your lightness of foot. Damn it, you teach me nothing of pressure points or this either. Old He, keep these secrets buried with you. He Wei raised his hand, focusing on the pressure points on He Qi's body. Just kidding, just kidding. You are quite the character. Despite He Qi's jest, He Wei maintained a serious demeanor. However, do not lose track of that Confucian disciple you had followed today, particularly concerning next year. Next year? He Wei questioned, doubting his own hearing. If you harbor suspicions, would it not be wiser to capture him directly or eliminate him? Such a person, who garners your attention, must be extraordinary. No, he holds great potential for me. Then what do you propose? Dispatch 3 teams to follow him, disregarding all else, merely observing whom he associates with, especially foreign individuals. Particularly next year, if he engages with foreigners, ensure you inform me immediately. Must it take so long? You may send someone to follow him, but strive to remain undetected. Hike nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Upon He Qi's return, in the residence of Chun Yu, Fu Sheng was engrossed in perusing the tome of the Analects. Beside him, Chun Yu wore a troubled expression, as he recalled the words Qi had just spoken. Casting a glance at Fuxing, who was wholly absorbed in the analects, he sighed inwardly. He understood that the appearance of this book signified the failure of all Confucian plans. If Qi could indeed produce hundreds of such texts within a day, the Confucians would undoubtedly spare no effort in courting him, even if he made outrageous demands. To them, it would be worthwhile. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu sighed and stepped outside. Prepare a carriage. I shall visit Qi at the palace in Xianyang. With one last look at Fuxing, he strode out with determination. It was only after Qin Yu had departed that Fuxing shifted his gaze from the book. He was aware of the discord between Qi and Qin Yu, yet the significance of this text to the Confucians was immense. However, given that Qin Yu was Fuxing's senior uncle, he could not simply command him to apologize to Qi. Thus, Fuxing could only wait, trusting that his uncle would act rationally. As expected, it seemed that his uncle had come to a resolution. After Qin Yu departed, Fuxing made his way to the quarters of the Confucian disciples. Today's display upon Qi's arrival had genuinely startled Fuxing. He had not anticipated that Qi would approach Zhang Liang directly. Although Fuxing was unaware of the conversation that transpired between Qi and Zhang Liang, he felt compelled to inquire. Fuxing did not wish for this endeavor to lead to the ruin of the entire Confucian school. Upon reaching the disciples' quarters, he found the others engaged in study, with only Zhang Liang standing alone in the courtyard. Zifang, you have come to discuss the earlier matter, have you not? Fuxing nodded. Zhang Liang sighed deeply. It seems that Qi has recognized me. What? How could that be? You have never even met Qi. How could he possibly recognize you? I cannot say for certain, but I am convinced he has. Are you planning to leave now? Zhang Liang turned back, a wry smile on his face as he looked at Fuxing. If Zifang departs now, it would surely jeopardize the entire Confucian school. Moreover, even if I wished to leave, it seems unlikely I could do so at this point. Are you suggesting that Qi has sent someone to keep watch over you? Fuxing's expression darkened. Do not worry. My senior brother, Qi should harbor no ill will towards me at present. Fuxing nodded, recognizing that if Qi truly intended harm against Zhang Liang, he would not be conversing with him now. What of your discussions with Qi? Alas. Fuxing sighed, and then produced the analects from his robes, extending it towards Zhang Liang. Upon receiving the book, Zhang Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. After a thorough examination of the text, he too let out a sigh. Qi has seized the very lifeblood of the Confucians. Indeed, two brothers stood together in the courtyard, yet their thoughts were starkly opposed. On the other hand, Qi had just returned to his residence in the Xianyang Palace when he was informed of Qin Yu's visit. Qi exchanged a glance with He Kuei. Please, let him in. What do you suppose he has come for? He Kuei asked. What else could it be? Surely, he has come to pay his respects to you, the future benefactor of Confucianism. I suspect as much, He Kuei replied, unwilling to endure Qi's expression, and he moved to the stone table, sitting down to meditate. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yu entered. Dr. Qin Yu, your esteemed presence is a rare honor. Qi greeted him. Qin Yu remained silent, merely standing there. Qi, with keen interest, watched Qin Yu, eager to see when he would speak. After about a quarter of an hour, Qin Yu seemed to have made up his mind. He straightened his posture and respectfully bowed to Qi. I apologize to you. Qi accepted the bow calmly, without any pretense of elder respect. Once Qin Yu stood up, he did not spare Qi another glance, turning on his heel to leave. Dr. Qin Yu, walk slowly. Do come again next time. After Qin Yu departed, Qi turned to He Kuei with a triumphant tilt of his head. See, I told you he was here to apologize. I thought you might deter him, considering the other officials might censure you. He Kuei remarked. Fear them? Nonsense. If they dare, I shall show them my might. Whose might shall we witness? Qi turned at the voice, Your Majesty. He then glanced back at the already risen He Kuei, whose lips began to move in silent rebuke. He Kuei understood that Qi was silently scolding him, yet he feigned ignorance. How was your encounter with the Confucians today? Qi smiled. It seems that Zheng values Confucianism quite highly. Fortunately, I have offered them something they covet dearly. I believe when we meet again tomorrow, they will have no choice but to acquiesce to my terms. What exactly do you wish the Confucians to agree to? Zheng was genuinely curious about the lengths Qi was willing to go to achieve his aims. Chapter 68. I want the Confucians to agree to one thing. Qi cast a glance at Zheng and gradually articulated his thoughts. When Qi finished speaking, Zheng remained silent for a long while. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo chess pieces hanging at the palace gate, producing a crisp sound. After a considerable pause, Yingzheng rose, gazing deeply at He. He approached He and suddenly patted his shoulder a few times before turning to leave. Once Yingzheng vanished from view, a burst of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha! Hearing the laughter, He chuckled in response. What do you think, Commander He? Do we possess vision? This time, He Kuei did not mock He. Instead, he gave him a thumbs up. Since you admire me so much, why not teach me the art of pressure points? He Kuei lowered his thumb, pondering the true nature of He. Hee, old He, just you wait. I shall master your acupoint technique sooner or later. The following morning, after He rose and had a modest breakfast, he ascended the carriage and made his way to the residence of Qin Yu. At that moment, in front of Qin Yu's estate, Mr. Fuxing stood there, engrossed in his studies with a tome in hand. He lingered in the sunlight, turning a page only after a considerable time had elapsed. When He's carriage finally appeared, he tucked the book into his bosom. Mr. Fuxing, He Xiaofu greeted. I did not anticipate your early arrival here. It is truly commendable. Wherever one studies, it is all the same. Indeed, you have caught me off guard. Please, He Xiaofu. He followed Fuxing into Qin Yu's residence, where Qin Yu emerged from the main hall to greet him. Upon seeing He, Qin Yu offered a perfunctory salutation, as if the events of the previous day had never transpired. He, adorned with a smile, mirrored the expression of indifference. The group settled in the main hall and engaged in light conversation, after which Fuxing turned to He. He Xiaofu, might I inquire what you wish for us Confucians to undertake in order to assist you in printing our texts? A task rather simple for your esteemed Confucian scholars. He replied with a beaming smile. Pray, elucidate, He Xiaofu. Educating and nurturing. Upon hearing these 4 words, Fuxing and Qin Yu exchanged glances, puzzled by He's intent. Had not the vocation of Confucianism always been to educate and nurture? That is not an issue. He raised his hand to halt the excited Fuxing. The individuals I refer to may differ from what you envision, Mr. Fuxing. Please, clarify, He Xiaofu. The students you seek to educate are the children of common folk. I require your Confucians to send instructors to teach all eligible children to read and write across the counties of the Great Qin. You need only provide the personnel. I shall handle the rest. What say you? Given your established academies, this should not pose a challenge. Furthermore, I do not expect your disciples to teach these children indefinitely. A minimum of 3 months of instruction will suffice. Additionally, should 100 instructors complete 3 months of teaching, the cost of my paper will be reduced by 1 copper coin for your Confucians. Shall we continue to decrease it to 10 copper coins per sheet? Fuxing fell into contemplation. Truth be told, He's request was remarkably simple for their Confucian order. Moreover, He had offered a preferential rate for their paper purchases. Had he not come to negotiate this very matter? Originally, their plan had set the price at no less than 18 copper coins. Yet He had directly lowered it to 10, a most unexpected price. However, Fuxing understood that if the Confucians acquiesced, they would find themselves positioned against the so-called noble families and clans. He's demand was a direct challenge, compelling them to choose, align with He or Yingzheng, or stand with those esteemed families and clans. Fuxing gazed at the smiling He, who appeared to have been plotting against the Confucians from the very beginning. However, it must be acknowledged that He had truly grasped the essence of the Confucian doctrine. This matter is of utmost significance. I must confer with others. Might I request that you wait a moment, young Master He? Of course, I have ample time to spare. Yet, I must remind you, Mr. Fuxing, not to keep me waiting too long. Rest assured, young Master He, I shall provide a response in due course. Today, I have brought a gift for you, Mr. Fuxing. Attendants, please bring it forth. No sooner had He spoken than He Fu entered, carrying a box. Approaching the box, He opened it, and an immediate waft of the fragrance of books and ink filled the hall. These are the texts I had printed upon my return yesterday, perfectly timed for delivery to you today. Fuxing moved to He's side, his eyes brightening at the sight of the box filled to the brim with books. He picked one up, opened it, and found it to be replete with Confucian classics. This entire box was a treasure trove of Confucian literature. The gift from He had undoubtedly struck a chord with Fuxing, or rather, with the entire Confucian community. I extend my gratitude to you, young Master He. I shall respond within 10 days at the latest. I shall await your reply. In truth, everyone present understood that 10 days was unnecessary. As soon as the texts were presented, all Confucians would surely acquiesce. There were unspoken truths that He had not articulated, but Fu Sheng was well aware of them. It is indeed true that Confucians comprise the majority of scholars in the realm. However, literacy is not exclusive to them. Fu Sheng also recognized that He Qi had astutely noted the favorable reputation of the Confucians among the populace. He Qi was a man who had considered every aspect of the situation. Given that Fu Sheng could not provide an immediate answer, He Qi found no further purpose in lingering at the residence, particularly since it was the estate of Qin Yu, who had remained silent since He Qi's arrival. Aside from an initial, perfunctory greeting, it was evident that the host was still preoccupied with the events of the previous day, though He Qi remained unfazed. The discussions had concluded. I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, young master He. Fu Sheng and the others accompanied He Qi to the entrance. Once He Qi's carriage had departed, Fu Sheng turned to Qin Yu. Master uncle, I must return for a time. I trust you will look after my junior brothers during my absence. Fear not. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Do take care on your journey. Indeed, it is quite possible that the master himself may come to Xianying this time. Given my elder brother's disposition, that is indeed a likelihood. However, He Qi has truly pinpointed the pulse of our Confucian community. Fu Sheng nodded, then sought out the Confucian disciples he had brought along, informing them of his intention to journey back to Qilu while assuring them to remain in Xianying. As Fu Sheng was about to depart, he cast a glance at Zhang Liang, who subtly shook his head, indicating his desire to remain in Xianying for the time being. After giving Zhang Liang a look of caution, Fu Sheng left. He intended to return and discuss He Qi's proposal with the other Confucians, although he was confident that they would be amenable to it. Nevertheless, the Confucians placed great value on propriety. As merely the eldest disciple, there were matters beyond his authority to decide. He Qi, seated in his carriage, did not return to Xianying. Instead, he directed his course towards Lishan. Had it not been for the sudden interference of the Confucians, which disrupted his plans, He Qi would have been diligently learning lightness skills by now. The members of the Mo family would have been assisting him in preparing the necessary materials for boiling water. With the situation regarding the Confucians now largely resolved, it was only natural for He Qi to seek out the Mo family to master his lightness skills. Chapter 69. I have read little. Do not deceive me. He Qi had been envisioning the scene of his transformation into a master, which brought a persistent smile to his face as he traveled towards Lishan. Not only He Qi, but even He Kuei's expression had softened. A smirk graced his features. However, the smile on He Kuei's face bore a sinister undertone, as if he relished the thought of witnessing He Qi's misfortunes. The very idea of what He Qi would soon endure provoked an uncontrollable amusement within him. Upon arriving at Lishan, He Qi could hardly contain his excitement and promptly made his way to the residence of the Mo family. I thought you wouldn't come, Mo Shui expressed with a hint of disappointment, wishing for He Qi's absence to linger. Follow me, she beckoned, leading He Qi into a chamber. Inside the room stood a large bathtub, into which several disciples of the Mo family were adding medicinal herbs. He Qi gazed at the peculiar scene, uncertain of the impending events. However, upon seeing the large tub and the herbs in the disciples' hands, He Kuei's smile could no longer be concealed. What is this for? He Qi inquired, turning to Mo Shui, who looked back at him with confusion. You don't know? She asked. How would I? He Qi replied, bewildered. Mo Shui cast a glance at He Kuei, puzzled as to how someone of He Qi's company could lack such basic knowledge. This is to reshape your tendons and bones. As you know, martial arts are best practiced from a young age. As one grows older, the bones and meridians become fixed, especially for someone like you. Your martial skills cannot possibly compare to those of children. Therefore, I must first shatter your tendons and bones, then reconnect them. Shatter. He Qi's voice sharpened, incredulous. Are you joking? If they are shattered, how can they reconnect? Even if they do, will they still function properly? I have read little. Do not deceive me. If you doubt me, ask him, Mo Shui suggested, gesturing towards He Kuei. He Qi turned to face He Kuei, who had now donned his usual stern countenance. Upon meeting He Qi's gaze, He Kuei solemnly nodded. Rest assured, while the herbs we use may not be the finest, they will suffice for your needs. In just a few hours, your tendons and bones can be reshaped, though it will be somewhat painful. He Qi contemplated this, for the sake of becoming a master. A little pain was a small price to pay, and he resolved to endure it. By the way, we only have enough herbs for this one reshaping. You will need to procure the materials for subsequent sessions yourself. Given the trust you have earned from His Majesty, you should be able to acquire herbs superior to those we have here. Do not worry about the herbs. I possess the finest and ample supplies. And He turned their attention towards the source of the sound, the ominous He Kuei. He mind raced with suspicion. There was something distinctly amiss about this old fellow, who had never exhibited such eagerness before. His newfound enthusiasm surely hinted at some underlying issue. At that moment, seemed to sense something as well. She smiled sweetly and remarked, "The better the medicinal herbs, the greater the pain you must endure. However, your recovery time will be significantly shortened. It is a double-edged sword. Then I shall forego the finest herbs. Anything ordinary will suffice," she added, glancing at He Kuei. He Kuei coldly retorted, "Do you truly believe that the herbs available here would be anything but extraordinary? Then why not procure some common ones?" she suggested. "That is not feasible. Some of these herbs cannot be purchased," shook her head in disapproval. With newfound courage, He approached He Kuei and, without a hint of hesitation, seized the collar of his attire. "Speak plainly, old black. Did you orchestrate this scheme deliberately? You must have known this would transpire and chose not to inform me, didn't you?" He Kuei gently removed Hi's hand and smoothed the creases in his collar, revealing a sly smile. "You may indeed think so. By heavens, you truly are conniving," He exclaimed. "The herbs are ready for use. You may enter now." He Kuei disregarded Hi's impotent rage and gazed with keen interest at the prepared medicinal vat. "Step inside. Once the effects take hold, I shall begin your instruction." "Must I enter without disrobing?" He inquired. Although shedding his garments would enhance the absorption of the medicinal properties, he hesitated. Fixed He with a dangerous gaze. "Very well," he conceded. Approaching the tub, he scrutinized the murky concoction before steeling himself to immerse. Prior to doing so, he placed his belongings aside. As He submerged, leaving only his head above the surface, He Kuei and approached to observe his condition. "How do you fare?" asked, noticing He Kuei's peculiar expression. It was unusual for him to exhibit such concern before she had even spoken. "I am fine," He managed, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he struggled to maintain composure. "It does not hurt, does it? Damn it, old black, you have turned wicked." He felt as though swarms of insects gnawed at his thighs, an indescribable sensation that urged him to scream. Yet, upon observing He Kuei's anticipatory expressions, he stifled the pain. "Let it out. I will not mock you. I feel no pain at all," He insisted, though the perspiration on his forehead might have suggested otherwise. "Now, I shall teach you the principles of lightness skill. You must follow my instructions closely and endeavor to attune yourself to your reformed sinews," instructed, casting a glance at He Kuei, who appeared dismissive and retreated a distance away. "Listen carefully. Focus intently. Could you repeat that?" "I did not quite catch it," He replied with a chuckle. "Let your discomfort be vocalized. It is merely a distraction, not actual pain." Mo Shui was taken aback by Hi's unwavering demeanor, yet she proceeded to reiterate the essence of the mental technique to him. This time, He made a concerted effort to listen and, at last, grasped the concept. Following Mo Shui's guidance, he began to sense the energy coursing through his body. And as he became aware of this energy, he commenced the process of channeling it to alleviate the discomfort in his reshaping muscles and bones. Through this exchange, He gradually acclimatized to the pain in his legs, and his control over the energy became increasingly proficient. Time seemed to slip away, and at last, He felt he could endure the ordeal. He opened his eyes to gaze at He Kuei and Mo Shui. Upon noticing Hi's eyes flutter open, the concern in He Kuei's gaze vanished instantaneously. "You made it through?" He retorted, "It's merely a trivial matter," with a sense of playful defiance. Mo Shui observed the banter between He Kuei and He, feeling somewhat superfluous. "By the way, Mo Shui, please have someone summon your father. I have a matter that requires his assistance. Specifically, I need the Mo family's help." Soon after, Mo Li arrived at the scene. Upon seeing He preparing for a medicinal bath, he immediately understood the purpose of the gathering. "What business has He Xiaofu summoned me for?" "I require the Mo family to fabricate a particular item for me. Here are the blueprints," He indicated towards the package he had just retrieved from his embrace. Mo Li approached, unwrapping the package to find a substantial amount of paper, a significant portion of which contained blueprints, though their purpose remained unclear. "I need you, Mo family, to expedite the production of this item. Any requirements you have, please express them to me. Even if it delays the construction of the royal mausoleum, this task takes precedence. If you need materials or personnel, inform me, and I shall procure them. Even soldiers, I can arrange. In short, The production of this item is of utmost importance. The three individuals in the room cast curious glances at the blueprints in Mo Li's hands and then back at Qi. They were genuinely intrigued to discover the significance of this item that warranted such priority, even at the expense of the royal mausoleum's progress. Should others learn of this, it would inevitably lead to complaints to Ingzheng. However, Qi remained unfazed. According to He Kuei, a third of the petitions received by Ingzheng each day were complaints against Qi. Yet, Ingzheng had never paid them any heed, as he considered Qi's so-called flaws inconsequential, particularly since Qi was genuinely assisting him, far surpassing the so-called nobility. What is this item? Qi replied. It is merely a device for boiling water. Once you create it, its purpose will become evident. He then turned his gaze towards He Kuei. By the way, Commander He, have you made any progress regarding the item I asked you to investigate? Indeed. There is a location not far from Xianyang where the black stone you mentioned can be found. It is quite brittle. I had someone take samples for comparison, and it has been confirmed to be the coal you seek. That's excellent news. Given the current circumstances, such a small coal mine would be considered a rich vein. Now, all that remains is this item, and I shall eagerly await your return, esteemed members of the Mo family. Although Mo Li is unaware of the implications behind Qi's words, since the Mo family has conceded defeat in the contest and agreed to collaborate with Qi, it is only fitting that they offer their assistance. As for Qi's concerns regarding the delay in the construction of the imperial tomb, Qi, being a responsible individual, harbors no fears. Why should they? With the blueprints in hand, Mo Li stepped outside, feeling that for the Mo family, this situation could only be encapsulated in 4 words, exceedingly straightforward. If they cannot produce even with the aid of blueprints, then the Mo family might as well close their doors. An hour later, Qi sensed that his calves had seemingly healed, and at that moment, Mo Shui informed him that he could emerge. Thus, clad in damp garments, Qi stood up from the tub and stepped out. Alas, he stumbled and nearly fell towards He Kuei, but fortunately, he grasped He Kuei's arm, preventing a backward tumble. Old He, I shall remember you, Qi said, lifting his head and laboriously standing, casting a fierce glare at He Kuei. You ought to consider how to endure the subsequent sessions of bone restructuring. You cannot rely solely on your bravado. In truth, there exists a method to alleviate your suffering. Qi turned incredulously toward Mo Shui. Why did you not mention this sooner? However, while this method exists, you would not be able to access it, hence I refrained from informing you. How can you assert that I would be unable to find it if you do not disclose it? The method involves having medical practitioners assist you with acupuncture during your medicinal bath, which would significantly mitigate your pain. However, it is said that only the leader of the medical family possesses this knowledge, and few have ever encountered this leader, or if they have, they did not recognize them as such. Even my father has only met the leader of the medical family once, so this method is of little practical use. Very well. That does seem rather futile. At this moment, one cannot simply venture into the streets in search of medical practitioners. Let us proceed to the estate. Where are you headed? Qi inquired, glancing at Mo Shui, who intended to accompany them. We have matters to attend to. Do you wish to join? Of course. I shall only be free to part ways once you have completely restructured your bones. Otherwise, do you think that practicing lightness techniques is as simple as it appears? Qi exchanged a glance with He Kuei, who nodded in understanding. Considering He Kuei's acknowledgement, Qi pondered for a moment. Very well, then you shall accompany us. With that, Qi and He Kuei shared a discreet exchange of glances, and He Kuei signaled comprehension. The three then boarded a carriage and made their way to the estate. Upon arrival, they dismounted. He Kuei's gaze remained fixated on Mo Shui, exuding an air that suggested he would take action at the slightest hint of trouble. Where is Old Bai? In the fields, Qi thought it unnecessary to inquire further, leading He Kuei and the others toward the fields. At that moment, Old Bai sat in the fields, gazing blankly at the corn that had begun to ripen. Old Bai. Baisu and his grandson turned around, and before Baisu could speak, Baiwan caught sight of Mo Shui behind Qi, and Mo Shui noticed her in turn. The two exclaimed in unison, "Thief from the Mo family. Violent peasant. Return my belongings," Baiwan exclaimed, charging towards Mo Shui. In response, Mo Shui swiftly employed her lightness skill to evade, leaving Qi, who stood by in bewilderment, utterly confused by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, He Wei maintained a tranquil demeanor, quietly observing the two women engaged in combat not far away. Xiaofu had arrived. Old Bai. He Chi indicated towards the two women who were now in a fierce confrontation. He had not anticipated that the Mo family team would truly be in Xianyang, and it appeared that He Xiaofu shared a strong rapport with them. Like old Bai, his intentions were rooted in collaboration, cooperation. Bai Su cast a glance at He Chi without uttering a word. After living for so many years, he had encountered all sorts of individuals. Although He Chi seemed to be cooperating with them, his true aim was to bind these scholars and factions closely to his side by stabilizing their presence. The rule of the Qin Dynasty could be prolonged. Nonetheless, Bai Su found He Chi to be a person he could trust. As he observed the corn ripening steadily, Bai Su was no longer inclined to concern himself with other matters. He now pondered that if the corn and potatoes truly turned out as He Chi had described, their farming community would be the first to oppose the onset of war. Seeing that Bai Su had no intention of mediating, He Chi felt indifferent. Watching the two beautiful women engage in combat was, after all, a delightful spectacle. What purpose do the houses you constructed around the estate serve? They seem rather peculiar. He Chi redirected his gaze back to Bai Su. They are all meant for boiling water, he replied. Bai Su wore a bemused expression, initially believing that He Chi was reluctant to divulge the truth. Little did he know that He Chi was speaking the truth. Those places were indeed designated for boiling water. Noticing that Mo Shui and Bai Wan showed no signs of ceasing their conflict, He Chi glanced at He Wei before heading toward the already constructed factories. Chapter 71. Forging thousands of divine weapons in a single day, He Chi arrived at the northwest corner of the estate, where numerous large factories had already been erected. Even before Bai Su and the others arrived, He Chi had commissioned the construction of these factories, knowing that they would eventually be put to use. Especially with the production of that boiling water apparatus, these factories would soon serve a significant purpose. Now, He Chi sought to delineate the functions of these factories, distinguishing those intended for military use from those for civilian applications. Thus far, the weapons employed by the Qin army predominantly consisted of bronze, with their armor primarily made of cloth or leather. Only a few generals would incorporate metal into critical areas. Although this armor was lightweight, it offered insufficient protection. He Chi contemplated the possibility of directly producing hundreds of sets of infantry armor. Such an achievement would surely attract the personal attention of Yingzhang. Moreover, the boiling water apparatus was capable of producing far more than just armor. Its potential was vast. Now, all the necessary components were in place, awaiting the Mo family's involvement. After surveying the factories and formulating a preliminary plan in his mind, He Chi departed. Upon returning to Bai Su's side, he found that Mo Shui and Bai Wan had ceased their altercation. What astonished He Chi even more was the sight of Mo Shui conversing with Bai Su, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Bai Su, in turn, appeared quite pleased, gazing at the younger generation with a benevolent expression. Certainly, at this moment, Bai Wan's complexion was far from pleasant as she stood on the opposite side of Bai Su. Her gaze directed at Mo Shui, burning with ire. Is this the conclusion? He Chi returned, his face brimming with curiosity, eager to discern who emerged victorious between the two. Who won? Naturally, it was I. Had I not shown her leniency, she wouldn't have even grazed the hem of my garment. Nonsense. Had I possessed a weapon, you would not have evaded so easily. Observing the imminent clash between the two, He Chi's interest piqued. He mused internally that whoever managed to marry these two would certainly find life exceedingly amusing. They have returned. I surmise the troops here will be bolstered in a few days. Bai Lao is truly astute. Whether he is clever or not is inconsequential. As long as they do not wreak havoc upon my corn and potatoes, that suffices. He Chi glanced at Bai Su. Are you referring to corn and potatoes? Rest assured, Bai Lao, such calamities shall not occur. That is reassuring. After exchanging a few casual words with Bai Su, He Chi took his leave. As he watched He Chi depart, Bai Wan sighed. Now even the Mo family aids He Chi. Those individuals might be doomed to failure before they even commence. We farmers do not engage in such matters. As long as we can ensure that the common folk are well fed and clothed, we care not who occupies the throne. Following this, Bai Su redirected his attention back to the corn. During this period, ever since the corn began to bear ears, Bai Su had resolutely inspected its growth daily. Undeterred by the elements, fearful of any potential issues arising. What exactly have you enlisted the Mo family to assist you with? Since your arrival, you have orchestrated various arrangements as if preparing for this very moment. Upon returning to the Xianyang Palace, He Chi instructed that Mo Shui be taken to the side hall to rest before he and He Kuai returned to their quarters. It was then that He Kuai could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of He Qi. "Hifu, pass me your weapon." He Qi did not respond to He Kuai's question, but instead accepted the bronze sword handed to him by Hifu. Does the commander prefer the bronze sword or the iron sword? Naturally, the iron sword, yet its production and crafting consume considerable time, especially for fine swords, which must endure countless forged strikes. What is forged through such rigorous craftsmanship is no longer mere iron. In later times, it is known as steel, and weapons crafted from steel can sever a bronze sword with a single strike. How does this relate to my inquiry? It is profoundly relevant. He Kuai was unaware that once the Mo family produces the items I require, with sufficient ore, I could forge thousands of the esteemed swords you speak of in a single day. Do you perceive the connection now? Are you jesting? He Kuai's skepticism was palpable. What do you think? He Qi queried Hifu, who responded, "The Lord does not jest when addressing Commander He." You see, He Kuai fell silent, turning to exit. Remember what I said about needing ample ore and coal? It must be transported to the innermost factory of the estate. He Qi understood He Kuai's intentions and articulated his requirements, thus sparing himself the need to explain to Yingzheng. Before long, He Qi found himself lying in bed, on the brink of slumber, utterly exhausted from the day's exertions. However, just as he closed his eyes, the door was pushed open, and someone entered without a semblance of decorum. Who lacks a sense of public virtue? I was on the verge of slumber. Can the contraption crafted by the Mo family truly produce 1,000 exquisite swords in a single day, as you claim? Ah, Your Majesty, that is an understatement. If there are sufficient hands, it would not merely be 1,000. Even 10,000 could be accomplished with ease. However, the current state of the Great Qin is not yet prepared for such endeavors. The foundation of industrialization requires a stable food supply. Only when the common folk are no longer tormented by hunger and the court possesses ample provisions and wealth can society advance at a rapid pace. Thus, Your Majesty, we must wait at least another year before we can embark on the path of industrialization. What do you mean by industrialization? Come forth and clarify your thoughts for me. Yingzheng observed He Qi's confusion and glanced at He Kuai, who, understanding the situation, approached He Qi and raised his hand. Upon seeing He Kuai's gesture, He Qi instinctively recoiled. Yet, He Kuai merely intended to startle him. Upon noticing He Qi's awakening, a smirk graced his lips. "Damn it, old He, you frightened me. I shall remember this. Now that you're awake, speak to me about your industrialization plans." Watching Yingzheng step outside, He Qi waved at He Kuai, who feigned ignorance and followed him out. He Qi, regretting his earlier actions, smacked his lips. Why is there never anyone to guard the door? You could have waited until tomorrow to discuss this. Now, it seems I shall forego sleep altogether. Dressed and stepping outside, he found Yingzheng already seated at a stone table, awaiting his arrival. He Kuai was there, boiling water, genuinely boiling water. "Come here and brew me a pot of that tea," Yingzheng commanded. Reluctantly, He Qi produced the tea leaves and handed them to He Kuai. Over this period, Yingzheng had frequently come to enjoy tea at this place, and now, He Qi's supply had dwindled significantly. Now, enlighten me about this industrialization and the requisite agricultural foundation. He Qi exhaled deeply, organizing his thoughts before he began his exposition. His discourse lasted for nearly half an hour, during which Yingzheng listened with rapt attention, necessitating several changes of tea leaves. So, you imply that the present Great Qin is not yet equipped for comprehensive industrialization? Not at all, Your Majesty. The gap is considerable. Transitioning from an agrarian society to an industrial one requires time and, notably, societal stability. I understand now. This is precisely why you initially introduced potatoes and corn. As you have stated, once the food supply for the populace is sufficient, the groundwork for industrialization will be laid. No seating arrangements? Yingzheng and He Kuai exchanged glances, both aware that He Qi had made yet another oversight. Since the entirety of the Great Qin requires time to achieve the industrialization you speak of, let us commence in Xianyang. Communicate your needs to me, and I shall fulfill them. I hope that by the time I journey to Mount Tai next year, the Qin army will have completed the replacement of weapons and armor. That is not an issue. As long as the Mo family can manufacture those items, the rest will be minor concerns. I await your favorable news. Once Yingzheng departed, He Qi returned to the palace with somewhat unsteady steps. He was utterly exhausted and in dire need of rest. In the following days, He Qi eagerly awaited news from the Mo family. During this time, countless carriages traversed in and out of the estate, tasked with transporting ores and coal. While the ores could be directly smelted, the coal posed a significant danger when burned due to its toxicity. Fortunately, Qi possessed the means to investigate such matters. A simple search would yield the necessary information. Thankfully, he had the funds from selling paper to sustain himself. Otherwise, he might have been unable to access the internet. Damn it, Mo family, hurry up and produce that item. Once it's ready, let us modify a few ships to secure minerals and precious metals from the enemy. As Qi anxiously waited, the Mo family was reaching the final stages of their work. Chapter 72. It's done. Your Majesty, it's truly accomplished, exclaimed the chief. The contraption was emitting steam, prompting Mo Li and others to gaze at Mo Jia with bewilderment. Have you never seen boiling water before? Of course it releases steam, they thought, though they could not quite articulate why it did so. However, it was evident that the device resembled the designs precisely. Inform He Xiaofu that we have created what he requested. At that moment, Qi was undergoing a medicinal bath. It must be said that the herbs brought by He Wei were indeed of the highest quality. Mo Shui looked upon the herbs with admiration, remarking, as expected of the royal palace, everything is of the finest standard. Yet, while the herbs were superior, the pain Qi endured was exponentially greater. At this juncture, he had little inclination to engage in banter with He Wei. He was gritting his teeth, suppressing any cries of anguish. The pain was excruciating, a torment he wished to never experience again. If you can't hold back, just scream. It's all right, I won't mock you. Can I really ridicule you for a lifetime? He Wei's words only intensified Qi's resolve to remain silent. Was this even human speech? If he cried out, it would ruin him forever. He Wei observed Qi with genuine curiosity, finding the people from the future quite intriguing. He recalled the last time Qi brandished a bronze sword, accidentally cutting his arm. Initially, He Wei thought it was inconsequential. But Qi had shouted in panic about the threat of tetanus, leading one to believe his entire arm had been severed. Now, witnessing Qi endure the agony of reconstructing his tendons and bones, a pain beyond the comprehension of an average person, He Wei had expected him to scream. Yet, remarkably, Qi remained silent, enduring the ordeal without a sound. He Wei found himself baffled by the mindset of individuals from a millennium hence. Thanks to the quality of the herbs, Qi completed the medicinal bath in merely 2 hours. As he staggered out of the tub, he barely had a moment to rest before a servant announced, "My lord, we have received news from Lishan. The Mo family has completed their work." Really? Upon hearing He Fu's words, Qi forgot the fatigue of his recent bath, joyfully leaping into the air. "Oh my! Quickly prepare the carriage. We're heading to Lishan." After taking a tumble, Qi promptly rose and made his way outside. On the carriage, Mo Shui watched Qi with a curious expression. Over the past few days, she had sensed an enigmatic aura surrounding him. Particularly, Qi would occasionally utter phrases that left her bewildered, fueling her intrigue. Qi also noticed Mo Shui's gaze upon him and glanced down at himself, seeing nothing amiss. Why was she regarding him with such an expression? Ignoring her, Qi's thoughts were consumed by the creations of the Mo family. Before long, Qi arrived at Mount Li and encountered the steam engine he had longed to see at Mo Li's residence. "Ignite it for me to see," he requested. Following Qi's instructions, Mo Jia lit the steam engine, and with the sound of clanking, the apparatus connected to it began to operate. "Black Fu, have the brothers load this onto the carriage and head to the manor. My plan can finally commence," Qi commanded. "I would appreciate it if Master Mo could accompany me and the Mo family. The affairs of the royal tomb shall be entrusted to others, for your family has more pressing matters to attend to. What say you, Master Mo?" Mo Li glanced at Qi, then at the figures of He Kuei and Black Fu behind him. "Very well, I only hope that what young master he possesses will not disappoint my family." "Disappoint? Upon arrival, I fear it may be I who wishes to send you away, yet you might be reluctant to leave," Qi replied, albeit with a forewarning. "However, let me be clear, it is not as tranquil there as it is here. Currently, there are thousands of Qin soldiers stationed. Rest assured, your freedom will not be curtailed. But any outings will require stringent searches and oversight." Upon hearing Qi's words, Mo Li fell into contemplation, observing the Mo family, while Mo Jia and the others awaited his decision. "Father, I encountered the hero of the Nong family there." "Oh," Mo Jia turned to Mo Shui. "It is true. And there was also that violent individual from the Nong family. I even engaged her in a scuffle." "Such nonsense," Mo Li replied, visibly irritated at Mo Shui. She merely stuck out her tongue in response. "Very well, If that is the case, we shall proceed. You need not concern yourself with matters here, as others will take over. Agreed, let us prepare. As the Mo family busied themselves with packing, Qi stepped outside to arrange for the craftsman he had brought along. When Mo Li and the others exited their dwelling, the craftsman seamlessly entered. Observing this, Mo Li shook his head. This young man truly thought of everything. Once the Mo family had finished their preparations, they emerged from the royal tomb to find carriages awaiting them. Black Fu, take them to the manor, as I instructed. Have the Mo family install the steam engine and begin work immediately. Yes, Master He. And what about you? I have other matters to attend to. You should proceed to the manor, Qi responded, glancing at Mo Shui who followed closely behind. After speaking, Qi and He Kuei boarded the carriage, heading towards the palace of Xianyang. Your Majesty, it has succeeded. It has succeeded, Qi exclaimed, rushing into Ying Zheng's palace with great enthusiasm. As Ying Zheng was reviewing the memorials, he was momentarily distracted by the boisterous voice of Qi, prompting him to set aside the documents. At times, Ying Zheng found himself at a loss for words regarding Qi's incessant chatter. Whenever Qi observed Ying Zheng engrossed in his work, he could not resist the urge to remark on the vastness of the Qin Empire and the unending tasks that awaited, urging him to take heed of his health. On one occasion, Qi even went so far as to quip that even cattle and horses understood the necessity of rest. Though Ying Zheng recognized that Qi's intentions were rooted in concern, the words often struck him as somewhat unpalatable. Your Majesty, it is complete. What is complete? The boiling water apparatus I mentioned, the steam engine constructed by the Mo family. Oh, it is finished? Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's eyes gleamed with interest, as the prospect of a device capable of producing thousands of weapons in a single day was indeed remarkable. Take me to see it. As Qi and Ying Zheng traveled towards the estate, the blacksmith He Fu had already arrived ahead of them. He Fu led the Mo family directly to the workshop, neglecting to arrange accommodations for them. Instead, he ushered them into a factory where numerous blacksmiths were already laboring. These artisans had been tirelessly hammering the smelted iron bars. Yet despite their numbers, the efficiency was dismally low. Transforming pig iron into steel required relentless effort and skill. However, once He Fu entered with the Mo family, the blacksmith's attention shifted to the peculiar object they had brought. This is the place. I trust you will install it. Mo circled the area, finally understanding why the blueprints entrusted to him by Qi had such precise measurements. It had all been anticipated. After a thorough examination, Mo Li and the Mo family began the installation of the steam engine. With the apparatus finally assembled, uncertainty loomed regarding its operation. The enormous hammer attached appeared to be meant for striking, yet its size rendered it unwieldy for human strength. All present awaited the arrival of the protagonist. At this juncture, Qi and Ying Zheng had reached the exterior of the estate. As everyone awaited the grand reveal, a regiment of Qin soldiers entered in perfect formation, commanding everyone to part and clear a spacious path. It was then that Mo Li and the others spotted Qi, beaming as he guided Ying Zheng forward. Upon seeing the emperor, the crowd hastily bowed, exclaiming, "Long live your Majesty." Please, no need for such formalities. Ying Zheng's gaze remained fixed on Qi. Where is the machine you spoke of? Show it to me. Your Majesty, follow me. Qi led Ying Zheng to the newly installed steam engine within the workshop. Your Majesty, behold this creation of the Mo family, which we refer to as the steam engine. Although it has become obsolete in our region, it can undoubtedly be regarded as a marvel for our current Qin. Indeed, since you hold it in such high esteem, let us commence, Ying Zheng replied. Certainly, Your Majesty. Please take a seat while I have the servants bring your chair. At this moment, Qi wisely produced the scant remaining tea leaves. Once Ying Zheng settled to the side, Qi addressed the craftsman, "Gentlemen, as I instructed, begin the process." With Qi's command, the entire workshop sprang to life. Workers began transporting coal, igniting fires, and bringing over the glowing iron bars. The atmosphere buzzed with activity. Look, behold that colossal hammer. As the steam engine ignited and power began to flow, the immense hammer, previously immovable by human strength, started to swing slowly. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the heated iron bar, flattening it slightly. The blacksmiths then adjusted the position of the iron bar with their tools. As the steam engine's power intensified and the coal blazed brighter, the hammer's descent quickened. In mere moments, a sword had taken shape in the hands of one blacksmith. This craftsman was tasked with passing the sword to those behind him, who would sharpen its edge. Once the blade was honed and quenched in water, it was complete. He Fu received the sword from the blacksmith and presented it to He Qi, who gestured for He Fu to show it directly to Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng took the sword and examined it closely. "Draw your sword," he commanded He Fu. Obediently, He Fu unsheathed his bronze sword. "Be cautious," Ing Zheng warned, then swung his sword toward He Fu. He Fu raised his bronze sword defensively. With a resounding crack, Ing Zheng's sword cleaved down upon the tip of He Fu's bronze blade. Those surrounding Ing Zheng watched in disbelief, though He Qi remained unfazed, having anticipated this moment. "Excellent. Excellent. With such formidable weapons, my Qin shall endure through the ages. He Qi, you have performed admirably. Since all your belongings are within this estate, from this day forth, I bestow this estate upon you." "Truly? Thank you, your Majesty," He Qi exclaimed, his heart racing. Though residing in the palace was pleasant, it was never truly his own. Now that Ing Zheng had granted him the entire estate, it meant he had a home in the Qin Dynasty. "Find me a place. I wish to observe how many weapons can be produced here in a single day. Your Majesty, please follow me." "Ah, you there, continue forging." He Qi suddenly recalled something as he turned to address the crowd. After Ing Zheng departed, the Qin soldiers withdrew, and as they left, the crowd immediately surrounded He Qi. "Great Master, shall we return to Lishan?" The Mo soldiers gazed intently at the hammer's relentless rhythm, pondering the profound questions of existence. Is that creation truly of our own making? Its power is astonishing. We ought to produce more of it. You are indeed correct. This marvel deserves to be replicated. I shall seek out He Qi at once. As Mo Li prepared to depart, Mo Shui and the others hurriedly detained him. "Father, His Majesty is here. You cannot see him." Yes. Let us wait until His Majesty has departed." Mo Li halted his steps and returned to continue observing the workings of the steam engine. He believed that if he could wholly comprehend the mechanics of this invention, he might stand alongside Mozi, the founder of the Mo family. Not only Mo Li, but all the disciples of the Mo family were engrossed in observation. Even as their faces flushed from the heat, they remained undeterred. Eventually, He Fu could no longer bear to watch and forcibly escorted Mo Li and the others back to their quarters to rest. It was not that He Fu lacked compassion. Rather, he realized that intervention was necessary, for several had already collapsed. He remembered He Qi's warning that the Mo family should not encounter any misfortune, and thus he had no choice but to take decisive action. In He Fu's eyes, Mo Li and his companions were becoming obsessed. Upon returning to their quarters, their first instinct was not to tend to their fallen comrades or to organize their belongings, but rather to pull out the blueprints of the steam engine and clamor to construct another. With no alternative, He Fu first summoned a physician to attend to the fallen Mo disciples and then sought counsel from He Qi on how to address the situation. He Qi seemed to have anticipated such a turn of events and instructed He Fu to provide the Mo family with the materials they required for their endeavor. Since the Mo family was so eager, He Qi could hardly discourage their enthusiasm. In his view, the steam engine was something to be increased, not diminished. "Oh, your Majesty, cease your bureaucratic duties for a moment. Each time I see you, you are either clutching bamboo slips or memorials. Your days are far too hectic. In this vast Qin state, there are always matters demanding attention. This Qin state is but a small fraction of what you will govern. What will become of you should you unify the world? You have yet to enlighten me on the true extent of this world. Yet you now take it upon yourself to educate me. Come, your Majesty, let us inspect the potatoes and corn you have planted. These matters can wait." Ing Zheng regarded He Qi, whose face was alight with mirth, and replied, "Very well. That's the spirit. Let us proceed." As Ing Zheng and He Qi stepped out, He Kuai and Xian Gu exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that His Majesty truly ventured out with He Qi. Additionally, the tone He Qi had just taken with the Emperor was unusual. It resembled that of a close junior conversing with an elder rather than the traditional dynamic of ruler and subject. Had His Majesty changed? Or was he simply so with He Qi? He Kuai and Xian Gu were perplexed and could only dutifully follow behind. He Qi led Ing Zheng outside to observe the potatoes and corn he had sown, which appeared to be thriving. After less than a quarter of an hour spent outside, Ing Zheng returned to attend to state affairs once more. He Qi observed Ing Zheng as he walked away, shaking his head in resignation. How absurd it was that anyone would dare to label such a diligent ruler as a tyrant. Ing Zheng remained occupied with state affairs until nightfall, while He Qi, upon the emperor's return, set out to inspect the estate that now belonged to him. The estate was modest, comprising merely a handful of households. However, surrounding it lay vast tracts of wasteland, which Qi envisioned as future factory sites. The master calculated the day's production of weaponry. Just as Qi returned to the temporary residence of Yingzheng, He Fu had completed his tally of the newly operational steam engine's output. In total, we have produced 527 swords, he reported. Qi nodded, finding the figure within his expectations. Have the blacksmiths been rewarded? His Majesty has already granted them rewards. Good, that saves me some funds. Inform the blacksmiths to keep up the excellent work. Their earnings are assured. Also, notify that we will begin hiring workers from tomorrow, offering 5 copper coins per day, regardless of gender. Understood. Ensure that the workers approach from the northwest to avoid disturbing the old man by. Yes, sir. Upon arriving at the factory, Qi found Yingzheng inspecting the swords. Your Majesty, what do you think? Qi inquired. Quite impressive. We can forge several hundred in just half a day's time. Your claim of producing over 1,000 in a single day is indeed not a deception, Yingzheng replied. Of course, I would never deceive Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I wish to produce some armor. Hearing this, Yingzheng turned to gaze at Qi intently, remaining silent. Qi felt somewhat uneasy under the Emperor's scrutiny. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. Approved. It is that simple? Rest assured, I will produce them without retaining a single piece. Only then did Yingzheng nod in satisfaction. In truth, Qi had long desired to craft armor, eager to see how the Qin army would appear clad in full iron suits. I heard you intend to recruit workers. Qi glanced at He Fu, astonished at how quickly the news had spread. Had Yingzheng learned of it in the brief time it took to walk? Indeed, Your Majesty. With the advent of the steam engine, the factory is beginning to operate smoothly. Iron smelting, prevention measures, forging, and the transportation of materials all require manpower. The few workers you provided are insufficient, hence the need to recruit externally. This will expedite the opening of various workshops while also providing the populace with additional income. You need not report these matters to me. I merely inform you that you must find a way to manage their wages. Qi initially wondered what the concern might be. It was merely this. He had not expected much from Yingzheng, but since the Emperor had spoken, he felt compelled to feign a plea for funds. Please, Your Majesty, you are aware of the voracious beast that consumes gold in my possession. I incur losses each time. A glimmer of amusement danced in Yingzheng's eyes as he watched Qi perform. The Emperor was well aware of that insatiable beast. However, Qi was aware of the lucrative nature of the paper shop, hence Yingzheng simply observed Qi performing in silence. After a while, Qi noticed that Yingzheng had not uttered a single word, and upon lifting his head, he wore an expression as if nothing had transpired. He bent down to pick up a sword from the ground and remarked, Your Majesty, you must agree that this sword surpasses the bronze one. He chuckled, Fusu. You certainly chose the right teacher. With that, Yingzheng turned to leave. Qi discarded the sword onto the ground and glanced back at He Kuei, questioning, Your Majesty, what does this mean? Are you complimenting me? He Kuei shot Qi a disdainful look, muttering, Such audacity. Qi, with an earnest expression, replied, Thank you. He Kuei fell silent, having underestimated Qi's resilience. Once Yingzheng departed from the estate, the swords were naturally packed and taken away. Qi decided to reside at the estate, knowing he would stay there for several days, despite the fact that the estate had been granted to him. However, he understood that he would eventually need to stay at the Xianyang Palace for an indeterminate duration, dependent solely on Yingzheng's discretion, leaving him with no choice in the matter. The following day, He Fu began sending individuals to Xianyang to disseminate information regarding job openings. On the third day, Qi rose early, and after a brief wash, he proceeded to the workshop. To his astonishment, it appeared as though the entire populace of Xianyang had gathered. He wondered about the individuals lying on the wooden planks. Were they also here to work? What was the situation? He approached He Fu to inquire. Wiping the sweat from his brow, He Fu, with a hint of exasperation, informed Qi that ever since he announced the job openings at the estate, offering 5 copper coins a day, the news had spread at lightning speed throughout Xianyang and the surrounding counties. Early this morning, or rather since the previous night, people had been waiting here, uncertain of the authenticity of the information, yet still drawn by the allure of 5 copper coins a day. Observing the throngs of families arriving, Qi felt at a loss. His workshop indeed required workers, yet it was ill-equipped to handle such an influx. The number of individuals present seemed to far exceed those he had initially released from Lishan. Damn, to attract so many laborers with just 5 copper coins. This scene prompted He Chi to reflect on a saying: "If you won't work, there are plenty who will." For 3,000 coins, you may struggle to recruit skilled personnel, but you can easily select university students. Let us begin with registration. We only need 2,000 for now, and send the elderly back. They aren't fit for labor. Sir, not many of the brothers can read, he observed. Wait for me to find more people. For now, have the Mo family assist. Understood. He Fu went to seek help from the Mo family, while He Chi headed towards Bai Su, but was only able to summon Bai Wan, as she was the only one who could read. Of course, Bai Su could also read, but she would never come. Her focus was solely on corn and potatoes. A rural brute. A thief from the Mo family. Upon meeting, Bai Wan and Mo Shui exchanged jibes. Fortunate that today was merely a war of words and did not escalate to physical altercations. The members of the Mo family stood in a line alongside Bai Wan, beginning the registration process for those present, while He Fu maintained order among the crowd. Elder, it would be best for you to return home. Your age is quite advanced. One remarked. What do you mean advanced? I am merely in my 60s and still capable of labor, the elder protested. That is unacceptable. Next. Isn't this child here on his own? Asked another. I came here with my father. He has already registered me, but my grandfather insists otherwise. What a remarkable family gathering we have here. The Mo family promptly dismissed the child and continued with the registration of the others. Are they also eligible? A man questioned, pointing at the physically disabled individuals who were likewise being registered. Our adults have stated that those with a single limb disability, who can ensure their own mobility and self-sufficiency, are welcome. That is indeed commendable, the man replied. Add me to the list. I have an elderly mother to support. Include me as well. After much effort, they finally managed to gather 2,000 individuals. Observing the throng still queuing, He Chi ascended to a higher vantage point. He then produced a large megaphone, which he had purchased specifically for this occasion. Sharpening knives, clang of the vegetable knife. Upon activating the device, a peculiar sound emanated, capturing the attention of all. What on earth? This is a second-hand item. From whom did you acquire it? He Chi quickly silenced the device and restarted it. Ahem, esteemed guests. We have reached our quota for personnel. However, rest assured that we will continue to recruit in the future. You need not worry. There will be ample opportunities for work, and you will labor for a lifetime. Thank you, sir. The crowd expressed their gratitude towards He Chi. Upon hearing that the positions were filled, the attendees gradually dispersed. Once the area was clear, He Chi began organizing tasks. The day was dedicated to the allocation of roles and responsibilities, with work officially commencing the following day. As night fell, He Chi and his team successfully arranged the 2,000 workers and returned to their quarters to rest. Meanwhile, within the Zhao family estate in Xianyang, Zhao Wu and Zhao Wei were still awake. Zhao Wu turned to his steward, Zhao Nu. Have our people been settled? He inquired. A dozen have been arranged. The remainder will have to wait for the next opportunity. A dozen is sufficient. Let them bide their time and allow He Chi to experience the taste of sabotage. Chapter 75. Recruitment and Arson. The following day, as the sound of the bronze bell resonated through the estate, everyone rose to commence their labor. With only one steam engine available, and its operation limited to the blacksmiths, He Chi directed the male workers to the iron furnace for smelting iron. The women were temporarily assigned to a factory to process hemp thread, awaiting the arrival of additional steam engines to commence weaving. In the ensuing days, He Chi halted the steam engine's other operations to fully assist Mo Li and the other members of the Mo family in the production of more steam engines. The efficiency of steam power far surpassed manual labor. After several days of collaboration between the steam engine and the Mo family, they successfully produced several additional machines. Once the steam engine was fully operational, all the factories commenced their work, particularly the textile mill, where the output far surpassed that of human labor. Amidst the bustling activity throughout the factory grounds, the 10 or so individuals dispatched by Zhao Wu quietly convened one night, preparing for action as per the Lord's instructions. However, we had observed numerous patrols in the vicinity over the past few days. Would we be able to escape after igniting the fire? Rest assured, I have already surveyed the area. Our location lies in the northwest corner of the estate, directly opposite the residences of the common folk to the southeast. I noticed that the patrolling individuals do not venture in that direction. Once we secure our objective, we will flee towards that way. At the stroke of midnight, when everyone was soundly asleep after a long day, those 10 individuals quietly rose and made their way towards a factory. Yet, They were discovered while still at a distance from the building. The sound of arrows whistled through the air, and in an instant, several fell. Zhao turned to see that arrows had pierced the throats of his companions. Quickly retreat, he whispered urgently, dashing towards the southeast corner. Capture them alive. As Zhao ran, he glanced back, eager to ascertain who possessed such vigilance. Upon seeing the assailants, he quickened his pace. It was the infamous Black Ice platform, those lethal stars. And how could they possibly be here? The shadows of the Emperor were indeed watching over the factory. Who would believe such a tale? Zhao, hearing the commotion behind him, watched as his subordinates fell one by one, struck in the legs by crossbow bolts, their anguished cries echoing in the night. He pushed himself harder, when suddenly, a bolt grazed his calf and struck the ground nearby, causing his pupils to dilate as he sprinted forward with renewed urgency. Stop, commanded the leader of the pursuing Black Ice platform, halting his subordinates. Bind these men and bring them to the commander. He then cast a cold smirk in Zhao's direction as he fled, adding, I hope when we meet, you have not lost anything of value. The commotion at the factory had also roused He Kuei, who emerged into the courtyard to hear the Qin soldiers shouting, Capture him. There truly is an assassin. The Lord has offered 20 copper coins for a live capture and 10 for a dead one. Strive for the former. Zhao could scarcely believe that having narrowly escaped the pursuit of the Black Ice platform, he was once again discovered. Despair washed over him. With just a handful of Black Ice platform members, he might have managed to evade them. However, upon plunging into the southeastern corner of the estate, he was met with a throng of Qin soldiers preparing to assist at the factories to the northwest. The soldiers' eyes gleamed upon spotting Zhao, and they unsheathed their bronze swords, charging towards him. Realizing the dire situation, Zhao prepared for a final struggle. He began to run, yet no matter the direction he chose, he encountered more Qin soldiers. Behind him, the Black Ice platform members awaited, and in that moment, Zhao comprehended the truth. It was not that he had outpaced them, but rather that they were fully aware he had no means of escape, thus ceasing their pursuit. As the encirclement grew tighter, Zhao found himself with no avenue of escape. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt pierced his arm, which was poised to slash his throat. Bring him down. At that moment, a soldier from the Qin army seized the opportunity and delivered a kick that sent Zhao crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha, this one is mine. Once I claim my reward, I'll treat everyone to drinks. Just then, the members from the Black Ice platform arrived, escorting their captured individuals. You certainly know how to pick your escape routes, the squad leader mocked as he approached Zhao. Hey, this is our catch. The squad leader had no intention of claiming credit for the Qin soldiers' accomplishments. He led his men, securing their prisoners, toward He Chi's residence. Hurry up. Don't waste my time with rewards. The Qin soldier kicked Zhao again, and the two men escorting him followed suit toward He Chi's abode. He Chi had already awakened and was waiting in the courtyard alongside He Kuei. Shortly thereafter, Zhao and the others were brought before them. Kneel. With a powerful kick, Zhao was forced to the ground. Each of you brothers who helped tonight will receive 20 coins. Tonight's drinks are on me. Thank you, young master He. Rest assured, I will speak to General Meng. A few Qin soldiers grinned and then withdrew. Now speak. Which house sent you? A heavy silence fell over the room as Zhao and his companions remained mute. Ah, still tough. I admire that. Let's start with a severed arm. One of Zhao's subordinates screamed in agony as he watched his right arm being cut away. Still not talking? Let us take another. After the man had lost both arms and legs, he succumbed to the pain and fainted. Wake him up. Let him scream. Let everyone present hear. The cold words from He Chi sent shivers down even He Kuei's spine. Zhao and his men listened in horror as the man's cries echoed until he bled out entirely. Next, continue. The people from the Black Ice platform seized another individual, delivering a fatal blow to his arm. Within a quarter of an hour, that man too had perished. Next, He Chi's voice struck the hearts of all present like a death knell. When the Black Ice platform members captured yet another person, the man's spirit shattered completely. I'll talk. The terrified man gazed at He Chi, unable to contain his fear any longer. The sensation of losing limbs while slowly succumbing to pain was unbearable. It was far more terrifying than a swift death by sword. Speak. Which house sent you? You dare. Zhao turned, glaring at the one who dared to speak. One arm. He Fu swung his sword, severing Zhao Yi's arm. It's the Marquis Wu Che. We are the Marquis's guests. I knew it was him. Kill them all. The speaker was taken aback by He Chi's decisive action after receiving the answer. leaving no further inquiries. Hey Fu, go fetch the armor we prepared these past few days. We are heading to the Marquis Wu Chei's residence. Chapter 76, Donning Armor. Damn it, you're not actually planning to raid Marquis Wu Chei's estate, are you? On the carriage, He Chi sat serenely, leaving He Kuei utterly perplexed about his intentions. Of course not, He Kuei remarked, without the Emperor's command. It would be inappropriate for me to raid the residence of the Marquis of Wu Chei. Then what is your purpose? He Chi replied. I intend to assist the Marquis in apprehending the assassin. He Kuei was left astounded, incredulous at the audacity of the plan. Surely, you will lead your men directly into the fray. Aside from the family of Zhao Wu, anyone you designate as an assassin will simply become one. The group halted before the gates of the Marquis of Wu Chei's residence. Upon disembarking from the carriage, He Chi noted the gates were firmly shut, yet shadows flitted within. At this hour, dawn was breaking, and the sun began its ascent. Ordinarily, the gates would be wide open by now, but they remained closed, revealing signs of preparation inside. What does this signify? He Chi inquired, gesturing towards the barred entrance. It serves as a warning for you not to enter recklessly, otherwise, your demise would be in vain. Oh, He Chi acknowledged the implication. Hey Fu, arm me. Damn it all. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he was nonetheless determined to proceed. Upon receiving the order, He Fu and others commenced donning the newly crafted armor, assisted by their comrades. Over the past few days, He Chi had managed to forge 10 suits of armor. Though limited in number, they were sufficient, crafted entirely from steel. Each suit weighed several dozen pounds. He Chi had scoured his 200 guards to find those capable of bearing the weight. While others could don the armor, their mobility would be compromised. The 10 chosen individuals, once clad in their armor, would be able to engage in combat. He Chi marveled at the physical prowess of ancient warriors, capable of wielding a sword while encumbered by such weighty armor. Remember, we are here to assist the Marquis of Wu Chei in capturing the assassins. Anyone who strikes, aside from the Marquis and his son, is deemed an assassin. Particularly, I demand the capture of Zhao Nu alive. Understood. He Chi pointed toward the gates. Charge. With his command issued, the 50 soldiers formed into a unit and began to batter the gates of the Marquis's residence. Father, He Chi and his men are indeed coming for us. They have commenced their assault on the gates. It will not be long before they breach our defenses. I knew it. It seems Zhao Yi and his incompetent men have failed yet again. Truly useless. Relay the orders. Anyone who dares step into my residence shall be treated as an assassin, and none shall be spared. It must be noted that He Chi and Zhao Wu were on the same wavelength. With a resounding crash, the gates of the Marquis of Wu Chei collapsed under the force of the soldiers. The defenders, prepared for a fierce battle, noticed the soldiers retreating en masse. After the withdrawal, 10 armored figures stepped forward. Capture the assassins. Brothers, slay them. The Marquis has decreed that anyone entering the gates is an assassin. Advance. Thus, both factions shouted their rallying cries as they charged into the fray. The Marquis of Wu Chei gazed in disbelief at the armored figure before him, realizing that his adversary's sword strike had met with no resistance whatsoever. If such a blow could not even breach their defenses, what hope was there for victory? The foremost of his men was swiftly dispatched by He Fu and his companions, while the remaining soldiers became ensnared by others. He Chi's guard was not idly trained. He possessed knowledge of the martial strategies and formations that would later be established. Therefore, He Chi had previously instructed He Fu to train them rigorously. Notably, he had specifically ensured they practiced the renowned Mandarin duck formation. Now, the Qin soldiers employed this very tactic, and the forces from the Marquis's estate were quickly scattered in disarray. As for He Fu and his 10 men, it was a one-sided massacre, instilling fear in the hearts of the Marquis's retainers who dared not advance. Within half an hour, the courtyard of the Marquis's estate was awash with blood, strewn with corpses. He Chi had nearly annihilated the entire estate with a mere 200 men. Zhao Wu sat in the main hall, his expression a mask of resentment as he beheld the unfolding chaos. He could already envision the glint of He Chi's sword. Father, what shall we do now? Zhao Wei inquired, his voice tinged with panic, having never anticipated that He Chi's forces could decimate his hundreds of guests and servants so thoroughly. What is there to fear? I am the Marquis of Wu Chei. Surely He Chi would not dare act without the Emperor's decree. He was convinced that the Emperor would not condone such actions. My lord, allow me to go. Zhao Nu stepped forward, his demeanor calm. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Wu nodded. Rest assured, I shall take good care of your family. With the Lord's concerns addressed, He Qi stepped through the gates of the estate. Upon entering, he was nearly overwhelmed by the grisly sight before him. Bodies lay everywhere, and the ground was slick with blood. By the time He Qi reached the main hall, He Fu and the others had already cleared the battlefield, tending to the wounded. Take the injured back. There is no fear of infection here, He Qi commanded, prompting the men to begin transporting the casualties. Let us proceed to meet the Marquis of Wuxia, He Qi declared, followed by He Fu and the others, bloodied yet resolute as they marched toward the main hall. Lord Marquis does not wish to see you. All these actions were carried out by my orders. You may proceed, Zhao Nu interjected, blocking their path. He Qi smiled wryly. Fear not. Your demise is assured, and not solely yours. Will the Marquis not come forth to greet me? I have already dealt with all the assassins, He Qi taunted. Zhao Wu, leaning on his dragon-headed cane, stepped outside to confront He Qi. You dare to lead a bloodbath in my estate. How could you? Ah, old Marquis. Do not cast such aspersions upon me. I am merely assisting you in eliminating assassins. Did you not hear that I captured several yesterday? They claim to have accomplices hidden within your estate. As soon as I received word, I rushed to your aid. Behold, these assassins have all met their end. Whether they were indeed assassins, you know in your heart, He Qi replied, as Zhao Wu's expression darkened ominously. And how, old Marquis? Do you intend to prove they were not assassins? He Qi grinned, and then turned to Zhao Nu, asking, So, do you claim that those assassins were sent by you? The people were indeed dispatched by me, but they are not assassins. This matter does not concern the Marquis, Zhao Nu replied. Very well. I appreciate those who take responsibility for their actions, He Qi said, clapping his hands with a smile. Since you have chosen to end your life, go ahead. Zhao Nu glared at He Qi with resentment and drew the bronze sword from his waist, slashing it across his own throat without hesitation. Witnessing Zhao Nu's resolute action, He Qi's murderous intent intensified. Since Zhao Nu has admitted to sending someone to assassinate me, I kindly request the Marquis to hand over Zhao Nu's family. Chapter 77. Your Majesty, Marquis Wu Che is plotting rebellion. Upon hearing He Qi's words, He Kuei's understanding of him deepened further. To He Kuei, He Qi exemplified the notion of eliminating threats without leaving any room for survival. He Qi, do not go too far. Zhao Nu is already dead. Are you intent on eradicating his entire family? If not, then what? He Qi's nonchalant demeanor darkened Zhao Wu's expression. He had just promised Zhao Nu to care for his family, yet now He Qi demanded their surrender, which felt like a slap to his face. However, Zhao Wu seemed to have no choice, as the Emperor's men had yet to arrive after such a long interval. This suggested that He Qi's actions had received the Emperor's tacit approval, leaving Zhao Wu at a loss. Zhao Wu had anticipated that Ing Zheng might take action against them, but he had not expected such ruthless measures. It left no room for survival whatsoever. Old Marquis, He Qi called out again. If the old Marquis does not willingly surrender them, I shall have to search the premises. It would be unfortunate if my men disturbed your women in the back courtyard. Upon hearing He Qi's threat, Zhao Wu closed his eyes and commanded, Zhao Wei, hand over Zhao Nu's family to He Qi. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Wei brought Zhao Nu's family to the front courtyard. Are they all here? He Qi inquired. Glancing at He Kuei nodded. Kill them all, came He Qi's cold command. He Fu and the others executed He Qi's orders, mercilessly slaying Zhao Nu's family. Are you certain they are all here? No illegitimate children or anything of the sort. They are indeed all present. Very well, He Qi said, turning to Zhao Wu with a smile. Old Marquis, since the assassins have been dealt with, I shall take my leave. Withdraw. As He Qi departed, Zhao Wu and the others gazed at him with eyes filled with hatred, a longing to flay him alive. I must see the Emperor, prepare my carriage, and inform the others, Zhao Wei said, casting a glare at He Qi's retreating figure before seeking out the others. Damn it, I will inevitably raid your Marquisate. He Qi muttered, glancing back at the Wu Che Marquisate as he walked away. This time, the measures taken have been quite decisive. The plundering can wait. He Qi glanced at He Wei. Wait? I cannot afford to wait. With your mindset, old He, you wouldn't survive 2 episodes in a drama. I have already offended Zhao Wu to such an extent today. If I do not seize the opportunity to eliminate him, shall I allow him to linger and seek revenge against me later? What will you do then? Of course, I shall proceed to the palace to lodge a complaint. At this juncture, Zhao Wu must already be gathering people to accuse me. Shall I allow them to act first? He Fu, remove your armor. I shall deliver it to His Majesty. You arrange for some brothers to escort the injured back to the manor. and I will visit them after I have settled this matter. Understood. Once Hifu and the others had placed the armor onto the cart, Qi hurried towards the Xianying Palace, clutching the blood-stained armor. Upon arriving at the palace, Qi instructed someone to fetch water to wash the blood off the armor before making his way directly to Yingzheng's palace. Your Majesty, I come to accuse Marquis Wu Che of treason. He has sent someone to assassinate me. Yingzheng observed Qi, who entered with a face full of grievance. Seemingly on the verge of tears, yet not a single tear fell. This struck Qi as rather amusing. He was well aware of the entire situation between Zhao Wu and Qi. After all, Yingzheng had received word before Qi even arrived at Zhao Wu's residence. But he had chosen not to intervene. What surprised Yingzheng was that Qi had taken the initiative to report Zhao Wu first. Contemplating Qi's stance, Yingzheng recognized this as a potential opportunity. It cannot be denied that Qi had made the right move. He had seemingly provided Yingzheng with a chance to act. Observing Qi's unwavering conviction that Zhao Wu was plotting treason, Yingzheng pondered. Just then, a servant announced the arrival of Marquis Wu Che and other ministers. When Zhao Wu entered the palace, he was taken aback to find Qi standing there. And before he could utter a word, Qi pointed directly at him, launching accusations. "Ah, you audacious traitor, how dare you come here?" With a righteous expression, Qi turned to Yingzheng. "Your Majesty, I must accuse Marquis Wu Che of treason. He has dispatched assassins to kill me and even dared to lay his hands on my newly crafted armor. Your Majesty, Marquis Wu Che seeks to rebel." The ministers who followed Zhao Wu into the palace heard Qi's denunciation of the Marquis. Yet according to Zhao Wu, Qi had been the one who had bloodied the Marquis's residence. Were they not here to request that His Majesty punish Qi? How could it be that Qi arrived before them and was already accusing Marquis Wu Che? Yingzheng, who had been contemplating how to handle the situation, perked up at Qi's mention of the new armor. "Is it the kind of armor you described?" "Indeed, Your Majesty. I have toiled day and night to create 10 suits of armor, only for Marquis Wu Che to send someone to steal them and to attempt to assassinate me that very night." "What armor? Could it be the same armor worn by those who slaughtered my men at your estate?" At this moment, Zhao Wu was left somewhat dazed by the barrage of accusations from Qi. However, from the dialogue between Yingzheng and Qi, it was evident that the armor held great significance, and it was crucial to prevent Qi from succeeding in his allegations. "Your Majesty, the old minister is unaware of any armor and has not dispatched any assassins to eliminate him. These claims are merely his unsubstantiated words." In stark contrast, Lord He Xiaofu brazenly stormed into my residence, labeling my guests and servants as assassins, resulting in a veritable bloodbath within my estate. "I beseech Your Majesty to render justice for me. Does the Marquis Wu Che possess any evidence?" At this moment, Qi was calmly gazing at Zhao Wu. "What evidence does Lord He Xiaofu possess to assert that I sent individuals to steal armor and assassinate you?" Zhao Wu, upon seeing Qi, was consumed with fury. "Alas, I indeed possess such evidence." Qi had been awaiting this moment. "Your Majesty, only a small fraction of those sent by the Marquis Wu Che were slain on the spot. The remainder were captured alive by the Black Ice Platform and General Meng's subordinates. During my inquiries, the assassins explicitly stated that they were from the Marquis Wu Che's household. Not only did I hear this, but Commander He and numerous subordinates of the Black Ice Platform also bore witness." "He Kuei." Yingzheng turned to He Kuei, who had been watching the proceedings with detached amusement. "Your Majesty, those individuals did indeed confess to being from the Marquis Wu Che's household. This old blackguard, truly obstinate. What does it matter if you declare them assassins or thieves of armor? Did you not see that Your Majesty has already acquiesced?" Upon hearing He Kuei's words, Qi felt a deep sense of frustration. "Where are those individuals? They came to assassinate me. How could I possibly allow them to remain? Thus, it seems this is merely your perspective." Zhao Wu retaliated fiercely. Resistance was imperative now that Qi had allied himself with the Black Ice Platform and Meng Tian, intent on his utter ruin. "This is not my assertion. It is what Commander He stated." He Kuei then turned to Zhao Wu. "Marquis Wu Che, my allegiance is solely to Your Majesty. Not a word of mine is false." Hearing He Kuei's cold pronouncement, Zhao Wu felt his heart plummet. Yet, Commander He previously indicated that those individuals were merely from the Marquis Wu Che's household, without suggesting they were assassins or had intentions to steal armor. Qi regarded Zhao Wei, inwardly cursing He Kuei. "Damn that old blackguard. Would it kill you to utter a single falsehood?" Qi pondered. Those individuals' primary objective must have been my factory, hence they intended to steal the armor. All eyes turned to He Kuei. Indeed, they stealthily approached the factory around midnight, only to be discovered by the Black Ice platform. Your Majesty, the Marquis Wu Che is conspiring against you. I implore you to impose punishment. You have continuously spoken of armor. What significance could mere leather armor hold? Is Lord He Xiaofu merely spouting nonsense? He Qi grinned at Zhao Wu, relishing the sight of his incompetent allies. Today, survival would be a near impossibility for him. Your Majesty, I have brought the armor. Then let it be presented for my inspection. Chapter 78. I have awaited this day for a long time. When the armor was brought into the Grand Hall, a collective grimace emerged among the onlookers, taken aback by the overwhelming stench of blood. Your Majesty, please observe, this is my newly crafted type of armor, the step-in armor, which offers protection against cavalry. Upon hearing He Qi's words, Ingzheng curiously descended from his dragon throne. Clang, clang, clang. He Qi struck the armor before everyone, producing a crisp sound. Come, try it on, he urged. Ingzheng observed the soldier clad in armor and, intrigued, tapped it himself, eliciting the same clear resonance. Sword, Ingzheng said, extending his hand as Xiangu unsheathed the sword at his waist and presented it to him. At this moment, Ingzheng glanced at He Qi, who nodded in affirmation. When the sword struck the armor, it left but a faint mark. Excellent armor. With just 100,000 of Qin's cavalry, it could conquer the world. He Qi nearly faltered upon hearing this. 100,000? Are you jesting, Your Majesty? In the past, with merely 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers, we defeated Dou Jianda's 100,000 troops. Given the current state of Qin, it would be a challenge to sustain even 5,000. However, seeing Ingzheng's delight, He Qi chose not to dampen the mood, standing silently with a smile. Your Majesty, the defensive capabilities of this armor are truly unparalleled. Marquis Wu Che has witnessed it. When I assisted him in eliminating assassins, it was this very armor that protected our men, rendering them unharmed. He Qi was subtly insinuating the lethal implications, revealing why the armor bore such a strong scent of blood. It had just been cleaned after a recent kill. Your Majesty, I assure you, I harbor no intentions regarding the armor, nor did I send assassins after He Qi. That is merely his one-sided account. As for Marquis Wu Che, does the Black Commander not speak the truth? I did send someone to your factory, but that was merely to set a fire. Who in Xianyang does not know that the flames that once engulfed my residence were set by you, He Qi? Ah, Marquis Wu Che, capturing thieves and exposing conspirators. You must refrain from baseless accusations without evidence. I possess evidence. He Qi shot a glance at Black Kuei, not wishing to let Lao He allow Zhao Wu to escape. The individuals indeed were apprehended at the factory, though their intentions remain unclear. You see, how can you claim there is no rebellion? I was unaware you had devised this armor. How could I possibly harbor such thoughts? You sent people into my factory. Is it not difficult to uncover secrets? Zhao Wu found himself at a loss for words, now truly on the defensive. Who could have anticipated that Zhao Yi and his companions would be captured by the men of the Black Ice platform? You have no retort, do you? Your Majesty. It appears that Marquis Wu Che has confessed. At this moment, those behind Zhao Wu exchanged glances. They had come not to seek punishment for He Qi, but had instead found themselves in a situation where He Qi stood on the advantageous side, while Zhao Wu was perpetually defending himself against accusations of assassination and intentions towards the armor. Most notably, He Qi had the Black Ice platform and Meng Tian as witnesses. Although Meng Tian was absent, one would assume He Qi would not dare to lie in front of Ingzheng. The atmosphere had been off from the very beginning. Furthermore, since the confrontation between He Qi and Zhao Wu began, Ingzheng had remained silent, merely listening. Earlier, he had expressed admiration for the armor crafted by He Qi. And reflecting on this, it seemed they might have misjudged the situation today. Upon this realization, those behind Zhao Wu began to discreetly distance themselves from the father and son duo. At this juncture, if one remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, they were truly beyond redemption. Ingzheng cast a glance at He Qi and Zhao Wu before retreating to a position above the gathered assembly. With a countenance marked by solemnity, he declared, Marquis Wu Che shall retain his title, while all others shall be returned to the court. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wu was overwhelmed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Father, Zhao Wei cried out, cradling the fallen Zhao Wu in despair. His Majesty, He Qi intended to speak further, but a mere glance from Ingzheng silenced him. Recognizing the gravity within Ingzheng's gaze, He Qi pressed his lips together, refraining from uttering another word. Goodness, how merciful Zhenggu is. He did not even strike him down. He Qi observed the unconscious Zhao Wu and the seething Zhao Wei glaring at him. It was untenable to let them escape. How could he allow such a risk to linger? He needed to devise a plan. Withdraw, he commanded. Once everyone had retreated, He Qi lingered, contemplating how to eliminate Zhao Wu outright. Yet, with Ying Zheng seemingly intent on sparing them, he found himself bereft of viable options. What are you still doing here? Shouldn't you investigate the Marquis Wu Chei's residence? Upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, He Qi recalled his ambitions. Indeed, he should first raid the estate. Perhaps he might uncover new evidence during the search. Just as He Qi was about to exit, Ying Zheng's voice resonated in his ears. I remember that the wealth pillaged from Chu Qian vanished without a trace. Where could that fortune possibly be? He Qi turned to glance at Ying Zheng, realizing the latter's shrewdness. While he appeared to have pardoned Zhao Wu in front of the other ministers, he now broached this topic. Thus, He Qi grasped the implications. Those in power truly lacked integrity. Following the directives given, He Qi ordered He Fu to assemble the men and return to Zhao Wu's estate. At that moment, the scene within the estate had yet to be cleared when He Qi stormed in with his entourage. Search thoroughly. Do not concern yourselves with gold and silver for now. Seek hidden compartments or letters. Understood. Just as Zhao Wu, who had just regained consciousness, heard the commotion outside, he realized He Qi had come to raid his residence. Overwhelmed by rage, he coughed up blood and collapsed back onto the bed, struggling to breathe. There are no letters, my lord. But there is indeed a substantial amount of gold. Dozens of chests, came the report. No letters? This complicates matters, He Qi mused, pondering the predicament until a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He whispered a few words to He Kuai, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Old He, you go handle it. Rest assured, it will be executed flawlessly. Shortly thereafter, aside from the incapacitated Zhao Wu, the remaining individuals gathered together. He Qi, though we have lost our fief, I am still Marquis Wu Che. How dare you lead men to raid my estate? He Qi regarded the seething Zhao Wei with amusement, then withdrew an aged bamboo slip from his robes. My intent to raid your household is backed by evidence. You never anticipated that the deceased Chu Qian would leave behind something that could endanger your entire marquisate, did you? Upon hearing He Qi's words, Zhao Wei's complexion paled, and an ominous premonition gripped his heart. Chapter 79. My admiration for your majesty is as boundless as the mighty river. Have you seen this bamboo slip? It clearly records the time and place of your assistance in transporting a substantial sum of money out of Xianyang for General Chu. Don't tell me you are unaware of who General Chu entrusted the money to, for that would make me think you are quite foolish. He Qi's words struck Zhao Wei's heart, causing him to panic. As for whom General Chu entrusted the wealth to, they likely had some inkling, but each time, General Chu would reward them handsomely with gold. Hence, Zhao Wei and his companions chose to turn a blind eye. However, Zhao Wei had not anticipated that General Chu had left a contingency plan. It was only logical. General Chu was engaged in a perilous business, and he could not afford to be careless. Alas, the greatest folly of humanity lies in its propensity to overthink, conjuring elaborate narratives from mere speculation. He Kuai stood behind He Qi, observing his composed demeanor. One might mistakenly believe he held irrefutable evidence of General Chu's transgressions. Shall I read it aloud for you? Listen closely. He Qi opened the bamboo slip in front of Zhao Wei and began to read. In the 27th year of the first emperor, on the 7th day of the 7th month, at the hour of the rat. Nonsense. They always left in August. Where's the July in that? Oh, August. Scoundrel. You deceived me. At this moment, Zhao Wei realized that He Qi had indeed tricked him. And what of it? You have still revealed it. Commander He, did you hear that? He Kuai glanced at He Qi, recognizing the young man's cleverness. My lord, please accompany us for a brief journey. With that, He Kuai's men advanced and promptly bound Zhao Wei for transport. He Qi, mark my words, even in death, I shall not spare you. Rest assured, you won't become a ghost. I shall scatter your ashes instead, He Qi retorted. Once Zhao Wei and his companions were taken away, He Qi tossed the bamboo slip to the ground. It indeed bore inscriptions, yet they were not written by General Chu, but rather a random slip chosen by He Kuai. He Qi's only requirement was that it appeared aged. Are you not concerned that Zhao Wei might not fall for it? What do I have to fear? If he does not take the bait, he will simply devise another scheme. Hey, take the brothers and return with the wealth. What about Zhao Wu? That is your concern. Commander He, it no longer pertains to me. Investigating traitors is not my duty. Since it is not my responsibility, why should I act? As Qi exited with an air of arrogance, He clenched his fist momentarily before releasing it. Go and report to His Majesty. Understood. On the way back, Qi's eyes began to dart around, and He, noticing his demeanor, realized that Qi was concocting yet another scheme. Commander He, do you see those golden chests? If a few are missing, surely His Majesty would not pursue the matter. If you wish to court death, do not involve me. How can you say that? We have worked hard today. Let this be considered our service to His Majesty. It is only reasonable for us to receive some compensation. You may discuss that with His Majesty. Qi cast a glance at the obstinate He Wei, reclining slightly as he pondered anew. Thus, he remained lost in thought until they reached the Xianying Palace, unable to devise any effective solutions, merely watching as the gold was carted away. The last time they raided Qiao Zhang's residence, they had left behind 2 boxes of gold and purple. This time, not a single box would remain. When Qi returned to his quarters, somewhat despondent, he heard a commotion behind him. 2 soldiers approached, pulling a cart laden with 2 boxes, accompanied by a servant. Oh, is that not a retainer of His Majesty? He thought. Filled with joy, Qi stepped forward. His Majesty, the Duke, has mentioned that you have rendered great service this time, and these 2 boxes are a reward for you. Really? The servant nodded. Qi called out toward the palace of Yingzhong. Your Majesty, my admiration for you flows like the boundless Yangtze, ceaseless and tumultuous, akin to the Yellow River in flood, unstoppable. At that moment, Yingzhong, engrossed in reviewing memorials, heard Qi's voice but could not discern his words. Just then, a servant entered the hall and conveyed Qi's sentiments to Yingzhong. Where did he learn such eloquence? Meanwhile, after instructing the men to unload the 2 boxes of gold, Qi had 1 box carried directly into the palace and left the other outside. As per usual, you 2 shall divide this between your subordinates. He added, by the way, He Fu, ensure that those brothers who were injured today receive a bit more from my share. My lord, this is already quite generous. Do you think following me will bring you misfortune? He continued, by the way, where are those brothers who were injured today? Let us go see them. He Fu and his men were originally part of Yingzhang's guard, so they had accommodations in the Xianying Palace, not far from Qi's quarters. Along the way, Qi learned that of his 200 men, aside from the 10 in armor, the rest had sustained various injuries. Some minor and some more serious. One had suffered a deep gash on his arm from a sword, yet fortunately, his life was not in danger. After listening to He Fu's account, Qi felt a twinge of disbelief. Could one truly be safe with such an injury in this era? Upon arriving at their quarters, Qi found that, apart from the severely wounded soldier, the others were training as if nothing had happened. Upon seeing Qi enter, the guards ceased their training, greeting him with, my lord. Today, my brothers have worked hard. This gold is a gift from His Majesty. Let He Fu distribute it to you. Thank you, Your Majesty. After bidding farewell to the jubilant warriors, Qi followed He Fu into the room, where the gravely injured soldier lay resting on a couch. My lord. The soldier managed to greet them with some difficulty upon seeing He Fu and Qi. Observing the soldier's condition, Qi sensed something was amiss and approached, placing a hand on his forehead. Goodness, it's hot enough to fry an egg. Surely he hasn't contracted an infection. Someone, quickly, carry him to my quarters. Qi glanced around the environment and decided it best to treat him at his own residence. He Fu called for a few men to lift the soldier and head towards Qi's quarters, conversing along the way. There is no need for concern, for Wookiee will soon regain his strength after a brief slumber. We are seasoned veterans of the battlefield, having endured far worse trials. Qi gazed at He Fu, exclaiming, no wonder you are elite. Only those who survive such ordeals can claim that title. The physical resilience displayed here truly evokes admiration from future generations. He carried Wookiee to his residence, where he began to untie the cloth bandage wrapped around his arm. Have you sanitized this bandage? He inquired. Sanitize? He Fu echoed, his tone laced with confusion, prompting Qi to recall that he was indeed in the Qin Dynasty, a time when the concept of sanitation was foreign. As he unraveled the bandage, a gruesome wound was revealed on Wookiee's arm. The flesh grotesquely turned outward. The sight was alarming, as pus began to seep from the wound, releasing a foul odor that assaulted the senses. Indeed, it had become infected. Wait here, Qi commanded before hastening back into the hall. After a brief interlude, Qi emerged, holding an unusual square box adorned with a red cross. Approaching Wookiee, he opened the box, unveiling contents unfamiliar to all present. At that moment, He Kuei signaled to one of his subordinates, who promptly departed to summon Ing Zheng from the adjacent chambers. Fortune is on your side. This arrived only yesterday, He Chi remarked, glancing at the prostrate Wookiee. What He Chi had procured was a first aid kit, an item he had purchased as soon as it became available in the marketplace. To him, its value was immeasurable, for the items within could prove life-saving in critical moments. However, he had not anticipated utilizing it so soon, having only just acquired it. Before long, Ing Zheng arrived. Observing He Chi crouched over the peculiar box in search of tools. What on earth are these items? I'm not quite sure how to use them, he muttered. While Ing Zheng and the others expected to witness He Chi's expertise, they were unaware that he was equally flustered, having no formal medical training. Nevertheless, he had gleaned some knowledge of wound care from television and literature. He retrieved a scalpel from the first aid kit, realizing that he needed to excise the necrotic tissue from Wookiee's arm. As he hesitated, contemplating the gravity of the task, he called out, "Old Black, come here." He Kuei, hearing his name, crouched beside He Chi, awaiting instructions. First, remove the dead tissue. Taking the scalpel in hand, He Kuei proceeded with determination, swiftly severing the decayed flesh. Next, He Chi produced a bottle of alcohol for disinfection, instructing, pour it over the wound. Without hesitation, He Kuei doused Wookiee's injury with the alcohol. "Ah!" Wookiee cried out, jolted back to consciousness by the searing pain. Once the disinfection was complete, He Chi reclaimed the alcohol, recognizing its value in this era and ensuring it was secured safely. The next step is to stitch the wound, akin to mending a garment. "Here you go." He Chi handed the needle and thread to He Kuei. Just as He Kuei was about to begin, Wu Chi, in a daze, awakened from his pain. "My lord, this might hurt a bit." He Chi shook his head. "It's nothing to worry about. It won't hurt." "Are you truly sure, my lord?" Wu Chi gazed at He Chi with a hint of weakness. "Rest assured." He Chi patted Wu Chi's hand, signaling He Kuei to proceed. He Kuei, seeing the cue, immediately commenced stitching the wound. A sharp intake of breath escaped Wu Chi, who was already frail. He gritted his teeth, enduring until He Kuei finished the suturing. Once the wound was closed, He Chi retrieved some medicine, sprinkling it onto the gauze before bandaging Wu Chi. "Take this." He Chi presented an anti-inflammatory pill for Wu Chi to swallow. "You should stay here for a few days. Your fever should subside soon. You're quite fortunate. If it had been a day earlier, I might not have been able to save you." "Had it been a day earlier, he wouldn't have been injured," He Chi remarked, glancing at He Kuei, who interjected with a valid point. "But wait, He Kuei, aren't you capable of inducing unconsciousness? Something akin to anesthesia?" "Indeed, what of it?" "So earlier you." He Chi gestured toward the supine Wu Chi, then to He Kuei. "Ah, never mind. It's all over now. Anesthesia is unnecessary." "You mean, there's no need for him to remain conscious?" "What else could it be? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I thought he had to stay awake throughout." As He Chi and He Kuei engaged in their argument, Ing Zheng approached. "Let me see what you have in that first aid kit." Curiosity flashed in Ing Zheng's eyes as he regarded the kit on the ground. "Your Majesty, please take a seat. Allow me to introduce its contents." "Carry him to the side hall. Let him rest." After He Fu and the others transported Wu Chi away, a pair of beautiful eyes, unnoticed until now, glanced at He Chi's first aid kit before retreating to her quarters. Once everyone had departed, He Chi placed the kit upon the stone table, methodically extracting its contents one by one while explaining their uses to Ing Zheng. The latter found the items and their purposes to be quite intriguing. As He Chi ultimately unveiled a surgical knife and began his explanation, both Ing Zheng and He Kuei were momentarily taken aback. "You claim this is an instrument of murder?" Ing Zheng scrutinized the surgical knife in He Chi's hand, noting its sharpness. "Your Majesty, this is a tool for surgery, not for killing. But you mentioned it is used to eviscerate." "Indeed, that is one of its applications. Does that not make it a weapon of murder?" "Your Majesty, eviscerating does not guarantee death. Even a cranial operation does not necessarily result in demise." "Ah, of course, I speak of my time. Now, it would be fatal at the slightest infection." Ing Zheng's heart remained unsettled. The notion that one could survive evisceration seemed fantastical. Yet He Chi dismissed it as science, not myth. After completing his introduction, He Chi began to repack the items, recalling that there should be 2 surgical knives within the kit as he finally put the knife away. At this moment, He Chi cast a glance at He Kuei, who had just finished carving flesh for Wu Chi. Had He Kuei not returned the scalpel to him? Noticing He Chi's gaze, He Kuei, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his eyes to another direction. The hand hidden within his sleeve gradually retracted. With a mere glance at He Kuei's demeanor, He Chi understood that the scalpel was irretrievable. Fortunately, there was another one here, which He Kuei could have. At that moment, Yingzheng also rose to depart. Needing to process the events of the day, he could not comprehend how a person could survive being disemboweled. Your Majesty, take care on your way back. Do visit often, He Chi remarked. Yingzheng remained silent, hands clasped behind his back as he walked away. Once Yingzheng had distanced himself, He Chi turned to He Kuei and said, Old He, it seems you ought to teach me the art of pressure points now. Let us discuss that when you master lightness skills, you are merely a novice now. Who knows how much time it will take for you to reach a level of mastery. As a genius, I will surely grasp it swiftly. A genius? The kind that yells loudly while perched on rooftops? A genius that cannot descend from the palace's pinnacle? You know not to expose others' weaknesses, do you? And besides, you just returned. Suddenly, He Kuei smirked mischievously. Who can prove it was I who took it? Do you have a witness? He Chi was momentarily taken aback. Had He Kuei revealed his true nature, this brooding man? At that moment, He Chi seemed to have an epiphany. He approached Mo Shui's quarters and knocked on the door. Miss Shui, may I trouble you to respond? Mo Shui hurriedly tucked away the note she had been writing, concealing it in her bosom, and called out toward the door, coming. Chapter 81. Has that item been researched? Is there something you need? Mo Shui stood at the door, her expression somewhat tense. I merely wish to inquire about the item I requested Master Mo to assist in crafting. How is it coming along? Oh, that matter. Mo Shui thought it was something else. I am not entirely certain. You know I have been by your side, teaching you lightness skills. However, I believe my father mentioned last time that there was only a minor issue with the ignition part, but I trust it has been resolved by now. Such trifles are no concern for the Mo family. Resolved? That is splendid news. He Chi felt a surge of joy within him. With this resolved, he would possess the means for self-defense. Let us visit the estate to have a look. With that, He Chi turned to leave. After He Chi departed, Mo Shui patted her chest, relieved she had not been discovered. Wait, that is not right. I haven't done anything shameful. Why should I be afraid? It was merely the act of documenting He Chi's heroic rescue to share with her dear friend. What was there to hide? So many witnessed it. This cannot be considered stealing knowledge, she thought. Oh dear, I am merely scaring myself. After reassuring herself, Mo Shui hurried after He Chi, determined to accompany him back. Miss Mo, do you know anyone from the medical family? He Chi's casual inquiry caused Mo Shui's heart to skip a beat. Is there something you need? She asked cautiously. I am in search of a practitioner of medicine, for I possess a tome of profound significance concerning the healing arts, chronicling an array of wondrous medical techniques. Regrettably, my lack of formal training compels me to seek the counsel of a knowledgeable individual in this field. I shall be attentive to any insights shared. Mo Shui feigned nonchalance as she spoke. I am grateful for your assistance. He Chi, oblivious to Mo Shui's subtle shift in demeanor, was unaware that He Kuei had discerned it. Upon the mention of the medical practitioners, He Kuei noted a momentary disarray in Mo Shui's aura. Although she quickly regained her composure, the disturbance did not escape his keen observation. He Kuei cast a glance at Mo Shui, forming tentative conjectures in his mind, which he would later discuss with He Chi. Upon the carriage's arrival at the manor, He Chi proceeded directly to the workshop in search of Mo Li, only to be informed by Mo Jia that Mo Li was absent and had gone to seek Bai Su. He Chi, bemused by the fact that the research enthusiast had ventured out, promptly made his way to the opposite side of the estate, determining that Bai Su could be found in the fields. Upon reaching the fields, He Chi indeed discovered Mo Li engaged in conversation with Bai Su. Both bore expressions of solemnity, their discourse shrouded in mystery. Upon noticing He Chi's approach, they swiftly altered the topic of conversation, cognizant that He Kuei, who accompanied He Chi, must not overhear their prior discussion. That fellow has arrived, Bai Su remarked as he caught the sound of approaching footsteps, glancing at Mo Li. This young man is both a boon to Yingzheng and a blessing to the Qin Dynasty. Bai Su's gaze drifted to the ripening corn and potatoes. Truly, a fortune for the common folk. What are you two discussing? He Chi approached with a cheerful demeanor. We were singing your praises. At Bai Su's words, He Chi's spirits soared. Pray, indulge me further. I wish to hear what accolades you bestow upon me, for I harbor no fear of pride. Bai Su and Mo Li exchanged knowing glances. Ha! You have come for this, haven't you? After a hearty laugh, Emily produced two exquisite items from his sleeve. He-Chi's eyes sparkled upon seeing them. As he accepted them for closer inspection, he noted one adorned with a carving of a mystical bird, the other depicting a black dragon. Their design and texture were indeed remarkable. What are these? Though Emily had crafted them, he was uncertain of their purpose. He-Chi grinned as he held the two beautifully crafted flintlock pistols. Guns. But these hardly resemble firearms. How are they to be used? He-Chi examined the intricately designed pistols and smiled. Hey Fu, please erect a shield over there. He-Chi retrieved a small pouch from his waist, opening it to pour some gunpowder into one of the flintlocks. Cautiously, he added only a modest amount for his initial attempt. He then inserted a few steel balls. Bang. The impact was minimal, prompting He-Chi to increase the quantity of gunpowder. After several trials, He-Chi felt satisfied with the preparations. Once everything was in order, he aimed the pistol at the shield that He Fu had positioned a short distance away. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat. The steel balls swiftly penetrated the shield, rendering its protective capabilities null. Witnessing this spectacle, Bai Su and Mo Li, who had been seated moments before, rose to their feet, casting their astonished gazes between the distant shield and the flintlock pistol in He-Chi's grasp. The potency of this contraption is astounding. Had it been a person rather than a shield in that moment, the consequences would have been dire. Bai Su and Mo Li exchanged incredulous glances, recognizing the sheer impossibility of the situation. Ha ha ha, it worked. On the contrary, He-Chi gazed at the flintlock pistol in his hands with delight, acknowledging that this invention would irrevocably alter the nature of warfare. What do the likes of Xiang Yu and Liu Bang matter? If they could withstand a few shots unscathed, then He-Chi would truly be impressed. He pondered, I seem to have created something remarkable, yet I remain uncertain of its moral implications. Meanwhile, Emoli stood transfixed, observing the shield that had been pierced from afar, murmuring to himself. He-Chi tested another flintlock. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, the shield was breached, and He-Chi approached, satisfaction evident in his gaze as he surveyed the pockmarked surface. Indeed, this is quite extraordinary. Old Bai, Master Emo, I must take my leave, he announced as he departed. Bai Su and Emoli watched him retreat into the distance. Is this a blessing or a curse? Emoli had earlier praised He-Chi's fortune, but after witnessing the might of the flintlock, he began to reconsider. For his allies, it was surely a boon. For his adversaries, however, it was a calamity. Bai Su succinctly summarized Emoli's thoughts. Emoli nodded and turned to Bai Su. What of the matter mentioned by the Confucian Zhang Liang? Confucianism? As far as I know, they will not involve themselves in this upheaval. That must solely be Zhang Liang's own scheme, Bai Su replied, a flicker of disdain crossing his features at the mention of Confucianism. He-Chi seems to have a firm grasp on the myriad schools of thought. Emoli mused, watching He-Chi's figure fade into the horizon. With a sigh, he too took his leave, returning to his studies on the steam engine, opting to remain uninvolved in external affairs. Bai Su, meanwhile, turned his gaze toward the corn and potatoes in the fields, having long since resolved that he would not partake in such matters. On the return carriage, He-Chi busied himself polishing the two flintlocks, while He Wei and Mo Shui looked on with curiosity. Particularly, He Wei felt a pang of desire upon witnessing the weapon's capabilities. How splendid it would be to possess one himself. However, given He-Chi's demeanor, it was clear that these two were intended for Yingzheng, as evidenced by the engravings of the mystical bird and dragon. Noticing He Wei's unwavering gaze, He-Chi offered, Here, old He, take a moment to handle it. Once I craft a few more, we shall all possess one. He Wei graciously accepted the flintlock and began to examine it closely. And what about that one? May I also have a turn? He-Chi paused, momentarily taken aback, then handed the other flintlock to Mo Shui, surprised to discover her interest. Mo Shui shot him a bemused glance. I am also a descendant of the Mo family. As He Wei and Mo Shui reveled in their newfound possessions, the carriage unwittingly returned to the palace of Xianyang. Chapter 82. No one can resist firearms, not even Zheng Ge. Upon reaching the palace, He-Chi sought out Yingzheng with his two flintlocks in hand, while Mo Shui retreated to her quarters. Typically, Mo Shui preferred to avoid any interaction with Yingzheng. As soon as Mo Shui departed, He Wei approached He-Chi and whispered, Just now, when you mentioned the medical practitioners, Mo Shui's expression was quite unusual. What did you say? He-Chi, brimming with excitement, turned to look at He Wei. Taking a deep breath, He Wei reiterated his previous remark. Upon hearing He Wei's words, He Chi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he gazed in the direction where Imo Shui had vanished. It seemed that if they were to seek out the medical practitioners, they could develop this line of inquiry from Imo Shui. Among the various schools of thought, the medical practitioners maintained a stance of complete neutrality, refusing to align with either side. Thus, neither the court nor other factions dared to offend them. Therefore, the medical practitioners were the least concerning among all schools of thought. After a moment of contemplation, He Chi spoke. I shall speak with Imo Shui when the opportunity arises. For now, I must deliver this to His Majesty. He Chi weighed the two flintlock pistols in his hands, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Look what I have. He Chi entered the palace with a gleeful expression, presenting the flintlock pistol to Ing Zheng, aiming the muzzle downward. Ing Zheng set aside the documents he was reviewing and glanced at the object in He Chi's hand. What is this? Your Majesty, did you not inquire about powerful weapons? This is one of them. Oh. Ing Zheng descended to examine the flintlock pistol in He Chi's possession. The engravings were intentionally crafted by you, weren't they? A smile played on Ing Zheng's lips as he admired the intricate carvings. Hee, how does one operate this? Your Majesty, follow me, and I shall demonstrate. He Chi led Ing Zheng outside the hall, where He Wei, displaying keen insight, had already procured several shields and placed them nearby. He Chi filled the flintlock pistol with gunpowder and loaded it with steel balls, but did not hand it over to Ing Zheng. Instead, he grasped a pistol in each hand, instructing Ing Zheng to keep his distance before firing twice at the shields. Upon hearing the shots, Xian Gu swiftly positioned himself in front of Ing Zheng, his sword drawn and eyes alert as he regarded He Chi with suspicion. He Chi, feigning nonchalance, blew on the muzzle of the flintlock pistol, releasing a whiff of sulfur. At that moment, He Wei dutifully rushed over with a shield for Ing Zheng, who gestured for Xian Gu to stand down. He Wei cast a disdainful glance at Xian Gu before presenting the shield to Ing Zheng. As Ing Zheng inspected the shield and noted the bullet holes, his eyes widened in surprise, and he turned to regard the flintlock pistol in He Chi's hands. Is this device truly so powerful? Let me give it a try. Curiosity piqued, Ing Zheng expressed his eagerness to handle the flintlock pistol. Once He Wei repositioned the shield at a distance, He Chi prepared two flintlock pistols filled with gunpowder and handed them to Ing Zheng. Mimicking He Chi's actions, Ing Zheng began to pull the trigger. Bang! Bang! The steel balls pierced through the shield. Again, upon hearing Ing Zheng's command, He Chi hastily loaded more gunpowder and compressed it before inserting the steel balls. Once more. He Chi felt a bit fatigued, while Ing Zheng reveled in the excitement. He Chi found himself weary. This won't do. I cannot exhaust myself alone. He glanced around and waved at He Wei and Xian Gu, beckoning them over. He Wei, recognizing He Chi's intentions, approached without hesitation. Regarding Xian Gu, although he was uncertain about He Chi's intentions for summoning him, he nonetheless approached He Chi's side. You two are well matched, each wielding a firearm. He Chi directly tossed the gunpowder and steel balls to He Wei and his companion. He Wei wore an expression of anticipated understanding. He had suspected that He Chi had called him over for this purpose. Once He Chi liberated himself, he stood aside, observing Ing Zheng as he engaged in the act of shooting, truly shooting. Indeed, the allure of firearms was irresistible to anyone, even to Ing Zheng himself. He Chi remained by Ing Zheng's side, watching him shoot, when a thought struck him. After ensuring that no one was around, he discreetly took out his phone and activated the camera, aiming it at Ing Zheng. At that moment, however, a gust of wind suddenly swept toward him, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found He Wei standing before him, blocking Xian Ji's hand as it reached for his phone. Xian Gu withdrew. Ing Zheng's voice resonated, and Xian Gu glanced at He Chi and then at He Wei before retreating behind Ing Zheng. From then on, He Chi would not need to be restrained in his actions. He bore no ill intentions toward the emperor. Ing Zheng then turned his gaze to the phone in He Chi's hand. How did you come to possess this device? I wish to capture your image, to preserve your majestic stature. Oh, what is capturing an image? Similar to a portrait, yet this is clearer and more lifelike, akin to the real person. When the time comes, should there be a printer or something of the sort, I shall print your photograph for future generations to admire. At that moment, He Chi suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at? Nothing, nothing. I merely envisioned the scene if the photograph were truly printed. A large black and white image affixed to Lishan. Just the thought of it made me chuckle. Then, do take a few shots for me. Certainly, Your Majesty. What kind of pose would you like? Understanding the request akin to that of an artist, Yingzheng struck a pose with the flintlock gun. He Qi found the right angle and snapped several shots, aware that his photographic skills were limited, so he compensated with quantity. Your Majesty, take a look. He Qi offered his phone to Yingzheng. Yingzheng knew how to navigate the images, flipping through the photographs He Qi had taken. This one will do. He Qi leaned in, glancing at the chosen image, and had to admit it was quite good. When you have time, take more for me. Continue. Observing Yingzheng's fervor for shooting, He Qi found himself at a loss for words. Yingzheng continued until he had exhausted the gunpowder. Watching Yingzheng's expression of lingering desire, He Qi reflected that it was fortunate they were using flintlock guns. Had they been using another type, they might have shot until nightfall. Is this device limited to such a short duration? Of course not. It can be extended. This is merely the initial model. Currently, the Qin Dynasty can only utilize this flintlock. Initial model? Indeed, Your Majesty, do you believe this is the only design available? Yingzheng regarded He Qi, signaling him to elaborate further. There are various weapons such as crossbows and machine guns. However, the primary challenge lies with the gunpowder. If the group dedicated to its development can achieve a breakthrough, the situation would be considerably more manageable. Speaking of this, Yingzheng couldn't help but chuckle. The individuals researching gunpowder are, of course, those skilled practitioners. And He Qi had indeed promised them that anyone who could create a gunpowder formula to his satisfaction would be liberated. This very statement from He Qi sent those practitioners into a frenzy, compelling them to engage in relentless experimentation. However, experimentation carries inherent risks, particularly when it pertains to gunpowder. According to the information Yingzheng received, over 10 practitioners had perished due to accidents during these experiments, with many others sustaining injuries. Nevertheless, those practitioners remained undeterred, fervently pursuing their experiments. I shall await your good news. Your Majesty, rest assured, success is imminent. As Yingzheng made his way back to the hall, he suddenly turned to gaze at He Qi. Have you forgotten about Fusu? At this moment, He Qi, who was preparing to leave, paused and turned back. How could I possibly forget Prince Fusu? Yingzheng and He Kuei exchanged knowing looks upon seeing He Qi's playful demeanor, recognizing that he had indeed overlooked Fusu. However, it was understandable. Recently, He Qi had been preoccupied, dedicating his time to learning lightness skills from Emo Shui, leaving little room for anything else. He Kuei recalled He Qi lamenting how he worked harder than a beast of burden. I was already exhausted before crossing over, and now I find myself equally fatigued. Was it all in vain? Despite his complaints, He Qi understood that he still had obligations to fulfill. Thus, he boarded a carriage headed to the headquarters of the Heavenly Earth Society. Upon arriving, as He Qi descended from the carriage, a junior member rushed over, exclaiming, "Leader, you have arrived. Ah, I remember you. You were on guard with Dog Air during my last visit. Why are you still on duty?" The young man was momentarily at a loss for words. It had only been a short time since, and he had no alternative role. Unlike Dog Air, who had taken flight, he had no other duties if not to guard the entrance. Do your best, and strive to be like Dog Air, He Qi encouraged, patting him on the shoulder as he entered. Rest assured, I am willing to face any challenge for the Heavenly Earth Society. Who did you learn that from? He Qi interjected, stepping into the main hall. Upon entering, he overheard a commotion within, and his expression shifted to one of perplexity. Fusu's voice resonated with irritation. What are you all doing? Did I not make it clear that no one is to collect money from the common people? How can there still be individuals who take it upon themselves to extort money from the populace? This is utterly outrageous. Deputy Leader, you have once again let slip a curse. I merely learned from the leader. Ah, that cannot be the case. This is clearly your own fault. How can you attribute it to me? He Qi pushed open the door and entered, his face adorned with a cheerful smile as he gazed at Fusu, the head of the association. Upon seeing He Qi, the gray wolf also wore a beaming expression. Even the dog behind the gray wolf looked delighted at the sight of He Qi. However, Fusu regarded He Qi with a somewhat peculiar expression, taken aback by his timely arrival. Indeed, it seems I have inherited a touch of your charisma, he remarked, causing Fusu's expression to grow even more strange. Pray tell, what matter could provoke our gentlemanly vice leader to utter such coarse language? The head of the association is like this. The Grey Wolf then proceeded to enlighten He Qi about the current issues plaguing the Heavenly Society. It turned out that after the Heavenly Society had thoroughly eradicated the underground gangs in Xianyang, several factions eligible for incorporation had joined their ranks. This influx had led to a considerable expansion of the society, resulting in a mix of individuals of all sorts. Although some smaller gangs that previously extorted protection fees from the populace had joined, the Heavenly Society lacked any formal industries as of yet. Consequently, these ruffians had resorted to clandestinely resuming their old practices, with some disregarding the rules of the society and continuing to levy protection fees from both citizens and merchants. Upon discovering the internal issues within the Heavenly Society, Fu Su acted swiftly. Initially, he made the hard decision to break the legs of those offenders and expel them from the society. However, due to the vast and diverse nature of the current membership and the ongoing integration of the newly added factions, along with the fact that some smaller gangs had always relied on extorting money from merchants and common folk, Fu Su found himself at a loss. No matter how many were punished, there would always be individuals who violated the rules, leaving Fu Su uncertain of how to proceed. After hearing the Grey Wolf's account, He Chi turned to Fu Su and asked, "So your most severe punishment consists of breaking legs and expulsion from the Heavenly Society?" Fu Su nodded, believing this to be quite serious, as those whose legs were broken would face significant hardships in their lives. This was the most severe punishment that Fu Su could conceive. He Chi found himself at a crossroads, unsure whether to commend or chastise Fu Su. Nevertheless, he could comprehend that, from Fu Su's perspective, breaking legs was indeed a grave punishment worthy of praise. Yet, he felt this punishment was insufficient to instill fear and deter misbehavior. Fu Su's compassion rendered him somewhat lenient, thus deserving of reproach. "Grey Wolf, go and summon all the mid to high-ranking members of the Heavenly Society. I will be waiting for them here tomorrow morning." He added, "This will also provide an opportunity for everyone to become acquainted with me as their head, and I shall take the liberty of introducing the head of our Heavenly Society's penal hall." Upon hearing He Chi's words, everyone cast a glance at the silent He Kuai. Internally, He Kuai rolled his eyes, realizing that he could not escape his role as head of the penal hall. Understood. The Grey Wolf quickly exited to notify the others to attend the meeting, fully aware that the issues within the Heavenly Society extended beyond what had just been discussed. The thought of their head's methods made the Grey Wolf apprehensive, knowing that someone would likely face misfortune the following day. Once the Grey Wolf departed, He Chi glanced at Bai Sheng, who had remained silent at the side, and waved for the dog to leave. The dog nodded and, as it exited, casually closed the door behind it. It had just been mentioned that the resources of the Heavenly Society were rather scant, leading to some financial strain. Fu Su nodded in agreement. Due to the rapid expansion of the Heavenly Society, most of the previous gangs primarily engaged in illicit activities. After the Heavenly Society eliminated or absorbed them, Fu Su promptly ordered the cessation of excessive criminal enterprises, such as human trafficking, theft, and even grave robbing. With the termination of these ventures, the Heavenly Society's finances began to tighten. He Chi stood there observing Fu Su, noting that the estate had amassed a considerable quantity of goods that could be marketed. "Are you suggesting that the Heavenly Society sell clothing, ironware, and so forth?" he inquired. "However, ironware should not be sold by the Heavenly Society. Clothing can be, and I have other items as well. Nevertheless, I've been exceedingly busy lately and will need time to organize everything," replied Fu Su, acknowledging that He Chi possessed many valuable items that, once presented, could yield substantial profits for the Heavenly Society. Most importantly, the society need not fear coercion from the court or extortion by other nobles. Should anyone foolishly challenge them, He Chi would only find greater delight in the situation. After conversing with Fu Su for a while, He Chi took his leave. Once he departed, Bai Sheng approached Fu Su and asked, "Why not inform the leader that the greatest challenge facing the Heavenly Society is not financial?" Fu Su, watching He Chi's receding figure, chuckled softly. "Do you think he is unaware? Just wait. Tomorrow will unveil an intriguing spectacle." On the way back, He Chi turned to He Wei and questioned, "What does His Majesty truly mean? It cannot merely be about the Heavenly Society's finances. Is there something being concealed from me?" He Wei smiled knowingly. "You have indeed caught on. Originally, His Majesty intended for Prince Fu Su to resolve this matter independently. However, it appears that His Majesty is not entirely satisfied with Prince Fu Su's handling of the situation. Clearly, Bai Sheng is aligned with His Majesty. If it were merely a financial issue, Bai Sheng would surely have a plan. If he lacks a strategy, His Majesty should consider replacing him. So, what exactly is the matter?" He Wei's expression sharpened as he regarded He Chi, contemplating something. Chapter 84. It is said that someone intends to undermine the position of our leader. Qi nearly doubted his own ears. His brow furrowed in confusion. He leaned slightly towards He Wei and asked, "What?" "You heard correctly. Someone seeks to undermine you," He Wei confirmed. Qi chuckled in disbelief, suddenly intrigued by the unfolding drama. On their return journey, He Wei relayed the details of the situation to Qi. Upon hearing this, Qi shook his head and exhaled. This Fu Su still requires development. However, he has shown some progress. He Wei informed Qi that due to the rapid growth of the Heavenly Society, many personnel had been directly absorbed from other gangs. Meanwhile, Qi, the leader, had remained largely absent, and while Fu Su managed matters commendably, he possessed the flaw of being overly lenient. After witnessing Fu Su's methods a few times, some newly joined gang members began to harbor different thoughts. Were it not for Qi's entrusted 50 Qin troops and the loyalty of individuals like Grey Wolf, chaos would have undoubtedly ensued within the Heavenly Society. The gang leaders secretly united, expanding their influence within the organization. Particularly, the new recruits, swayed by their rhetoric, banded together, forming a faction within the Heavenly Society. Those who transgressed the rules were covertly guided by this faction, ostensibly to test Fu Su's limits. Though Fu Su was alerted to the internal turmoil by Sheng and Grey Wolf, he hesitated to take decisive action. Instead, he instructed Grey Wolf to conduct a discreet investigation while publicly punishing those who violated the rules. Perhaps Fu Su's somewhat indecisive approach was intolerable to Ing Zheng, prompting him to send Qi. Ing Zheng's intent was straightforward. He sought to provide Fu Su with another lesson. Qi understood Ing Zheng's purpose. Early the next morning, Qi rose, meticulously timing his departure as he boarded a carriage headed for the Heavenly Society's headquarters. Following behind were He Fu and his men, who had long since replaced their bronze swords with iron ones. A closer look would reveal that their attire had also changed beneath their coarse garments. They seemed to be wearing something more substantial. Upon Qi's arrival at the headquarters, the courtyard was already filled with people. 3 chairs stood before them, the central one vacant, with Fu Su and Grey Wolf seated on either side. As the sound of the carriage approached, the previously noisy courtyard fell silent, all eyes turning towards the entrance. These individuals had yet to see the appearance of their leader, only hearing whispers of a young man, akin to the youthful deputy leader Su. As the footsteps grew louder, Qi entered with his entourage. "The leader has arrived." Grey Wolf immediately rose to greet him. The others, upon seeing Qi, were taken aback, realizing the rumors were indeed true. Their leader was remarkably youthful. "Is everyone present?" Upon hearing Qi's inquiry, Grey Wolf's expression changed. Noticing this, Qi understood that some were yet to arrive. "Damn it, on our first meeting, someone dares to be late. This is a blatant disregard for my authority as the leader." He turned to He Fu, "Guard the entrance. Anyone who arrives late should be bound and set aside." "Understood." Seeing Qi maintain his previous demeanor reassured Grey Wolf. At this juncture, Qi approached Fu Su, saying, "Your father is quite disappointed with your actions this time." Fu Su, who had previously held his head high, lowered it in shame. "However, I find your performance somewhat satisfactory, half pleased, half not." Fu Su looked up at Qi, surprised by his approval. "At the very least, you are no longer the person you once were. You recognize the need to punish those individuals and have assigned Grey Wolf to conduct a discreet investigation, which is commendable." "Thank you, Master. However, there is one matter in which you have erred. Pray, enlighten me, Master." "The punishment you have imposed is far from sufficient. It fails to instill fear in them. It is crucial to understand that these individuals are merely thugs, yet they dare to probe your boundaries step by step. What will happen in the future? Those individuals are far more insidious and ruthless than these miscreants. I have learned my lesson. If you cannot even manage a single gang, how will you handle matters moving forward?" When Qi spoke these words, his tone noticeably intensified. This exchange between Qi and Fu Su did not escape the attention of others. Some were quietly speculating about Qi's words, while others wore expressions of amusement as they gazed at the group in the courtyard. Most of the onlookers were former subordinates of the Grey Wolves, along with some of the initial members of the Tianyi Society. At this moment, Qi stepped into the center of the crowd, his eyes sweeping over everyone present before finally settling on the group in the middle. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Supreme Leader of the Tianyi Society. You may refer to me as Baba or Supreme Leader. Today, if you wish to enter, what is your intention?" Just as Qi was about to speak, he was interrupted by the commotion outside. Bang! Bang! After a few sounds, a figure in black entered, dragging several individuals behind him. After tossing the captives aside, the figure closed the courtyard door and stood there. Qi did not even cast a glance at the captives. He continued addressing the gathering. I have heard that someone intends to usurp my position and declare themselves the supreme leader of the Tianyi society. I wonder if you have heard this rumor. As he spoke, Qi's gaze remained fixed on the leader of the group. Li Mao, the one being scrutinized, felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that this unfamiliar supreme leader would address the issue so directly. Upon hearing Qi's words, the others exhibited expressions of shock before collectively turning their gazes toward Li Mao and his companions. Qi then stepped directly in front of Li Mao. What is your name? Li Mao. Are you related to the Chancellor Li Si? Li Mao's heart sank. How did Qi know this? Although Li Si did not recognize the minor character that was Li Mao was indeed a member of Li Si's clan. Noticing the change in Li Mao's expression, Qi realized he had guessed correctly. It seems that although you are a relative of Li Si, your status is quite low. Since Li Mao does not even know Fu Su, he must be a distant relative of Li Si. So, you aspire to become my supreme leader? Li Mao glanced at Qi and then looked back, gritting his teeth. What of it? The position of supreme leader should belong to the capable. You, as the supreme leader, remain hidden and show no concern for the brothers in the society. You are unworthy of the title. Unworthy, you say? Then it should belong to Su. Who do you think you are? I simply cannot abide by this. Supreme leader, why waste words on them? At this moment, the gray wolf drew his sword and approached Qi, glaring fiercely at Li Mao. I warn you, do not act recklessly. If you do, I will see how you command respect. Heh, Qi sneered. Seize them all. Those who resist shall be killed. Upon hearing the command, the figure in black brought his men forward to take action. Brothers, let us fight, shouted one of Li Mao's companions as he drew his sword. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through his throat. Had they always been this audacious? Were they unaware of my crossbow? Qi observed the peculiar expression on the face of the gray wolf beside him. The gray wolf shook his head, equally perplexed by the audacity of these individuals, particularly since Li Mao was a descendant of Li Si. Such a display of intellect was truly a disgrace to Li Si. After slaying one person, the remaining members of Li Mao's group obediently relinquished their weapons. I still cannot fathom the source of your courage. Perhaps it is Liang Jingru? Qi gazed at Li Mao and his entourage, his face betraying a profound confusion. Was it truly that simple to subdue them? What then was the purpose of having Hifu and the others don cloth armor? Had he miscalculated? In Qi's estimation, anyone bold enough to act thus would surely be both ambitious and capable, or at the very least, a ruthless individual willing to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Yet, they lost one man and then surrendered, rendering all of Qi's preparations moot. Qi looked at Li Mao's group before approaching Fu Su. I retract half of my praise for you. Their performance warrants only a score of 20. Fu Su was taken aback. How was this even his concern? As for you lot, you shall serve as a precedent for establishing rules. Qi cast a cold smile at the already subdued Li Mao and his companions. Chapter 85. Nuclear-powered donkey. You individuals harbor intentions to fracture my Tianyi society, violating our regulations. It is quite simple. If you can withstand 3 blades and 6 holes, I shall permit your departure. Upon hearing Qi's words, everyone present turned to him, pondering whether this punishment was somewhat lenient. Only He Kuei exhibited a hint of uncertainty. Bring those who were late over here. Qi pointed to the initial tardy individuals. They were indeed arranged by you, correct? Li Mao nodded. These individuals were indeed his arrangements, originally intended merely as a test of Qi. Little did he anticipate that Qi was not Fu Su, but rather would extinguish everything through sheer violence. Come, let us execute the regulations. This time, it shall be carried out by our Tianyi Society's penal court personnel. After speaking, Qi glanced at He Kuei, who wore a face of resignation. With a wave of his hand, a contingent of Black Ice Platform members materialized before the crowd. The sudden appearance of the Black Ice Platform personnel startled even the Gray Wolf, who wondered where they had been concealed. It seemed he did not possess a profound understanding of the Grand Leader. He Kuei gestured, and the Black Ice Platform members approached Li Mao and his cohorts. Drawing their swords, they promptly pierced one individual's arm completely through. The man was drenched in sweat from the pain, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Even Li Mao and the others appeared unperturbed. They believed they could endure the 3 blades and 6 holes. No, where are you stabbing? At this juncture, Qi interjected, directing a dissatisfied look at He Kuei's subordinates. All eyes turned to Qi. Was not the 3 blades and 6 holes meant for the arm or thigh? What else could it entail? One sword to the left chest, another to the right chest. And as for the final thrust? Qi glanced at Li Mao and then at the assembled crowd, revealing a cold smile as he pointed to his own head. The final thrust shall be here. Remember, it must pierce the heart. Do not make my brothers suffer, understood? The attendees, with the exception of He Kuei, gazed at Qi in utter astonishment. Initially, they had perceived Qi as an angel. However, it became evident that he was, in fact, a devil. At this moment, He Kuei nodded in satisfaction, for this was the Qi he recognized. The members of the Black Ice platform, upon receiving Qi's command, glanced at He Kuei, who affirmed with a nod. The remaining individuals present watched in horror as those executed by the Black Ice platform fell one by one, cold sweat trickling down their backs. They had not anticipated such a shocking encounter with the leader on their first meeting. Spare us, pleaded Li Mao and the others, their mental fortitude crumbling as they witnessed their comrades being slain. If you do not plead for mercy, I might have regarded you with some esteem. Now, you lack even the qualifications to be my adversary, Qi retorted, turning to Fu Su. You currently possess only 15 points. Qi's expression darkened as he realized that Fu Su had failed to deal with such inept individuals. No wonder Ing Zheng had sent him here. Fu Su's countenance grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated the sheer incompetence of Li Mao's group. Their inadequacy, in turn, reflected poorly upon Fu Su himself. Once Li Mao and the others were executed, Qi stepped forward to address the remaining crowd. I now present you with an opportunity. If anyone wishes to withdraw from the Heavenly Society, you may inform me. I shall not hinder your departure. Noticing the lingering fear among the onlookers, Qi offered reassurance. Rest assured, those who choose to leave shall not face any difficulties from me. However, one condition remains. Once you exit, all your actions will be entirely disconnected from the Heavenly Society. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, their faces betraying hesitation. I trust the leader. I withdraw, one declared. Su, make a note that this brother will henceforth have no ties to the Heavenly Society. I too withdraw. Me as well. As one after another began to withdraw, Qi felt no anger. Rather, a sense of joy welled within him. With these fair-weather followers departing, the progression of the Heavenly Society would undoubtedly flourish. Grey Wolf observed the exiting members with a silent scoff, envisioning their future regrets. Recently, having ascended to the de facto third-in-command of the Heavenly Society, he had become privy to information that surpassed that of others. Each time Qi visited, he did not change his carriage, making him easily identifiable alongside He Fu and his associates. Recently, Grey Wolf's former subordinates had informed him that while consolidating other factions, they had spotted Qi and his group. They revealed that Qi's carriage had been frequently entering and exiting the Xianying Palace, suggesting that he might reside there. Upon receiving this intelligence, Grey Wolf instructed his subordinates to keep the information confidential. Since Qi clearly wished to remain incognito, he would feign ignorance. However, Grey Wolf had come to realize that the origins of Qi and Fu Su were likely far grander than he had previously imagined, so vast that it was almost beyond his comprehension. A quarter of an hour later, 1/3 of those present expressed their desire to withdraw, comprising mostly recent entrants to the Heavenly Society. Their emotional ties to the organization were negligible, especially considering the Society's regulations prohibiting the oppression of the common people. This has resulted in a significant decline in the income of these individuals, leading some to consider withdrawal as a more favorable option. Observing those who have stepped forward, Qi is not surprised. I leave these matters in your hands, he says, glancing at Fu Su. Rest assured, my friend. By the way, where is the brother who is watching the gate with you? I am here, Grandmaster, replies a man who has run up to Qi. What is your name? Qi inquires. My name is Wang Jian, he responds. Ah, a man of both name and lineage. Your family must be of good standing. They are merchants. Wang Jian admits, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. Just like Goer, you should start by following the Grey Wolf. Thank you, Grandmaster. As Qi observes Fu Su managing the departing individuals with remarkable order, he nods in approval. There has indeed been a change, at the very least. He has learned to swear. A commendable start, wouldn't you agree? After spending some time there, Qi boarded a carriage and returned to the palace of Xianying. No sooner had he stepped into his residence than Mo Shui emerged. You have yet to take your medicinal bath or practice your lightness skills. You cannot rest. He Qi glanced at him Shui, then walked dejectedly toward the side hall. He needed to take a bath first. If you don't call out, I have something to discuss with you, said He Qi, opening his eyes to see He Kuei before him in the bath. What is it? He asked, forcing himself to remain composed. The Confucians have returned. He Qi frowned slightly. Is it just Fu Sheng, or are there others? He Kuei gave He Qi a knowing look. Indeed, there are others besides him. Who? Please don't tell me it's Xuanzi. He Kuei replied with annoyance. Xuanzi has long been deceased. It cannot be him. However, this individual is the highest-ranking Confucian in the present day. He Qi withdrew his hands from the bath and spread them wide. So, the emperor wishes for him to remain in Xianyang. How? He Kuei appeared somewhat exasperated. Naturally, it would be best for him to serve in the court. What does that have to do with me? He Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Correct. This task has been entrusted to you by the emperor. I am not a nuclear-powered donkey. I need to rest. Once the task is accomplished, the emperor shall bestow generous rewards. What kind of rewards? A wife, perhaps? Although He Kuei did not grasp the meaning of wife, he could tell from He Qi's tone that it must be something desirable. I am not sure what the rewards entail. But I heard the emperor inquiring about the remaining gold in the treasury. Really? He Qi exclaimed. You should have mentioned the gold sooner. He Kuei cast a disdainful glance at He Qi, knowing well how he would react. This is merely my conjecture. He Qi, upon hearing this, sank back into the bath and languidly remarked, let us discuss it tomorrow. By the way, what is the name of that Confucian? Huang Pu Qing Tian. He Qi rummaged through his mind and found no record of this individual. Since no record exists, he must not be a great Confucian. He likely only holds a significant lineage advantage. Thus, He Qi felt no urgency. After all, it is the Confucians who are in need of him, not the other way around. Upon this realization, He Qi began to immerse himself in a medicinal bath, setting aside thoughts of Confucianism for another day. Even a nuclear-powered donkey requires rest, does it not? As dawn broke on the second day, He Qi was still not fully awake when He Kuei arrived to escort him to Qin Yu's residence. Inside the carriage, He Qi yawned, gazing sleepily at He Kuei. Is Commander He truly in such a hurry? They cannot escape. Currently, it is the Confucians who seek my assistance. Would it not be prudent to resolve their matters sooner rather than later? Do you not realize how much the emperor values this issue? Rest assured, the Confucians will acquiesce. This paper and printing technology is sufficient to sway the entire Confucian community. Not even Huang Pu Qing Tian, nor even Confucius himself, would deny my request, provided our interaction remains purely scholarly. He Kuei glanced at He Qi and shook his head. You overestimate yourself. You wouldn't stand a chance against Confucius, even with one hand. This piqued He Qi's interest. Leaning closer to He Kuei with enthusiasm, he inquired, what was Confucius truly like? Was he really a muscular giant, over 6 feet tall, bearing a bronze sword named Virtue? That is a question better posed to the Confucians, He Kuei replied. Feeling somewhat dejected, He Qi settled back into his seat. It seems inappropriate for me to inquire of the Confucians. He Kuei cast a look of disbelief, as if to say, you know it's inappropriate. Upon arriving at Qin Yu's estate, the young attendant quickly rushed to announce He Qi's arrival. At that moment, Fu Sheng, who was conducting early lessons for the other disciples of Confucianism, stepped out to greet him, while Huang Pu Qing Tian remained seated, engrossed in the Analects. Long time no see, young master He, Fu Sheng greeted warmly. Indeed, it has been a while, Mr. Fu Sheng, He Qi replied. Fu Sheng, accompanied by Qin Yu, led He Qi into the main hall. Young master He, this is my esteemed teacher, Huang Pu Qing Tian. As they entered the hall, Fu Sheng introduced the now-standing Huang Pu Qing Tian, who had set aside the Analects. Greetings, great Confucian Huang Pu, He Qi acknowledged. Young master He, your talents are commendable. I have heard much about you, Huang Pu Qing Tian responded respectfully. Once everyone was seated, the attendants served tea. He Qi, however, did not partake. Directing his gaze towards Huang Pu Qing Tian. I wonder how the Confucians have deliberated. Are you willing to accept my terms? Fu Sheng and Qin Yu exchanged glances before turning their attention to Huang Pu Qing Tian. Setting down his cup, Huang Pu Qing Tian remarked, Young master He, you are indeed forthright. Time is of the essence for me, and I have little patience for idle chatter. Moreover, you haven't even offered me a meal. Please, let us get straight to the point. Will you agree to my terms, or not? Observing Huang Pu Qing Tian's leisurely demeanor, He Qi felt a pang of urgency. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Pu Qing Tian looked at He Qi, then at Fu Sheng and Qin Yu. before finally picking up the Analects. The Confucians have consented. Would it not have been better to do this earlier? He Qi revealed a sincere smile, feeling that this first step had finally been taken. Yet, he pondered the ease with which this step had been achieved. Well. Since the Confucians have agreed, I shall present them with a gift. I can assist the Confucians by printing 100 copies of their classics at no charge. Then I must express my gratitude to Lord He added. With the matter concluded, He Qi was now ready to fulfill the task assigned to him by Yingzheng. Master Huangpu, will you be resting in Xianyang for a few days? Huangpu Qingtian glanced at He Qi and then at the imposing figure of He Wei behind him, smiling. Are you attempting to keep me in Xianyang? Indeed, He Qi replied directly, surprising Huangpu Qingtian with his forthrightness. Is it you who wishes to retain my presence? Or is it the emperor's decree? Both, He Qi clarified. I wish to keep you because I intend to establish a private academy and hope you will assist me. As for His Majesty, he desires you to serve in court. A position of doctor has already been prepared for you. Huangpu Qingtian shook his head. As for an official position, I have no interest in the political arena. Moreover, I do not represent merely myself. He Qi inwardly dismissed the remark, deeming it mere pretense. Regarding the private academy you mentioned, do enlighten me further. Perhaps you may pique my interest. He Qi proceeded to unveil glimpses of his future plans to Huangpu Qingtian and the others. However, this brief revelation left them astonished. They had not anticipated such an expansive vision spanning years, even decades. But upon hearing his intentions, Huangpu Qingtian and the others regarded him with peculiar expressions. Phew, that is the general outline, He Qi exhaled, observing Huangpu Qingtian. After He Qi concluded, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. If your plan comes to fruition, then indeed the Qin Dynasty could endure. Yet, you would inevitably offend all the prominent families and clans. Are you not apprehensive? Huangpu Qingtian fixed his gaze upon He Qi, awaiting his response. Anyone who obstructs my path will either vanish or be made to disappear, He Qi asserted. Huangpu Qingtian nodded in acknowledgement. In agreeing to He Qi's terms, the Confucians had already positioned themselves in opposition to those clans and families. Thus, He Qi's stance towards them was of utmost significance. And it appeared that Huangpu Qingtian was quite satisfied with his answer. I shall contemplate this further. I see that Master Huangpu enjoys tea, He Qi remarked, shifting the topic unexpectedly. Huangpu Qingtian paused, glancing at his teacup. Indeed, I have a fondness for tea. I also possess some tea, though it differs somewhat from what you are accustomed to. Would you care to sample it? Oh, I shall try Lord He's tea, Huangpu Qingtian replied. He Qi took out the tea leaves and poured out the contents of his teacup, which was more akin to broth, then prepared a cup of tea for Huangpu Qingtian. Please, do have a taste, Master Huangpu. He Qi presented the teacup to Emperor Qingtian. Observing the simplicity of the tea, the emperor felt a twinge of curiosity. He took the cup, blew gently upon it, and sipped. The initial taste was slightly bitter, yet it was followed by a subtle sweetness, quite delightful indeed. Seeing the emperor's satisfaction, He Qi felt a sense of approval. As long as he enjoyed it, that was sufficient. In the ensuing moments, He Qi conferred with Fu Sheng and the others regarding the specific tasks of Confucianism. As noon approached, He Qi noticed that Emperor Qingtian and his entourage had no intention of inviting him to share a meal. Rising to take his leave, he mused to himself about the waning affection. Not even a meal was offered. Take care, young Master He. Fu Sheng and Chunyu bid farewell as they escorted He Qi to the door. By the way, young Master He, our Confucian delegation is rather large this time. We intend to leave some members behind to educate the children of the common folk, while the remainder will depart from Xianyang, Fu Sheng informed him. He Qi smiled at Fu Sheng. That is a matter for your Confucian sect. There is no need for Mr. Fu to consult me. Once He Qi boarded the carriage, Fu Sheng's smile gradually faded as he made his way to the back courtyard. Zhang Liang could no longer remain here. Upon his return yesterday, he had noticed an influx of people outside the residence. Although Fu Sheng was uncertain whether these individuals came for Confucianism or for Zhang Liang, it was clear that Zhang could not stay in Xianyang any longer. On the carriage, He Wei observed He Qi and remarked somberly, Fu Sheng's concern likely does not extend to the other disciples of Confucianism. His true worry lies with that rebel you refer to as Zifang. He Qi was puzzled, questioning how He Wei had discerned Zhang Liang's rebellious nature. Noticing He Qi's bewildered expression, He Wei chuckled. Is he not a rebel? Not at this moment, He Qi replied. That fellow indeed qualifies as a rebel, He Wei declared as he rose, determined to take action. Hey, Old He, where are you off to? Qi inquired. To capture the rebel, of course. Anyone who has caught your attention must be a significant threat. He cannot be allowed to escape. Wait. Qi interjected, halting He Wei, who looked back in confusion. This rebel is already in Xianyang. Why not seize him? Qi countered. I have my reasons for keeping him. I wish to retain him to aid Qin in expanding its territories. He Wei was perplexed by this statement. How could a rebel assist Qin in its expansion? Rest assured, I have a plan. Did you not send people to follow him? Indeed, I dispatched 4 groups to shadow him. He Wei confirmed. What? Qi was taken aback, realizing the cleverness of old He. If possible, it would be best to infiltrate his inner circle. Consider this. Capturing him now would only net a single rebel. If he manages to unite all the rebels across Qin and gather them, then Qi extended his hand and clenched it tightly. He Wei regarded him thoughtfully, coming to appreciate the wisdom in Qi's words. Rather than searching for rebels across the vast expanse of Qin like searching for a needle in a haystack, it would be far more effective to let them congregate, allowing for a comprehensive capture. Ah, indeed. As Qi reclined languidly in the carriage, it jolted unexpectedly over a bump. Ha! Serves you right for not sitting properly. You're like a jellyfish without bones, he remarked. Old He, you know nothing. This is merely the unevenness of the road, unrelated to my posture. If the road is so rough, it ought to be repaired. Ever since His Majesty unified the 6 kingdoms, it's improved beyond measure. Upon hearing He Kuei's words, Qi felt a wave of regret wash over him. To achieve wealth, one must first repair the roads? How could I have overlooked such an important matter? What are you babbling about? Asked He Kuei. Repairing roads. I've been feeling like I've forgotten something, and it turns out it was this. He Kuei decided against returning to the palace for now and opted to head to the estate. Qi redirected the carriage towards the estate. At that moment, Qi took out his phone to search for the components and manufacturing process of cement. Observing Qi diligently scrolling through his device, He Kuei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Although he had seen such a gadget before, he remained fascinated by how something so small could access such vast information. As Qi delved into his research, he hastily took screenshots, and once he had captured all the necessary information, he closed the browser to review the content. The more he examined, the more his expression twisted in dismay. Initially, Qi believed that cement production would be straightforward. However, upon further investigation, he discovered that while the materials and proportions were not the issue, the process was rather complex. Fortunately, the estate possessed a blast furnace. Otherwise, they would have faced delays. After reviewing the procedures, Qi opened a hidden compartment in the carriage and retrieved several sheets of paper and a pen. With a hint of irritation in He Kuei's gaze, Qi handed him the phone along with the paper and pen. He Kuei hesitated at first, staring at Qi with an exasperated expression. You've really put in a lot of effort, old He, Qi said, raising the phone and materials. With a long sigh, He Kuei accepted the items and began transcribing. By the time the carriage arrived at the estate, he had just finished copying everything. He returned the phone to Qi, his face etched with irritation. You needn't look at me like that. After all, these notes are for His Majesty, and I'm merely helping you out. I truly appreciate it. He Kuei gritted through clenched teeth. It's only right that you do, Qi replied, noticing He Kuei's hand rise in exasperation. Seizing the moment, Qi dashed toward the factory, though his agility was still in its infancy. He was swiftly caught by He Kuei, who jabbed him lightly. Ouch! The pain elicited an involuntary exclamation from Qi. Don't mention it, replied He Kuei, a smug expression on his face, while Qi muttered under his breath, refraining from voicing any curses. Upon reaching the factory, Qi sought out Mo Jia, handing him the cement formula and instructing him to begin production. As for Mo Li, Qi had a more pressing matter for him to investigate, and Mo Li was currently engaged in that research. Lord Xiaofu, the workshop you instructed us to reserve has commenced operations. Would you like to take a look? Qi nodded and, before departing, advised Mo Jia not to strictly adhere to the cement ratio he had written. It was essential to create additional control groups and select the best among them. After briefing Mo Jia, Qi proceeded to the workshop mentioned by Mo Jia, where only one type of product was to be manufactured as per Qi's request. Is this what you refer to as railway tracks? He Kuei inquired, gazing at the iron bars piled on the ground. Indeed, these are the railway tracks. What purpose do they serve? You have the most workers here, yet they are all engaged in manufacturing items unknown to us. That reflects your ignorance. This is a form of road, a unique one known as a railway. A road? According to your blueprint, are you intending to run horse-drawn carriages on it? Qi cast a disdainful glance at He Kuei. Believe it or not, some have indeed used horses to pull carts on this. Once the cement is developed, we shall commence construction of the railway. By the way, is the Great Wall still under construction? Qi recalled having released the convicts from Mount Li and seemed to have forgotten about a group of individuals. The Great Wall? If you refer to the one built during the reign of King Zhao of Qin to resist the northern Xiongnu and the Yizhu nomadic tribes, then no, that does not exist. Who mentioned that? I am speaking of the Great Wall of 10,000 miles. Are you certain you are not misremembering historical records? Perhaps you should verify. He Kuei's remark left Qi momentarily perplexed. By the heavens, could I have misremembered? With that thought, Qi stepped into a secluded area to check his phone. After searching, he discovered that the Great Wall had only begun construction around the 32nd year of the first emperor's reign. Given that it was currently the 28th year, the construction of the Great Wall was still several years away. At this moment, Qi realized that the building of the Great Wall would commence after the fall of that meteorite. In that case, why bother with constructing the Great Wall? We should proceed directly with the railway. Chapter 88. Indeed, what one thinks, one achieves ultimately. The Great Wall was erected to defend against northern nomadic tribes. If all the northern territories were incorporated into the realm, then constructing the Great Wall would seem futile. Contemplating this, Qi felt that his idea was entirely feasible. As long as the railway was established, it would not be nomadic tribes invading anymore. Instead, it would be the Qin seeking reasons to reclaim so-called lost territories. Noticing Qi's quiet, mischievous smile, He Kuei could not help but inquire, "What is the matter?" "Oh, nothing. I simply misremembered." "Misremembered," Qi replied, putting away his phone and returning to the workshop. He gazed at the railway tracks on the ground, already envisioning the scene of trains speeding along the tracks, carrying carloads of Qin soldiers into the vast grasslands. Let us return and await news from Mo Jia. The creation of this cement will not be accomplished in a single day, and I am too weary to wait here for updates. I have yet to take my medicinal bath today. As Qi rode back to Xianyang, he suddenly remembered they had seemingly forgotten something. They had not yet had lunch. Upon returning to the Xianyang palace, Qi first satisfied his hunger before proceeding to the side hall to prepare for his medicinal bath. As he entered, he noticed that Mo Shui appeared somewhat distracted today, as if burdened by some concern. When Qi began his medicinal bath, Mo Shui stepped aside, lost in thought. Occasionally, she glanced at Qi, as if she had something she wished to convey. However, upon seeing He Kuei, she shook her head and swallowed her words. "I will step out now. You can speak with Qi." He Kuei suddenly interjected, casting a glance at Mo Shui before exiting. Hearing He Kuei's words, Qi opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Mo Shui, whose expression was fraught with conflict. "Do you have something to discuss with me?" Mo Shui nodded, biting her lip. "Actually, there are methods to alleviate your discomfort during the medicinal bath. You aren't suggesting that I seek the aid of a physician, are you?" A glint of interest flickered in Qi's eyes, though Mo Shui remained oblivious. "Indeed, if we can locate the successor of a physician, she will be able to ease your suffering. What must I offer in return?" Mo Shui looked at Qi cautiously and replied, "You need only share your medical knowledge with her, and she will assist you." "My medical knowledge? I mentioned possessing a medical book, but I never claimed to be skilled in medicine. How can you say you lack medical skills? Did you not treat that soldier's wound using your knowledge? And your box? I've never seen the items within. You seem quite familiar with physicians, despite claiming not to know anyone from that circle." At this, Mo Shui fell silent. "Oh, you bring this up because your physician friend has arrived in Xianyang?" Mo Shui looked astonished at Qi's insight. "How did you know? Next time you communicate with your friend, remember to avoid the palace. You search my correspondence." Anger flashed across Mo Shui's face. "Even if you send messages via birds, this place is filled with skilled individuals. If I hadn't made the necessary arrangements, not a single note would have reached its destination. This is the Xianyang Palace. But if my bird were captured, it would return, and most importantly, it carries poison." Mo Shui's eyes were filled with doubt. She was indeed aware that this was Xianyang Palace, but she had unwavering confidence in her bird. That bird was solely responsible for her communication with her friend, and the poison it carried could only be neutralized by her companion. Without such assurances, she would never have dared to use a bird for messages within the palace. Qi shrugged. "Don't ask me. I have no idea. In any case, I'm aware of everything contained in your note. Then why do you feign ignorance?" "All right. I admit I intended to leverage your connection to the physicians. It appears they, too, wish to meet with me. Despicable, Mo Shui gritted out through clenched teeth. Thank you for the compliment. So when shall we meet your friend? Although Mo Shui was initially incensed, she recognized that her friend genuinely wished to meet He Qi. With a glare of indignation, she replied, tomorrow at the estate. Thank you. With that, He Qi closed his eyes and began to absorb the benefits of the medicinal bath. Crack. He Kuei pushed open the door and entered the hall. Mo Shui cast a glance at He Kuei, aware that he was eavesdropping outside. These two rascals. Remember to ask your friend for the antidote pills. Humph. Mo Shui disregarded He Kuei and He Qi, storming out in a fit of anger. Once she exited, He Qi opened his eyes and looked at He Kuei. Is a brother poisoned? That toxin is quite troublesome. All we can do is suppress its effects, not completely eradicate it. The medical practitioners are not only skilled in healing, but also in the art of poison. He Kuei shot a glance at He Qi, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. Perhaps you should focus on your own matters first. Me? What does this have to do with me? Just as He Qi finished speaking, Mo Shui, with a dark expression, re-entered the hall. The medicinal bath was over. It was time to practice. Seeing Mo Shui's somber face, He Qi felt a pang of dread. He had been so caught up in his own act that he forgot there were still lessons to follow. Then, glancing at He Kuei's gleeful countenance, he gritted his teeth and stood up to leave. That afternoon, He Qi experienced the true essence of retribution. In her fury, Mo Shui disregarded He Qi as a mere human. What should have been a 10-kilogram sandbag was abruptly increased to 20 kilograms, all under the guise of doing He Qi a favor. With this heavy burden, He Qi began jumping into pits and leaping atop the hall, resulting in a training regimen that far exceeded the usual by threefold. By nightfall, He Qi lay in bed utterly exhausted. He slept soundly that night. The next morning, He Qi, accompanied by He Kuei and Mo Shui, made their way toward the manor. Along the way, Mo Shui maintained a stern demeanor, still angry about the earlier incident. Upon reaching the manor, He Qi first sought out Bai Su, sitting beside him and observing the nearly ripe corn. Old Bai, look at this corn. It will soon be ready for harvest. Once we gather this corn and the potatoes, the citizens of Qin will no longer worry about food. Indeed, we owe much to you. However, I have heard that repeated planting of these two crops could affect the soil. Bai Su turned to He Qi, a serious expression on his face. Is what you say true? What should we do? Fear not, old Bai, aside from these two crops, I possess another variety, a grain that an esteemed predecessor devoted his life to researching. Not only is it high-yielding, but it is also quite delicious. If you have something better, why not present it? He Qi smirked slightly. That particular crop had only recently been discovered, and he felt powerless. At that moment, a soldier from the Qin army approached with news. My lord, there is someone outside the manor seeking an audience. Upon hearing that someone wished to meet, He Qi had yet to depart, while Mo Shui swiftly dashed out like a gust of wind. Let us go see this heir of the medical family. Observing the retreating figures of He Qi and He Kuei, Bai Su was filled with curiosity. A medical family? Could it be that little girl? You truly aim to align with all the families. By the time He Qi reached the manor's exterior, he found Mo Shui laughing and chatting with a young woman. The woman, with an air of tranquility, gazed gently at Mo Shui, a subtle smile gracing her lips. However, upon seeing her, He Qi's mind was flooded with a few words. Goodness, the little healer from the Duel of Spirits. The woman, whom Mo Shui was holding on to, possessed delicate lavender eyes and pale hair that was not devoid of vitality. Clad in simple attire, she carried a small cloth pouch at her waist and a modest wooden box on her back, exuding an aura of fragility. I am He Qi. Might you be the heir of the medical lineage? Ouyang Qingyu, he ventured, acknowledging her esteemed reputation. Have you heard of my name? She replied, her voice soft and gentle. He Qi, intending to be courteous, found himself in an awkward predicament. Sister Qingyu, pay him no mind. He is but a despicable fellow who has captured the birds we sent with messages and has seen our correspondence. I am aware, Ouyang Qingyu responded. As He Qi and Mo Shui exchanged puzzled glances, questioning what she meant by that. Even He Kuei squinted at her, sensing that this seemingly delicate girl was not as she appeared. Had I not altered the poison on the birds, your people would have perished long ago. He Qi furrowed his brow. So, Miss Ouyang is aware that we intercepted your birds with Mo Shui. Why? Then, at that moment, He Kuei stepped forward, tightening his grip on a surgical knife concealed within his sleeve. As stated in the letter, I am intrigued by your medical skills. Ouyang Qingyu turned her gaze towards He Kuei. There is no need for you to be tense. Our medical clan has no intention of involving ourselves in such matters. Our sole purpose is to heal and save lives. Whether it be the court or rebels, it is of no concern to us. Despite her assurances, He Kuei continued to scrutinize her, his demeanor still unyielding. This is the antidote. Dissolve it in water and consume, Ouyang Qingyu said, producing a pill from her pouch and tossing it to He Kuei. He caught the pill, glanced at her, and then summoned someone to take it. Miss Ouyang, please. He Qi gestured, leading the way, with Ouyang Qingyu and Mo Shui following closely behind. Sister Qingyu, how did you know that our birds were intercepted? He Qi deliberately slowed his pace, prompting He Kuei to prick up his ears. Ouyang Qingyu glanced at He Qi and replied softly, those birds were raised by me since childhood, and with the poison on them having diminished, I could certainly sense it. Oh, I see. So, it appears I was completely in the dark? Mo Shui remarked, to which He Qi thought, a flicker of self-awareness, albeit scant. Sister Qingyu, if the birds were poisoned, how come I am unharmed? Mo Shui inquired. Because you are foolish, He Qi silently retorted. Of course, I had already provided you with the antidote. As He Qi listened to the exchange between Mo Shui and Ouyang Qingyu, he began to comprehend the dynamics. Ouyang Qingyu resembled an older sister, while Mo Shui appeared more like an immature child. Just as they returned to the courtyard, they encountered Bai Su, who was about to leave. Upon seeing Ouyang Qingyu, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Ah, it truly is you, the young lady of the medical family. By Xiaokuei, how unfamiliar. By Gong, Ouyang Qingyu smiled sweetly. I made a little adjustment, but it feels rather strange, haha. Haha, that is more like it. I never expected you to come to Xianyang as well. Upon hearing certain matters, Bai Su glanced at He Qi, certain it was related to him. Sister Qingyu. At this moment, Bai Wan stepped out upon hearing the voices, immediately spotting the group before Bai Su. Wanner, you are here too. As she approached with a smile, the usual severity of Bai Wan was absent, and Ouyang Qingyu greeted her with a smile. Well, it seems everyone knows each other. The medical family indeed has extensive connections. However, upon reflection, it is understandable. Can a physician's network not be vast, especially in this era where even minor ailments can be fatal? Humph, a violent one. You wish to fight, do you? Who fears whom? You must catch up to me first. Enough. Why do you resort to fighting upon meeting? Ouyang Qingyu, somewhat exasperated, intervened to separate Mo Shui and Bai Wan. Upon hearing her words, Mo Shui and Bai Wan exchanged glances, then huffed and turned away. Ouyang Qingyu shook her head, her expression tinged with helplessness. I am getting old. You young ones carry on. I shall check on the grains. We must not be distracted at this time. Once Bai Su departed, the others exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into silence. He Qi discerned this would not do. He turned to Ouyang Qingyu. Miss Ouyang, I have heard that the medical family can alleviate suffering during medicinal baths. Is that true? Indeed. Then I may assist you during your medicinal bath. But you must offer your medical skills in return. No problem. I shall fetch them for you at once. He Qi dashed into his room and emerged shortly after. Here you go. Ouyang Qingyu accepted the book He Qi handed over. The Handbook for Barefoot Doctors. What a peculiar title. Mo Shui remarked disdainfully about the book's name, then noticed something. Why is there only this small volume? This is merely 1/5 of the content. Where's the rest? Mo Shui observed the pages clearly torn from the book and expressed her dissatisfaction towards He Qi. You are mistaken. This is not 1/5. More like 1/10. Mo Shui nodded. You. Mo Shui seemed about to say something, but Ouyang Qingyu interrupted her. Ouyang Qingyu flipped through the book briefly. He Qi had even torn out the table of contents. As she perused the book, Ouyang Qingyu became captivated by its contents, filled with information she had never heard or seen before. How does Miss Ouyang find it? Miss Ouyang? He Qi called out twice, but Ouyang Qingyu did not respond. It was Mo Shui who gently nudged her. Sister Qingyu. Oh, how do you find this book, Miss Ouyang? Good. I only hope that young master he will not be stingy with the remaining 90% of the content. Certainly, certainly. But some of the material within is not suitable for this era. This era? Ouyang Qingyu did not comprehend. He Qi merely shrugged. He could not reveal that the book also contained information on battlefield rescue. Could he? Young master let us find a place for the medicinal bath. At this moment, Ouyang Qingyu was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to delve into the contents of the Barefoot Doctor's manual. Please follow me, He Qi beckoned, leading the way. Meanwhile, Mo Shui gently tugged at Ouyang Qingyu's arm, and glanced up at the birds resting on the eaves. Ouyang Qingyu nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Nearby, He Kuei and Bai Yuan noticed the peculiar interaction between the two. Bai Yuan remained silent, but He Kuei furrowed his brow, occasionally casting glances their way. Upon entering the room, He Qi turned to Ouyang Qingyu, saying, I must trouble you, Miss Ouyang. However, I would prefer not to trouble you just yet. I have some medicinal ingredients that require your preparation. Please send someone to gather them. Very well. Hey Fu, bring me paper and a pen. After Ouyang Qingyu wrote down the items she needed and handed the list to He Fu, she cautioned, they must be alive. Alive? He Qi sensed something amiss. My lord. He Fu appears somewhat distressed upon seeing the list, he remarked. Let me take a look, He Qi said, taking the paper in hand. As he read the contents, a shiver ran down his spine. Toads, venomous snakes, scorpions, centipedes, spiders, poisons all. Is this truly a medicinal ingredient? This is tantamount to a death sentence. And they must be alive? If so, I might very well meet my demise, he thought, casting a glance at the seemingly innocent Ouyang Qingyu. He Qi gritted his teeth and returned the list to He Fu. Go prepare these, but instruct the brothers to be cautious. Here, dissolve this in water and have everyone drink a bowl. Then there will be no cause for fear. Ouyang Qingyu extracted a pill from her small satchel and handed it to He Fu. After He Fu departed, He Qi regarded Ouyang Qingyu. Is this the only method available? Are there no alternatives? Ouyang Qingyu, her gaze fixed on the book in her hands, did not respond. Mo Shui, aware of Ouyang Qingyu's honesty, quickly interjected, Oh, Sister Qingyu insists on using whatever is necessary. After all, she is the heir of a medical lineage, not you. He Qi looked skeptically at the two before him, feeling as though he were being toyed with. At that moment, he glanced at He Kuei, seeking an answer through his expression. He Kuei, mirroring He Qi's gesture, shrugged his shoulders, signifying his own ignorance. Realizing this, He Qi resolved to heed the doctor's advice. Approximately an hour later, He Fu returned, accompanied by several guards, each carrying a cage filled with the requested items. Very well, young master we may commence, Ouyang Qingyu said, closing her book and observing He Qi's conflicted expression. Perhaps I should forego this. I am accustomed to minor discomforts and would not wish to impose on Miss Ouyang. In that case, I would feel indebted regarding this book. No matter, consider it a token of friendship, a gift for Miss Ouyang. I am not one to owe favors, rest assured, they one tea bite. He Qi's eyes conveyed disbelief. What nonsense is this? They one tea bite. Gazing at the creatures within the cages sent chills down his spine. He gritted his teeth and stepped into the bathtub, steeling himself for what lay ahead. At this moment, Ouyang Qingyu approached the cages. And with a mere wave of her hand, the previously agitated creatures within fell silent, lying still as though lifeless. He Hui observed this scene with narrowed eyes. Regarding Ouyang Qingyu with caution, her mastery of toxic arts was indeed formidable. Once the animals succumbed to the effects of the drugs, Ouyang Qingyu retrieved 5 poisonous substances from the cages and proceeded toward He Qi's bathing tub. He Qi's expression darkened as he witnessed Ouyang Qingyu advancing towards him step by step. With a resounding thud, Ouyang Qingyu cast the contents of her hand into the tub and then extracted a packet of powdered medicine from her bag, sprinkling it into the water. Following this, she produced several silver needles and, with precision, plunged them into He Qi's back. Instantly, He Qi felt a significant alleviation of pain, particularly in his legs. The remedy was indeed effective. However, upon seeing the ominous substances floating before him, his nerves tightened once more. He began to suspect that these so-called medicinal ingredients were merely a ruse concocted by Ouyang Qingyu, a form of retribution for his perusal of her correspondence with Mo Shui. Would these entities awaken? As Ouyang Qingyu turned to walk away, He Qi, filled with dread, called out, Rest assured, they shall not awaken. Realizing they were already deceased brought him some comfort, though the situation remained unsettling. Throughout the duration of the medicinal bath, aside from managing the energy within his body, He Qi's gaze remained fixed on the foreboding substances before him. He was genuinely apprehensive that they might suddenly come to life and bite him. Fortuitously, the entities remained inert until the very end. Miss Ouyang, will these medicinal ingredients be required for future baths? He Qi inquired, glancing at the creatures in the cages. How could one capture so many? No need. The ingredients are only required once, she replied. That is a relief, He Qi sighed, patting his chest in relief. However, a thought struck him. How could these substances be used only once? Turning to scrutinize Ouyang Qingyu, he noticed a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Damn it, she is indeed deceiving me. A form of revenge for my curiosity regarding her letters with Mo Shui. Let us proceed to practice. Mo Shui declared cheerfully as she led the way outside. He Chi cast a glance at He Hui, who shrugged in resignation, indicating his inability to intervene. Exhaling deeply, He Chi followed suit. The following morning, as He Chi rose early, he stepped into the courtyard to find Ouyang Qingyu busy drying an assortment of items. Miss Ouyang, you are up early, he greeted. Ouyang Qingyu continued to tend to her belongings on the ground. Isn't Lord He also up quite early? As He Chi approached, he observed the striking contrast of her white hair and her pale lavender eyes, which imparted an exotic allure. Ouyang Qingyu lifted her head, meeting He Chi's curious gaze. What is it? Does Lord He find something peculiar? Just a bit. Miss Ouyang, are you not from the Central Plains? Why do you ask? Your eyes. Has Lord He encountered eyes of different hues? He Chi nodded, having seen many. Then why is Lord He not afraid? They say it is an ominous sign, and those close to me may encounter misfortune. Listening to Ouyang Qingyu's soft and feeble voice, He Chi contemptuously remarked, they simply lack the ability to appreciate. Ouyang Qingyu lowered her head and continued to organize the scattered items on the ground, lamenting, what a pity, this is not an innate skill, and even you, young master He, cannot appreciate it. Upon hearing this, He Chi found himself at a loss for words and decided it was best to go eat instead. My lord, Mo Jia has informed you that the cement you requested has been produced. After finishing his meal, He Chi was basking in the sun in the courtyard when He Fu entered to announce the completion of the cement research. So soon? Let's go have a look. Arriving at the factory, Mo Jia was leading a group of people in front of a cement wall. Beside this wall stood over a dozen similar structures, albeit with varying degrees of cracks and signs of impact. Only the wall in front of Mo Jia bore the marks of impact, yet displayed no fissures. Young master, is this the cement you desired? I have just conducted tests, and it meets the standards you outlined, Mo Jia said, pointing excitedly at the cement wall as He Chi approached. He Chi stepped forward and picked up a nearby hammer, swinging it down with force. The impact reverberated through his hand, yet the wall remained unscathed. Excellent, excellent. Is this the ratio I provided you? Mo Jia shook his head. Not quite. There are some discrepancies. Oh, that is to be expected, considering that ratio is from 2,000 years ahead. Manufacture it according to this ratio. Produce as much as you can in a day. Understood. He Fu, spread the word. We are still hiring workers. Yes. Let us return to the palace to discuss this with His Majesty. In the carriage back to the Xianying Palace, only He Chi and He Kuei remained, as Mo Shui would be staying at the estate. This was not without reason. He Chi would need to undergo medicinal baths at the estate from now on. And it was simple. Ouyang Qingyu would not be residing in Xianying Palace. Setting aside Ouyang Qingyu's own wishes, He Chi could not allow her to stay in the palace. He was genuinely concerned that this master of poisons might one day, in a fit of madness, administer poison to Ying Zheng, and the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, starting today, He Chi would no longer need to undergo daily medicinal baths. He could manage with them every 3 days, gradually extending to 5, 7, or even 15 days. Inside the returning carriage, He Chi took out a blank memorial. This would be his first attempt at writing such a document, and he felt a surge of excitement. However, as he held the pen and gazed at the empty paper, he found himself uncertain of where to begin. He Kuei watched He Chi with keen interest, curious to see how this initial memorial would take shape. Yet, as He Chi remained motionless with the pen, an unsettling premonition began to brew within He Kuei. Indeed, He Kuei observed He Chi nodding as though he had resolved something, and then he saw He Chi, beaming with a smile, hand the memorial to him. Commander He, I must trouble you once more. He Kuei gazed at the memorial and pen that had been presented before him. Gritting his teeth, you are aware of the trouble this causes. With a hint of irritation, he seized the memorial and declared vehemently, speak of what you wish to write. I shall provide the content, and you may assist me with the phrasing. Please, Your Majesty, grant the counties the authority to independently recruit labor for the construction of railways and cement roads, with each worker receiving 10 copper coins per day. Anyone daring enough to embezzle shall face severe punishment. Is that all? Just these few words, and you cannot compose them yourself? You require my assistance? These are the essential points. I am at a loss for the formalities that follow, hence my need for your guidance. Commander He Kuei exhaled sharply and began to write, speaking as he did so. Even without those formalities, His Majesty would not raise any objections. Still, it is preferable to maintain a semblance of formality. After all, should my memorial circulate throughout the counties, it would not reflect well on me to present it in such a manner. Considering this possibility, Hequa lifted his pen and continued to assist He Qi in refining the document. By the time their carriage arrived at the Xianying Palace, Hequa had just completed the memorial. Upon disembarking, he handed the document to He Qi. He Qi accepted the memorial gratefully, saying, "Thank you, old He. I owe you a meal someday." Hequa merely shook his head and followed He Qi into the palace. "Your Majesty, I have matters to report." Ingzheng found it somewhat amusing to see He Qi bowing so earnestly. "What is it? Speak and let us hear." "This is a memorial I have composed. I humbly request your Majesty's perusal." "You can write memorials now? You brought it yourself." Ingzheng eyed the document in He Qi's hand with curiosity, eager to see the quality of his writing. He Qi hurried to Ingzheng's side and presented the memorial. Ingzheng accepted it and opened it for a brief glance. This was penned with Hequa's assistance, was it not? Commander, he merely helped me refine it. The memorial was straightforward, and after a quick read, Ingzheng grasped He Qi's intentions. "I am aware of what cement is. What exactly is this railway?" "It is yet another form of road, albeit one requiring specialized vehicles." "Specialized vehicles? How far can they travel in a day?" "Under normal circumstances, it would take merely 2 days and nights to journey from Xianying to Liaodong County." Ingzheng suddenly turned to He Qi with surprise. "Really?" He Qi nodded vigorously, feeling he had perhaps overshared. "I envision this railway traversing the entirety of the Qin. Rest assured, Your Majesty, this is merely a matter of time. Though it will necessitate significant manpower and resources, you need only proceed with the work. The remainder is not for you to concern yourself with." Observing Ingzheng's demeanor, He Qi felt it prudent to express his worries. "Your Majesty, you do not intend to conscript laborers, do you? Is that not permissible?" "Your Majesty, did you not read my memorial? I explicitly stated it is for recruitment, with wages to be paid. If you conscript laborers, the hard-won public goodwill will vanish in an instant." Ingzheng drummed his fingers on the table, acknowledging the validity of He Qi's argument. "Then what do you propose?" "We could capture prisoners, such as those from foreign tribes or the Xiongnu." Ingzheng nodded in agreement. This was indeed a feasible approach, particularly concerning the Baiwei, who had always been troublesome. "Very well, let us commence with the construction of 2 railways, one leading to Liaodong County and the other towards Baiwei. As for the cement road, we shall first direct it towards Mount Tai." "No problem. As long as you offer remuneration, the common folk would surely be eager to labor." Ingzheng cast a glance at He Qi. "Am I to allow those laborers to toil for naught?" He Qi pondered inwardly. "I am uncertain, nonetheless. That is how history records it." Ingzheng returned He Qi's memorial, stating, "I have consented. Let it be disseminated to the various provinces as per your writing." He Qi, filled with pride, glanced at He Kuei, thinking, "See, old He, my foresight is indeed remarkable." "What are you doing?" Ingzheng asked, observing He Qi's stillness. Does your Majesty require anything further from me?" "The seal, of course. Or do you believe the officials will acknowledge your memorial without it?" "Me? I shall." He Qi's voice trembled slightly. Was he truly about to acquire that coveted artifact that all men dream of? "Otherwise, I shall affix it," Ingzheng remarked, amusement flickering in his tone. "I shall do it. I shall do it." "It would be unseemly to trouble your Majesty," He Qi exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face as he gazed at the seal box on Ingzheng's desk. Taking a deep breath, He Qi lifted the lid, revealing a modest seal. In that instant, upon beholding the object, He Qi felt the air around him solidify. All that occupied his vision was the seal. Trembling with exhilaration, he grasped the imperial seal. This is the heirloom seal of the realm, an object that would drive generations to madness. Turning the seal over, he read the engraved characters. "Bestowed by heaven, may it endure and prosper." What a splendid item. Truly remarkable. One of the few treasures since the inception of Huaxia. Enough with the excitement. Hurry and affix it. Ingzheng interjected, a hint of disdain for He Qi's navet evident in his expression. "Oh yes, of course." He Qi exhaled upon the seal before pressing it down upon his memorial. Once the fervor subsided, he gazed at the heirloom seal of the realm and murmured, "Why is it so small? It is not as grand as I envisioned." Ingzheng retorted, "What size did you expect? It is meant to be impressed upon bamboo slips. It cannot be overly large." "Very well," He Qi conceded, still brimming with excitement, for he was now among the few who had physically touched this revered object. According to future accounts, even if he were to perish, he would still be counted among the fortunate. But let us not dwell on death. Living is quite agreeable. Once his emotions settled, Qin returned the heirloom seal to its box and closed the lid. Your expression allows me to foresee the significance this holds for posterity. Indeed, Your Majesty, you are unaware of the countless battles waged over this very item for over a millennium. Possessing it signifies dominion over the realm. Yingzheng nodded, satisfaction evident upon his face. Your memorial states that each laborer is to receive 10 coins daily. Do you comprehend the wealth that entails? Qin, sensing Yingzheng reverting to this topic, shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Since you are unaware, I shall refrain from elaborating. There is, however, a matter that requires your attention. A foreboding feeling swept over Qin. You shall be responsible for procuring the funds for the laborers. I anticipated as much. Standing there, Qin gritted his teeth and addressed Yingzheng. Your Majesty, I know of a location abundant in gold and silver mines, sufficient to cover the laborers' wages. However, it requires crossing the sea. The customary gratitude extends to all those who have generously supported, urged for updates, and commented. Some reviews seem to have vanished from my sight. Earlier this afternoon, I encountered a 5-star review brimming with suggestions, yet by nightfall, it had disappeared. Chapter 91. The world is vast. And Yingzheng yearns to explore crossing the sea? Yingzheng regarded Qin. Indeed, although if one were to calculate, it is not exceedingly far with a navigational chart. Reaching there would be effortless. As for navigation, there was originally someone who could have been of assistance, but alas, he has passed away. Su Fu. Your Majesty speaks correctly. It is indeed Su Fu. However, it matters not. If Su Fu could locate that island, so too can I, for I am quite familiar with the area. Island. Should you not enlighten me about the vastness of the world you speak of? Qin observed Yingzheng's curious expression and nodded. However, he cast a glance at the palace attendants and maidens. You may all leave, Yingzheng commanded, waving his hand to dismiss them. Yes, Your Majesty. I now require a large piece of cloth, and I need General Xiangu to replicate the map from my phone onto it. Yingzheng glanced at the general behind him, who promptly exited to procure a sizable piece of cloth, which he presented to Qin. Qin spread the cloth upon the ground and retrieved his phone, locating the world map he had long saved to share with Xiangu. The general, now aware that this device was called a phone, though unsure of its precise functions, felt reassured since Yingzheng had indicated that there was no need for caution around Qin. Xiangu accepted the phone, kneeling before the cloth to begin drawing according to the map displayed on the device. Hikwa, you two shall assist, he instructed. Understood, Qin shrugged at Hikwa, making it clear that it was the emperor's request, not his. At this moment, Yingzheng approached Qin, observing as Xiangu and Hikwa gradually depicted the reality of the world. As they progressed, the expression in Yingzheng's eyes began to shift. When Xiangu inscribed Qin Dynasty in a small section of the map, Yingzheng was taken aback, questioning whether he had misread. Was the Qin Dynasty truly so minuscule? Doubt crept into Yingzheng's gaze as he turned to Qin, who, understanding the inquiry conveyed through the emperor's eyes, replied, Your Majesty, you have not erred. The Qin Dynasty is indeed this size. I have mentioned that the world will exceed Your Majesty's expectations in its vastness. Yingzheng inhaled deeply, continuing to observe the nearly completed map on the ground. After Qin's arrival, he had considered the world to be immense, yet he had never anticipated its sheer scale. Half an hour later, Xiangu and Hikwa simultaneously ceased their drawing, having rendered the entire world map. In perfect unison, they each lifted one side of the freshly completed map. Yingzheng stepped forward, gazing at the map before him. So this is the vastness of the world. Yingzheng extended his hand to touch the region where the Qin Dynasty resided, his gaze sharpening as he slowly pointed towards the lands adjacent to the Qin. These were the territories of the Baiyue, Xiongnu, Donghu, Yuezhi, and the Pifal dynasty. It dawned on him that the world harbored so many nations and lands awaiting his reign. As he surveyed the neighboring countries and their names, Yingzheng squinted slightly. Standing before the map, he pondered for a moment before turning to Qin. The railway you mentioned must be constructed. The Royal Tomb project must pause until the railway is completed. This endeavor commences tomorrow. Within moments, Yingzheng had formulated a rough plan in his mind. Observing those nations and territories, he realized what would be paramount for the future of the Qin Dynasty. To achieve this ambition, a crucial prerequisite was that logistics must keep pace. In essence, Logistics equated to transportation. If, as Qi asserted, the railway from Xianyang to Liaodong could be traversed in just 2 days and nights, then this railway would become his most vital asset in competing for supremacy over the world. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have already instructed the factories to commence the production of the railway tracks with full vigor. Indeed, Zheng replied with satisfaction. He appreciated He Qi's foresight in planning matters in advance, which endeared him to the emperor. Are those blue areas all water? He inquired, gazing at the blue regions on the map. To be precise, they are oceans. Your Majesty may not have noticed that 70% of the world is covered by oceans, with land comprising merely 30%. These oceans are later referred to as the 4 Great Oceans, while the land is delineated into 7 continents. Zheng nodded. It was disheartening to realize that the Qin Dynasty occupied only a minuscule fraction of these 7 continents, lacking even a full continent to its name. If it is indeed disheartening, then let us conquer it. However, the immediate priorities are wealth and labor. Where is that island you mentioned? Here. He Qi indicated the location of the eastern islands on the map. He was quite familiar with this place, having studied it meticulously in the past. Zheng observed the indicated spot. It is indeed not far. You shall lead an army there in a month. Must it be so swift, Your Majesty? We will require ships to reach there. And what do you mean by leading the army? Am I to command a military force? You need not worry about the ships. When Su Fu spoke of sailing to seek the immortal mountains, I had already dispatched individuals to construct vessels. Though they may not rival your Zheng, he treasures ships. They should suffice. Moreover, the remaining ships of the Qin will be ample for you to lead a great army. As for why you are to command the troops, Zheng said with a hint of amusement in his eyes, securing a marquisate requires military merit. Oh, He Qi understood the implication. This was indeed a win-win situation, as he had his own matters to attend to on the eastern islands. Thus, with this arrangement, he could accomplish his tasks and possibly return with military accolades that would earn him a title, a perfect scenario. Then how many troops shall Your Majesty allocate to me? Zheng replied, You shall receive as many as you can command. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is also for the greater good of the Qin. Once I have dealt with those rebels, I shall lead the iron cavalry of the Qin to conquer a vast realm. In an instant, Zheng rekindled the spirited vigor reminiscent of his conquest of the 6 states. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall exert myself to ensure that future generations do not learn English. English, that is the tongue of foreign tribes.